Chapter 1 Mushroom Specialists 985.M30, the 985th year of the 30th millennium, which is 29,985 AD. Solar System, Nest Capital, Epimetheus. Lower Nest, 8th District, Loading Platform. Inside a train car waiting to be loaded, several stevedores rested in a corner hidden from the foreman. The dull boy walked into the car, setting down the metal box in his hand. Despite being out of breath from exhaustion, the boy paid no mind to the lazy stevedores and never complained. The stevedores in the corner watched the boy leave, exchanged glances, and chuckled softly. What a silly child. With him around, we're much more relaxed. Hee. At 5 p.m. Terra time, the last box of goods was loaded onto the vehicle, marking the end of the day's moving work. The foreman came to count the goods, took out a stack of plastic cards, and handed them to the stevedore team's contractor. Take these, this is today's salary, 20 rations cards per person. There's another load to move tomorrow morning, be here on time, don't be late. Yes, boss. I'll remember that. The contractor pulled out 5 rations cards, slipped them into the foreman's pocket, and offered a fawning smile. These are from the brothers, a token of our respect. Please save us an easy job tomorrow. The foreman snorted, quite satisfied, and left with his hands behind his back. The contractor waved to his subordinates and shouted. Come, everyone. 20 rations cards each. Except for you, Leia, you only get 10. The contractor slapped the rations cards onto the boy's chest and said earnestly. Leia, after your father died, we didn't give his job to someone else. Instead, we let you take on this work, entirely out of respect for your father. You're still young, and there's no one else in your family to support, so your burden is much lighter than ours. Therefore, you take less, and we take more, you don't mind, do you? Leia was the dull boy in the stevedore team, 15 years old this year. He had just finished studying Low Gothic and Mathematics at Lower Nest Academy when he received the tragic news of his father's death from exhaustion in a renovation factory. There was no concept of work-related injury in the Nest capital, nor any subsidies like pensions or compensation. After losing his father, the family's income ceased, and Leia had no choice but to abandon his plan of learning a trade at the academy, stepping onto the loading platform to begin a life of drudgery. Facing the contractor's hypocrisy, Leia was like a void. He swallowed all the negative information from the outside world but showed no emotional fluctuations. Putting away his rations card and walking towards the factory gate, Leia's back was desolate and lonely, appearing not yet recovered from the sorrow of losing his father. After Leia had gone far, the stevedores grinned mockingly, their brows full of the joy of a petty scheme succeeding. Boss, you really have a way, easily tricking a bum kid into working for us. Haha, not only do we do less work, but we also don't have to pay out of pocket to please the foreman. This life is truly comfortable. The contractor, surrounded by his workers, looked smug and waved his hand grandly. Let's go, guys, to a nearby pub to have some fun. The group excitedly ran towards the gate, heading for alcohol and swaying bed springs. What the stevedores didn't notice was that the boy who had left alone earlier was watching them with an indifferent expression. What a pathetic bunch of lower nest people, why should the Emperor's glory shine upon you? Leia averted his gaze from the stevedores and quickly walked towards his dwelling. Others thought he was an orphan, experiencing the pain of losing his father. The truth, however, was not so. He was a transmigrator. 7 days ago, the original owner of this body cried himself to death in bed due to his father's passing, and Leia, in his original world, was hit by a dump truck and transmigrated, taking over this body. From that moment on, the body's owner was no longer an inexperienced youth. Leia knew very well what the contractor had done to him. Exploitation, oppression, withholding wages, revealing the ugliness and hypocrisy of human nature. Leia had a plan in his heart that could change his own destiny, so he didn't have time to bother with trivial matters. Today was a crucial day for executing the plan. Once successful, he could forever bid farewell to a life of exchanging high-intensity physical labor for meager income. Silently, his dwelling was now in sight. It was a tin shack passed down from the original owner's father. Leia took out the rations cards hidden under the bed and put them in his pocket. Including the original owner's inheritance and the wages he earned, he had accumulated over 100 rations cards. After leaving the house, he walked directly to a roadside stall selling mushrooms. The stall owner was a white-haired old man who lived comfortably by selling edible mushrooms. The mushrooms he sold were average in taste, but they were free of bacteria and pests, and even eating them raw wouldn't cause illness. These mushrooms had a faint fragrance, much like the legendary milk, and were thus called milk mushroom by the lower nest people. Fresh milk mushroom, 3 rations cards per box. Slightly yellowed milk mushroom, 1 rations card per box. Which kind do you want? The stall owner sat in a rocking chair, swaying back and forth, looking leisurely. The main food for lower nest residents was synthetic starch, usually appearing in the form of starch porridge. 3 rations cards could buy a large bowl of starch porridge from the starch pool, equivalent to a stevedore's meal portion. A box of milk mushroom could at most make a stevedore feel only half full. From the perspective of filling one's stomach, milk mushroom was less cost-effective than starch porridge. However, due to the poor taste of starch porridge and its containing various mineral elements harmful to the human body, the mushroom stall's business had always been good, even the yellowed milk mushroom would sell out completely. Leia patted his bulging pocket. I'm not here to buy mushrooms. I want to buy milk mushroom mycelium, substrate, and nutrient solution. The stall owner stopped his rocking chair and narrowed his eyes, observing the boy in front of his stall. A subtle glint of greed flowed in his eyes, as if he had spotted a fat sheep. A bottle of mycelium costs 80 rations cards. For the matching substrate and nutrient solution, I'll charge you 20 rations cards. I can tell you the cultivation method for free, but there's something I need to say up front. Growing mushrooms isn't as easy as you imagine, and if the mushrooms don't grow, I won't refund your money. I understand. Leia took out the rations cards and placed them on the stall. The old man sat up straight, taking the money with one hand and handing over the goods with the other. The mycelium was sealed in an opaque brown glass bottle. The substrate was packed in several bags, totaling about 300 kilograms, with the main component being soil not contaminated by pathogens. 30 liters of nutrient solution were dispensed into 5 spray bottles. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The stall owner lay back in his rocking chair, swaying as he spoke. When you get back, first find a few clean containers, pour the substrate into them, cover them, and let the substrate ferment for 2 days. On the 3rd day, use a shovel to turn the substrate and spray the nutrient solution. After all the nutrient solution has been sprayed, inoculate the mycelium into the substrate. Every day, you need to buy purified water from the water guild and spray it on the substrate. If everything goes smoothly, by the 6th day, you'll see the milk mushroom emerging from the substrate. After another 7 days, the milk mushroom will be ready for harvest. The stall owner paused, then gave a kindly smile. Did you remember everything I just said clearly? Don't blame me for not reminding you, cultivating mushrooms isn't always successful on the first try. If it doesn't succeed this time, you can come back to me and buy another batch of mycelium. I'll give you a 20% discount. The stall owner repeated the process for cultivating milk mushroom, appearing diligent and responsible. The quality of the items the stall owner sold was good, and no one had ever sought a refund or argued with him, but when Leia asked about the key aspects of mushroom cultivation, the stall owner was evasive. The stall owner avoided discussing the room temperature for cultivating milk mushroom. Regarding the humidity and light requirements of the cultivation environment, the stall owner merely said whatever. Whether ventilation was needed after inoculation, and how long each ventilation period should be, the stall owner remained tight-lipped. Not to mention the timing and quantity for spraying fruiting water and pinning water. These were the crucial factors determining whether the mushrooms would grow successfully. The stall owner's intention in concealing key information was obvious. He simply wanted to cultivate a cash cow who would continuously buy mycelium from him. Leia would not fall for his trick, nor would he become his money tree. Before transmigration, he was a master's student at an agricultural university, specializing in applied mycology. Due to his busy academic schedule, he had no time for dating or playing games. At most, he would watch game videos and be a cloud hammer. For the Warhammer world, he was a standard cloud hammer. After transmigration, it took him a full 2 days to adapt to the dirty and chaotic environment of the lower nest area. The good news was, like other transmigrators, he also gained his own unique system. This became his hope for survival in the desperate lower nest. After 5 round trips between the stall and his dwelling, Leia finally moved all his belongings home. He closed the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and lit the promethium lamp inside the room. A pale blue light illuminated the one-bedroom apartment, where all the furniture had a uniform prison cell style, simple and shabby. Leia opened the brown glass bottle containing the mycelium, gazed at the grey substance inside, and silently thought. Analyze mycelium. Swoosh. After a faint prompt sound, a white light screen appeared in his vision. Name, improved milk mushroom mycelium. Analysis result. Good quality strain, high purity, dense and vigorous mycelium, strong vitality, no detection of fungus and insect pests or toxicity. This mycelium has been improved, significantly increasing mushroom yield, at the cost of the mushroom spores having no activity and being unable to grow into new mycelium. Spores are the seeds of mushrooms. Spores initially develop into mycelium, and mycelium continues to grow into mushrooms. This is the developmental process of fungi. Fungi are what people commonly call mushrooms. Mushrooms have caps, and spores are usually hidden in the gills of the cap. The current milk mushroom mycelium has been modified. Mushroom yield has increased, but the spores on the mushrooms are inactive and cannot develop into mycelium, let alone into mushrooms. This undoubtedly cut off the possibility of multiple cultivations. The milk mushroom at the stall was all cultivated using this type of mycelium. No big deal, Leia could accept it. Start simulating the cultivation of milk mushroom mycelium. Simulation is about to begin. During the simulation, the system will provide the necessary sunlight, water, and air for the simulation. Please select the substrate and nutrient solution you wish to use. Leia gestured with his hand at the bags and spray bottles. I'll just use these things in front of me. Please set simulation parameters. Leia pondered for a moment, then recited a string of information. Standard atmospheric pressure, room temperature 30 degrees Celsius, air relative humidity 80%, light intensity 400 lux, appropriate ventilation, maintain substrate temperature around 30 degrees Celsius, avoid direct blowing on mushroom bodies, use clean water to water the mushrooms. Simulation parameters set. Starting cultivation simulation. Day 1, you ferment the substrate. Day 3, the substrate fermentation is complete. You spray nutrient solution to make the substrate evenly moist, then inoculate the mycelium. Day 4 and Day 5, you find the substrate temperature reaches 32 degrees Celsius. You take appropriate ventilation measures to cool the substrate. Day 6, you discover mycelium emerging from the soil. What do you decide? Mycelium can be seen emerging on the 6th day? As expected of the Warhammer world, mycelium develops quickly. Leia clicked his tongue secretly and said in his mind. I decide to spray fruiting water, a larger quantity, at least double the usual, increase ventilation, and maintain 80% relative air humidity. Day 6, you spray fruiting water on the mycelium in the soil and increase ventilation to maintain the air's relative humidity at 80%. Day 9, you discover small mushroom pins appearing in the soil. The surface of the pins appears slightly shriveled. Wait. Leia paused the simulation process and instructed. Resimulate the cultivation. Adjust the air's relative humidity to 85%, reduce the light intensity to 300 lux, and keep other parameters unchanged. Simulation parameters adjusted. Second round of simulation begins. Day 1, you ferment the substrate. Day 9, you discover small mushroom pins appearing in the soil. The surface of the pins is plump and round, indicating sufficient moisture. You spray pinning water on the pins. Very good. The previous air humidity was a bit low, and the light intensity was a bit high, which led to the slightly shriveled pins. The adjusted air humidity and light intensity are just right. Leia nodded inwardly and continued to check the simulation information. Day 13, under your careful care, the mushrooms grow to standard size. You harvest the mushrooms, obtaining 30 kilograms of milk mushroom. Simulation ended. Simulation plan recorded. Congratulations on successful cultivation. Consuming the substrate, nutrient solution, and mycelium used in the simulation, for simulation settlement, you will obtain 30 kilograms of milk mushroom. Do you wish to proceed with settlement? Woohoo, mission accomplished. Note 1, Water Guild, a commercial guild controlling water resources, responsible for managing and operating the nest capital's water pipes, valves, and water purification plants. Note 2, fruiting water and pinning water are generally ordinary clean water. They are only called fruiting water and pinning water because they are used at critical stages to promote fruiting and pinning. Note 3, the author taught himself mycology knowledge and is not a graduate of a related major. The professional knowledge mentioned in the book cannot withstand scrutiny, please bear with it and do not take it too seriously. Note 4, settings related to the system will be explained by the author in the main storyline in a way that fits the worldview. Note 5, it is not recommended to cultivate mushrooms at home, as it can easily lead to mushroom lung. Newcomer, new book, thank you for your support. Chapter 2, Appointment Transaction. Finally, the plan to defy fate has succeeded. From now on, food supply is guaranteed, and I can also exchange mushrooms for money, completely getting rid of heavy physical labor. Leia's mouth curved upwards, and he vigorously waved his fist. Confirm settlement and acquire milk mushroom. As Leia gave the order, the mycelium, culture medium, and nutrient solution disappeared, leaving only empty glass jars, plastic bags, and spray bottles. At the same time, an illusory white interface appeared in his vision. System name, Mushroom Farm. System host, Leia. System functions. Appraisal technique, fungus warehouse, analysis fungus, upgrade conditions not met, fungi simulation, upgrade conditions not met, fungi ability, unlock conditions not met, Recorded simulation plans, cultivation of milk mushroom mycelium. Fungus warehouse, 30 kilograms of milk mushroom. The fungus warehouse can store and retrieve items related to fungi, kingdom, such as spores, mycelium, fungal entities, molds, toxins, yeasts, etc. Of the 5 system functions, the first 4 were already usable, only the 5th function fungi ability was inexplicably locked. But it didn't matter, for now, the fungi simulation function alone was enough to solve basic survival problems. 30 kilograms of milk mushroom, calculated at 250 grams per box, could fill 120 boxes. Such a quantity of milk mushroom would easily sell for 360 rations cards. After deducting costs, he would net 260 rations cards, which was roughly equivalent to a month's income from hard labor. Leia chuckled inwardly, the fatigue from moving goods completely vanished. He took a mushroom from the fungus warehouse and bit into its cap. In an instant, a rich milky aroma filled his mouth, and the juice, mixed with a faint sweetness, flowed between his teeth. The fragrance wafted, leaving an endless aftertaste, as if he were amidst a sea of milk, surrounded by milky white waves. Leia's eyes widened. This was too delicious. The mushrooms grown by the system were 10,000 times tastier than those sold at the stalls. Leia finished one mushroom in 2 bites, then took out another, savoring the delicious food once more. He was certain that the mushrooms at the stall were completely incomparable to the mushrooms in his hand, the latter's taste completely surpassed the former in every aspect. What was going on? With the same mycelium, culture medium, and nutrient solution, why were the mushrooms he grew so delicious? Was there something wrong with his sense of taste? Leia ran to a stall and bought a box of milk mushroom. He took a mushroom out and put it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then spat the chewed bits into a sink with a poof. Garbage. The mushrooms at the stall were simply garbage. Leia had eaten the mushrooms sold by the stall owner before. At that time, he only found the taste mediocre, not particularly bad, and didn't notice anything amiss. But after tasting the mushrooms he grew himself, the stall's mushrooms were truly difficult to swallow. Not only did the cap have a metallic taste, but even the squeezed juice had a taste similar to second-hand smoke. Why was there such a big difference between mushrooms? Leia frowned, deep in thought. He clicked on the system information for the simulated cultivation, hoping to find the answer in the simulation process. A line of system text entered his vision, and Leia suddenly understood. During the simulation process, the system will provide the necessary sunlight, water, and air for the simulation. That's it, the problem lies with the water and air. From the simulation results, the water and air provided by the system in the simulation were absolutely clean, without a trace of pathogens or pollution. The situation in the lower nest area was completely different. The air here was controlled by the air guild. Every wisp of air was filtered countless times by purification devices, but this did not mean the air in the lower nest area was absolutely clean. In fact, people of different social strata enjoyed different grades of air. Only residents of the upper nest district could breathe clean air. Here in the lower nest area, the air was filled with inhalable particulate matter, pathogens, and other impurities. The same went for water. The water guild controlled the distribution of water resources, and residents of the lower nest area could enjoy free water with a metallic taste. If they wanted pure water, they had to pay at the water guild's counter. When cultivating mushrooms, the unscrupulous stall owner used free water and did not ensure air quality, which made the mushrooms so unpalatable. In contrast, the mushroom farm system used clean water and air when simulating the cultivation of milk mushroom. Mushrooms developed on this basis would naturally be 100, or even 1,000, times more delicious than mushrooms grown in the lower nest area. The mushroom farm was more powerful than imagined. Leaving aside the fact that it replaced the cultivation process with simulation, just providing pure water and air was enough to make his mushrooms crush others. Since the system was so excellent, he also needed to put in more effort. Leia took a deep breath, calming the turmoil in his heart. He put the purchased mushrooms into the fungus warehouse, and while eating his own cultivated mushrooms, he tidied up the clutter in his home. He had already formulated a plan for selling mushrooms, which could be implemented tonight. A moment later, Leia left his home again. The lower nest area currently had no curfew, and many jobs were day and night, so even in the evening of terror time, the streets were still bustling with people. Leia walked through the chaotic streets and stepped onto the street adjacent to the scrapyard zone. The scrapyard zone was originally the 7th district where lower nest people lived, but it was abandoned for some reason and was no longer suitable for human habitation. It was dark and dilapidated, with collapsed floors and ruined houses transforming the once inhabitable area into a desolate land. Acidic liquids, toxic odors, and pathogenic dust poured down from above, burying everything in the scrapyard zone in decay. For the enforcers of the lower nest area, the scrapyard zone was a breeding ground for mutants, monsters, and cultists. But in the eyes of the lower nest people, the scrapyard zone was a treasure, a vault, a place for prospecting. As long as one was brave and lucky enough not to be disemboweled by hidden enemies, anyone could find high-value items in the scrapyard zone and exchange them for money. Leia's destination was not the scrapyard zone. His physique was probably not even enough to fill a monster's teeth, so there was no need to go to the scrapyard zone to die. Upon reaching the street closest to the scrapyard zone, he slowed his pace, trying to distinguish his partner from the noisy crowd. Drunken lower nest people fought in the streets, and onlookers cheered loudly. Fists whistled through the air, hitting flesh, and splattering vomit sprayed into the street alleys amidst the cheers. The figure at the alley entrance took a few steps back, avoiding the vomit that landed in front of her. Looking up again, her gaze met Leia's, and a flicker of joy flashed in her eyes. "Here, I'm here." The figure waved her right arm, signaling to the young man across the street. Among the crowd watching the fight, some heard the soft female voice and subconsciously looked towards the person at the alley entrance. Under the streetlights, a young woman, half hidden in the alley's shadow, came into view. The woman was about 1.65 meters tall, wrapped in a black cloak, the wavy fabric highlighting her tall figure. Her face was obscured by a hood and a white scarf, only her deep purple eyes were exposed, like two captivating amethysts. Chapter 3, Street Rat. A lower nest area resident whistled at the woman at the alley's entrance, a malicious smile on his face. The lower nest area resident slowly approached, intending to strike up a conversation with the woman, who, intentionally or not, revealed her forehead from under her hood, causing the smile on the lower nest area resident's face to freeze. A grey pattern, similar to fish scales, protruded from the woman's forehead. The light shone upon it, reflecting a greasy luster that filled one with revulsion. "Bad luck, she's a mutant." The lower nest area resident stopped, crossed his arms, spit on the ground, and returned to watch the fight. "Get lost, you rat from the gutter." It was a common understanding among lower nest area residents that approaching mutants would lead to infection and uncontrollable mutation. Mutants were thus unwelcome, like rats scurrying across the street. If a mutation was too severe to be concealed by clothing, the enforcers would shoot the mutant on sight. Facing the lower nest area residents' curses, the woman recovered her forehead, her expression indifferent. Since her body mutated, she had experienced too much discrimination and loathing. At first, she despaired over her body's mutation, often contemplating suicide. By a stroke of luck, she discovered that consuming relatively clean water and food could control the extent of her mutation, preventing it from worsening. From then on, she lived a life of scavenging and survival in the scrapyard zone. 3 days ago, a young boy found her. The boy claimed to be a mushroom farmer and could provide edible mushrooms consistently and long term. The two decided to conduct their first transaction today. The woman was full of anticipation for this. "Leia, I'm here." Leia walked into the alley. "Are the mushrooms ready?" The woman named Leia led the boy deeper into the alley. Leia pulled out a brown glass jar from his pocket. "You try the sample first. If it's good, I'll go get the rest of the mushrooms." "Okay." Leia opened the glass jar, and a rich milky aroma wafted into her nostrils, going straight to her head. Hiss. Leia took a deep breath, filling her chest with the refreshing aroma. This smells so good, so rich. What kind of mushroom is this? Milk mushroom, I grew it myself. Does milk mushroom have such a strong scent? Leia was a little confused. She picked out a mushroom from the jar and examined it carefully. Lian shrugged slightly. Perhaps my cultivation methods and ingredients are more refined, which is why these mushrooms are more fragrant and delicious. Leia slipped the mushroom under her scarf and into her mouth, taking a bite, and a rich, slightly sweet juice burst between her teeth. The next second, Leia's body suddenly trembled, her whole body stiffened, and memories surfaced in her eyes. This taste. I'm so familiar with it. A memory that Leia had long since pushed deep into her mind began to play uncontrollably. Before the scrapyard zone became what it was now, she and her parents lived there. The family lived in a house with an attic, and their life was happy and complete. Leia's father was a foreman on a factory assembly line. On Leia's birthday, her father had someone buy a box of milk mushroom from the Upper Nest district. It was the first time in Leia's life she had tasted such delicious food, so much so that she ate most of the box in one go before remembering to share it with her parents. After that, she never had the chance to eat food from the Upper Nest district again, and her life underwent drastic changes not long after she came of age. An explosion, from who knows where, tore apart their happy family. Her parents died in the blast, and only she survived, becoming a stray dog wandering in the ruins. Now, eating mushrooms with the same taste, the memories of the past instantly crushed Leia's will. She was immersed in her memories, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to recover for a long time. Lian was speechless for a moment. She had only eaten a mushroom, yet the woman in front of him was crying so much. We're not filming a live-action version of Chinese Master Chef, there's no need to be so exaggerated. Despite his internal grumbling, Lian pulled out the handkerchief he carried and handed it over. Why don't you wipe your tears first and calm down? Leia's eyes focused, and she came back to her senses, only then realizing she was crying. She swallowed the mushroom in her mouth, politely refused the boy's handkerchief, and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. I'm sorry, you must think I'm silly. The mushrooms you grew are delicious. They remind me of the mushrooms my father brought me from the Upper Nest district a long time ago. Both types of mushrooms taste exactly the same, they're equally delicious and equally unforgettable. So, the mushrooms brought back memories, no wonder her emotions were so volatile. Lian tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket and pondered, then asked. You mean, the sample's taste is already comparable to the mushrooms from the Upper Nest district? Yes. Leia nodded and took a second mushroom from the glass jar. Can I have another one? Yes, it's fine if you eat them all, they're samples for you to try anyway. Lian waved his hand, his mind racing, secretly feeling fortunate. It was a good thing he arranged a tasting session to observe the trading partner's evaluation of the mushrooms, otherwise, there would have been trouble. He had originally thought that the mushrooms produced by the system would at most be comparable to food from the middle nest, but he never expected them to reach the upper nest level. A tall tree catches the wind. There are many unscrupulous forces in the lower nest area, and even the enforcers can't do anything about them. He couldn't just sell the system-produced mushrooms as they were. He had to tamper with the mushrooms to manually lower their taste, so as not to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Leia, I need to tell you something first. Lian pointed to the glass jar in her hand and said. The samples are the best quality of all the mushrooms. The quality of the mushrooms I'm actually selling is far inferior to the samples. Lian reached into his inner pocket, pretending to retrieve something. In reality, he silently retrieved the mushrooms from the stall in the fungus warehouse. Lian handed the mushrooms to Leia. Here, try these mushrooms, their quality is the same as the mushrooms I'm going to sell. Leia picked up a mushroom and put it in her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, her expression changed, as if she were eating something disgusting, but she still braced herself and swallowed the mushroom, not wasting it. Ugh, it's so bad. Lian had expected Leia's reaction. There's nothing that can be done about the bad taste. The water quality and air here in the lower nest area aren't great, so the mushrooms grown usually are of this standard. If you buy mushrooms at a stall, you can only get this kind. Leia shook the glass jar in her hand. Then what's the deal with this jar of mushrooms? Why are they so delicious? Lian spread his hands. You get what you pay for. The mushrooms in the jar are cultivated with pure water and clean air, making their cost extremely high. I call them sample-grade mushrooms. For just 3 rations cards, you can buy ordinary mushrooms at a stall. But for the same price, you can only buy a few sample-grade mushrooms. This is the difference in cost. I see. Leia asked, so, how many ordinary mushrooms and sample-grade mushrooms are you selling this time? Lian thought for a moment and replied. I'm selling 20 kilograms of ordinary mushrooms. I'm keeping the sample-grade mushrooms for myself to eat. Leia lowered her head, gazing at the mushrooms in the jar. Drinking dirty water, inhaling air with pathogenic bacteria, and eating contaminated food all lead to bodily mutations. Ingesting relatively clean food can halt mutation but cannot reverse it. If she could consume sample-grade mushrooms for a long time, combined with medication, she might be able to cure the mutated parts and become a normal person, returning to the lower nest area. Leia met the boy's clear eyes, a hint of pleading in hers. I'll take all 20 kilograms of ordinary mushrooms. I have plenty of rations cards and can complete the transaction on the spot. Also, I'd like the sample-grade mushrooms too. Using them with medicine might help me get rid of the mutation. Just name your price, I'll find a way to gather what you ask for. Chapter 4 Deal done. Getting rid of the mutation with mushrooms and medicine? Leio subconsciously shifted his gaze to Leia's hairline. Because he was shorter than her, Leio easily saw the scale patterns hidden by the brim of her hat. Leio narrowed his eyes slightly and silently thought. Use appraisal technique on that mutated skin. Appraisal complete. Name, mutated area. Description, mild mutation on the surface of the skin, not contagious. Samples and tests of the mutated area are required to find the underlying cause of the mutation. Appraisal technique and analysis fungus were the two functions of the mushroom farm. The former could be used on anything, while the latter was specifically for fungi. The detail of the appraisal result was certainly not comparable to that of the analysis fungus. After all, this was a system centered on fungi, not a deconstruction system that could deconstruct all things. Leia felt a bit unnatural under Leio's gaze. She raised her hand and pressed down on her hat brim, covering her mutated forehead. Leio returned to the main topic and mused. I can sell you sample-grade mushrooms. However, I don't accept rations cards. I wonder if you've encountered any glowing fungi in the scrapyard zone. Glowing fungi? Leia frowned slightly and mumbled. There are many glowing things in the scrapyard zone, but they are generally quite dangerous and very likely to be radioactive. I know a few relatively safe light sources, but they don't seem to be related to fungi. Oh, I remember now. Leia snapped her fingers excitedly. There is indeed a type of glowing fungus. It's not radioactive, but it's highly toxic. Its appearance is similar to a jellyfish, and it likes to hover 1 or 2 meters above the ground, using its fluorescent spores to attract insects and then preying on them with its tentacles. We call it fluorescent spores. As Leia spoke, she gestured with both hands to show the shape and size of the fluorescent spores. This fungus was not large. The largest individual was only about the size of an adult man's fist. The light they emitted was milky white and could illuminate an area of 3 to 10 meters around them. Leio was quite moved. The lamp in his dwelling was a promethium lamp that burned promethium, which his original father had bought so that he could read at night. This lamp was expensive. The light from the promethium lamp was bluish-white, too dazzling, and produced exhaust gas when burning, which was harmful to health. He needed to find a way to remove the toxicity of the fluorescent spores and use them to replace the promethium lamp. This would both save on the gas cost of buying promethium and ensure good health, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Leio immediately made a decision. Then it's settled. 20 kilograms of ordinary mushrooms, I'll charge you 300 rations cards. In addition, I'll give you 2 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms as a deposit for buying fluorescent spores. My requirement is that you bring me at least 50 living fluorescent spores, size doesn't matter. After it's done, I'll give you another 3 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms as the final payment. Is this arrangement okay with you? 20 kilograms of ordinary mushrooms, priced at 300 rations cards, was clearly higher than the price at the stalls. However, this level of markup did not cause Leia's displeasure, she even felt it was a bit low. Most lower nest people hadn't read books and didn't know that the Imperium had a strict classification system for mutants. In their general perception, ordinary people who came into contact with mutants risked being infected by them. Because of this, lower nest people felt that doing business with mutants was very dangerous, and the price of goods purchased by mutants naturally rose. In fact, whether mutants would spread mutation depended on what caused their mutation. Genetic mutations caused by radiation generally did not have transmission conditions. Mutations caused by pathogens in the material universe would inevitably be somewhat contagious. There was no need to mention mutations caused by supernatural factors, contagiousness was just a basic function. What Leia didn't know was that Leio had first confirmed with appraisal technique that her mutated area was not contagious before choosing to do business with her. Your offer is very reasonable, and I have enough money to buy the mushrooms. Also, catching 50 fresh fluorescent spores alive shouldn't be a problem. These little things are toxic, but as long as I'm careful, I should be able to gather enough. Leia smiled happily. Leio pointed to the alley entrance. Then, you wait here for a moment, and I'll go outside and bring the mushrooms over. The sample you have is on me. Thank you. Leia responded with a smile. Leio turned and ran off, his mind quickly flashing through the smelly ditches, trash cans, and puddles he had passed, finally choosing one as his destination. After a while, he turned into another alley. Confirming that no one was around, Leio rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a handful of mushrooms from the fungus warehouse, and submerged them in the puddle in the hollow. The stagnant water freely contaminated the mushrooms, bacteria and impurities seeped into the stems, gills, and caps. At this moment, Leio was like a black-hearted boss, cooking dark cuisine in completely unqualified hygienic conditions. A moment later, the work of reducing the quality of the mushrooms was completed. Leio tried a bite. Pooh, it really tasted exactly like what was sold at the stall. What kind of water did that stall owner use when watering the mycelium? From now on, he would let the system use dirty water to cultivate mushrooms for trade, while the mushrooms he ate daily would still use the pure water provided by the system. Leio quickly shook off the water droplets from the mushrooms, stuffed them all into a woven bag, and then took out another small bag for the sample-grade mushrooms. Returning to the alley where Leia was, Leio stopped, panting, and handed over the 2 bags. Leia quickly counted them, then placed a bulging cloth bag in front of Leio. This bag contains 300 rations cards, please keep it safe. Can we set the next transaction for the night after tomorrow? Yes, let's set it for the night after tomorrow. Leio added. By the way, bring more rations cards. Next time, I'll bring more ordinary mushrooms, probably around 40 kilograms. Leia's eyes lit up. 40 kilograms? I'll have to call my companions to help. Will there still be this many mushrooms available later on? You don't have to worry about me not having enough money, as long as you have them to sell, I can take any amount. Lian currently couldn't give an answer. He had only transmigrated a few days ago and wasn't sure what the consequences would be of expanding his mushroom sales. This was the Warhammer world, a place that devoured people whole, ranking first among the world's transmigrators disliked the most. Even a gene seed primarch could encounter danger if careless, let alone an ordinary lower nest youth. To survive in this world, one had to proceed cautiously, steadily, and plan before acting. Let's talk about future matters later. For now, let's set the transaction volume at 40 kilograms per transaction, every 2 days. Starting from the next time. Okay. Then I'll be going now. Leia hoisted the bag onto her shoulder and walked towards the deeper dark areas of the alley. Lian stroked the rations cards hidden under his clothes, nodding to himself. With the production and sales chain of milk mushroom established, he had a stable source of income. It was time to execute the second survival plan. Milk mushroom solved his food problem, so next was solving the water problem. As for wealth, there was no need to deliberately pursue wealth. It was merely a byproduct he obtained while solving his own survival needs, guided by Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Chapter 5 Job Opportunities. 300 rations cards became a considerable burden. All rations cards had a denomination of 1. This made storing and carrying rations cards extremely inconvenient. Lian suspected that the Coin Guild, which issued the rations cards, intentionally designed them this way. The purpose was to urge people to spend their newly acquired rations cards as quickly as possible, rather than carrying these angular, not so light plastic pieces for long periods. In the foreseeable future, he would possess more and more rations cards. Before they overflowed from under his bed, Lian decided to find a hard currency that could replace rations cards. He recorded this item on his agenda, placing it after the plan to solve the water problem. Upon returning to his residence, he hid the rations cards, and drowsiness overcame him. I'll get a good night's sleep first, and then deal with the water problem tomorrow. After eating some milk mushrooms in his room, Lian quickly washed up and immediately fell asleep. The next day. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door was violent and urgent. Lian woke up with a start, his heart tightening. He thought the enforcers had discovered his contact with mutants and were coming to check if he had mutated. But then he heard the person outside the door shout. Lian, open up. Why didn't you go to work today, you brat? Open up quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Do you know that because you didn't come, the foreman gave the lucrative job to another team? All the rations cards we gave were for nothing. Bang, bang, bang. Open up quickly. You stinky brat, we're here to settle scores with you. Lian breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be those porters, not the enforcers. It seemed his absence had caused them considerable trouble. But so what? Lian chuckled to himself, sat up, took out some mushrooms to fill his stomach, and prepared to go out after the porters outside the door left. Bang, bang, bang. The door vibrated as the workers slammed it, cursing loudly, growing increasingly angry. Brat. Open up quickly. We kindly saved the job for you. Is this how you treat us? If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be leaving this door. Several inconspicuous bulges appeared on the metal and rivet door panel, which were the imprints of the porter's fists. Lian frowned at the sight. The lowest level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs is physiological needs. Physiological needs refer to the individual's survival requirements, including food, water, sleep, and air. A good dwelling can not only ensure sleep quality but also effectively block interference from social factors. As the number of fist imprints on the door panel increased, Lian deeply realized that he needed to quickly cut ties with the people outside. Moving to an area where enforcers patrolled more frequently seemed like a good choice. Chirp. As Lian was pondering, a sharp whistle came from outside the door, followed by a loud shout. Hey! What are you doing? The hard heels of leather boots made heavy sounds on the ground, and the owner of the boots approached the porters at the door step by step. The porters who had been shouting loudly earlier now became obsequious. Sir, we came to visit our friend. He didn't go to work today, and we're very worried about him. Yes, enforcer sir, we just wanted to visit him. Enough. My eyes aren't blind. Get back to work. If I hear you shouting nonsense again, I'll stuff you into the pipe cleaners team. Yes, sir, we're leaving now. The porters left, and the outside finally quieted down. Lian opened the door and looked outside. The enforcer stood by the door, meeting Lian's gaze. You're Lian, aren't you? The one who recently finished studying Low Gothic and mathematics. Yes, that's me. Thank you for helping me out. Is there something I can help you with? The enforcer casually asked. Where's your father? I have something to tell him. I'm sorry, my father passed away at the construction site a while ago, Lian said with a somber expression. The enforcer paused. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know about that. It's all right, it's fine. You can tell me whatever it is. The enforcer took out a stack of what looked like flyers, pulled out a piece of paper from it, and handed it to Lian. Look at this. Cram Cigarette Factory is recruiting a large number of apprentice workers. The application requirements are having studied Low Gothic and mathematics. Your grades at the academy were excellent, and the cigarette factory has entrusted us to remind you to go and sign up for the selection exam. Leia lowered his head and looked at the text on the paper, a strange emotion surfacing in his heart. Indeed, no matter what world it was, knowledge could change one's fate, and exams were the ladder to progress. The original owner's father would surely be very gratified to see the scene. Without his dedication and persistence, the original owner would not have completed all the courses in Low Gothic and mathematics at the academy, nor would he have received an invitation from Cram Cigarette Factory. He truly was a good father. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Remember to report before the registration deadline. The enforcer looked at the somewhat excited young man, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. Goodbye, sir. Thank you for delivering the message to me. The enforcer waved his hand behind him. Leia watched him leave. Cigarette factories were genuinely good places, whether in the world before his transmigration or in the warmer world, it was always the case. The employment direction of applied mycology included research positions in cigarette factories, with the main work being the prevention and control of tobacco diseases and the study of tobacco fermentation processes. As for the current lower nest, workers at Cram Cigarette Factory received generous salaries, had safe working conditions, and their status was several levels higher than that of porters and assembly line workers. The factory itself was also a key protected object for the enforcers, and the surrounding living environment was also much better than his current residence. Leia was very tempted by the idea of applying for the job. He pondered about finding work at the cigarette factory while locking his door with a metal lock and chain. Finally, he made a decision. The registration deadline for the cigarette factory's apprentice recruitment was tomorrow evening, so applying for the exam at the cigarette factory could be put off for a bit. Furthermore, even after entering the cigarette factory, he would still live in the lower nest area and would not be able to escape the high cost of purified water. Therefore, the most urgent task was still to permanently solve his water problem. Leia had originally planned to use the system to cultivate a fungus with a super strong water purification effect. Now, he had refined the plan. Since the system would provide purified water during the simulated cultivation process, why not directly cultivate fungi that could store a large amount of water? Cultivating water-storing fungi was much simpler than cultivating water-purifying fungi. Bringing out fungi that could store large amounts of purified water from the system was equivalent to moving purified water out of the system. This truly echoed the saying, "I don't produce water, I'm just a water porter." Leia held the pocket containing the rations cards and weaved through the bustling streets. As a postgraduate student specializing in applied mycology, he knew very well what kind of fungi possessed excellent water storage capabilities. Tremella fusiformis was one of the answers. The colloid it contained had strong hydrophilicity and could quickly absorb water molecules. Auricularia auriculagidae was also an option, its water absorption and storage functions also came from colloid. But the question was, did Tremella fusiformis and Auricularia auriculagidae exist in the warmer world? Leia was not confident about the answer to this question. Since transmigration, he had not seen anything similar. Perhaps I can change my approach. Leia's heart stirred, and an idea popped into his mind. Tremella fusiformis grows in dark environments and requires higher humidity than ordinary fungi. Additionally, wild Tremella fusiformis needs decaying matter as a substrate. In environments that meet the three conditions of no light, humid, and decaying matter, there is a high probability of finding fungi similar to Tremella fusiformis. This type of fungus might have poor appearance or be toxic, and thus has not appeared on the tables of the lower nest people. But this does not mean it doesn't exist, nor can it be determined that it cannot store water like Tremella fusiformis. Leia's eyes lit up slightly. He knew where to look for the fungi he wanted. Chapter 6: Taming the Mine. There are many places in the lower nest that are considered gold mines by its inhabitants. The scrapyard zone is the largest and most dangerous, where only desperados venture. More people choose to go to the water-guild sewage reservoirs. Sewage from the upper nest and middle nest flows through pipes to the sewage reservoirs in the lower nest, where pollutants in the water settle over time due to gravity. The impurities that sink to the bottom gradually raise the reservoir bed, and clearer water overflows from the reservoir's edges into another reservoir for further impurity settling. When a reservoir is filled with impurities, a gold panning spot appears, known by the lower nest inhabitants as the Black Beach. Rumors surrounding the Black Beach are varied, mostly about someone discovering jewelry from the upper nest and becoming rich overnight. The Water Guild regularly dispatches excavators and transport vehicles to move the impurities to the wilderness outside the nest capital for burial. Before the transport work is completed, lower nest civilians are specially permitted to enter the reservoir. They can wander over the soft impurity piles, searching for any items from the upper city areas. Of course, they do so at their own risk. The Water Guild is not responsible for any accidents such as skin abrasions, mild infections, fever, coughs, or even mutations. On the Black Beach, there is a black substance called a water mine. They can be up to 10 centimeters in diameter, with a slimy surface covered in a layer of black mucus. If you step on one, the water mine will burst like a landmine, and the sewage stored inside will spray out in all directions. Because the bacteria and pollutants carried by water mines generally do not cause illness, children love to use them for water fights, seeing who will be the unlucky one marinated in sewage. Kids. Stop. Look at me, I have something to say. Leia spread his arms and walked towards a group of playing children. Whoosh. A water mine flew towards his face. Leia's eyebrow twitched, and he quickly dodged it. The water mine exploded behind him, splattering his back with sewage. The children burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? Exactly. Beat us first. You look older than us, you're on your own, let's all gang up on you. The snotty kids took advantage of Leio being alone, the two groups who were fighting each other teamed up to bully him. Leio's mouth twitched slightly, and before a new attack arrived, he revealed his trump card. See the rations card in my hand? Whoever brings me 10 water mines gets this rations card. The number of rations cards is limited, first come, first served. The children's eyes lit up. Their parents couldn't afford to send them to school. Playing water fights and picking up trash in the reservoir was their childhood. Now, hearing there was money to be made, the little rascals immediately became excited. Without Leio needing to urge them, the scene became lively. In less than half an hour, Leio had collected a large bag of water mines and handed out a handful of rations cards. On his way back, he bought detergent specifically for washing food and chemical-resistant gloves, and carefully cleaned the water mines. After carrying the water mines back to his dwelling, Leio took out a water mine, held it in his hand, and silently chanted Analysis Fungus. The system interface popped up. Name, Water Mine. Analysis result. Wild fungus, with miscellaneous bacterial contamination and weak toxicity. Lower nest inhabitants have proven through practice that unless one eats 3 water mines in one go, the miscellaneous bacteria and toxicity they carry will not cause illness. The gelatinous substance of water mine is highly hydrophilic and can absorb several times its own volume in liquid. It is inevitable for wild fungus to carry miscellaneous bacteria, as long as there are no pests, it is fine. To combat miscellaneous bacteria, Leio specifically bought fungicides and antibiotics at the medical station. The former for fungal diseases, the latter for bacterial diseases. The only drawback was the water mine's toxicity. The toxicity of fungus generally comes from genetic material and metabolic products, and its toxicity will not disappear no matter how many generations it propagates. However, considering the harsh growth environment of water mines, Leio was more inclined to believe that its toxicity came from the toxic substances it absorbed, rather than being inherently toxic. Putting down the water mine in his hand, Leio took out the rations card from under his bed and went out again. A few minutes later, he returned with large and small bags. These items were raw materials he purchased based on his past experience in making culture media. After preparing everything, Leio sat down in a chair. Start simulating the domestication of wild fungus. Simulation is about to begin. Please select the experimental sample. Leio pointed to the bag containing the water mines. Separate the fungal strain from the water mines and use the strain for cultivation. Sample setting complete. Please select the culture medium and nutrient solution you wish to use. Leio raised his hand, gestured around the large and small bags at his feet, and instructed. Make the culture medium using synthetic starch, orange sugar, and purified water. Each portion of culture medium will use 200 grams of synthetic starch, 20 grams of orange sugar, and 1000 milliliters of purified water. For the nutrient solution, use a mixture of orange sugar and purified water, with 5% orange sugar and the rest water. To be honest, Leio felt a bit nervous. The ideal culture medium should use potato starch, glucose, agar, and purified water. But in this godforsaken Warhammer world, anyone who knows there's no normal starch or glucose. Leio could only make do with synthetic starch, which he suspected contained potato starch. The so-called orange sugar was a local artificial sugar cube, which might contain glucose. Culture medium and nutrient solution settings complete. Please select the container. Leio took out a stack of brand new plastic bags from his pocket, which he had bought at a high price. They came from the Promethium Guild, were byproducts of refined promethium, had never been used by anyone, and had undergone strict sterilization before leaving the factory. Use the plastic bags in my hand as cultivation bags. Before the experiment begins, disinfect the containers with the medical alcohol I purchased. Container setting complete. Please set the simulation parameters. Standard atmospheric pressure, room temperature 25 degrees Celsius, relative air humidity 70%, no light, adequate ventilation. Simulation parameters set. Starting simulation. Day 1, you completed the inoculation. Days 2 and 3, environmental parameters remained unchanged, and the samples developed rapidly. Day 4, small spots of various colors appeared on the surface of over 1/3 of the samples, indicating mild miscellaneous bacterial contamination. At this point, what do you decide? Research into miscellaneous bacteria could potentially uncover something of great significance. However, for now, it's better to focus on the water problem and not spend time and energy on researching miscellaneous bacteria. Leio decisively said. I decide to isolate the samples with miscellaneous bacterial contamination and treat them with fungicide and antibiotics. If treatment is ineffective, then abandon the contaminated samples. Day 4, you found that the treatment was ineffective and promptly removed the samples contaminated with miscellaneous bacteria, preventing the contamination from spreading to other samples. Day 5, you observed fruiting bodies. What do you decide? I decide to lower the ambient temperature to 20 degrees Celsius, increase the relative air humidity to 95%, and ensure adequate ventilation. Day 7, miscellaneous bacterial contamination erupted again. This time, over 90% of the samples showed varying degrees of contamination. What do you decide? Over 90% contaminated with miscellaneous bacteria? Is fungus experimentation in the Warhammer world this difficult? Leio felt a sudden tightness in his chest and couldn't help but complain to himself for a few moments, then said. Same as last time, I decide to isolate the contaminated samples, attempt to treat them, and discard them if treatment fails. Additionally, make sure to spray water on the surface of normally developing fruiting bodies, while avoiding excessive spraying that leads to water accumulation. Day 7, after isolation and treatment, only 2 cultivation bags survived. Day 8, the fruiting bodies in the 2 cultivation bags completed their development, but they were severely contaminated with miscellaneous bacteria, making further treatment unnecessary. Thus, the first simulated cultivation was declared a failure. Damn it, why do I still encounter situations where all my efforts go to waste even in another world? Arg. Leio frustratedly ran his hand through his hair, feeling his PTSD about to flare up. The process of domesticating wild fungus is both long and painful. Researchers often need to go through many generations of cultivation and selection to obtain the ideal mycelium. Failing in the first cultivation would undoubtedly dampen the researcher's enthusiasm. However, Leio was already used to it. Heaven knows how much hair he lost trying to domesticate wild fungus before he transmigrated. Now with the system's help, the situation was much better, so there was no need to be too demanding. Soon, Leio calmed down and fell into deep thought. In another world, the cultivation techniques he used to follow might not work, and he would have to adapt to the local customs. Anyway, there was no mentor watching, so he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking this, Leio slowly stood up, took his rations card, and went out. Chapter 7 Metaphysical Means. Later that same day, Leio propped up the bedboard in his dwelling against the wall, clearing a space in the center of the room. The materials needed for the simulation were gathered and placed in the cleared space. Insect-repelling incense bought from a roadside stall was placed around the materials. As the incense burned, a faint, insect-repelling fragrance wafted through the air. Under the blue-white light of the promethium lamp, the room was filled with smoke and hazy shadows, adding a touch of mystery to the simple abode. The scene looked like a ritual site, and Leio, dressed in clean clothes, resembled the master of ceremonies. All right, he admitted it. In a different world where gods existed, he decided to try some metaphysics. The ritual site before him was something he had haphazardly concocted himself. It had no practical meaning and certainly didn't involve the warp, serving only for psychological comfort. Leio stood directly in front of the simulation materials, his eyes slightly open, gazing at the water mine with a solemn expression. From the ravages of hunger, edible fungi save us. From the invasion of germs, penicillin purifies us. From the rejection reactions of organ transplants, porous trichoderma protects us. From the devastation of crops by pests, Bovaria base iona shields us. From the struggle of biological control, trichodermin shelters us. Leio paused for half a second, mentally opened the simulation interface, and while silently reciting the prayer, he issued commands to the system. Touch the system interface once. Produce culture media and nutrient solutions containing alcohol, and isolate the fungal strains. Touch the system interface twice. Begin cultivation, and expose the experimental samples to direct sunlight. Touch the system interface 3 times. Spray fungicides and antibiotics to eliminate microbial contamination. Praise the mushroom farm. System messages refreshed rapidly. Day 1. You used culture media and nutrient solutions containing alcohol to cultivate the fungal strains. The light intensity was 400 lux. Regardless of whether visible microbial contamination appeared, you would apply fungicides and antibiotics to the samples once daily. Day 2. Half of the samples lost their activity, and the remaining half survived the ordeal. Day 6. Only a quarter of the samples survived, all others lost their activity. Fruiting bodies appeared on the surviving samples. You turned off the sunlight, increased the air relative humidity to 95%, and replenished water to the fruiting bodies on time. Day 7, most of the surviving experimental samples were contaminated by miscellaneous fungi. Fungicides and antibiotics were ineffective against them. You isolated the contaminated cultivation bags. Fortunately, one sample remained intact and grew vigorously. Only one sample survived. Leio's heart skipped a beat, and he involuntarily held his breath. Day 10, the sole sample grew to standard size. You harvested it, obtaining one water mine free of microbial contamination and toxicity. Simulation ended. Simulation plan recorded. Congratulations on your successful cultivation. Do you wish to consume all materials required for the simulation to obtain one domesticated water mine? Holy crap, it actually worked. Unbelievable. Leio rubbed his eyes and looked at the system interface again. Yes. It really worked. Leio trembled with excitement, repeatedly reviewing the simulation process, as if witnessing a great miracle. As a professional, he knew how absurd this simulation process was. It could be described as unconventional. Alcohol can denature the proteins of bacteria and fungi, thereby sterilizing and disinfecting. The ultraviolet rays and sunlight destroy the DNA structure of microorganisms, thereby killing miscellaneous bacteria and fungi, or inhibiting their growth. With both alcohol and ultraviolet rays, bacteria and fungi are indiscriminately killed, and the water mine's mycelium is also on the kill list. And that's not all. In this simulation, Leio specifically requested the system to apply fungicides and antibiotics to the samples every day. All sorts of methods were used, even a person couldn't endure them, yet one sample withstood the ravages of alcohol and ultraviolet rays, survived the torment of fungicides, antibiotics, and miscellaneous fungi, becoming the sole survivor. My goodness, this is too amazing, the surviving sample must have been cheating, right? Leio felt his common sense being shattered by the fungi of the Warhammer world. As expected of the warmer world, the fungi here are incredibly resilient. However, now is not the time to pop champagne and express sentiments, there's still a lot to do. Leonio pressed his rapidly rising chest, forcing himself to calm down. I confirm the consumption of simulation materials to obtain the simulation results. Most of the materials on the floor disappeared. Fungus warehouse updated. Added 1 domesticated water mine. Leonio pointed to the materials on the ground that were not consumed by the system and instructed. Start simulating the cultivation of the domesticated water mine. Collect the fungal strains and cultivate them in different cultivation bags. This time, use culture media and nutrient solutions without alcohol, with component ratios referencing my first water mine cultivation simulation recipe. Cultivation object, culture media, and nutrient solution set up. Please set simulation parameters. Leonio narrowed his eyes, thinking quickly. The domesticated water mine showed extraordinary life tenacity and was clearly resistant to ultraviolet rays. If that's the case, then let's try cultivating it in a lit environment, there might be a surprise. Standard atmospheric pressure, room temperature 20 degrees Celsius, air relative humidity 80%, light intensity 200 lux, appropriate ventilation. Simulation parameters set. Starting simulation. Day 1, you completed sowing. Day 3, the fungal strains grew to standard size. You harvested them, obtaining 15 domesticated water mine. Simulation plan recorded. Do you wish to consume materials to obtain simulation results? Harvest in just 3 days. This growth rate would scare my supervisor unconscious. Leonio gave a thumbs up to the panel, affirming the water mine's growth rate. Confirm consumption of materials to obtain simulation results. Fungus warehouse updated. Added 15 domesticated water orb fungus. Leonio raised his hand and mentally retrieved 1 water mine. A plump, white spherical object appeared in his hand, about 7 centimeters in diameter. Leonio squeezed it slightly, feeling a distinct elasticity, and the slippery touch on his fingertips was very much like Tremella fusiformis. After a careful observation, he was quite satisfied with the water mine's new appearance. Wild water mine were dark and unappealing. The domesticated water mine were clean and white, like peeled hard-boiled eggs, with full aesthetic appeal. He just didn't know if its water storage capacity had been weakened by domestication. Analysis fungus. Name, domesticated water mine. Analysis result. A peculiar fungal organism, free of microbial contamination and toxicity, feeding on pure water, protein, and air, with carbon dioxide as its primary metabolic product. Its surface colloid has strong hydrophilicity. The diaphragm inside the colloid can prevent water evaporation, isolate miscellaneous bacteria and toxic substances, thereby achieving long-term storage of pure water. Excellent, excellent. The white water mine's water storage capacity did not decrease, and it could serve as a container for long-term storage of pure water. It was worth spending nearly 100 rations cards to purchase various materials. Leonio squeezed the water mine in his hand hard. Pure water squeezed out, flowing down between his fingers. Leonio caught the stream with his mouth. The water quality was pure and clear, tasting like nectar, making him exclaim with satisfaction. Good, good, very good. My water problem is finally solved. The probability of getting sick has significantly decreased. Leonio squeezed all the pure water out of the water mine, drinking his fill. The water mine was completely squeezed dry, shrinking to the size of a glass marble. Leonio thought for a moment and decided to give it a new name. The name water mine is catchy but not elegant enough. From today onwards, you shall be called water orb fungus. Fungus panel updated. Leonio looked around, his gaze sweeping over the rising smoke, a smile on his face. Praise mycology, praise the mushroom farm system. Once I get the glowing fungi Leia brings, I can start solving the lighting problem. Now, I'll go check out the tobacco factory. I wonder what the selection exam will test. Chapter 8, The School Bully. While Leonio was simulating fungal cultivation at his residence, the Cram cigarette factory was welcoming a large group of students. The main building of the factory was a heavily guarded, magnificent structure, over 70 stories high, only slightly shorter than the ceiling of the lower nest. Around the building was a 5-meter-high wall, topped with electrified barbed wire. Except for the visitor hall on the first floor, which had doors and windows, the other floors of the building were airtight, without even a single window. In the plaza in front of the building, students from Lower Nest Academy gathered. The full name of the academy was Vogue's Philanthropic Academy. 18 years ago, to commemorate his daughter's birth, Lord Vogues, the governor of this planet, founded philanthropic academies in various districts of the Lower Nest. Thanks to Lord Vogues' benevolence and foresight, the Nest capital's current literacy rate is far higher than that of other imperial worlds, and its total industrial output also ranks high within the solar system. The Philanthropic Academy was a half-day school, with only 3 grades. First graders learned Low Gothic, second graders learned mathematics, and third graders learned a craft. The students queuing in the plaza had all completed the second grade and were planning to choose a craft from those offered by the academy as their future career path. They were fortunate, the most sought-after jobs in the Lower Nest area extended an invitation to them today. I want to be a supervisor on the assembly line, so I can sneak some tobacco home every day, hee hee hee. A boy rubbed his hands excitedly, grinning from ear to ear, as if he had already been formally accepted as an apprentice. Sneak tobacco home? That's really something. Another boy rolled his eyes, his face full of disdain. Don't you know there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the cigarette factory? Maybe as soon as you leave the factory, you'll be arrested by the enforcers. If you ask me, the lab has more prospects. As long as I discover 3 new strains of yeast, I can become the leader of a research group, and maybe even join the Pharmacist Association. Tisk, after all these years, the Pharmacist Association has already turned the lower nest upside down. Where are you going to find new yeast strains to discover? That's still better than you just idling away on the assembly line. Say that again, who's idling away? My family has had supervisors for 3 generations. The 2 boys argued amidst the crowd, and the surrounding students egged them on. The security personnel guarding the plaza were about to step forward to intervene. Before they could, a stern female voice forcefully interrupted the argument. Quiet, all of you. If you have time to argue, you should spend it reviewing. If you don't hurry up and study now, you won't even pass the simplest test later, let alone talk about entering the cigarette factory as an apprentice. The girl speaking stood with her hands on her hips, feet apart, her pretty face showing a maturity that didn't match her age, her voice full of vigor, and her presence powerful. The bickering boys all shivered, buried their heads in their books, and began to read earnestly. The students who were watching the show did the same, bowing their heads in submission to the speaker. They had no choice but to obey. She was the daughter of the Academy's dean, named Amy Maltz. Whether in terms of academic performance, vision, or status within the Academy, Amy surpassed all other students. Anyone who dared to defy her would be dismissed from the Academy the next day and sent to play in the Black Sands. The scene was silent, with only the sound of turning pages. But this tranquility did not last long, broken by a sudden whisper. Hey? So many people. Tisk. Amy hated being disturbed while reading. She tsked impatiently, her delicate brows furrowed as she glared towards the entrance. She wanted the newly arrived student to be quiet, but then she saw a familiar face she hadn't seen in days, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Excuse me, please continue reading. I'll wait on the side. Leio passed the security check at the entrance and stepped into the small plaza, seeing a large group of students looking at him. Closest to him was a short-haired girl with a slightly plump, baby face and clear, bright eyes. She looked somewhat cute, but she was fiercely scowling, her eyebrows raised like an inverted 8, clearly in a huff. Leio felt the pressure from the female scholar and immediately realized he had interrupted her reading. He quickly forced a smile, apologized, and moved to stand aside. Hey? Isn't that Leio? Why is he here too? Does he meet the registration requirements? You can register as long as you've completed Low Gothic and Math, but, I feel like he won't even pass the first test. How many days has it been since he last read a book? He probably can't even draw a coordinate system anymore. Quiet, Amy said coldly. The murmuring instantly ceased. Leio stood at the edge of the plaza. He heard the students' whispers about him, but what did it matter? He had long passed adolescence, there was no need to act like an impulsive youth and argue with kids. However, in Amy's eyes, Leio's composed demeanor appeared to be self-abandonment. In Amy's impression, Leio's family background seemed to be not very good, and he was introverted and reclusive, but his grades had always been excellent. It would be a pity to see him fail the first test like this. Thinking this, Amy pulled out her Low Gothic textbook from her satchel and walked over. Leio, the first test will cover the Low Gothic we learned at the Academy. Don't take it lightly. I've finished this book, you can borrow it for now, just remember to return it to me when we leave later. Leio had by now recalled who the girl in front of him was. Isn't this the famous female scholar and wealthy girl from the Academy? The original owner of this body seemed to have a good relationship with her, with a sense of mutual appreciation between scholars. Leio smiled and took the textbook with both hands. Thank you, Amy. I'll remember to return it to you. Amy suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist, held her right forearm upright in front of her, her body stiff and straight, her eyes bright and piercing. Keep it up, don't give up, study for the future of the Imperium of Man. Having said that, Amy returned to the end of the line and continued reading. Leio, however, stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded by her. Is this the unique relaxed feeling of adolescent boys and girls? It's truly quite Chiyunibu. With a casual glance, Leio saw an unexpected sight. The students were not surprised by Amy's actions, nor did they secretly mock her, instead, they became more serious, as if the future of the Imperium of Man truly rested on their shoulders. Only then did Leio remember something. Before formally learning Low Gothic, students would attend several introductory education classes to understand the current state of the Imperium of Man. Therefore, students knew concepts such as nest capital, terra time, mechanics, and etheric nullifiers, and they would also develop a belief in striving upwards. Of course, the introductory education classes would not involve dangerous warp knowledge. Students only knew about psychic powers but did not know the relationship between psychic powers and the warp. The sentence Amy just said was shouted collectively by the students before every class, so no one found it problematic. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Leio calmed himself and began to read. Half an hour later, accompanied by the mechanical sound of gears meshing, the main gate of the building opened, driven by a hydraulic system. Chapter 9 Difficult Exam. Hiss. The airlock doors of the building's main entrance slid open, revealing the cram cigarette factory to the students. A figure approached. He wore a white hooded robe, his mouth and nose covered by a mechanical mask, and his right eye had been modified, a glowing red bionic eye replacing his original one. Wow, so cool, he has implants. His right eye is glowing red, is he scanning us? I really want to get myself a bionic arm, but it's too expensive. Even if I sold my dad, I couldn't afford it. The boys whispered excitedly. Flesh is weak, machine is eternal. This saying was widely circulated among the boys, and now that they finally saw the rumored implants, how could they not be excited? Silence, everyone. The mechanical mask of the newcomer integrated a sound array device, and his voice was electronically synthesized, sounding like a robot. He stood at the door, hands clasped behind his back, unsmiling. I am Boch, the head of security at Cram Cigarette Factory. My master is the esteemed Mr. Clam. He is the owner and controller of the Cram Cigarette Factory, and also the leader of the Cram family. I hope that after you enter this building, you will maintain a dignified and solemn demeanor from beginning to end, and never act without authorization. Violators will be handed over to the Metropolis Justice Department by me and prosecuted for the crime of stealing confidential documents. Boch paused, sweeping his cold gaze over everyone. Do you all understand? The students nodded in unison, not daring to breathe loudly. Very well, follow me. Boch walked towards the door with his hands behind his back, his posture ramrod straight. The students looked at each other, then formed 3 lines and entered the hall. Leia lingered at the end of the line, walking alongside Amy, and handed the book back to her. Amy looked very nervous. After putting away her textbook, she didn't talk to Leia, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. The group advanced in silence. There was a strange smell in the corridor, somewhat like disinfectant, and the air was colder than outside, giving people goosebumps. The walls were covered with sound-absorbing material, completely muffling the students' footsteps, making the atmosphere of the group even more oppressive. After a while, Boch stopped and made a gesture at the sensor door. The door opened, revealing a room with tables, chairs, and benches, large enough for everyone to sit down. In 5 minutes, the data pads on the tables will display the exam questions. The first exam will last 1 hour. Only those who pass can proceed to the second exam. Find your own seats and sit down. The students entered one after another. Leia sat in a corner. The data pad on the table was connected by cables, and there was a stylus next to it. The screen displayed a countdown, made of green pixels. 5 minutes later, the countdown disappeared. Multiple choice questions refreshed onto the screen. The green screens lit up the room, casting a sickly green glow on people's faces, making it seem like a stock exchange to the uninitiated. Exclamations rose and fell in the room. Oh my god, is this still Low Gothic? How come I know every letter, but I don't recognize them when they're together? Damn it, it looks like High Gothic. Didn't they say they would test Low Gothic? Is this High Gothic? It's terrifying, the words are longer than my index finger. Leia glanced at the multiple choice questions on the data pad, feeling a little surprised, and subconsciously looked to his left. Amy was sitting there. Her expression was complex, both joyful and relieved. Could it be that her dean father had given her a heads up? It shouldn't be cheating, right? Perhaps she had studied High Gothic at home, which was why she was acting this way. Keep quiet. Boch stood by the door, his face grim. From now on, anyone who makes noise will be expelled from the building. The exam has begun, answer as quickly as possible. The students grimly began to answer, most of them with long faces. Leia, however, felt a bit conflicted. Not because the questions were difficult, but because they were too easy. If he wanted to, he could even get a perfect score on the exam. This was thanks to the Latin he had mastered before transmigrating. To submit articles to international journals, he had taught himself Latin related to mycology in his spare time. By mastering the common roots, affixes, and grammar of English and Latin, one could barely read Latin short texts. The relationship between Low Gothic and High Gothic was similar. After having a sufficient vocabulary in Low Gothic, anyone could identify the roots and affixes of High Gothic by finding similarities, and then generally understand the meaning of the questions. Essentially, this exam was testing the students' ability to adapt on the spot, while also checking the solidity of their Low Gothic foundation. Leia saw through the test setter's intention and understood the question-setting strategy. Coupled with his self-taught Latin foundation, this exam was a piece of cake for him. Not getting a perfect score would be a disservice to his hard study before transmigrating. He began to answer the questions. Time flew by. Some students sighed, while others seemed to have found a pattern, their eyes lighting up with excitement. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The size in the room lessened, and more people grasped the knack of solving the problems. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Leia wrote furiously, his stylus moving without a moment's pause. But the damn exam paper seemed endless, after finishing one page, another always appeared. If he couldn't finish all the questions, how could he get a perfect score? Right, furiously, tirelessly. Leia felt as if he had returned to his days of preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, completely immersed in the ocean of questions. What no one noticed was that the examiner Boch's bionic eye was flashing rapidly. A peculiar field emanated from his eye, continuously enveloping the entire room, making many test takers drowsy. Only one person in the room was an exception. That was Leia. When others' wrists ached, he was solving problems. When others stretched their arms and shoulders, he was still solving problems. When other test takers yawned due to an inexplicable drowsiness, Leia was still solving problems. The field emanating from Boch did not hinder Leia's answering. At this moment, his test-taking ability, honed throughout his long academic career, fully erupted. No matter what the questions were, he did not pause for a single moment, flowing smoothly like water. Boch came up behind him. His bionic eye flickered, invisible light repeatedly scanning Leia, and a faint electrical hum continuously emanated from Boj's body. Every move and facial detail of Leia while he was answering the questions were collected by Boj's bionic eye, then compiled into binary data by his cranial implant, and transmitted via the sound array system to the building's monitoring room. There, 4 figures were observing Leia's problem-solving process. Chapter 10 Behind the Scenes Screening. This student has excellent willpower, he resisted the drowsiness caused by Boj, and his problem-solving speed is also extraordinary. Has he studied High Gothic? Inside the monitoring room, a woman in a white lab coat watched the screen with interest, her flaxen hair cascading over her shoulders. Beside her, an old man dressed as a butler held a datapad, his slicked back hair and goatee meticulously trimmed. The old butler quickly tapped the screen with his bionic fingers, retrieved the student's file, and slowly shook his head. Miss, this student's name is Leia. He was born into an ordinary lower nest worker family, and there's no record of him studying High Gothic in the database. Let me see his information. The woman reached out, wanting to take the datapad. But before she could touch the datapad, the third person in the room snatched it from the old butler's hand. This person's hair was dyed in various colors, both ears were full of piercings, his eyes were smeared with thick black eyeshadow, and his chin was made of metal, seemingly an implant. Overall, he looked like a heavy metal punk-style delinquent. He slid his 5 silver-white mechanical fingers across the screen, scoffing disdainfully. Heh, you don't think he's seriously answering the questions, do you? I admit this kid is a bit clever, but not much. After he realized the datapad would continuously provide questions, he understood that there was no such thing as a perfect score in this exam. Whoever answered more questions correctly would get a higher score. So, he adopted a strategy of continuous answering to farm points, randomly filling in the answers to each multiple-choice question, and putting his hope in luck. The delinquent threw the datapad to the butler and raised an eyebrow at the woman in the white lab coat. My dear sister, how could there be such a big loophole in the scoring rules you designed? Good thing I found it in time. Before the other party could retort, the young man instructed the butler. Tell Boj to adjust the assessment criteria, prioritize the weight of the correct answer rate, and reduce the weight of the total score. Anyone who answers fewer than 30 questions will be deemed to have failed. I don't believe that under the new scoring rules, anyone can still get first place by farming questions. The butler looked at the woman's expression, and seeing her nod slightly, he bowed. Yes, young master, I will inform Boj to change the scoring rules now. After a few operations on the datapad, the butler's expression subtly changed. Miss, young master, the exam is over. According to the adjusted scoring rules, the first place in this exam is Leia. What? How is this possible? The delinquent was startled and snatched the datapad to check. The woman chuckled, delighted to see the delinquent flustered. Her laughter made the young man feel very annoyed. What if he got first place? The young man threw the datapad back irritably, his demeanor arrogant. Does Leia have money to pay the tuition for an apprentice? We are recruiting apprentices, not interns. The tuition is 300 rations cards per month, he wouldn't be able to earn that even if he sold himself. The woman shrugged slightly, unconcerned. For sufficiently excellent apprentices, I will provide him with an interest-free loan. So, you don't need to worry about Leia's tuition. I propose assigning him to my newly built laboratory. No, he's mine. The young man patted his chest, as if in a huff. The new production line is almost ready. My production department needs him, and I will give him the best treatment. The woman rubbed her forehead helplessly. But you just looked down on him. Also, we're talking serious business, don't throw a tantrum like a child. Leia's demonstrated learning and logical abilities are very suitable for the laboratory. Why can't he come to the production department? I can also offer him an interest-free loan. The young man stepped forward, confronting her. The old butler was caught in the middle, his face full of helplessness. On one side was the family head's younger daughter, and on the other was the family head's younger son. They had been arguing since childhood, and he couldn't offend either side. What was a butler like himself to do? The old butler cast a pleading look at the fourth person present. That person had a thick beard, and his brown-black eyes were filled with amusement, as if watching a good show. He held a pipe in his mouth, leaning against the wall and smoking, his posture relaxed. Noticing the butler's gaze, he tapped the metal wall with his knuckles, producing a sharp bang sound. The young lady and young master stopped arguing and looked over simultaneously. The bearded man took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaled, and said in an undeniable tone. You don't need to argue, that kid is mine. Only those with sufficiently tenacious willpower meet my recruitment standards, and Leia is one of them. Don't fight me for him. If my work is delayed, whether it's your newly built laboratory or your production line, they'll all be stalled. The woman thought for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. You're right, your work takes precedence. I have no objection. The young man wanted to retort, but the butler pulled his wrist, and the latter shook his head slightly. Fine, have it your way. The young man put his hands in his pockets, slightly displeased, and blew at the colorful hair on his forehead, saying nothing more. The atmosphere in the room became peaceful. The four continued to watch the exam footage. The first exam screened out nearly 3/5 of the people. The math exam was currently underway. This exam was not beyond the scope, and the questions were all within the range taught by the academy. Boj did not use the field that caused drowsiness this time. The scoring rules were also the same as the previous round. The datapad would continuously provide exam questions, and the final score would be determined by the weighted calculation of the correct answer rate and the total score. Oddly enough, Leonio did not answer questions frantically this time. He answered for a while, rested for a while, at ease, yet appearing nonchalant. What is Leonio doing? The young man twitched his eyebrow. Why isn't he doing questions like in the last round? Is his math not very good? The butler glanced at the information on the data pad. Young master, from the current progress of his answers, Leonio's correct answer rate is 100%. He has answered all questions correctly, he has just slowed down his problem-solving speed. The young man asked, why is that? What is Leonio thinking? The woman glanced at her brother, whose intelligence fluctuated, and chuckled. After the first exam ended, Boj announced the rankings in the examination room. Leonio knew he got first place. With a little thought, he could analyze the scoring rules. If I'm not mistaken, although he slowed down his problem-solving speed, his number of solved problems is still the highest in the entire venue. Is that right? The last sentence was directed at the butler. The butler checked the database and nodded in response. Yes, miss. Leonio's number of solved problems is first in the entire venue, consistently leading the second place by 3 questions. It is preliminarily predicted that he will still be first in the second exam. By the way, the second place is Leonio's desk neighbor, Amy Maltz, the daughter of the Lower Nest Academy's dean. Her father is one of the Upper Nest Noble Council members, sent by Lord Vogues to serve as the Academy's dean in the Lower Nest. This phenomenon is quite rare, previous deans usually came from the Middle Nest. The butler switched the screen's display, moving from Leonio to Amy. The little girl was diligently doing questions, not slacking off for a moment, and occasionally her gaze towards Leonio was filled with strong fighting spirit. The butler chuckled. Amy has always been first in her grade. It's her first time having the champion title taken by someone else. The upcoming second runner-up might hit this little girl hard again. Everyone nodded in unison, raising no objections. But the result of the second exam was very unexpected. Amy Maltz got first place. On the monitoring screen, when Boj announced the exam rankings, Amy clapped her hands excitedly, her face full of smiles. Leonio, meanwhile, maintained a smile on the side, giving Amy a thumbs up. Unsure what Leonio said to Amy, the latter lifted her chin, her lips curved upwards, proud and satisfied, as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. This scene made the 4 people in the monitoring room show various expressions. The delinquent was bewildered, unclear why Leonio would hold back, who would be so foolish as to give up the first place title. The old butler smiled without speaking, acknowledging Leonio's ability in providing emotional value. The woman in the white lab coat twirled a strand of hair with her fingertips, smiling as she looked at Robnose. Robnose, why don't you reconsider? Leonio is very suitable to be my assistant. Robnose dug the ashes out of his pipe, threw them into the trash can, and replied without lifting his head. If that kid ultimately fails to pass my further screening, I can hand him over to you, provided he is still alive. Good, then it's settled. Chapter 11, Spreading Kindness. Stepping out of the cigarette factory, Leonio stretched. Regarding the exam he had just finished, he had something to say but didn't know if he should. He felt that the person who set the exam rules was probably a genius. When the first exam ended, Leonio suddenly realized that it wasn't because he was too incompetent that he couldn't finish the paper, but because the questions themselves were impossible to complete. What kind of good person would use an entire question bank as an exam? He really didn't know what they were thinking. Leonio, remember to come for registration the day after tomorrow, don't forget, Amy said as she walked out of the gate, greeting Leonio. Leonio nodded, thanks for the reminder, I've got it. Amy stopped, gazing at Leonio, lost in thought, her eyes somewhat complex. What's wrong? Leonio asked, puzzled. Amy couldn't have found out that he had gone easy during the second exam, could she? Come with me, I have something to tell you. Okay, lead the way. The two avoided other students and went to a relatively secluded alley. Amy pursed her lips, looking conflicted, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Becoming an apprentice requires paying tuition. Oh, right. Leonio suddenly realized, only then remembering the tuition. The original owner's family was dirt poor, if not for his father's hard work and frugality, the original owner would never have been able to afford the academy. The original owner's father was now deceased. To outsiders, it seemed unlikely that a poor youth like him would be able to afford the tuition. But was that truly the case? Leonio mused to himself that he might be able to pay the tuition with the money from selling mushrooms. On the other side, Amy looked at Leonio, who was deep in thought, and gathered her courage to say. If you don't mind, I'd like to sponsor you in my father's name. You can just pay me back the tuition once you have an income in the future. Hey. Leonio was stunned. Amy nodded firmly. Yes, I'll sponsor you to become an apprentice. That's how it is. Don't overthink it, I'm just doing what I can. I don't want to see someone who could make outstanding contributions to the Imperium of Man be buried because of a lack of money. You should use your time and energy on more valuable endeavors. Leonio took a slight breath, carefully scrutinizing the girl in front of him. He gradually realized that besides her beautiful exterior, she also possessed a noble and pure soul. Thank you. I won't say too many words of thanks. In short, I won't let you feel that sponsoring me was a mistake. Then it's settled. You come for registration as usual the day after tomorrow, and I'll make arrangements beforehand. I'll be going now, see you the day after tomorrow. Amy turned and left, her steps quick and hurried, like a rabbit trying hard to suppress its inner joy. Perhaps in her heart, providing help in a time of need was far more gratifying than achieving first place in an exam. Lian chuckled and shook his head, momentarily unsure what to feel. He composed himself, gathered his thoughts, and began to execute his survival plan. The problems of food and water were solved, next was obtaining clean air and moving into a safer home. Since he was currently near the cigarette factory, he could check for suitable houses nearby. Oh, and he also needed to buy materials for cultivating milk mushrooms. He had a transaction with Leia tomorrow night. Lian planned to use the free wastewater from the lower nest residents to water the common mushrooms for the trade. He would eat the sample-grade mushrooms himself, so he would continue to use the system's purified water for them. During tomorrow's trade, he also needed to ask Leia if they could use a different currency for the transaction. Walking down the road with hundreds of rations carts, Lian constantly felt countless eyes staring at him, which was truly unnerving. Time flew by quickly while searching for a house and cultivating mushrooms. On the evening of the second day, it was still the same alley adjacent to the scrapyard zone. This time, Lian arrived at the trading spot more than 10 minutes early. There were 4 bags at his feet, filled with mushrooms. After a brief wait, Leia arrived. She covered her face with a black cloak and scarf, revealing only her deep purple eyes. Sorry, I'm late. No, I just arrived early. Lian shook his head, his gaze passing over Leia to look behind her. In the dark depths of the alley, 2 faint red glows hung in the air, like a pair of eyes that could emit light in the darkness. That's my companion, De Zhuang, he's a rat-skin person, Leia briefly introduced. The eyes hidden in the darkness moved forward a few inches, and their owner appeared halfway out of the light-dark boundary, bowing to Lian. It was indeed a rat-skin person. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with dark brown fur covering his skin, and his appearance was similar to a mole. Rat-skin people were clearly listed among the Imperium of man's alien species. However, they had not been exterminated. Aside from being ugly, rat-skin people had other positive traits. They were gentle in nature, emotionally stable, only slightly less so than capybaras, and they loved farming. As long as outsiders didn't damage their fields, rat-skin people were very willing to interact with humans. Hello. Lian waved, greeting the rat-skin person. Hello, human. The rat-skin person shook his paw and retreated back into the shadows. Faced with an alien who spoke Low Gothic, Lian was momentarily stunned, then felt a sense of relief. This was the warmer world, wasn't it normal for aliens to speak Low Gothic? Lian picked up the bag at his feet. You can check the goods first, Leia. Okay, give me some time. Leia carefully inspected them. The two quickly completed the transaction. Lian received a full 600 rations cards, while Leia picked up the bags and walked towards De Zhuang, letting him carry the 4 bags first and leave. 40 kilograms of mushrooms made De Zhuang happily shout. He tied the bags to his chest and back with a rope, and in a moment, he disappeared into the darkness of the alley. Leia took off her backpack, placed it on the ground, and unzipped it. A milky white glow emanated from the backpack, illuminating Lian's face in a stark white. These are the fluorescent spores you wanted. Since most of the fluorescent spores are quite small, I caught a few more. There are a total of 62 in the bag. Lian squatted down, opened the backpack, and activated the system's analysis fungus function. Name, fluorescent spores. Analysis result. A unique planktonic fungus, over 90% of its internal space is occupied by air, and its light comes from metabolic activity. This fungus is extremely toxic, to the extent that no contaminating bacteria have yet appeared that can pollute it. Do not touch it directly with your hands, otherwise the contact area will permanently lose sensation and all function. It really was poisonous, and quite potent too. Lian frowned. Leia quickly asked, are you not satisfied? I can catch some more for you. No, it's not that. I'm just thinking about how to remove the toxicity of the fluorescent spores. Lian waved his hand, stood straight, and handed the bag on his shoulder to Leia. Here, this is the final payment, 3 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms. Leia held the mushrooms and the bag in her arms, tentatively asking. Do you still need fluorescent spores? For just 5 kilograms, no, just 4 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms, I can guarantee to provide you with a batch of fluorescent spores every 2 days. Lian stroked his chin, his gaze shifting to Leia's forehead, observing her mutated area. It seems the area of the scales has indeed shrunk a bit. Yes, I also feel it's getting better. Leia touched the scales near her hairline, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lian suddenly smiled, deciding to pass on the goodwill he had received from Amy. Since clean food combined with medicine truly works, then I will provide you with sample-grade mushrooms long-term. In return, you'll do something for me. Don't worry, it's not illegal. Chapter 12 Reporting Day. What is it? Just say it, I guarantee I'll get it done. Leia was overjoyed. Lian asked. I feel your speech is quite good. You should be able to spell Low Gothic, right? Leia nodded repeatedly. Yes. Before the 7th district became a scrapyard zone, I was still in school. I know both Low Gothic and math, and now I help the rat-skin people look after their farmland. It's just a pity that I had only just finished 2nd grade when the 7th district became a scrapyard zone, and I couldn't learn a skill in the academy. Halfway through her sentence, Leia's expression dimmed. Only then did Lian realize that Leia was an aboriginal of the scrapyard zone. Life always has to move forward, doesn't it? What I need you to do isn't complicated. There should be many things in the scrapyard zone that aren't here in the 8th district, right? Yes. The deep part of the scrapyard zone connects to the bottom nest, and monsters from the bottom nest often come up to prey. Those monsters are quite rare throughout the lower nest. Additionally, the explosion many years ago caused drastic changes in the geological and atmospheric environment of the scrapyard zone, leading to irreversible mutations in many organisms. Leia pointed to the backpack at her feet. For example, this glowing fungus. It only appeared after the explosion. Oh, I see. Leia was thoughtful. He glanced at the fluorescent spores, his eyes gleaming with the aura of a scientific researcher discovering a new topic. Leia, help me compile an illustrated guide to the scrapyard zone. We'll meet once every 2 days to trade ordinary mushrooms. I'll also check the progress of the guide's compilation. As long as you don't slack off, I'll provide you with 5 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms each time. Compile an illustrated guide? Like an encyclopedia? Yes. Do you have a datapad? No, but I have a blank notebook. Leia lightly punched his palm with his fist, then you can use the notebook to compile the guide for now. I'll find an opportunity to get you a datapad later. Okay. Leia took a deep breath and smiled with a sense of relief. Thank you. With the mushrooms you provide, I feel much more relaxed. What else do you need me to do? For example, while making the guide, should I collect some samples for you? Leia nodded with satisfaction. Alright, just help me collect fungi. I don't need samples of other organisms. Oh, right, I feel a bit unsafe carrying 600 rations cards. Is there any currency that can replace rations cards? Yes, this can replace rations cards. Leia pulled a cigarette from her pocket. The cigarette was wrapped in a thin, transparent film, and there was a spray code on the cigarette paper that read Premium Cram Cigarette. Cigarettes can be used as currency. Leia couldn't help but feel dazed. As a cloud hammer, the Warhammer world always managed to baffle him with small details. If cigarettes could be used as currency, wouldn't he be working in a money printing factory? Leia laughed. Don't underestimate this kind of cigarette. It can be used for pain relief and refreshment, with effects similar to the Planetary Defense Force's combat stimulants. Moreover, its ash can disinfect and be used to treat external wounds. Leia showed Leia the cigarette, then put it back into her pocket like a treasure. The Coin Guild stipulates that the lower nest area uses rations cards as currency. However, in the scrapyard zone, we use cram cigarettes for transactions. Rations cards are pretty useless, not even as good as toilet paper. Leia was speechless for a moment. So, you used toilet paper to exchange for food from me. Leia covered her mouth and giggled. Don't say that rations cards can buy cram cigarettes, but toilet paper can't. How about you go back and inquire about the price of cigarettes first, and we can talk about buying mushrooms with cigarettes next time. Okay, it's settled then. The two discussed some transaction details, then each went home. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Everyone who passed the selection gathered at the entrance of the cram cigarette factory. Students were only a part of them, there were also many adults who had graduated from the academy years ago. They had performed excellently in their jobs and received an olive branch from the cram cigarette factory, moving to a more promising platform. Changing jobs required approval from the Merchant Guild, making it extremely difficult. There were about 200 students and 1,000 adults present. It was unknown how much the cram cigarette factory paid to get the various merchant guilds to release these adults. Yes. The main door of the building opened under the action of a pneumatic device. Security Supervisor Boj walked out from the door, followed by security personnel pushing carts piled high with data pads. Everyone, the reporting work is about to begin, please remain quiet. The loudspeaker amplified Boj's electronically synthesized voice to every corner. The noisy scene quieted down, and everyone's attention focused on Boj. Congratulations to all of you who passed the selection for the cram cigarette factory. Please form 3 columns and come to me to collect your data pads. The data pads will provide navigation route maps. Please complete your reporting work according to the route maps. Everyone began to move, consciously forming queues according to their arrival order. Leia had just arrived at the scene at this moment. He rubbed his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. It was a bit depressing to be honest. After getting the fluorescent spores last night, he couldn't wait to go back and study how to remove their toxicity. The first simulation was unsuccessful. Leia stayed up all night arranging a ritual, wanting to repeat the trick and use metaphysics to break through. The second simulation was still unsuccessful. Leia gave up on metaphysics and tried again and again. Finally, from returning home last night until 3 o'clock this morning, all simulations ended in failure. This made Leia a bit disheartened. The simulation failure indicated that the toxicity of the fluorescent spores came from genetic material. The genetic material of fungi is DNA. Before finding a way to guide the fungi to produce benign mutations, don't even think about changing the genetic material of the fluorescent spores, let alone hoping to reduce their toxicity. The Pharmacist Association in the lower nest sold an experimental device called a laser mutagen, specifically used for research in the field of gene mutation. This device was simple and mindless to operate, and its price was also beautiful, far beyond the reach of a transmigrator whose career had just begun. Thus, with the unique bitterness of a poor person, Leia fell asleep in the latter half of the night and rushed to report as soon as he opened his eyes. Leia, I'm here. Amy waved her arm at the end of the line. Leia walked over and stood behind her. Good morning, it's really lively here today. Yes, it's my first time seeing so many people change jobs. Amy lowered her voice and said. Leio, regarding the sponsorship, I have some news to tell you. Oh? What news? The factory said that the department you were selected for doesn't charge tuition, so I don't have to pay to sponsor you. Is that so? Leio blinked and smiled. Will you feel regretful that you couldn't sponsor me? Hat. Amy rolled her eyes and turned her head to look forward. After a while, she turned back to examine Leio. Why do you seem a bit more cheerful? Leio shrugged slightly. Maybe I realized there are still people in this world who care about me. TCH so cheesy. Chapter 13 Collection Department. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Leio received his own data slate. This item was meticulously crafted, similar in size to a mobile phone, and made of robust materials, featuring red, blue, and yellow pixels in addition to green ones. The onboarding instructions on the screen mentioned that this data slate served as an apprentice's work badge and access card, and must be carried at all times. Each apprentice's work location and hours varied, as detailed in the onboarding instructions. Amy was assigned to the experimental department. Her work hours were from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily, a standard and enviable 9 to 5 schedule. Leio's department was the collection department. His work hours were from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., nearly double Amy's, which left him stunned. Amy leaned in to peer at Leio's screen, privately gasping at the exaggerated work hours. 15 hours of work? If you sleep 7 hours a day, you only have 2 hours total for eating, drinking, and resting. That's too miserable. Is the collection department going to turn you into a servo-automata? Leio scratched his head. It shouldn't be that bad. Servo-automata parts are much more expensive than my life, the cigarette factory wouldn't do business at a loss. Besides, my test scores were so good, wouldn't it be a shame to turn me into a servo-automata? I suspect the collection department's work is on call, which is why the daily working hours are longer. That makes sense. Amy's brows relaxed slightly, and the route map guided her to the other side. I'm leaving first. If anything comes up, we can talk when we meet again. Okay, see you later. Leio waved, following the route map to a nearby lift platform. There were no buttons inside the lift platform, it could only be activated with a data slate, and the target floor was underground. Exiting the lift platform, Leio stepped into the hall on the first underground floor, where over 30 people were already present. After a short wait, the last person arrived, bringing the total to 80, mostly young boys in their early 20s. There were fewer than 10 students like Leio who had not yet reached adulthood. A male voice emanated from the loudspeaker on the wall. Good morning, and welcome to the collection department. I am your supervisor. First, I have good news for you, this department does not charge tuition fees. Wow, no need to pay to work? That's amazing. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, and everyone nodded in agreement. Leio felt speechless, always feeling that his worldview was out of sync with the lower nest. The broadcast continued. The primary work of the collection department is to explore the bottom nest and acquire core raw materials needed for producing new types of tobacco. Due to the unique nature of the work location, new employees in this department must undergo rigorous training. Now, use your data slates to open your lockers, change into your training uniforms, and begin today's training session. The broadcast ended. A section of the hall wall slid downwards, revealing a spacious changing room filled with metal lockers. Each locker had an employee card, corresponding to one of the individuals present. The people present exchanged glances but did not immediately proceed to change. Upon hearing the term bottom nest, many felt intense fear. In textbooks, the bottom nest was designated as a forbidden zone for life, located at the very bottom of the nest capital. There were no air ducts, no water purifiers, no lighting facilities, and no warming fires. It was entirely unsuitable for human survival. Typically, only monsters, cultists, and mutants could take root in the bottom nest, with occasional appearances of out-of-control wild servo-automata and rebels wanted by the nest capital. Going to such a place to acquire raw materials was no different from a suicide mission. Supervisor, are you sure we have to go to the bottom nest to collect raw materials? Someone asked timidly. The air fell silent as everyone quietly awaited the supervisor's reply. Yes, I am sure. The supervisor's voice showed no emotional fluctuation. The person who had asked earlier raised his right hand. Supervisor, I'm giving up this job. Please let me leave. Even though the lower nest is a bit rotten, it's still better than the bottom nest. Yes, I want to quit too. Me too, I want to leave here. Several people waved their arms under the surveillance cameras. They had transferred from other jobs, and now they must have been regretting it bitterly. If they had known the cigarette factory would send them to the bottom nest, they would never have given up their original jobs. I approve your resignation requests. Others who wish to quit can leave with them. Several people walked towards the lift platform, influencing many others to have the same idea. For a moment, half of the people present were walking towards the lift platform. Leio became the only lower nest youth who chose not to leave. He maintained reverence for the bottom nest, and his reason for not rushing off was that the supervisor hadn't yet mentioned the salary and benefits. Such a dangerous job must offer generous compensation, he thought. If he later found that the effort didn't match the reward, it wouldn't be too late to leave then. A laser gun-like device appeared on the ceiling, and a red ray shot from it, quickly scanning the people walking towards the lift platform. A line of text appeared on these people's data slates. You have been eliminated. Please follow the navigation route to the recycling department to return your data slate. When all those who wished to leave entered the lift platform, an iron gate descended, sealing the people on the platform inside. The male voice from the broadcast reappeared. "Oh, I apologize, I forgot to tell you about the benefits of the collection department, that was my oversight. Those who complete the training, if not ultimately accepted by this department, can unconditionally transfer to other departments of the cigarette factory and enjoy double salary. If you are fortunate enough to become a full employee of this department, then congratulations, you will receive free gene modification services equivalent to a planetary defense force company commander, and acquire your own weapons and equipment." The people on the lift platform froze in unison, their eyes wide, as they pounded on the barred gate and shouted. "What? Free gene modification services? Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you playing with us? Let me out. I just had to pee. I didn't want to leave." The lift platform ascended rapidly, and their shouts faded away. Leia looked up at the loudspeaker, feeling that the supervisor had a twisted sense of humor. If the other party had mentioned the benefits at the beginning, perhaps 90% of the people would have stayed. Now, half of them were gone. If I were the owner of the cigarette factory, I might be half dead with anger from such a stunt. Did the supervisor of the collection department have a grudge with the factory director? But then again, the salary and benefits seemed quite good. Let's see the training intensity first. If it's really unbearable, I can always sneak away. Leia thought to himself. Listen up, boys. The annoying ones are gone, now it's training time. Get moving, you must change into your training uniforms within 10 minutes. The last person will have their training doubled. Everyone moved at the sound, rushing into the changing room to change their clothes. Leia deftly took off his jacket and put on a stretchy bodysuit made of an unknown material. Chapter 14 Blue-Purple Light. A moment later, everyone had changed their clothes. The supervisor issued the first command through the loudspeaker. Those whose names are called, enter the transport pod I've opened. Mazexi, enter. A door appeared on the wall of the changing room. The door connected to a metal transport pod, which was narrow and could accommodate at most 2 people. The young man named Mazexi stepped inside, the hatch closed, and the transport pod departed under the traction of the rail. Another transport pod stopped at the door, opening its hatch to everyone. Mike Tangson, enter. One transport pod after another took the apprentice workers, each pod carrying only one person. Soon, only Leia was left in the changing room. Leia, you are the only apprentice worker among everyone who is not yet an adult. You cannot compare to others in physique, but the training difficulty will not be reduced. As compensation, I will personally guide you through your first training, everyone else will only listen to my recording. Enter. Understood, supervisor. Leia followed the instructions and entered the transport pod. The pod began to accelerate and slide. From the physical sensation, it was moving diagonally downwards. After a while, the transport pod stopped, and a gloomy underground cave appeared before Leia. Under the transport pod's light, the air in the cave was murky, dust motes floated slowly, and the smell of decay and dampness assailed him. Far from the transport pod, an impenetrable darkness loomed, like the gaping maw of a fierce beast. What is this place? Leia stood frozen, greatly surprised. Didn't they say they were going to train? Why did they bring him underground? This is a training ground built to simulate the bottom nest environment. Do you see the respirators and air tanks on the wall? Put on the mask, strap on the air tank, and be quick about it. Leia steeled himself and did as he was told. The respirator was full face, covering the entire face. It had 2 filter slots, each connected to an air tank, one for exhaling and the other for inhaling. The air tank was as thick as a normal human male's thigh, substantial in weight, and equipped with a purification device and battery, capable of continuously purifying waste gas in the tank. A voice came from his ear. You are currently equipped with the creeping Matt Walker type breathing suit. If undamaged, it can operate continuously for hundreds of hours. Leia looked in the direction of the sound and found a small loudspeaker on his collar. After ensuring smooth breathing, continue forward. The mask's goggles integrate a lightweight night vision module. As the voice fell, Leia's vision changed, and the previously pitch-black tunnel suddenly became bright. Leia bravely walked forward. The atmosphere around him was extremely eerie. With every breath, a whooshing sound echoed inside the mask, making the already dead silent cave even more oppressive. Your heart rate is very fast, reaching 120 beats per minute. Calm down, kid. This is just a lesson, as long as you diligently follow my commands, you won't encounter danger. Leia took a deep breath, suppressing his wildly beating heart. So, there is actually danger here? If I don't complete the commands, danger will appear, is that right? Ha, you could say that. Do you see the shoulder armor ahead? Put it on. On a nearby wall hung a pair of highly futuristic shoulder armor. Each side of the shoulder armor had a mechanical arm. The left mechanical arm was connected to a drill, and the right mechanical arm was connected to a mechanical claw with 3 fingers. This is the creeping Matt Walker type engineering shoulder armor. The left arm is equipped with an impact type ceramite drill, which can help you break through rock. The right arm's mechanical claw is as flexible as your right hand, provided you are familiar with its existence. Leia put on the shoulder armor, swayed his body, and felt his shoulders heavy. Excuse me, how do I control these mechanical arms? Walk forward, and you will see a helmet. That is the creeping Matt Walker type multifunctional helmet, which integrates a sound array system and a brainwave controller. The brainwave controller can help you control the mechanical arms with your mind. Leia found the helmet and put it on his head. The semi-enclosed helmet covered his ears, and after a buzzing electric sound, the sound array system activated, and voice communication switched to inside the helmet. At the same time, Leia felt as if he had 2 extra hands, which were the 2 mechanical arms on his shoulders. He tried to control the mechanical arms with his mind and was surprised to find the process smooth and seamless, as if he had been born with these 2 arms. Your brainwave modulation process is perfect, which means your compatibility with bionic machinery is very high, and you have the potential to become a tech priest. Me, a tech priest? No way. I'm still a virgin, I haven't even held a girl's hand. Leia murmured to himself. Don't stop, keep going. Understood. Leia folded the 2 mechanical arms with his mind, preventing the drill and mechanical claw from scraping the wall. After walking a short distance, a strange light appeared around the corner ahead. The light was blue-violet, its intensity flickering, and its color changed with the light intensity, switching back and forth between blue and purple, looking quite peculiar. Buzz. A faint electric current crackled in the earphone, and the communication signal was interfered with, but the communication did not break. Signal interference where the blue-violet light appears is normal. The supervisor simply explained, then chuckled smugly. Heh, not long ago, I invented several new formulas, and as a result, I was invited by the Cram family to serve the Cram family. Tobacco and potions made from the new formulas have unparalleled pain-relieving and invigorating effects, enough to crush similar products in the Imperium of Man, and the market prospects are extremely vast. Lord Voges immediately ordered the Cram family to mass-produce the finished products. The key material for these formulas is a unique and rare wild fungus. Your job is to collect this fungus in the bottom nest. Fungus? Leia's eyes flickered, his heart quickened, and anticipation grew within him. The supervisor suddenly added. Don't take it lightly just because the target is fungus. This fungus will affect the surrounding space, causing people who approach it to hallucinate. Hallucinations? What kind of hallucinations? Leia stopped, highly vigilant. I saw blue-violet light. Is that a hallucination? No, it's not. The main manifestation of hallucinations is hearing layered whispers, feeling your body light and floating, as if flying in the air. Due to the special nature of the work, the probability of you experiencing hallucinations is almost 100%, and I will now teach you how to work in mild hallucinations. The supervisor emphasized. First, do not listen to the whispers in the hallucination. The more curious you are about the content of the whispers, the more easily you will fall into them. If you pay too much attention to the whispering, you will eventually become nourishment for the fungus, absorbed, drunk, and devoured by it, dying without knowing. The voice sounded somewhat terrifying, but Leia felt excited. If he didn't love and obsess over fungi, he wouldn't have chosen applied mycology as his research field. What is this fungus called? Chapter 15 Ghost Mushroom. What is the name of this fungus? In the monitoring room, Robnose lay half reclined in his chair, his leather boots propped on the table, his posture lazy and at ease. He was Leia's superior, the head of the collection department. Hearing the question from the sound array device, Robnose couldn't help but let out a sneer. You really aren't afraid of death, kid. You actually asked what that fungus was called first, instead of worrying about your own life. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by the fungus? In the monitoring footage, Leia shrugged, the mechanical arm on his shoulder armor trembling slightly. I can't just die for no reason, can I? How optimistic. Robnose used his arms as a pillow, resting them behind his head as he said. Walk forward, turn the right angle corner, and you'll see a toolbox placed in the corner. The toolbox contains a complete set of tools for excavating fungi. The most important of which are the handheld scanner and the traction device. In the footage, Leia found the box and examined the tools. He picked up the handheld scanner, his body pausing for a second before quickly returning to normal. Robnose teased, looking at you, this must be the first time you've seen this kind of scanner, right? Yes, supervisor, this scanner seems very powerful. Put your curiosity aside for now. The next steps are very important, listen carefully to what I say. Robnose wiggled his ankles, his leather boots swaying on the tabletop. First, install the traction device on the wall and hook the traction device's hook to your belt. When your heart rate suddenly rises above 150 beats per minute, the traction device will automatically activate. It will drag you away from the ghost mushroom with a rope and hook. This way, you can escape the ghost mushroom's illusion. Ghost mushroom. Leia mumbled, is that the name of that fungus? Yes. Keep listening to me, don't interrupt. Robnose paused and said. The ghost mushroom has a vast and complex root system. Of course, the root system referred to here is actually its main body, not something like tree roots. But I prefer to call it a root system. The handheld scanner can accurately scan the root system buried underground. You must follow the instructions on the scanner's display screen and excavate the ghost mushroom's root system little by little. Do not damage the root system. Otherwise, you will endure 100 times the intensity of the illusion. Do you understand? Repeat my words. Leia picked up the toolbox and looked up at the blue-purple mushroom not far away. Yes, supervisor, I understand. I need to excavate the root system according to the scanner's instructions, and I must not damage the root system. Before formal excavation, I must first fix the traction device to prevent myself from being swallowed by the mushroom. The supervisor's voice came through the earpiece, very good, start working. Leia pondered and asked. Supervisor, I want to know how much salary such a dangerous job offers? Does it include accommodation and 3 meals a day? There was a few seconds of silence in the earpiece. Did I forget to tell you all before? Leia was speechless for a moment. This supervisor truly was forgetful. Yes, supervisor, you didn't tell us about the salary. Oh, that was my oversight. After you become regular employees, you will become retainers of the Cram family, and your status will change from lower nest people to middle nest people. Your daily salary will be 50 credit points, and for each ghost mushroom root system you collect, you will receive 500 credit points as commission. Credit points are the currency of the middle nest and upper nest. During training and work, we will provide free lunch and dinner, but no accommodation. Free double meals were not the focus, nor were credit points. The real focus was that after becoming a regular employee, one could become a retainer of the Cram family, changing from a lower nest person to a middle nest person. This was a qualitative change, no less than a metamorphosis. Leia raised his eyebrows and asked, then can we move to the middle nest to live in the future? Of course you can. After serving for 5 full years, you can apply for retirement and become a small foreman in the middle nest, embracing your wife and living out your days in comfort. The voice in the earpiece chuckled. However, the prerequisite for enjoying life is to endure the test of the ghost mushroom. Work hard, kid. Chat time is over, go quickly and get to work. I need to go supervise the others. The communication was temporarily interrupted, and there was no sound from the earpiece. The cave became quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing for company. Leia composed himself and took out the traction device from the toolbox. The traction device came with rock nails. When close to the wall, the traction device would automatically fix itself to the wall. After hooking the hook to his belt, Leia picked up the handheld scanner again. At this point, the system interface popped up. You have equipped the handheld scanner. System function, analysis fungus has received a temporary enhancement, analysis capability significantly improved. You have met the upgrade conditions for analysis fungus. Do you want to absorb the handheld scanner to permanently upgrade the analysis fungus function? The first time Leia picked up the scanner, he was stunned because of this message interface. Equipping the scanner temporarily enhanced the system's analysis fungus function. Putting down the scanner removed the temporary enhancement. Absorbing the scanner would permanently upgrade the analysis fungus function. The scanner and analysis fungus had a linkage, which was beyond Leia's expectation. He just didn't know what special features the enhanced analysis fungus function would have. Leia squinted his eyes slightly, gazing at the ghost mushroom not far away. The mushroom's appearance was astonishing. It was like a Christmas tree adorned with LED light strips, layers of caps stacked from large to small, forming a shining blue-purple pagoda. By visual estimation, the mushroom's height reached about 2 meters, making it hard to imagine how developed its root system would be. What concerned Leia the most were the mushroom's tendrils. Just like fluorescent spores, the ghost mushroom also had tendrils. They swayed on their own without wind, drifting diagonally like willow branches. He wondered if it was an illusion, but Leia felt those tendrils were pointing at him, as if they wanted to entangle him and then strangle him. Leia shivered, feeling a biting cold, and couldn't help but feel like retreating. Damn. This job was not for humans. No wonder the treatment was so generous, no wonder one could leap to become a middle nest person, no wonder one could live out their days in comfort after retirement. It was simply trading life for money. Supervisor, why don't you send more people to excavate the ghost mushroom's root system? Leia asked in the communication channel. He quickly received a response. The more people around the ghost mushroom, the stronger the illusion. One person excavating the root system is the safest, with the lowest illusion intensity, but even so, most people still don't meet the conditions. Only those with strong willpower can undertake this job. So that's how it is. Communication ended. Leia silently recited in his mind. Analysis fungus. A much more detailed interface than before appeared. At the same time, from Leia's perspective, the ghost mushroom he saw underwent a huge change. Speech bubbles popped up from various parts of the mushroom, revealing all the secrets of the ghost mushroom to him. Chapter 16, Psychic Hallucinations. Scientific name, Ghost Vein. Common name, Ghost Mushroom. Analysis result. The mushroom you see is actually a massive mutated fungus colony, named for its mushroom-like appearance. It is formed by the fusion of a large amount of mutated fungus, artificially recreated food residue, and indescribable human essence. Its hallucinogenic effect comes from psychic power. Yes, you read that right, this thing involves the dangerous warp. Approaching it, touching it, or even merely being exposed to its light will cause hallucinations. Those who lose their minds in hallucinations will have their souls devoured by the warp, leaving behind only soulless husks. The ghost mushroom is actually related to the warp. Souls can be devoured by the warp. Could the Cram family be completely unaware of the relationship between the ghost mushroom and the warp? Leia's heart pounded wildly. Faint, almost inaudible whispers suddenly appeared in his ears, their volume infinitesimally close to zero. Leia's body stiffened, forcing himself not to pay attention to the content of the whispers. He remained frozen in place for a while, the intensity of his heart's pounding lessened, and the whispers did not intensify. Leia tried taking a few steps forward. The volume of the whispering did not change. It seems that, just as the supervisor said, as long as he doesn't listen to the whispers and doesn't damage the root system, the intensity of the hallucinations will be kept at a mild level, preventing him from losing his mind. Leia stabilized his mindset and focused his gaze on the ghost mushroom. The bubble frames in his vision were dazzlingly numerous. Cabaden toxin, contact will cause diarrhea. Toxic spore fungus, inhaling spores will cause severe asthma. Toxic mold slime, pH value of 3, strongly acidic, will damage armor. His gaze moved down to the roots of the ghost mushroom exposed above the ground. This time, the bubble frame that appeared was different. Ghost fungus, this is an ancient fungus that has been passed down from the dark technology era. It possesses peculiar psychic effects and will erupt with intense hallucinogenic light when damaged. This fungus is the core of the ghost mushroom, all the ghost mushroom's peculiarities originate from it. So, the ghost fungus is an ancient fungus, no wonder it's so unique. Ancient fungus should also be able to be stored in the fungus warehouse, right? Leia suppressed the urge to collect it and focused on observing the ghost fungus. In his vision, the system outlined the ghost fungus with translucent white lines. Its appearance was similar to a tree root, no wonder the supervisor called it a root system. Leia suddenly realized that he had a huge advantage in excavating the root system. Others needed to constantly refer to the transparent view provided by the scanner to determine the angle and depth of the drill. A slight mistake and the drill would pierce the root system, triggering a strong hallucinogenic light. But he was different. The system outlined the root system. He only needed to control the drill like sculpting to roughly excavate the root system, and then use a small hammer and brush to clear away the soil. The difference in difficulty could be described as heaven and earth. With the increased fault tolerance, Leia immediately felt much more relaxed. Oh, right, what was today's training goal again? It seems the supervisor didn't say. Since that's the case, if he digs out the entire root system, he should be able to complete the task, right? Leia nodded to himself, picking up the scanner with his right mechanical arm. The temporary enhancement effect of the analysis fungus had not disappeared. This makes things easier. The drill on his left mechanical arm was responsible for breaking through rocks in the soil, his right mechanical arm was responsible for holding the scanner for him, and his own hands were used to move the soil. With 4 hands clearly divided, there shouldn't be any problems. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Robnose had dozens of monitoring screens in front of him, each corresponding to an apprentice worker who was excavating the root system. In the upper right corner of the screen was a dynamic image monitoring the apprentice worker's heartbeat. Those who were about to fall into a hallucination would have significantly faster heartbeats and rapid breathing. Therefore, a stable curve on the monitoring image meant that the apprentice worker was not in danger. Their monitoring screens would automatically move to the corner. However, screens with wildly fluctuating curves would move to the front of Robnose, receiving his focused attention. Beckhamson, don't be nervous. Today's training goal isn't to dig out an entire root system. You only need to dig out 1/10 of the root system to complete the task. The man on the screen replied. Yes, supervisor, I'm fine, I just find the whispers in my ears very annoying. Robnose looked at another screen. Did you hear what I just said? Moramos, your training task is the same, digging out 1/10 of the root system will complete today's training task. Okay, supervisor. My legs feel weak, and I have the illusion of stepping on cotton. I might need to rest for a bit before working. As you wish, control your time well. Robnose scanned around, confirming that the heart rate and breathing frequency data on the other screens were within a controllable range, and he slightly relaxed. The airlock door behind him opened. A woman with flaxen hair walked into the monitoring room. Robnose looked back, pointed to a chair nearby. Sit down. How are things on your end? The long-haired woman, wearing a white lab coat, smoothed the fabric behind her legs and sat down. I just finished teaching the apprentice workers in the experimental department. Things are pretty good, no one has asked to leave. How about here? It's not so smooth here. As soon as I mentioned that employees in the collection department need to enter the bottom nest, half of them chose to leave. The woman paused, surprised. Half of them chose to quit? That's a bit unexpected. It seems the appeal of middle nest status and work to lower nest people is lower than we thought. Robnose's expression was normal. Yes, Lord Vogues is still too benevolent. If he were like other hive worlds, requiring every lower nest person to work 15 hours before getting food and water, then many more people would choose to stay in the collection department. The woman nodded, just about to say something, when a harsh alarm blared. Beep. One monitoring screen moved to the front of the two, its edges flashing red light, symbolizing an emergency. In the monitoring footage, the drill equipped on the apprentice worker's right shoulder armor accidentally broke the mushroom's root, and intense hallucinogenic light flashed several times. The apprentice worker's eyes lost focus, becoming vacant in the strong light. The traction device activated, and ropes dragged the apprentice worker away from the mushroom. Suddenly, the drill stabbed towards the apprentice worker's grappling hook. After a grating metallic friction sound, the chain hook to his waist belt snapped. The apprentice worker walked step by step towards the mushroom, making a gesture as if embracing a lover. Robnose reacted quickly. As soon as he noticed the anomaly, he pressed the button on the table. Thick white mist descended from above, quickly enveloping the ghost mushroom, and the monitoring screen turned completely white. After a moment, the white mist disappeared. The surface of the ghost mushroom was covered with a thick layer of white gel, like a shell sculpted from ice and snow, and the blue-purple light became dim. The apprentice worker lay on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, like a soulless husk. Robnose opened his communicator. Boach, the apprentice worker in A9 cave has been eliminated. Go retrieve him and transport him to the recycling department. Understood. The woman sighed with emotion. It's already quite good that these lower nest people have persevered this long. Yes. Robnose folded his arms and rubbed his brow. If it weren't for the ghost mushroom causing servo-automata to lose control, I wouldn't bother having a group of lower nest people do this job. Robnose slapped his forehead, remembering something. He pressed the communication button and said, Leio, I forgot to tell you, digging out 1/10 of the root system will complete today's training. Received, Supervisor. Leio replied in the communication channel. The woman looked at the screen where Leio was, her expression somewhat complex. Robnose, why don't you give Leio to me now? His language and math talents are both excellent, it would be a real shame for him to die like this. Robnose took out his pipe and filled it with tobacco. I know you're short-handed, and so am I. Leio's excellence is obvious to all, his compatibility with bionic machinery surpasses most of the apprentice workers under me. So, let's talk after the collection department's training phase is over. If he doesn't get promoted, I'll send him to you. Alright. Chapter 17, The Road to Ascent. The Cave. Leio stood up, hands on his hips, panting with exhaustion. The difficulty of the excavation work was greater than he had anticipated. He had originally thought that with the virtual outline provided by the system, he would only need to dig along the outline to unearth the entire root system. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. The soil near the mushroom was full of decaying matter, slime, germs, insect eggs, and rocks as hard as steel. The composition was so complex, it was unheard of and unseen. When the drill bit plunged into the ground, stone chips flew, and various foul substances splattered, as if it had drilled into the main artery of a giant beast. In just this short time, Leio was covered in mud. This work was truly not fit for humans. Should he just run away? Wouldn't it be better to go back and do business with Leia? It wasn't as if he absolutely needed to freeload on the Cram Cigarette Factory's free double meals. Changing his mind, Leio dismissed the idea of giving up. The living environment in the lower nest area was truly harsh, most houses were made of corrugated iron, with only a few being apartments or small villas. It was said that the environment in the middle nest would be much better, similar to a city before his transmigration, where everyone could live in apartments. The supervisor had mentioned earlier that after working for 5 years, he could live in the middle nest area. Leio was still very much looking forward to this. Thinking carefully, the channels for lower nest residents to become middle nest residents seemed to be only two: serving a family power or joining the military. Enlisting in the Planetary Defense Force was basically a 90% chance of death, serving a major family was somewhat better. This was perhaps the biggest change before and after his transmigration. In the nest capital, it was impossible to change one's social class through exams, only by gaining the appreciation of a family could one have a relatively safe opportunity for advancement. Leio's mind wandered, and then the supervisor's voice came through his earpiece. Leio, I forgot to tell you, you only need to excavate 1/10 of the root system to complete today's task. Leio let out a long sigh. So, he didn't need to dig out the entire root system? That made it much simpler. Understood, supervisor. Leio responded and continued working. Over the next few hours, work and rest alternated. At lunchtime, Leio returned the way he came. The capsule used to transport him had a cleaning function, spraying disinfectant as it glided on the track to remove the filth from his body. With his respirator, helmet, and shoulder armor placed in the transport capsule, Leio returned to the changing room in a stretchy jumpsuit. Between the changing room and the lift platform, there was a spacious hall, which was where everyone had gathered in the morning. Now, the hall had been simply reconfigured, with folding chairs and tables added to the floor, distinguished by name cards. This area was designated as a rest hall, meals and lunch breaks were taken here, and everyone had their own seat. Lunch was delivered via the lift platform in a dining cart. Today's lunch consisted of synthetic meat sausages, a bowl of synthetic starch, and a clean, white-boiled egg. Not to mention the delicious and juicy synthetic meat sausages, just the egg alone excited the apprentice workers who had been busy all morning. This was a food that only existed in legends. He hadn't expected to enjoy such a delicacy, which other lower nest residents might never eat in their entire lives, on his first day of work. Leio almost shed a tear when he bit into the egg white. Since his transmigration, he hadn't eaten such normal food in a very long time. Hey? Why was this egg yolk purple? Perhaps it was because chickens had different constitutions. Anyway, the taste was similar to the eggs he remembered, so he just made do with it. After enjoying their hearty lunch, everyone entered their lunch break. Praise Cram Cigarette Factory. Everyone's folding chair could unfold into a single bed, and the lunch break even lasted an hour. Leio did not have the habit of taking a nap. After lunch, he applied to return to the cave and continue the excavation work. Wait in the changing room, I'll have your transport capsule brought over, the supervisor's voice came through the earpiece. Leio casually asked. Supervisor, did anyone complete the training task this morning? 10 people completed the training task, they will have combat training in the training room this afternoon. Your movements aren't slow, faster than anyone else, but because your build is too small, your progress can't compare to others. Sure enough, being young was a disadvantage everywhere. Leio shook his head helplessly. Returning to the cave, he immersed himself in work. Following the scanner's instructions, Leio dug a deep pit near the mushroom, exposing more and more of the root system. Although the blue-purple glow became stronger, the whispers in his ears remained faint, completely unable to disturb Leio's consciousness. The scanner's screen showed that the excavation progress had reached 9.2%. Leio turned off the drill and used a brush to clear the soil from the root system. The excavation progress slowly increased, unknowingly reaching 9.9%. As the brush scraped away a layer of dirt, a faint white light flickered before his eyes. Leia let out a soft sound of surprise, quickly and gently brushing away the dust, and the white light gradually brightened. It was a silver-white metal card tied to a root, new in appearance, not looking like it had been buried in the ground for long. The front of the card had a pixel screen with the number 1 on it. Beep beep. The scanner made a sound. Leia looked down and saw on the screen. You have dug out today's scorecard. Your score is 1 point. Excavation progress has reached 10%. Scorecard? Was this card intentionally placed here by the supervisor? A voice came through the earpiece. Leia, you're faster than I thought. Let's cut to the chase, take the scorecard and return the way you came. Everyone else has finished and is waiting for you in the rest hall. Once everyone is here, I need to hold a meeting with you all. I really am the last one, hey. Leia secretly shook his head. There was nothing he could do about it, he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he certainly couldn't work as fast as an adult. He walked in silence, leaving the cave and returning to the changing room. The apprentice workers who had completed the training task first had already changed their clothes. They were gathered in the lounge, chatting about something. Seeing Leia return, everyone looked over. A man about 30 years old said. Not bad, kid, you finished today's work all by yourself. Another person looked Leia up and down, with a half smile. Honestly, I don't think a body like yours can last until the end of training. Leia looked at the 2 speakers in confusion, not bothering to respond to them. What did they mean? Had he offended them? Why were they being so sarcastic? Alright everyone, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. A bearded man clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Only then did Leia notice his presence. From his voice, he was the supervisor of the collection department, approximately 50 years old, and his forgetfulness was understandable. Everyone took their seats in the rest hall. The supervisor, puffing on a pipe, said while exhaling smoke. My name is Robnose. I used to be a mycelial wanderer for the Pharmacist Association, collecting pharmaceutical materials in the bottom nest year-round. 3 months ago, I retired from the Pharmacist Association and now work for the Cram family, serving as the supervisor of the collection department for the Cram cigarette factory and pharmaceutical factory. I'll start with the most important matter. Although most of you already know what I'm going to say, I still need to repeat it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Leia. Leia frowned under dozens of gazes. He saw various emotions on their faces, jealousy, scrutiny, disdain. He truly didn't know what Robnose had said to these people before, causing him to become the center of attention. Leia steadied himself and did not panic because of this. Chapter 18 The road is difficult and hard to climb. Everyone, you have successfully completed your first day's training mission. I commend and praise your abilities and tenacious will. Robnose paused, then made a gesture of spreading his hands. But unfortunately, due to certain reasons that are inconvenient to disclose, the collection department can only recruit a maximum of 10 full-time employees. I will select the best candidates based on their scores during the training period, from highest to lowest. Full-time employees will marry into the Cram family, wed a young woman from the Cram family, and thereby gain the protection of the Cram family, permanently shedding their identity as lower nest people. So, becoming a full-time employee was not just about becoming a retainer. After officially joining, they would also have their marriages arranged by the Cram family, truly integrating into the large family and becoming a part of it. Robnose's words ignited a fervent hope in everyone's hearts, and even Leia couldn't help but feel a jolt. Hive World is a world of families. Families, big and small, unite to control the entire nest capital through various business guilds and professional associations. To ascend from the lower nest to the upper nest, one inevitably has to deal with family powers. Among the many nest capital families, the Fugai's family holds the most prominent position, and its family leader is the governor of Hive Apimite. The Cram family originated from the upper nest, its status slightly inferior to the Fugai's family. It extends its roots from the upper nest to the lower nest, constantly drawing nutrients to replenish its losses during development, much like an ancient tree resisting the erosion of time. In the eyes of the Cram family, the apprentice workers present were all ants. But undeniably, the opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon gate was right before them. Even joining the Cram family through marriage was a heaven-defying opportunity. It made sense. Without a powerful family as a backer, how could one, after retiring, live out their days as a small foreman in the middle nest? When they arrived in the morning, there were 80 people, now there are only 31. Aside from those who left at the beginning, the rest were eliminated during the excavation process. The reasons for their elimination need no further explanation, it must be related to falling into hallucinations. The 31 people capable of resisting the hallucinations would have another 21 eliminated. The high elimination rate made everyone's nerves taut, and the atmosphere on site became incredibly heavy. Leia now understood why some people showed hostility. This hostility was not directed at him, but at all competitive opponents. After tasting the eggs and synthetic sausage at noon, no one didn't wish to enjoy such food permanently. No one wanted to be eliminated, no one wanted to spend their entire lives in the lower nest breathing the dirtiest air, drinking the dirtiest water, and eating the dirtiest food. This was the primary reason for everyone's aggressive display. However, Robnose's next words made Leia's expression change slightly. The Cram family believes in balancing difficulty with reward. Robnose raised his index finger and shook it, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Leia. The training difficulty for the collection department is set according to able-bodied adult males. For a 15-year-old boy, the training difficulty is extremely high. Therefore, if Leia passes the screening and officially joins, his rewards will be doubled. He can choose one of 2 young women from the Cram family as his future wife, receiving double dowry, double salary, and double commission. Everyone's gaze converged on one point, envy, jealousy, and hatred evident on their faces. Leia was suddenly startled, overturning his previous judgment. It turned out that everyone's hostility was indeed directed at him. In this world, people worry not about scarcity, but about unfairness. If he alone monopolized 2 dowries, how could he not incur hatred? Tisk tisk tisk, Leia, you're truly blessed. That's right, thankfully the nest capital implements monogamy, otherwise you might have been able to marry 2 wives. Heh, 2 wives? I think with his physique, 1 would be enough to crush him. Someone waved at Leia, signaling him to look their way. Hey, Leia, you're still so young, how can you compete with us able-bodied adults? If you ask me, you should just withdraw voluntarily. Everyone echoed in agreement, pointing their spears at Leia. No matter the final outcome, it's always right to push an annoying kid out first. The noisy voices did not anger Leia. He remained calm and collected. The angrier and more anxious others became, the calmer he was. He was just that kind of person, enjoying watching others act desperately and lose their composure. All right, everyone, calm down for a moment and let me finish speaking. Robnose exhaled a puff of smoke, scanning the room, signaling everyone to be quiet. The second thing I want to talk about is closely related to your bodies. From today onwards, you will need to inject strengthening agents to enhance your physique. Strengthening agents? Excellent. A strong body combined with the route outline provided by the system would definitely double his excavation efficiency, and perhaps he even had a chance to catch up with the others. Leia was secretly pleased. The other apprentice workers also had smiles on their faces. The hall was filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, everyone saw a beautiful future. The elevator door opened, and security personnel entered the hall, holding metal syringes. The metal syringes were opaque, so others couldn't see the color of the strengthening agent. Leia cast appraisal technique. Name, strengthening agent of unknown name. Description, this potion can quickly enhance physical strength. Warning. This potion is suspected to contain concentrated essence of ghost fungus. After injection, your soul has a certain probability of being devoured by the warp. Leia's mind was flooded with question marks. Before he could ponder further, the security personnel swiftly aimed a nanoneedle at his neck and injected him. A slight tearing sensation came, and Leia felt a cool stream of water enter under his skin. The needle retracted into the syringe, and an intense burning sensation erupted within his body. Leia's body trembled uncontrollably, and sweat beaded from every pore. The other people in the hall were also injected with the strengthening agent at the same time. The joyful atmosphere created by Robnose's generous rewards vanished, replaced by the anxiety and muffled groans of people trying to suppress the heat within their bodies. So hot, so hot. One person took off his shirt, wanting to go to the water cooler to drink water. The security personnel responsible for his injection gripped his shoulder, forcibly pressing him back into his seat. Robnose held his pipe and said in a deep voice. During the onset of the medicine, no drinking water, no eating. Also, I forgot to tell you. The theoretical mortality rate for the first injection of the strengthening agent is 33.3%. From the second injection onwards, the theoretical mortality rate remains at 11.1%. Damn it. Why didn't you tell us about the mortality rate earlier? Fuck. First digging mushrooms in the cave, now forced injections, I've had enough. The rewards you just mentioned were purely to keep us calm. To make us take this damn injection. Right. You've been fooling us all along. You old fox. Quiet. Robnose roared sharply, and surging sound waves exploded in everyone's ears. Do you think the Cram family is running a charity? You're gravely mistaken. There's no reward without effort. You are just a bunch of lower nest people who have nothing but your worthless lives. Aside from your lives, what else could the Cram family possibly value about you? Aside from your lives, what else can you contribute to the Cram family? Robnose met the gaze of the angry apprentice workers, a beast-like sneer on his lips. Thank me. Praise the ghost fungus. If I hadn't discovered this miraculous creation, hadn't created these unique potions and tobacco, you would never have had the chance to breathe the air of the middle nest in your entire lives. Chapter 19, A Sudden Turn of Events. Everyone is a coin of the Emperor. Lower nest people are lower grade coins, the first to be consumed by the Imperium of Man. In every aspect wealth, knowledge, physique, upbringing lower nest people are the lowest. Their purpose, and only purpose, is to dedicate their lives to the nest capital. Is the planetary defense force short on people? They directly conscript young and strong individuals from the lower nest. Does the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs come to collect population tax? Ship after ship of lower nest people are sent into the Ministry of Internal Affairs transport vessels, filling labor shortages on other planets. Does the Mechanicus's forging world need wetware? Lower nest people are crammed into narrow cabins like livestock, falling unconscious from anesthetic gas. When they awaken, they are already fixed to assembly lines, singing hymns to soothe the machine spirits. Only when lower nest people are insufficient will it be the middle nest's turn. This is a true portrayal of the fate of lower nest people. All those who completed training today are lower nest people. They were merely fortunate enough to have studied for a few years, but they have not truly escaped their predetermined fate. The 33.3% mortality rate from the injection is indeed terrifying. But on the other hand, How can the 66.6% success rate for promotion not be tempting? As long as one is a little luckier, and persists a little longer, perhaps they can get through it. Ah! I can't take it. So noisy. Stop talking. All of you, stop talking. It's so noisy. Someone was frantically scratching their hair, shouting like a madman. After Robnose finished speaking, the hall was eerily quiet, yet this person inexplicably heard an incessant stream of voices. He shouted, "It's too noisy." Grabbed the syringe from the table, and violently stabbed it towards his ear. Security personnel reacted quickly, seizing the syringe in time, but could not stop the person's self-harming behavior. He slammed his ear against the sharp corner of the table, hit his forehead against the table edge, and even jumped high, falling headfirst to the ground. Security personnel repeatedly stopped him from harming himself. Finally, with a whimper, white foam sprayed from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he became completely still. The security personnel checked his pulse and pupil response, then shook their heads at Robnose. "Take him away and send him to the recycling department." Robnose waved his hand, ordering the security personnel to remove the body. "Recycling department, it's the recycling department again." When they reported in the morning, those who were fired went to the recycling department. Now, bodies are also sent to the recycling department. What exactly is that so-called recycling department recycling? How can it take in everything, dead or alive? Leia looked up at the corpse, feeling uneasy. The fortifier contained concentrated essence of ghost fungus, and ghost fungus could cause hallucinations. The primary manifestation of hallucinations was hearing whispers. That person earlier died precisely because he couldn't bear the whispers. Leia also heard whispers. Unlike before, even if he intentionally ignored the whispers now, they would automatically amplify their volume, forcing him to hear various indescribable noises. Ah. S.A. M.O. S.E. Unable to distinguish whether others were shouting or if the whispers had turned into sharp screams, Leia only felt a chaotic mess in his ears, with countless loudspeakers singing in unison in his mind. He couldn't escape the disturbance of the noise and could only hold his head, struggling desperately in the torrent of noise, fighting to protect his soul. Large beads of sweat poured down like a curtain of rain, and his bones creaked, as if bearing an immense weight. Fat was burning, muscles were boiling, and his eyes felt as hot as if molten lead had been poured into them. Leia gritted his teeth and endured silently. After an unknown amount of time, the noise weakened somewhat, and he heard a sharp crack. Pfft! The sound came from nearby, and warm droplets of water splashed onto his face. Leia became slightly clearer and turned his head to look at the source of the droplets. Someone's head had exploded, and the headless corpse was being carried away by security. Looking around, Leia then noticed that many empty seats had appeared in the hall. Unconsciously, 7 people had already been carried away. The person just now was exactly the 7th. Just then, silence descended, and Leia heard no sound at all in his ears. 1 second ago, he was fighting against raging waves in a howling gale. The next second, he was thrown into a vacuum, embracing a death-like silence. After the noise disappeared, a cool sensation originated from his brain, rapidly moving throughout his body, and finally returning to his head. Leia felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed a portion of ghost fungus concentrated essence. New system functions have been unlocked. Please check them in your personal panel. New system functions. What functions? Holy cow, could it be fungi ability? Leia's heart pounded, and he quickly opened his personal panel in his mind. System name, Mushroom Farm. System host, Leia. System functions. Appraisal technique, fungus warehouse, analysis fungus, upgrade conditions not met, fungus simulation, upgrade conditions not met, fungi ability, new skill points available, ... Fungi ability can finally be used. Leia mentally tapped the fungi ability entry. The ability interface unfolded, and after a quick glance, Leia was instantly ecstatic. Function name, fungi ability. Skill points, 1. Function description. Select a fungus within the fungus warehouse, consume a certain number of skill points, and gain fungi ability related to that fungus. Currently unlockable fungi abilities are as follows. Milk mushroom, domesticated, fungi ability, full stomach technique, unlock requirement, 1 skill point. Water orb fungus, domesticated, fungi ability, water control technique, unlock requirement, 1 skill point. Fluorescent spores, not domesticated, fungi ability, light technique, unlock requirement, 100 skill points. Function notes. 1. Fungi ability is unrelated to the warp and can be used safely. 2. For undomesticated fungi, you need to consume 100 times the skill points to unlock their related fungi ability. 3. Activating fungi ability consumes fungi from the fungus warehouse. 4. Absorbing concentrated essence of any ancient fungus grants skill points. Ho. Li, cow. Despite his lack of culture, a single holy cow sufficed for everything. Leia was dumbfounded. He had originally thought the system he received had no combat power whatsoever. He never expected that the never-unlocked system function would be so powerful. A research dog with less than 5 combat power transformed into an extraordinary being with fungi ability. The difference between before and after was astonishing. The emergence of fungi ability provided strong positive feedback for researching fungi in the Warhammer world, undoubtedly a shot in the arm. In an instant, Leia's heart burned with excitement. He immediately thought of the mortality rate of the fortifier injection. Robnose had previously said that the mortality rate for the first injection was 33.3%. From the second injection onwards, the daily injection mortality rate was 11.1%. The mortality rate significantly decreased, but it could not be ignored, and no one could guarantee their safety. Currently, it seems the cause of death is related to the hallucinations caused by ghost fungus. To absorb the concentrated essence of ghost fungus and steadily acquire skill points, one must find a way to overcome the hallucinations of ghost fungus. The essence of hallucinations is a type of psychic ability. Finding a fungus that counteracts psychic abilities and unlocking its fungi ability might reduce the hallucinations caused by ghost fungus, thereby lowering the mortality rate of the fortifier. This way, he could confidently inject the fortifier and continuously acquire skill points. Incidentally, the hallucinations he experienced while digging for roots would also be reduced, which was a win-win situation. Leia nodded to himself, having a clear plan for his recent research direction. Fungi that can counteract psychic abilities are unlikely to exist in the 8th district, they might be found in the scrapyard zone. He would ask Leia about it when they traded tomorrow. Note, the author's forte is fusion. The mushroom farm system and the WarHammer40k worldview are seamlessly integrated. The origin of the system and the existence behind it will be gradually introduced through the main storyline. When publishing key plot points, the author will release official settings in the chapter comments, just like when Ghost Mushroom was mentioned. Chapter 20, On the Pirate Ship. Clap, clap, clap. Robnose clapped vigorously, a wide smile on his face. Everyone, congratulations on your first transformation. Let us begin dinner. The bloodstains and corpses in the lounge were cleaned up. Security personnel pushed in dining carts and distributed food. The dinner was more lavish than Leia had expected. 5 synthetic sausages, 2 large bowls of synthetic starch, a bowl of milk like liquid synthetic protein, and 2 hard-boiled eggs with purple yolks. In terms of quantity, dinner was at least twice the size of lunch. As the food was placed on the tables, a strong sense of hunger erupted within him. Leia picked up a sausage and devoured it, while his other hand grabbed a bowl of starch porridge and chugged it down, taking a moment to check his own condition. He noticed that his muscles had thickened slightly, and their definition was clearer. The most significant change was in his thighs. The pants of his current casual wear were noticeably tight. All of this indicated an increase in muscle strength, though he didn't know exactly how much stronger he had become. No one in the hall spoke. Everyone who had received the agent injection was wolfing down their food. Robnose, pipe in hand, slowly paced around, checking on the apprentices one by one. He occasionally stopped, using his data pad to emit a beam and collect the apprentices' body data. Robnose's smile grew even wider, as if he were admiring a masterpiece he had personally crafted, though no one knew what data he had seen. Perhaps you've already guessed it, Robnose said, taking a puff from his pipe and slowly exhaling thick smoke, meeting everyone's gaze with a smile. The agent you just received contained the hallucinogenic substance from Ghost Mushroom. Don't ever think that this hallucinogenic substance only has disadvantages and no advantages. In fact, after a complex processing procedure, the hallucinogen can be converted into painkillers, stimulants, agent, and even ghost potion that grants etheric nullifiers to ordinary people. Grant etheric nullifiers to ordinary people with a potion? How could that be? Aren't etheric nullifiers innate? If a person isn't an etheric nullifier at birth, it's impossible for them to awaken etheric nullifiers later. This was written in black and white in textbooks. How could one awaken etheric nullifiers by injecting a potion? Is the cunning supervisor trying to trick us again? How do we know if what you are saying is true? Are your words more authoritative than textbooks? Heh, unless you prove the authenticity of the ghost potion to us, we won't believe a single word you say. The apprentices present voiced their doubts. Robnose smiled slightly, not refuting them. Changing a person's ingrained perception is one of the most difficult things, but actions speak louder than words. Among you, one person's agent was mixed with ghost potion. Let him prove whether what I said is true. Mazexi, stand up and tell them how you feel now. Robnose walked towards a certain apprentice. The man named Mazexi became the focus of the entire hall. He was a burly man in his early 30s, with sharp facial features, well-proportioned and full muscles, calloused hands, and an honest, simple appearance. He put down his meal tray and stood up, a panicked expression on his face, but he forced himself to remain calm. Supervisor, thanks to you, I feel much stronger than before. As for the etheric nullifiers you mentioned, I seem to have grasped a little, but I don't know how to use it. Robnose picked up a dining knife and handed it over. Make a cut on your wrist, then concentrate, gaze at the wound, and imagine it healing itself. Yes, Supervisor. Mazexi gripped the dining knife, took a deep breath, and forcefully cut his wrist. Crimson blood seeped out in beads. Mazexi nervously glanced at Robnose, then widened his eyes and stared at the wound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the cut stopped bleeding and scabbed over in just a few seconds. Mazexi gasped, dumbfounded, oh my god, my wound is healed. Is this my etheric nullifiers? Everyone was stunned, feeling their common sense being shattered. Mazexi was definitely not an etheric nullifier before, otherwise he would have been taken away by the Black Ship Alliance long ago. The only explanation was the ghost potion. There actually exists a potion that can grant etheric nullifiers to ordinary people. Robnose laughed heartily. See, this is the effect of ghost potion. Previous ghost potion could only grant users random etheric nullifiers. The potion Mazexi used is the latest model, with special ingredients added, which can help him awaken etheric nullifiers related to self-healing. Now, does anyone still doubt Ghost Potion? That was true. But supervisor, aren't you worried that the Black Ship Alliance will come and take Mazaxi away? Mazaxi had attended school for a few years and naturally knew about the existence of the Black Ship Alliance. Facing his sudden possession of etheric nullifiers, he felt no joy, but rather extreme fear. Will I be taken away by the Black Ship Alliance? Supervisor, what should I do now? Mazaxi was flustered, almost kneeling before Robnose. Robnose's expression was normal, his smile steady and confident. He took a metal card from his pocket, patted Mazaxi's shoulder, and comforted him. Do you see the card in my hand? This is an artificial etheric nullifiers certificate issued by the Cram family head. Any artificial etheric nullifiers loyal to the Cram family can obtain such a certificate. With it, the Black Ship Alliance will not take you away. Come, Mazaxi, take it, this certificate belongs to you. Yes, supervisor. I am absolutely loyal to the Cram family. Mazaxi was extremely excited, shouting hoarsely. He took the card with both hands, stroking it affectionately, wishing he could passionately kiss its surface. The apprentices present did not know the relationship between etheric nullifiers and the warp, only treating etheric nullifiers as a supernatural ability. They yearned for the Ghost Potion, and their gazes towards Mazaxi were filled with envy. Only one person was an exception. That was Leia. He frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. It was now the end of the 30th millennium, the twilight of the Great Expedition era. To conquer the galaxy, the Emperor established the Star Language Court and the Star Beacon Court. The Star Language Court had the Black Ship Alliance and the Etheric Nullifiers Academy under its purview. The Black Ship Alliance was responsible for collecting etheric nullifiers from various planets and screening them. Etheric nullifiers who passed the screening would be sent to the Etheric Nullifiers Academy. After training at the Academy, they would become legitimate etheric nullifiers for various Imperial departments. Etheric nullifiers who failed to pass the Black Ship Alliance's screening would be sent to the Star Beacon Court. The Star Beacon Court was responsible for maintaining the Star Beacon. The Star Beacon's light could penetrate the warp, providing guidance for the Imperial fleet's warp travel. The Star Beacon's fuel was the etheric nullifiers of etheric nullifiers. The good news was that the Emperor, the old man, was currently in good health and not permanently seated on the Golden Throne. Etheric nullifiers providing etheric nullifiers for the Star Beacon would not be drained dry as soon as they took office, unlike in later eras. Generally speaking, they could live for a year or two without a problem. So, the question was, what was Mazaxi panicking about earlier? Wasn't it possible for him to become a legitimate etheric nullifiers? Yes, it was indeed possible for him to become a legitimate etheric nullifiers, but the probability was terrifyingly low. The Academy textbook stated that less than 1/10 of etheric nullifiers could pass the Black Ship Alliance's screening, the rest all became fuel for the Star Beacon. Mazaxi was not a true etheric nullifiers. He was artificial, and the probability of him passing the screening was close to zero. He could only serve as fuel for the Star Beacon. This was the reason for his panic. Furthermore, the Ghost Potion concocted by the Cram family, and the so-called artificial etheric nullifiers certificate. Leia only wanted to say that this was playing with fire. During the Great Expedition era, the misuse of etheric nullifiers was rampant in the Imperium of Man. To conquer the galaxy, the Emperor turned a blind eye to the misuse of etheric nullifiers. Therefore, various worlds had a certain degree of discretion over the etheric nullifiers on their own worlds. Only etheric nullifiers not needed by the major powers on a world would be handed over to the Black Ship Alliance. Let alone protecting artificial etheric nullifiers, the head of the Cram family could even create an etheric nullifiers guard for himself. This widespread misuse of etheric nullifiers was effectively curbed after the Council of Nicaea. At that council, the Emperor declared most etheric nullifiers to be illegal, with only a few, such as navigators, psychers, and existing librarians of the army, gaining legal status. What year is it? 985 M30. When was the Council of Nicaea held? If he remembered correctly, it should be 001. M31. The Cram family clearly intended to make Ghost Potion bigger and stronger. Joining forces with them now, wouldn't that be getting on a pirate ship? Leia secretly took a deep breath, having made up his mind. Getting injections, taking medicine, and gaining skill points was fine, but getting on a pirate ship was out of the question. At worst, he would personally go to the bottom nest for ghost fungus later. Chapter 21 Defense Counterattack. Robnose truly was an old fox. He constantly set traps, using both threats and inducements to lure the apprentice workers, only revealing his true intentions at the very end. Though Leia realized he had boarded a pirate ship, it was too late. He already knew too much information about the ghost mushroom, making it almost impossible to escape unscathed. Fortunately, there was still a long time until the Nicaea conference, leaving room for maneuver. Supervisor, I have a question, an apprentice worker asked, raising his hand. Speak. What do I need to do to get the ghost potion? The apprentice worker asked. Robnose replied with a half smile. The first person to complete the daily training can enjoy the ghost potion. The current version of the ghost potion is only effective upon the first injection. Therefore, those who have already been injected will be excluded by me. The training schedule is a total of 10 days, today is the first day, so you still have 9 more opportunities to get the injection. Mazaxi looked regretful. The others were excited. It was imaginable that under the dual temptation of the onboarding benefits and the ghost potion, everyone's training enthusiasm would be unprecedentedly high. At this moment, even the fellow who had previously spoken rudely to Robnose couldn't help but show a fawning smile. Robnose was like a benevolent elder, showing tolerance and understanding for the apprentice workers' previous offenses. For a time, the rest hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. All right, everyone. Continue to enjoy your dinner. After dinner, you may leave on your own, just remember to report tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Understood, Supervisor. Dinner is truly splendid, I must stay in the collection department. Everyone sat down to eat. Soon after, everyone went home amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, each believing themselves to be a lucky recipient of fate's favor, able to safely endure the upcoming injections. Leia was preoccupied and ate slowly, becoming the last person to leave the dining table. Robnose placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled gently. Leia, are you distressed by the fact that you are destined to be eliminated? No, I'm just worried about being eliminated as a heretic by a space marine in the future. Leia replied with a wry smile. Yes, Supervisor. When I think that they all have the opportunity to enjoy the ghost potion, but I have no connection with it, I feel my future is bleak. He, don't give up so quickly. Robnose patted Leia's shoulder. To tell you the truth, the supervisor of the experimental department has always wanted to poach you from me. Oh, really? Leia's eyes lit up. Of course, it's true. Although I am forgetful, I never lie. Robnose laughed heartily. You stay with me for a while, and after the training ends, I'll transfer you. Once you leave my department, it will be difficult to enjoy the booster, so you must seize this opportunity. Robnose's face was full of smiles, and he spoke lightly, as if the booster injection had no mortality rate, which sent a chill down Leia's spine. Understood, Supervisor, I will persevere until the last day. Leia suppressed his discomfort, patted his chest, and showed high spirits. Go back, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Supervisor. Leia took the elevator back to the first floor and returned the data pad at the main entrance of the building. Walking a short distance and looking back at the towering factory building, Leia felt it was a steel beast that devoured human hearts. Since things had come to this, he would take it one step at a time and first find a way to overcome the hallucinations. Leia quickened his pace and found a new mushroom stall to purchase materials for cultivating milk mushrooms. Upon arriving at the stall, he handed over his rations card, and as he picked up a bag of soil, Leia's eyebrows slightly raised, feeling a bit surprised. This bag was so light. Could the boss have cut corners? Leia opened the bag and took a look, it was full, and the weight was not an issue. He picked up 2 bags at once with his right hand, and only then did they feel heavy. Oh, I see, it's the effect of the booster. Generally speaking, if it's just about simply increasing muscle strength, it's easy to overexert oneself, accidentally injure oneself, or crush fragile items like cups. The booster injected earlier not only significantly increased muscle strength but also simultaneously enhanced control over the muscles. He hadn't felt any physical incoordination on his way here, and only now, upon lifting heavy objects, did he realize his strength had increased. This once again proved that the booster from the collection department was extraordinary. As expected of a dangerous item involving the warp, its effects were truly outstanding. Leia decided to test his strength limit and simply picked up 2 bags of soil in each hand. Oh, young man, you're really strong. You're almost as strong as my son, who's 6 feet tall, a foreman, and has a wife. The old stall owner chuckled, clearly pleased with his son. Leia glanced back, then your son's strength is pretty good, about the same as a 15-year-old kid like me. The stall owner was speechless for a moment, huffing and puffing at Leia's retreating back, but unable to retort. Leia didn't pay much attention to the stall owner showing off his son. He made 3 round trips between the stall and his residence, moving all the materials home, and also bought several sets of larger-sized casual clothes for backup. Just as he was about to wash up and go to sleep, there was a loud banging on the door. Leia frowned, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and looked out the door. Several men were banging on the door. Their faces were red, and their speech was slurred, as if they had drunk a lot of alcohol. Hey! Leia! Open the door. Are you going to work or not, kid? We've been waiting for you for days, why haven't you given us any news? Bang bang bang! Open the door quickly. We saw you go in. Outside the door were the same porters who had exploited him. These guys really wouldn't give up, running here in the middle of the night to cause trouble instead of sleeping. Leia clenched his fist, quickly considering a plan to fight against multiple opponents. Bang bang bang! Open the door. Leia! We saved you work, and this is how you treat us. Open the door quickly. Bang bang bang! Hit once to prevent 100 blows, he now had the strength to go head-to-head with others and no longer had to endure pressure and humiliation. Leia's gaze sharpened, he picked up the iron ruler he had bought for school, unlocked the door, and propped the door panel with his foot. The people outside heard the movement inside and pushed hard on the door. The door opened a crack, then was immediately jammed by the foot behind it, unable to open any further. You brat, you finally showed your face. Let's see how I deal with you. You've been absent from work for so many days without even a word. The foreman reeked of alcohol, his eyes bloodshot. He reached out and grabbed the door frame, trying to force the door open. Leia gripped the iron ruler tightly and brought it down with force from top to bottom. Crack! The iron ruler met bone, and the foreman's right hand instantly turned red, swelling into a large lump. Ah! My hand! The foreman retreated in pain, pushing his companions behind him back. Leia pulled open the door and kicked the foreman in the stomach. With a dull thud, several porters stumbled backward in unison. The foreman clutched his stomach, his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. Do him. Kill him. The porters charged towards the door. This time, they chose to ram the door frantically with their shoulders, rather than just banging on it with their hands. Leio closed the door and leaned against the door panel with his back. The banging on the door echoed, the door panel shook violently, the lock creaked, and the lock cylinder showed signs of breaking. Several burly men took turns ramming the door. It was a good thing his strength had increased, otherwise Leio really might not have been able to hold the door panel. Amidst the chaos, the foreman shouted. Are you idiots? There's a window there. Leio glanced at the glass window and the large and small bags in the room, his heart sinking slightly. Fighting was one thing, but the mushroom cultivation materials couldn't be destroyed, he had saved up money to buy them with great effort. Leio steeled his heart, pulled open the door, and launched a proactive attack, determined to keep the battlefield outside the house. You actually dare to come out? Beat him up. The foreman's eyes blazed with fury as he led his porters to surround him. Leio gripped the iron ruler and swung it heavily, hitting one person on the shoulder with a smack. That person's shoulder instantly drooped, and a pained whimper escaped his lips. Damn it! How is he so strong? Don't go head to head with him. Hearing their companion's warning, the other few men simultaneously pulled back their fists and instead reached for a handful of dust from their lower backs, scattering it forward. Leio raised his left arm to shield his face, stomped his foot hard, and charged headfirst into the crowd. The foreman couldn't dodge in time and was sent staggering several steps by the immense force, landing on his back in the middle of the road. Leio swept the iron ruler horizontally, spinning like a top, his arms wildly flailing, making whooshing sounds. The porters hadn't expected Leio to be so fast and fierce, and they were immediately overwhelmed, clutching their heads and crying out in pain as they were struck by the iron ruler. Fear gripped their hearts, and they scrambled backward. A vacuum appeared around Leio. He stared at the foreman, who was half lying on the ground not far away, his eyes cold. He planned to give the other party a profound lesson, so he wouldn't be harassed every now and then. You, what are you going to do? The foreman shuffled on the ground, clutching his stomach, terrified, no longer wearing his previous arrogant expression. Chapter 22 Li, Fire, Prosperous, understand? Passers-by stopped to watch the show, and dozens of people gathered inside and out. Just as Leio raised the iron ruler and was about to bring it down hard on the foreman, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "The enforcers are here." Leio paused, glared at the pale-faced foreman, turned and retreated to his doorstep, throwing the iron ruler under the bed. Chirp! A whistle sounded. 2 enforcers, carrying laser rifles, pushed through the crowd. Stop! Disperse, disperse, everyone disperse, there's nothing to see. One enforcer stood between Leio and the stevedores, while the other waved his arms to drive away the crowd. The passers-by reluctantly dispersed. The stevedores, clutching their injured parts, were the first to complain. Sirs, we just came to visit him, and who knew he would bully us like a madman? That's right, we didn't do anything, just greeted him, and who would have thought he would chase us and beat us like he was sick? The enforcers smelled the alcohol on the stevedores and roughly guessed what was going on, maintaining skepticism about their words. The enforcers took out a data pad and retrieved nearby surveillance data. This action sobered the stevedores up considerably. The few of them exchanged glances and hastily changed their tune. Sir, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We just fell, we weren't fighting. That's right, sir, we were just passing by. Passing by? Do you like to smash doors when you pass by other people's houses? The enforcer shoved the surveillance footage in their faces. In the footage, the stevedores were surrounding the door, hitting it, and making several attempts to force their way into the house. According to the laws of the lower nest, ganging up on others, looking for trouble, and illegal intrusion, these three combined were enough to get these stevedores fined and locked up. The Imperium of Man advocated force and believed in having a just cause, so Leio's armed resistance was not a big problem. Go, get out of here. This matter ends today. If you dare to do this again next time, you will be punished for both this time and that. Get out. The enforcer waved his hand, driving away the stevedores. The foreman, clutching his stomach, was helped away by his companions, not forgetting to glare at Leio before leaving. Leio glared back decisively, his gaze icy, causing the other party to instinctively shrink his neck. 2 enforcers approached. One of them let out a soft exclamation, Aren't you Leio? The other enforcer asked in confusion, Leio? You know him? Kind of. Last time, Cram Cigarette Factory specifically asked him to report for apprentice recruitment, and I delivered the message to him. Oh, I see. Thank you for helping me deliver the message last time. I've already been accepted by the cigarette factory and am now in the training phase before becoming a full employee. Leio smiled and bowed in thanks, thank you both for helping me out. The 2 enforcers were one tall and one stout. The one who knew Leio was tall and thin, with fair skin and blue eyes, not looking like a local. The other was a bit shorter, sturdily built, and also had an outsider's face. They were enforcers transferred from the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement, born in the capital of the Imperium of Man, Holy Terra. Hive Pimite is located in the solar system, and the enforcers here all come from the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement, not appointed by the Nest capital governor himself. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Elliot. The taller enforcer pointed to his companion beside him, this is Pimon. It just so happens that we're on patrol tonight, and we didn't expect to help you out again. Thank you both so much. I have some mushrooms here, would you like to eat some? Leio said with a smile. No, we can't eat while on patrol. Elliot waved his hand and lit a cigarette, putting it in his mouth. You're really lucky, Leio. I heard that the Cram family recently launched a product called Ghost Potion, which is selling like hotcakes in the upper nest, and you can't even buy it by queuing. In a while, they will also release ghost cigarettes. Once ghost cigarettes are on the market, your salary and commission at the cigarette factory might double. He is indeed a lucky kid. Pimon put his hands on his hips, his big belly protruding, and chuckled foolishly. They say Ghost Potion can help people awaken etheric nullifiers, it's just not very stable. I plan to buy a bottle and try its effects once the potion is perfected. Yes, I plan to do the same. Let's go, continue patrolling. Goodbye, Leio, try to move to a different place soon, so you don't keep getting harassed by those people. Elliot waved his hand, signaling his companion to follow. Leio was stunned by what the two said. No. Ghost Potion is already being sold in the upper nest? The enforcers also want a bottle to experience etheric nullifiers? Don't they know that etheric nullifiers come from the warp? Wait. It seems they really don't know. Leio suddenly discovered the drawback of being a transmigrator. Transmigrators view imperial history from a god's perspective. They only need to flip through rulebooks and watch short videos to understand the relationship between etheric nullifiers and the warp. But in the historical development trajectory of WarHammer40k, it wasn't until after the Council of Nicaea that the Emperor popularized knowledge of the warp to the Imperial High Command, urging all parties to prevent the misuse of etheric nullifiers. At this point in time, it's understandable that the enforcers are unaware of the cost of wielding etheric nullifiers. The Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition haven't appeared yet, but the Star Language Court should at least manage Ghost Potion. Sirs, please wait. Leio quickened his steps, caught up, and asked, from what you're saying, Ghost Potion seems to be able to turn ordinary people into etheric nullifiers? Doesn't the Black Ship Alliance have any objections? You think quite a lot. Elliot playfully teased him in a friendly way, stopped, and patiently explained, Leio, do you know how to make a fire burn brighter? The first step is to add fuel. The more etheric nullifiers there are, the more fuel the Black Ship Alliance sends to the Star Beacon Court, and the brighter the Star Beacon's light naturally becomes. Once Ghost Potion is widely popularized, the Star Beacon will have more fuel. Its light will extend to places even more distant than the Far East Starfield. This is a great joy for the entire Imperium of Man, and no one will refuse it. You went to school, you should understand what I mean, right? Elliot patted Leio's shoulder. Keep up the good work, kid. The job at the cigarette factory is a dream come true for many, even I'm a little envious. Pimon nodded in agreement. The two enforcers walked away, leaving Leio standing dumbfounded. After a long while, Leio came to his senses and walked into his residence. He closed the door and lit the promethium lamp. The blue-white light illuminated the speechless expression on Leio's face. It seemed that no one cared about the negative effects of Ghost Potion except for himself, the transmigrator. This Warhammer world is truly insane. But then again, Ghost Potion indeed has broad market prospects and great potential in conquering the galaxy. However, such major decisions were not something a lower nest youth like himself could make. It was better to prepare the mushrooms for tomorrow's trade first. Leio activated the simulation function. The next day, the daytime was spent digging roots. After injecting the first strengthening agent, the digging efficiency improved by leaps and bounds. For the same 10% digging progress, Leio only took 3 hours to complete it today, shortening the time by a full 2/3 compared to yesterday. The progress of the other apprentices was also very noticeable. Everyone completed their digging training for the day in the morning. In the afternoon, Robnose arranged a combat class for everyone. Leio put on the specially made training uniform. The lining of the clothing had an electric shock effect, using current to stimulate the wearer's muscles, helping the trainees correct their combat movements. Defeating a training dummy would earn a scorecard. The less time it took, the higher the score on the card. The body of a lower nest miner was ultimately a bit weak. Leio suffered from his height and arm span. He was knocked down several times by the mechanical dummy wearing boxing gloves, ending up bruised and swollen, but he finally completed the training mission before dinner. His final score was 1 point, making him the undisputed last place. Around 6 in the evening. In the rest hall, the apprentices received their second strengthening injection with trepidation. This injection had an 11.1% chance of death. While the mortality rate significantly decreased, the strengthening effect also noticeably diminished. No one felt dissatisfied, the strengthening effect didn't matter, as long as they didn't die. Before the injection, everyone prayed. Some knelt and kowtowed to Robnose, some kowtowed in the direction of their parents, and some desperately kowtowed in the direction of the lower nest city hall. Leio was different. He prayed to all the gods he knew in his heart. Jade Emperor, Zeus, Odin, Indra, Tathagata Buddha, the Fool, Dorakal, Mephistopheles. One by one, Leio didn't miss a single one. As the needle pricked, he squeezed his eyes shut, enduring the hallucinations. Thank heavens, 2 people died tonight, but not him. Amidst his good fortune, Leio reaffirmed his idea of using fungi ability to counter hallucinations. He might not be so lucky tomorrow. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the reduced strengthening effect did not affect his acquisition of skill points. As of now, he had 2 usable skill points. Tonight, one person also awakened etheric nullifiers. It was a young man in his early 20s named Mike Tangson. His etheric nullifiers, like Mazaxie's, were for accelerating wound healing. The two talked excitedly. Mazaxie inadvertently revealed something that shook everyone present. He didn't hear any whispers or experience any hallucinations today, but his body still got stronger. Moreover, after injecting the strengthening agent, he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt very comfortable, like taking a hot shower. This truly astonished everyone present. At this moment, Robnose, like a smiling tiger, walked to the front with a smile, testifying to Mazaxie's words. Gentlemen, I'll tell you the truth, artificial etheric nullifiers can be immune to the lethal factors of the strengthening agent. So, strive to be the first to complete all training tasks every day. What an honor that would be, what a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, the gloom from the 2 deaths caused by the previous strengthening injection completely dissipated. The atmosphere on site once again climbed from its low point to its peak. Leia realized that Robnose deliberately saved these words for today, all to constantly encourage the apprentices. By tomorrow, if more people died on site, Robnose would probably come up with another excuse. It was truly difficult for him, a department head, to rack his brains to encourage these lower nest people. It seemed he was really short-staffed, otherwise, he wouldn't be so patient. Everyone finished dinner in a harmonious atmosphere and went back to their respective homes. After leaving the factory gate, Leia avoided the sight of others and met Leia on the street at the edge of the scrapyard zone. Chapter 23 Understanding Stupidity. Trading Location. Leia put down his sack full of mushrooms and waited briefly. Leia and her rat-skin people companion, De Zhuang, arrived at the scene. As usual, they first completed the trade of ordinary mushrooms, allowing De Zhuang to leave with them on his back. After the rat-skin people had gone far away, Leia looked Leia up and down. How come I feel like you've grown taller? Yes, I'm currently undergoing body modification, and I'll be even taller in the future. Leia smiled. How's the illustrated guide coming along? Leia pulled out a notebook from her inner pocket. Here you go, open it and take a look. I've recorded information on 15 types of organisms and non-organisms. I know you like fungi, so I specifically included the 6 most common fungi in the scrapyard zone. The fungus samples are in my bag. You've really gone to a lot of trouble, Leia. Leia mused. I've encountered some trouble recently, and I need your help. Leia glanced at the bruises on Leio's face and nodded slightly. I can see that. Who beat you up like this? You bring him over, and I'll bring people to give him a good beating. That's not necessary. The help I need has nothing to do with the injuries on my face, these are from training. As Leia spoke, he accidentally twitched the injured part of his face and gasped, drawing in a cold breath. Hiss, that hurts. Leia, do you have any way to counter etheric nullifiers? Etheric nullifiers. Leia frowned deeply. Did you provoke an etheric nullifiers? Leia made up an excuse and explained. You could say that. That guy can make people fall into illusions. I want to find a way to counter his etheric nullifiers. No wonder you're all bruised and battered. Did that person first confuse you with illusions and then take the opportunity to beat you up? Clearly, Leia had mentally reconstructed the sequence of Leio's misfortune. Leia was too lazy to elaborate and simply nodded, tacitly agreeing with the statement. Leia took out a glass tube the size of a pinky finger from her pocket. Try this, cold leaf herb tincture. Drink it when you are caught in an illusion, and it should help you break free. I won't charge you for it, consider it a gift from me. I have plenty more. Leia was about to accept it but suddenly remembered what Robnose had said when injecting the strengthening agent. After injecting the strengthening agent, you cannot drink water or eat food. Robnose hadn't mentioned the consequences of forcibly drinking water or eating, but he estimated it would likely cause severe side effects. If he couldn't even drink water, then drinking a tincture containing chemical components would definitely not work either. Leia waved his hand. Leia, that guy's illusion is very peculiar. During the illusion's effect, I can't drink water or eat, or I'll die on the spot. Leia froze for a moment. That's truly bizarre. I've been venturing in the scrapyard zone for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of such etheric nullifiers. Leia spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. Leia put away the tincture, rubbing her temples lightly. Then can you afford an etheric nullifier shield? Before Leia could answer, Leia scanned him up and down, giving the answer in advance. Alright, it seems you, like me, can't afford an etheric nullifier shield. That thing is probably only available to upper nest people. In that case, I can only offer you one piece of advice. Leia held up her index finger and wiggled it. That is to temporarily turn yourself into an idiot, so you can't produce illusions. Hey? What the hell is turning myself into an idiot? Leia was dumbfounded. Leia saw his expression and knew he didn't understand the value of being an idiot. Look at page 10 of the illustrated guide, it records a monster that can cause people to have illusions. Leia helped Leia flip through the notebook. On this page was a hand-drawn illustration. The drawing depicted the interior of a rocky passage, with uneven rock walls covered in strange patterns. Looking closely, those patterns were clearly human faces. They opened their mouths wide, screaming silently, as if tormented by pain. Below the drawing, it was written. Howling Chasm, those who enter will be affected by etheric nullifiers, experiencing terrifying visions and hearing painful wails. Those who cannot bear the illusions will be absorbed into the rock wall, transforming into new human faces. Countermeasure, take medication to lose the ability to produce illusions. Leia said. This passage is located on the only path between the scrapyard zone and the bottom nest. People passing through usually take antipsychotic medication first, and then cross it. If there's no medication available, swallowing mushroom spores with similar effects is also an option. For example, this one. Leia flipped back a few pages, arriving at the section introducing a certain fungus. The illustrated guide showed a mushroom with a white stem and a red cap, covered in colorful spots that looked somewhat unsettling. Its description read as follows. Foolish mushroom, a psychic fungus that actively sprays spores into its surroundings. Its spores can freeze a person's thinking ability, causing them to fall into a brain freeze state, like an idiot. These spores are not without benefit. Experiments have shown that people in a brain freeze state have their brains protected by an etheric nullifier shield, thus temporarily immune to illusions caused by etheric nullifiers. Leia pondered. Interesting. Using spores with negative effects to counter etheric nullifiers that create illusions, achieving a negative equals positive effect. Is this the wisdom of the scrapyard zone? Leia smiled. It's not really the wisdom of the scrapyard zone. This kind of fighting poison with poison approach mostly comes from the mutant gangs and cultists of the bottom nest. Oh, and the fungus samples are in my bag. Leia opened her backpack and took out a glass jar. Leia aimed the analysis fungus at the mushroom in the jar and threw it. Name, foolish mushroom. Analysis result. A peculiar predatory fungus that can live saprophytically in the absence of prey. This mushroom has been contaminated by miscellaneous fungi and is toxic. Its medicinal value lies in the etheric nullifier effect of its spores. Fungi ability, brain freeze technique. Unlock requirement, 100 skill points. After the fungus is domesticated by you, the unlock requirement is reduced to 1 skill point. You only need to remove the miscellaneous fungal contamination to complete domestication. Brain freeze technique? A skill that stiffens the brain? If I use this ability against those troublesome porters, wouldn't I be able to turn all of them into wooden stakes? Leia was full of anticipation for the effect of brain freeze technique. If it could really counter illusions, that would be even better. I'll go back and try the effect later. Leia took out a sample grade mushroom and handed it over. You put away the mushrooms first. Wait until I've finished looking at this newly collected illustrated guide, then you can go back. I'll be quick, I won't waste your time. Leia received the mushrooms and eagerly took one out to eat, smiling. I'm not in a hurry, take your time. If you can't deal with that etheric nullifier, just bring him over, and I'll find someone to teach him a lesson. Just give me 5 kilograms of sample-grade mushrooms. Truly wild. Leia politely but awkwardly declined, discussing the cigarette trade with Leia while reading the illustrated guide. The counter price for premium clam cigarettes was 200 rations cards per box, with 10 cigarettes per box, which translates to 20 rations cards per cigarette. The cigarettes on the counter were always sold out and in perennial short supply, so ordinary people could only buy them at private cigarette stalls for 25 rations cards per cigarette. These stalls bought back cigarettes at a price of 22 rations cards per cigarette, with unlimited buybacks and immediate transactions. And so, Leia and Leia agreed. Starting from the next transaction, both parties would settle with premium cigarettes, exchanging 1 cigarette for every 2 kilograms of mushrooms, with the remainder paid in rations cards. Thus, the two reached a satisfactory trade agreement. Leia returned home with the fungus samples and rations cards provided by Leia. To quickly complete the house buying endeavor, he increased the quantity of mushrooms for the next transaction to 80 kilograms. After deducting the cultivation costs, the amount of rations cards he would have the night after next should be enough to pay the down payment for the house. Of course, the most crucial thing now was to combat the lethality of the strengthening agent. Every time he got an injection, Leia was on tenterhooks, afraid that he would simply roll his eyes and abruptly end his life as a transmigrator. Chapter 24, Purification of Stupidity. It was 9 o'clock at night, in his simple and cramped living space. The room was even more crowded than usual, filled with a large amount of materials related to cultivating fungi. Leia sat in a chair, silent, engrossed in the work of simulating the domestication of foolish mushroom. Day 8, all samples contaminated by miscellaneous fungi. This simulation failed. It failed again. Damn it. Are the miscellaneous fungi in the Warhammer world really that tenacious? Not even alcohol or sunlight could kill the miscellaneous fungi on the foolish mushroom, that's just too absurd. Even more absurd was the foolish mushroom itself. This thing looked similar to ordinary poisonous mushrooms but was surprisingly resilient, it could even grow while submerged in alcohol. It was like absurdity's mother opened the door for absurdity, it was utterly absurd. Leia pulled out a milk mushroom and munched on it, easing the bitterness in his heart. It seems I need to try a different domestication method. I have a good amount of money now, so I'll spend some first and buy the sterile tools needed for the spread plate method. Leia ducked under his bed, pulled out a large stack of rations cards, hid them under his clothes, and went out. It was 11 o'clock at night when Leia returned home. Besides the fatigue of a day's work, there was a faint ache in Leia's face. He held a black leather case with a mechanical combination lock. To acquire the contents of the case, he had spent nearly 300 rations cards, which was a significant expense. Hopefully, this simulation will be successful. He set down the case, unlocked the combination, and a glass container appeared before his eyes. Inside the container were sterile test tubes, sterile droppers, sterile Erlenmeyer flasks, sterile spreaders, sterile agar plates, and a pair of gloves for sterile operations within the container. This set of equipment was called a portable sterile chamber, designed for simplicity, without ultraviolet light or a fan. Leia had bought it secondhand from the market. Its original owner was an unlicensed wild pharmacist. This person had recently invented a highly effective medicine for external injuries, making a fortune, buying many new pieces of equipment, and selling his used items at a discount, which was how Leia got a good deal. The portable sterile chamber was not the ideal experimental equipment. What Leia truly wanted to buy was a laminar flow hood. It could create a positive pressure environment internally and use ultraviolet light for sterilization, thereby creating a sterile environment. However, a laminar flow hood was too expensive, so Leia could only settle for the portable sterile chamber as an alternative. Normally, before using a sterile chamber, one must ensure that the surrounding environment is free of miscellaneous fungi. Otherwise, when samples are placed inside, the sterile chamber would be contaminated by miscellaneous fungi from the environment. His current living space clearly did not meet the conditions for using a sterile chamber. But it didn't matter. The system helped a lot in this regard. Leia reached out and pressed on the sterile chamber, and the system interface popped up. Portable sterile chamber detected. Absorbing it can permanently upgrade the fungus simulation function. Would you like to absorb it? Leia silently thought, absorb. Whoosh. After a faint notification sound, the sterile chamber vanished into thin air, leaving the case empty. Fungus simulation function upgraded successfully. New simulation container added, portable sterile chamber. From now on, you can select this container for simulations without needing to prepare an additional container. Leia sat up straight. Start simulating the removal of miscellaneous fungal contamination. Simulation about to begin. Please select the experimental subject. Spores of foolish mushroom. Experimental subject set. Please select the container. Use the sterile chamber and its accompanying sterile tools. Container set. Please select the culture medium and nutrient solution. Leia gestured at the raw materials on the table. Use the formula I adopted in previous simulations to prepare the culture medium and nutrient solution for this simulation. Please set the simulation parameters. Use the spread plate method to separate and purify the contaminated spores. For temperature, humidity, light, and other parameters, refer to previous simulation records. Settings complete. Starting simulation. Day 1, you used the spores of foolish mushroom in an Erlenmeyer flask containing sterile water to prepare a 10-0 bacterial suspension. You used the 10-fold serial dilution method to obtain a 10-0 bacterial suspension. You used a sterile spreader to spread the diluted bacterial suspension onto a sterile solid culture medium plate. You harvested 10 experimental samples. You observed the samples after static placement. Day 2 to Day 5, microorganisms grew and multiplied on the culture medium plates, forming colonies. You used the analysis fungus function to determine the species of microorganisms in the colonies. You found that all 10 experimental samples were contaminated with miscellaneous fungi. In the least contaminated sample, the colony consisted of 33% miscellaneous fungi and 67% foolish mushroom mycelium. At this point, what do you decide? The principle of the spread plate method is easy to understand. Assume that among 100 microorganisms, there are 99 miscellaneous fungi and 1 desired fungus. We use the dilution method to mix these 100 microorganisms with a large amount of sterile water to obtain a bacterial suspension. Divide the bacterial suspension evenly into 100 portions of bacterial suspension with lower microbial concentration. If lucky, one portion will be free of miscellaneous fungi. Isolate this portion and cultivate it specifically to obtain fungi that are not contaminated by miscellaneous fungi. This is the general process of the spread plate method. What if every portion of the bacterial suspension has miscellaneous fungi? Don't panic. Continue to dilute, continue to divide evenly, and continue to perform the spread plate method until a bacterial suspension without miscellaneous fungal contamination appears. This method of removing miscellaneous fungi is very tedious, often requiring several months of time for experimental personnel. But it is undeniable that as long as one perseveres, a bacterial suspension free of contamination will certainly be obtained. Leia did not hesitate much before instructing the system. I choose the least contaminated sample as the new experimental subject and will again use the spread plate method for separation and purification. Day 5, you used the spread plate method on the new experimental subject and obtained 10 experimental samples. Day 10, you used analysis fungus on the samples and found that the least contaminated sample contained approximately 30% miscellaneous fungi, with the rest being foolish mushroom mycelium. At this point, what do you decide? Very good, the contamination level has decreased from 33% to 30%. This is good news. I decide to repeat the previous action and continue to separate and purify the least contaminated sample. Day 10, you obtain 10 new experimental samples. Day 15, the least contaminated sample has approximately 28% miscellaneous fungi. At this point, what do you decide? Continue. Day 20, the least contaminated sample has 26% miscellaneous fungi. Continue. Day 25. Day 30. Day 35. The simulated days rapidly increased. Leia sat in his chair, repeating his instructions over and over. Soon, the time reached midnight, but there was still 2% of miscellaneous fungi that had not been separated. Leia remained calm and did not give up. Day 160. Day 380. Day 620. The remaining miscellaneous fungi were incredibly stubborn. The system performed over 100 separation and purification attempts, yet there was still less than 0.02% of miscellaneous fungi in the sample. The miscellaneous fungi in the Warhammer world were truly too stubborn. Finally, when the simulated days reached a terrifying 1,200 days, Leio finally got the result he wanted. Day 1,200, you obtained a sample that was not contaminated by miscellaneous fungi. You discovered foolish mushroom mycelium in the sample and cultivated it. Day 1,208, you harvested the sample and obtained 15 domesticated foolish mushrooms. Congratulations! This simulation was successful. Simulation plan recorded. Would you like to consume simulation materials to obtain 15 domesticated foolish mushrooms? It finally succeeded. If this were before I transmigrated, my hair would have turned white from exhaustion. Leio was overjoyed and quickly thought, confirm. 15 foolish mushrooms appeared in the fungus warehouse, completely white without any impurities. Leio glanced at the clock on the wall. 2 o'clock in the morning. I should quickly try the brain freeze technique and then go to sleep. Otherwise, I might fall asleep at the excavation site during the day. Chapter 25, Praise for Stupidity. Also sleepy. Early the next morning, Leio arrived at Cram Cigarette Factory, yawning, with heavy, dark bags under his eyes. Leio. A familiar voice came from behind him. Leio, with his panda eyes, turned around and saw that it was Amy. The two hadn't seen each other since their orientation until they met on the road today. Leio started work at 8 am and couldn't leave until after 7 pm. Amy, on the other hand, had standard 9 to 5 hours. The difficulty of them meeting face to face was no less than a space station docking. Leio patted his face, bracing himself, and asked. Why are you here so early today? I planted some mushrooms in the lab last night, and I plan to come early today to take care of them. Amy looked Leio up and down. You seem to have gotten taller and stronger. Is the food in the collection department that good? Leio looked down and indeed, he had grown quite a bit taller in the past few days. Before, he was about the same height as Amy, but now he was 3 or 4 centimeters taller than her. This visible growth rate was due to the strengthening agent. As expected of something involved with the warp, the effect was amazing. Leio rolled up his sleeve and patted his bicep. This was earned with my life. We have to inject strengthening agents every day, and a few people die with each injection. I'm really lucky to be alive. Amy's mouth slightly agape, too surprised to speak. What? You have to inject strengthening agents? Oh my god, isn't that stuff still in the live experiment phase? Are you guys the test subjects? Hey? Are you kidding me? The strengthening agent is still in the experimental phase. Leio cursed that old fox Robnose inwardly, shaking his head, unable to refute. You're right, Amy, we must have been treated as live test subjects. Otherwise, the benefits after becoming a full employee in the collection department wouldn't be so good. Amy wanted to say something to comfort him but didn't know where to start, only falling silent. Leio smiled and changed the subject. What kind of mushrooms are worth you coming all the way here so early to take care of them? Cocktail fungus, have you heard of it? Probably not. It's a new species that appeared in the scrapyard zone. Leio's smile widened. Of course, I've heard of it. Is it a mushroom that looks like a stemmed glass? With dark red paste inside the cup. How do you know? Amy covered her mouth, extremely surprised. Leio shrugged slightly. It's nothing. I have a few friends who grow mushrooms, and we just happened to talk about cocktail fungus a while ago. Is that so? Amy looked suspicious. Leio smiled without speaking. Cocktail fungus was recorded in the illustrated guide compiled by Leia, and there were 10 samples in the system's fungus warehouse. Leio had been so focused on the foolish mushroom last night that he hadn't had time to study the fungibility of the cocktail fungus in detail. To be honest, he envied Amy greatly. The Cram Cigarette Factory's laboratory surely had many pieces of equipment that could enhance system functions, he would be in his element there. Being able to crush others with his professional knowledge and freely use experimental equipment, it would be incredibly satisfying. Unfortunately, he had to wait until the collection department's training phase ended before he could transfer departments. Sigh, let's just hope I live to see that day. Hopefully, the brain freeze technique will be effective against the hallucinatory effects of the ghost fungus. The two walked and chatted, entering the building together and heading to their respective departments. Leio changed his clothes, entered the transport capsule, and easily arrived at the underground cave. Compared to the first day, he was much calmer now. The increase in physical strength made the mechanical arm and oxygen tank no longer a burden. After adapting to the mild hallucinations, the whispers in his ears also became white noise that was automatically ignored. As long as he didn't damage the root system while excavating, everything would be fine. Leio walked towards the ghost mushroom and brought up the fungibility panel in his mind. Fungibility, brain freeze technique. Description: consumes a certain amount of foolish mushrooms to attempt to put one target into a brain freeze state. The amount of mushrooms consumed is determined by the target's strength. In the brain freeze state, the target's thinking ability is frozen, and they gain a mental barrier to resist hallucinations, lasting 10 seconds. Leio had tried the brain freeze technique last night. After entering the brain freeze state, his brain felt stiff, completely unresponsive. Could this state really counter hallucinations? Leio remained skeptical. Let's try it first, then I'll know if it works. Leio composed himself, activated the brain freeze technique with his mind, and made himself the target. The next second, the whispers disappeared, only the sound of his breathing in the respirator remained. Leio stood frozen like a wooden dummy, his eyes unfocused. 10 seconds later, he shivered slightly, exited the brain freeze state, and regained his ability to think. The whispers caused by the mild hallucination reappeared. Leonio's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tried it again. The whispered murmurs all vanished, only the huffing and puffing of his breathing echoed in his ears. Another 10 seconds passed, and Leonio regained his ability to think. Only then did the hallucination affect him again, harassing him with whispered murmurs. In the brain freeze state, whether it was whispers or murmurs, they simply didn't exist. The brain freeze technique actually worked against hallucinations. Who said the brain freeze technique was useless? This brain freeze technique is simply amazing. Leonio was so excited he almost shouted out loud. Hey, 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 listen up everyone, this is a broadcast. Robnose's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Leonio quickly calmed down. Robnose said over the broadcast. Now that your strength has increased, pay more attention to the force you use with the brushes. Just now, some unlucky fellow used too much force and directly inserted the brush into the root system. The ensuing hallucination was so astonishing that I didn't even have a chance to save him before he was swallowed by the mushroom. Robnose paused, then shouted. Everyone, snap out of it. Don't be careless. Those who have persevered until now are the future pillars of the Cram family. You don't want to die in a dark, sunless place, do you? The broadcast ended, and there was no sound left in the headset. Leonio's inner excitement quickly subsided. Robnose's reminder was very timely. It's easiest to stumble when life is going well. He couldn't let the brain freeze technique make him complacent. Leonio began excavating the root system, and casually opened the fungus warehouse to take a look. He was too tired last night and didn't have the extra energy to cultivate foolish mushrooms. There were only 30 kilograms of domesticated foolish mushrooms in the fungus warehouse, and he didn't know if it would be enough. Time passed by excavating root systems and undergoing combat training. In a flash, it was almost dinner time. Security personnel entered the lounge with syringes. The apprentices looked grim, some bowing their heads, some praying, each using their own method to relieve stress. At Robnose's command, the security personnel jabbed the syringes into the apprentices' necks. A hot current appeared in their bodies, their body temperature soared, and their heartbeats accelerated. Layers of whispers instantly filled Leonio's mind. He tapped the system interface with his mind, activating the brain freeze technique. In an instant, all hallucinations vanished. Instead, there were painful whimpers from nearby, extremely heavy panting, and dull thuds of heads hitting tabletops. Everyone around him was in agony, but only Leonio found a moment of peace from the hallucinatory assault. Brain freeze technique, awesome. Shat. Ma. Ku. The brain freeze state ended unknowingly, and insidious hallucinations launched a sneak attack. Leonio grunted, quickly activating the brain freeze technique again. In this way, he activated the brain freeze technique repeatedly, finally getting through the most agonizing part of the night. When the strengthening effect ended, Leonio looked around and saw 3 corpses on the ground, and Robnose, his face as dark as water. Damn it, 3 died tonight. Counting that idiot from earlier today, the number of casualties today actually reached 4. Robnose angrily slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. The loud noise startled everyone. The scene was silent, no one dared to provoke Robnose. Everyone knew that his kindness was feigned, and that he was essentially a man-eating beast in human form who left no bones behind. Just as the air solidified, a strange sound emanated from one of the corpses. Thump, thump, thump. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound, the corpse began to twitch. Chapter 26 Chaos Enemies. Thump, thump. A heartbeat-like sound echoed through the rest hall. Everyone noticed the pulsating corpse. Look, what's that? The apprentice closest to the corpse pointed at its abdomen, his face filled with terror. It looks like something is trying to crawl out of the corpse. The apprentice shouted as he backed away. Affected by his panic, those nearby also moved away from the corpse. Robnose's expression was solemn, he rapidly tapped on his datapad, muttering to himself as if communicating with someone. Leonio didn't quite understand the situation yet, but survival was paramount, and escaping was definitely the right move. He shielded the others in front of him and quietly walked towards the lift. Just a few steps later, the sound of flesh being torn came from behind him. Leonio looked back, cold sweat breaking out. The corpse's belly had been ripped open by a pair of black claws, flesh curling back, blood spurting wildly. The owner of the claws, bathed in blood, crawled out of the corpse, looking grotesque and ugly, with twisted limbs, a hunched back, and short, red and black interwoven fur all over its body. Leonio threw out an appraisal technique while running. The appraisal result from the system startled him. This was actually a subspace demon. Although very weak, it was undeniably from the warp. Name, unknown demon. Description, a very weak subspace demon. For some reason, its projection, not its true body, came to the physical universe through the soul of an apprentice. Why did injecting the strengthening agent summon a projection of a subspace demon? As a cloud hammer, Leonio found it utterly inconceivable. Ah! Monster! Run! Ugh, it stinks! This monster smells awful! Everyone screamed in terror, and the scene devolved into chaos. Leonio reached the lift and tried to operate the gate with his datapad, only to find he didn't have permission to open it. Robnose hadn't announced the end of the shift, so the apprentices couldn't leave the underground area. Damn it! What to do now? Leonio frowned, growing anxious, and could only duck under a table. Just then, Robnose put down his datapad and shouted. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Hold this monster back! Boj will be here with people to deal with it soon. The security personnel, receiving the order, drew their laser pistols from their waists and pulled the triggers. Red lasers shot out, the rays dazzlingly bright, as more than a dozen high-energy beams fired at the enemy simultaneously. The monster was swept by the horizontally unleashed crimson downpour, its flesh emitting a foul odor as it charred from the high temperature. The laser volley was quite spectacular, but the results were not as desired. The monster was not pierced by the lasers, nor did it die immediately. This was because the laser pistol's focusers had been calibrated, and their power reduced to a level that couldn't penetrate the factory equipment's outer casing. In this situation, accidental damage to equipment and internal pipelines was indeed avoided, but the lethality was also greatly reduced. While the security personnel were changing energy magazines, the monster, its body scorched black, roared and leaped high, pouncing on a security officer. Its two dark, wolf fang-like claws pressed down, forcefully pushing onto the security officer's helmet. The helmet remained intact, but the security officer's head was pressed into his body, killing him instantly. Robnose roared sharply. Are you idiots? How did Boj train you? Alternate fire. Alternate fire. The monster suddenly turned its head, fixating on the shouting Robnose, and charged with a fishy wind of foul stench. Everyone seemed to see Robnose's head being smashed by the monster. But that wasn't what happened. Although Robnose was over 50, he was light-footed and healthy. He stepped back repeatedly, retreating rapidly while facing the monster, and with his left hand, he squeezed and then flung it to the side. The monster was bound by an invisible force, its charging posture instantly halted, and it uncontrollably stumbled and fell sideways. Psychic power. Robnose was also an etheric nullifiers. What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to deal with this monster myself? Dense laser beams reappeared. This time, the security personnel fired in alternation, not randomly pulling the trigger. The sustained firing was ensured, but the laser density was greatly reduced, allowing the monster to move despite the lasers. It protected its head with its claws, came next to a security officer, and swung its right claw. The armor made of bulletproof plastic couldn't stop the attack. The sharp claws tore into the body, ripping off large chunks of flesh from the security officer. The monster swallowed greedily, its laser-burned fur repairing itself as it writhed. This scene terrified everyone. What kind of monster was this, that it could heal itself by devouring flesh? Ding! The lift descended from the upper floor, and the gate opened. Security Chief Boj arrived, followed by several security personnel in black fire-resistant suits. These security personnel were equipped with flamethrowers. They pushed their way through the crowd and aimed their fiery tongues at the monster. For a moment, the rest hall was ablaze, and the room temperature rapidly rose. The monster seemed to be very afraid of fire. As soon as the flamethrower started, the monster scurried away, covering its head, but was quickly caught by the flames. It shrieked and howled in the flames, spraying black, foul-smelling liquid, its body rapidly shriveling. In less than 10 seconds, the monster that had caused so much panic turned into a pile of black waste. The flamethrowers turned off, the flames dissipated, and the air temperature slowly dropped. Boj scanned the monster's remains with his electronic eye and nodded slightly. Supervisor Robnose, the monster has been eliminated. Leia crawled out from under the table where he had been hiding and looked at Robnose, who was frowning deeply. Everyone present focused their gazes on Robnose, wanting to hear his explanation. What happened tonight was truly horrifying. Just an injection of a strengthening agent, and a monster appeared in the dead apprentice's belly. Could the strengthening agent make someone pregnant? But the problem was, that apprentice was clearly a male. Robnose said nothing. He walked over to the apprentice's corpse, scanned it with his datapad, and then picked up the syringe from the floor to scan it. In the crowd, someone noticed a detail. Hey? Do you remember who was supposed to inject ghost potion today? If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it the person whose belly the monster crawled out of? At these words, the apprentices all agreed. Yes. It was him. I think his name was Tupac. I remember very clearly. Tupac was the third to complete excavation training today. Ahead of him were Mazaxi and Mike Tangson. Mazaxi and Mike Tangson have already injected ghost potion, so the only person injecting ghost potion today could be Tupac. Could the monster be related to the ghost potion? How is that possible? If it were related to ghost potion, why are Mazaxi and Mike Tangson fine? Mazaxi and Mike Tangson heard the others' conversation. The two exchanged glances, nodded imperceptibly, and lowered their heads, saying nothing. Robnose stood up with a somber face and said coldly. Quiet. Listen to me, all of you, this doesn't concern you. All apprentices are dismissed on the spot, report back tomorrow morning at 8. The apprentices looked at each other, then walked towards the lift. Leia had no intention of staying and left with the crowd. After the apprentices left, the security personnel were also dismissed by Boj, leaving only Robnose and Boj in the rest hall. Boj gazed at the remains on the floor and asked. Supervisor Robnose, the monitoring data tells me that the monster seems to have emerged from an apprentice's corpse. Can you please explain the reason for this? I apologize, but for the safety of the factory, I must investigate thoroughly. Facing Boj's inquiry, Robnose's expression naturally changed. He shed his previous coldness when ordering the apprentices and spoke in a calm and composed tone. Don't worry, Boj. This is a normal phenomenon. A normal phenomenon. Boj's bionic eye flickered red slightly. You call a monster crawling out of a belly a normal phenomenon? I'm sorry, I don't understand why you say that. Robnose took out his pipe, lit the tobacco, took a satisfying puff, and slowly exhaled. I can tell you why, Boj. I added some new medicinal ingredients, which I've been secretly developing recently, to the ghost potion I injected into the apprentices. When the concentration of the new ingredients exceeds the critical value the human body can withstand, the injector's body will mutate, and a monster will quickly grow. Boj remained silent, the flickering light in his bionic eye indicating his inner turmoil. Robnose saw that Boj didn't believe him and smiled slightly, as if he didn't care about Boj's attitude at all. It's useless for you not to believe what I say. Your master is the one who hired me as the Cram family's chief alchemist. He approves of my work, so you must approve, understand. Chapter 27, No Heat, No Joy. Leaving the factory gates, Leia was famished. It should have been dinner time after the injection of the strengthening agent. But the scene was a mess, and Robnose was in a foul mood, so the free dinner was naturally out of the question. Leia pressed his rumbling stomach, planning to use milk mushroom to alleviate his hunger when he got home. Hey? Wait a minute. What was the fungi ability of the milk mushroom called again? It seemed to be full stomach technique. It sounded like an ability that could fill one's stomach. Leia clicked open the interface, found the full stomach technique panel, and began to examine it. Name, full stomach technique. Unlock requirement, 1 skill point. Associated fungus, milk mushroom. Effect, consumes a certain amount of milk mushroom to fill the specified target with purified water, carbohydrates, and protein. The more consumed, the better the satiating effect. Current available skill points, 2. Do you want to unlock this fungi ability? Unlocking brain freeze technique used 1 skill point and he gained 1 after completing the injection today. With one offsetting the other, the number of skill points remained 2. Leia thought for a moment, silently chanted unlock, selected 500 grams of milk mushroom from the fungus warehouse, and activated full stomach technique on himself. Almost instantly, the feeling of hunger significantly receded. This ability is amazing. It directly bypassed the process of eating, converting food into nutrients and stuffing them into the stomach. Then, could full stomach technique be used to burst an enemy? Leia's eyes lit up slightly, and his imagination ran wild. Hey, Leia, wait for me. Urgent footsteps approached Leia rapidly. It was Amy. She jogged over, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her breathing rapid. Did a monster appear at your place? Leia stopped, raising an eyebrow. How did you know? Amy pressed her hand to her chest, calming her breathing. When the monster appeared, the alarm in the laboratory went off. At that time, a few others and I were working overtime taking care of the mushrooms. The supervisor told us that there was a small issue in your collection department, and Boj had already gone to deal with it, telling us not to panic. Are you okay? I'm fine. Leia smiled. That monster was burned to death by Boj and his men. It's strange, though, how could a monster just appear out of nowhere? Amy looked around, lowering her voice. It's said that if the concentration of ghost potion exceeds the critical value, the injector's body will mutate, growing deformed tumors or extra organs. Do you think the monster might also have appeared due to mutation? Mutation? Well, that's possible. Leia mumbled in response. For the Cram family, who researched ghost potion, explaining it as mutation was a bit far-fetched without knowing about the warp, but it could still be made sense of. Leia was speechless about it. He didn't plan to inform the Cram family about the existence of the warp, nor did he intend to warn those researching ghost fungus. Only those who didn't understand the warp would try to reveal its true nature. Leia just wanted to get through the training phase and smoothly transfer to the experimental department, not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble. The two walked and chatted, and the topic shifted to the cocktail fungus Amy was cultivating. This fungus looked much like a wine glass. Inside the wine glass was some pink paste, which was its mycelium. If the mycelium was separated and applied to a wound, it could sterilize and disinfect the wound, promoting healing. Medical gels and tablets made from cocktail fungus also had the effect of promoting wound healing. How come I feel like the effect of cocktail fungus is similar to the etheric nullifiers awakened by ghost potion? Leia couldn't help but ask. Amy nodded slightly. That's natural. You don't know yet, do you? The ghost potion you're injecting is the latest version, and it has cocktail fungus ingredients added to it. So, the etheric nullifiers of artificial etheric nullifiers are definitely related to self-healing ability. Oh, I see. No wonder the last 2 successful cases were etheric nullifiers that enhanced self-healing abilities. Leia suddenly understood and decided to go back and research cocktail fungus. If its fungi ability could be used as a life-saving trump card, Leia wouldn't mind staying up late again to domesticate the cocktail fungus as well. The two walked and chatted about cocktail fungus, then parted ways at the crossroads. On the way back, Leia also bought materials for cultivating foolish mushroom. Facts proved that brain freeze technique had great potential in countering illusions. Since that was the case, he would increase his efforts and first store 100 kilograms of foolish mushroom. Upon arriving home, Leia put down his belongings, first completing the task of cultivating foolish mushroom, and then activating the analysis fungus function on the cocktail fungus. Name, cocktail fungus. Analysis result. A wild fungus that grows near radioactive waste. Its growth and reproduction are highly dependent on high temperatures. It has no contamination from miscellaneous bacteria or toxicity, but it does contain a certain amount of radioactive material. Its spores and mycelium, after purification, can be processed into a potion for healing external injuries. Leia silently praised Miss Leia for her meticulousness. The sample she brought had undergone some treatment, reducing the concentration of radioactive material on the cocktail fungus to within a safe range. Otherwise, he, a normal person, would surely have accidentally fallen victim and experienced a slight mutation. Continuing to read, Leia's gaze fell on the fungi ability section. Fungi ability, healing spell. Unlock requirement, 100 skill points. Reduced to 1 after domestication. Effect, consumes a certain amount of domesticated cocktail fungus to greatly enhance the target's self-healing ability and rapidly treat external injuries. The healing effect is related to the target's own cell activity. Domestication can be completed simply by removing the radioactive material from wild cocktail fungus. The fungi ability really was related to healing. This was excellent. In the future, if he suffered external injuries, he could save a lot of money on treatment services. As for the method of removing radioactive material, Leia knew the answer. When he chatted with Amy before, she had proactively mentioned these details. The radioactive material in wild cocktail fungus consisted of some metal ions. By soaking the mycelium of cocktail fungus in a special chelating agent, the radioactive metal ions could be removed. Amy didn't specify what chelating agent it was. But this didn't stump Leia. The Water Guild would definitely use chelating agents when treating industrial wastewater. He could buy some to test the effect. Leia pulled out his rations card from under the bed and stuffed a large handful into his pocket. With the heartache typical of the poor, he pushed open the door and headed to the Water Guild counter. Effort paid off. At midnight that day, after continuously trying 5 different chelating agents, Leia finally found a chelating agent that could both remove radioactive material and not harm the mycelium. Another half an hour passed, and he discovered a method for cultivating cocktail fungus that didn't require radioactive waste as a culture medium. This method was extremely bizarre, to the point that Leia once thought this world was beyond saving. Didn't wild cocktail fungus grow near radioactive waste? After repeated simulations, Leia confirmed that radioactive waste could be replaced by a heat source. By placing the cocktail fungus in a high-temperature resistant glass vessel and continuously heating it with the flame of a promethium lamp. As a result, after undergoing 6 hours of high-temperature baking in the simulation experiment, the cocktail fungus actually developed successfully. What was going on with the fungi in this warmer world? First, there was the water orb fungus that could drink endlessly, and now the cocktail fungus that thrived on heat. Would there be a fungus next that only grew when electrocuted? Forget it, I'm tired. Let this world be destroyed, it's beyond saving. Leia cultivated 10 kilograms of domesticated cocktail fungus, stuffed them into the fungus warehouse, and collapsed into bed. Unlocking healing spell could be put off for a bit. Currently, he only had 1 skill point. It wouldn't be too late to unlock healing spell after completing the injection tomorrow, when the number of skill points increased to 2. This way, he could always ensure he had skill points available, avoiding being caught short at critical moments. Chapter 28 No Way Out. The next day, the atmosphere in the collection department was noticeably more subdued, everyone looked numb and had no desire to converse. In a flash, it was time for the enhancer injection again. This time, Robnose changed his approach. He injected the enhancer and the ghost potion separately to prevent the 2 agents from interfering with each other. A young man named Costero was the 3rd person today to receive the honor of a ghost potion injection. He would receive the enhancer injection with everyone else, and then a separate ghost potion injection. Leia, as usual, used the brain freeze technique to resist the hallucinations caused by the enhancer. After the drug's effects wore off, no one died on the scene, which was good news. Then it was Costero's turn for a solo ghost potion injection. The atmosphere became heavy. Regardless of whether they were apprentices or security personnel, everyone instinctively took half a step back, fearing a repeat of last night's situation. Leia noticed that some security personnel were equipped with flamethrowers, ready to unleash flames at Robnose's command. Fortunately, the anomaly from last night did not reappear. Costero successfully completed the injection, becoming the 3rd artificial etheric nullifier to date. Just like the 2 previous artificial etheric nullifiers, Costero's etheric nullifier ability was accelerated wound healing. This indicated that the ingredients in the ghost potion had not changed and still contained cocktail fungus. Watching Costero bounce around, Robnose's nerves, which had been taut all day, finally relaxed. All right, everyone, go back after dinner. Yesterday was just an accident, it won't happen again. Robnose pressed his hands down, signaling the apprentices to sit down and eat. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a data pad to scan the apprentice's body data, he muttered. In 6 more days, the training will end. All of you who have persevered until now are excellent, don't mess it up. Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly spat out blood with a gurgle. Everyone was astonished, staring dumbfounded. That person was none other than Costero, who had just become an artificial etheric nullifier. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, trying to stop the blood from gushing out, but it was futile. The scene erupted in an uproar, everyone put down their food and quickly moved away from Costero. The security personnel equipped with flamethrowers surrounded him, waiting to spray flames as soon as a monster burst out. Supervisor. I feel a voice speaking in my ear. Costero collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking utterly miserable. He stretched out his blood-soaked right hand towards Robnose, who stood behind the security personnel, as if grasping at a lifeline. Save me, save me. It's trying to burrow into my stomach. Pfft. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. Stomach. Costero mentioned his stomach. Robnose's face darkened. He pulled out a laser pistol from a security guard's waist, aimed it at Costero's head, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Beams of red laser light struck Costero's head, shattering it. Deathly silence descended. The security personnel's fingers rested on the flamethrower triggers, cold sweat beating on their foreheads, as they stared intently at Costero's stomach. The thumping sound did not appear. Costero's belly remained flat and still, without any bulging. Time passed in dead silence. A minute later, the corpse remained unchanged. Damn it! What went wrong? Robnose threw the laser pistol to a security guard, clenched his fists, and slammed them onto the table, like a furious lion. Two of you, come with me and take this corpse to the morgue for storage. I need to study it carefully. The rest of you are not allowed to leave. I'll be right back. Two security personnel put away their flamethrowers, lifted the corpse, and walked towards the lift platform, with Robnose following closely behind. The apprentices faced the blood-soaked floor, exchanging glances. Leia looked at the unfinished food on the table, completely losing his appetite, and simply dragged his chair to a corner far from the bloodstains and sat down. An apprentice muttered in a low voice. This damn job, whoever wants to do it can do it. I'm not coming tomorrow. Another person nodded vigorously. Yeah, me too. Anyway, I'm much stronger now, even if I go move bricks, I can earn double the wages. Why waste time here? If you guys aren't coming, then I'm not coming tomorrow either. The apprentices grumbled, complaining about Robnose in front of the security personnel, determined to sever ties with the Cram cigarette factory. After the attrition of the past few days, there were 17 apprentices remaining besides Leia, and 10 of them decided on the spot to quit the job. Tomorrow, they might see the grand spectacle of only 7 or 8 people showing up for work. Clearly, neither the salary Robnose promised nor the Cram family's bride had any appeal to the apprentices anymore. They had all been thrown into the trash. To enjoy a comfortable life in the middle nest after retirement, one first needed to be alive. If you're not even alive, what's the point of talking about living a comfortable life and waiting to die? Leia frowned, not joining the conversation. He had a question in his mind. Could the anomalies of yesterday and today be related to him? There was a reason for this question. For the first 2 days, he didn't have the brain freeze technique and could only endure the hallucinations during the injection. Although some people died, no monsters appeared. Yesterday, a monster burst out of Tabak's stomach and was burned to death by flames. Today, Costero was shot in the head by Robnose. This action seemed to have interrupted the monster's process of emerging from Costero's stomach. And it was precisely yesterday and today that he used the brain freeze technique to combat the hallucinations, and anomalies occurred not long after. Was this just a coincidence? The panel stated that his fungi ability did not involve the warp. So, using the brain freeze technique shouldn't affect other people, right? Leia was a bit confused, feeling that the truth of the matter was elusive. The warp was indeed not a good place. Once anything became involved with it, it almost always became complex and bizarre. Hey, Leia, say something. You're the youngest among us and the least qualified to become a regular employee. Do you want to quit with us? The apprentice who led the quitting shouted at Leia. Someone nearby chimed in. I don't think he'll quit. Once we all leave, won't he be able to become a regular employee? What if he becomes a regular employee? With his physique, he'll probably die underground not long after officially starting. Exactly. Even if he becomes a regular employee, he can't marry a clam girl. He's not even an adult yet. Leia sneered inwardly. Quit? Dream on. After entering the cigarette factory, we learned so many secrets, how could we possibly land safely? Leia looked indifferently at the noisy apprentices, maintaining his usual poker face. The apprentices were already used to his demeanor and quickly lost interest, turning the topic back to complaining about Robnose. Gradually, the number of people determined to quit increased from 10 to 15. Except for Mazaxi, Mike Tangson, and Leia, all other apprentices clearly stated they would not come tomorrow. Ding! The lift platform descended from the ground, and the gate opened. Robnose rushed into the hall, roaring. Do you think I didn't hear what you were saying? What do you think this place is, where you can come and go as you please? If I don't open the door for you, not one of you will leave. The apprentices stiffened, their faces grim, as they suddenly remembered that they did not have permission to open the lift platform gate. Robnose waved his hand, and the security personnel behind him pounced on the apprentices present. Except for Mazaxi and Mike Tangson, everyone will be injected with the ghost potion tonight. I want to see how many of you will mutate. Chapter 29, Hallucination Hip Hop. What the hell, Robnose, are you sick? I never said I was quitting, so why inject me with ghost potion? Leia's eyebrows twitched, feeling a deep sense of unease. Robnose's hair stood on end, his eyes blazing with cold light, and his face was contorted in a ferocious expression. He had clearly lost it and was starting to act erratically. 2 security guards rushed over, gripping Leia's arms, one on each side, and dragged him in front of Robnose, lining him up with the other apprentices. Robnose held a syringe in his hand, looking as if he intended to do the injection himself. Listen up, you stinking maggots from the lower nest area. If Lord Vogues hadn't repeatedly asked all families researching ghost potion to minimize casualties, how could you possibly have waited until today to get your ghost potion injections? Robnose walked up to the first apprentice, grabbed their hair, and forcibly pulled their head to one side, exposing their neck. I've had enough of this pretense. My patience and manners should be reserved for the upper nest dignitaries, not for you rotten failures struggling in a cesspit. The syringe was plunged fiercely into the undefended neck. The apprentice screamed, veins bulging, and their facial features distorted. Soon, they lost the ability to speak, their muscles stiffened, and they were held in place by the security guards in a twisted posture. Their eyeballs rolled upwards, their body trembled and convulsed, and their throat gurgled as if boiling water. Pfft! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the apprentice regained a sliver of sanity, clutching their head and screaming in horror. Ah! He. He's coming in. He's going into my stomach. Kill me quickly. Kill me quickly. Robnose sneered, picked up a laser pistol, pulled the trigger, and shot the apprentice's head into pieces. The second apprentice was terrified, humbly begging for Robnose's mercy, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being a test subject. The syringe pierced their neck, and in less than a minute, they became a corpse. Both apprentices shouted the same words after the injection. He's coming in. He's going into my stomach. These two sentences struck fear into the hearts of the remaining apprentices, their faces turning ashen. Only Mazaxi and Mike Tangson were exceptions. They stood at a distance, their faces showing just the right amount of tension, but their eyes were indifferent and calm, as if they were enjoying a good show. Looking at Robnose, both of them showed a subtle approval, seemingly quite in favor of Robnose's large-scale injection actions. One after another, apprentices were forcibly injected with ghost potion, but not everyone became a headless corpse. 7 apprentices survived and successfully awakened etheric nullifiers with enhanced self-healing abilities. Including Leia, there were still 3 apprentices waiting for the injection. Robnose waved his hand, ordering the security guards to complete the injections on his behalf. 3 syringes moved together, aiming at their respective apprentices and plunging down. The nanoneedle pierced the epidermis, entered the blood vessel, and injected the warm liquid into Leio's neck. Before he could use brain freeze technique, intense hallucinations suddenly appeared. His vision switched in an instant. The site of the lounge disappeared, replaced by blood-red mist. Strips of dark red threads rolled in the mist, and specks of black dust flickered, like countless eyes peering into souls. Whispers poured into his mind, frantically washing over his thoughts, distorting his cognition, and reshaping his desires. Countless hoarse, low, and indistinct voices came from all directions, tightly encircling his soul, constantly repeating the same words. We are the one, we are the infinite. We are the infinite, we are evolution. We are evolution, we are perfection. We are perfection, we are amalgamation. We are amalgamation, we are the one. The sound of amalgamation sprouts, the will of amalgamation bursts forth, the soul of amalgamation sublimates. Join amalgamation. Follow amalgamation. Worship amalgamation. 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 Leio's soul felt as if it were in turbulent waves, the surrounding blood-red mist violently churned, and the dark red bloodlines formed a massive blood-red vortex, converging towards his abdomen like a funnel. Compared to the blood-red vortex, Leio was as tiny as a grain of sand in a desert. He should have been crushed by the blood-red vortex in an instant, watching helplessly as it forcibly entered his abdomen. But Leio was surprised to find that the tip of the vortex could not approach him. A layer of black veil suddenly appeared, covering his soul and blocking the blood-red vortex outside. The veil looked soft and thin, but it encircled Leio's body like an indestructible barrier, preventing the blood-red vortex from coming any closer. Leio aimed appraisal technique at the black veil and the blood-red vortex. The appraisal result was some kind of warp entity, with no further information. The frantic whispers in his ears still persisted, growing even more shrill, seemingly cheering on the blood-red vortex. Regardless of the origin of the black veil, the immediate priority was to block out those damned whispers, otherwise his head would explode from the noise. Activate brain freeze technique. Turn himself into an idiot. Leio suddenly snapped back to his senses and completed the operation like lightning. The next moment, the hallucination vanished. The layers of whispers dissipated, and the scene in front of him switched back to the lounge. 10 seconds later, brain freeze technique ended. The moment Leio regained his ability to think, he activated brain freeze technique again. The crimson mist, the massive blood-red vortex, and the black veil, these 3 only stayed in his vision for less than 0.1 seconds before vanishing without a trace. 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Several consecutive 10-second intervals passed, and Leio dared not relax for a moment. With his system and brain freeze technique, and the protection of the mysterious black veil, he was still struggling to cope. He truly wondered how those apprentices who awakened etheric nullifiers managed to withstand such hallucinations. Finally, the effects of the ghost potion wore off. Leio was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath uncontrollably, his pupils slowly returning to normal from needlepoint size. You absorbed 10 concentrated essences of ghost fungus. You gained 10 skill points. My goodness, I gained 10 skill points at once. How much concentrated essence from ghost fungus was added to that ghost potion? Leio couldn't focus on his joy, 2 words kept echoing in his mind. Amalgamation. What the hell was this amalgamation that kept appearing in the hallucination? Robnose came up to Leio, hands clasped behind his back, clicking his tongue in wonder. I'm truly surprised, you actually persevered. Show me the etheric nullifiers you awakened, quickly, don't dawdle. As he spoke, Robnose used a dagger to make a cut on Leio's wrist. Blood droplets fell from the wound, forming a line pointing to the ground. Leio shook his head, dispelling the lingering dizziness in his mind. He confirmed that he had not awakened the so-called etheric nullifiers, and at this moment, there was only one way to deal with Robnose. He steadied his mind, opened the system interface, unlocked the fungi ability of cocktail fungus, and immediately activated it. The wound on his wrist healed at a visible speed, stabbing and stopping the bleeding within a few seconds. Very good. From now on, you are an artificial etheric nullifiers of the Cram family. Robnose chuckled, quite satisfied, and had the two security guards release Lino, then took out a metal card and slapped it on Lino's chest. This is your artificial etheric nullifiers certificate, keep it safe. I'll give you a choice. Do you want to stay in the collection department, or transfer to the experimental department? Lino wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked down at the card in his hand, and took a deep breath. I want to transfer to the experimental department. The expected answer, get lost. Robnose waved his hand indifferently, using a data pad to grant Lino temporary access to the lift. Lino was overjoyed, but he dared not show it on his face, lest he provoke Robnose, who had shed his disguise and exposed his cruel nature. But before he had walked a few steps, he suddenly heard two thuds from behind. 2 columns of blood spurted from the mouths of 2 apprentices respectively, followed by the crisp sound of laser guns blasting heads. Wait, Lino, don't go. Robnose called out to the young man, counting the number of artificial etheric nullifiers with his fingertips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When he reached the 10th number, Robnose pointed his fingertip at the bewildered Lino, his lips curving upwards. 10. You are the 10th artificial etheric nullifiers, and also the last successful case. Congratulations, Lino, you've been hired by this department. Lino. What the hell? Chapter 30, The Secret of the Pregnancy. The training phase is over early. The 10 of you will officially start work tomorrow. It might take half a month for you to complete the entire onboarding process, so be mentally prepared. Remember to report at 8 AM tomorrow morning. Robnose dropped a sentence and turned to leave. The security personnel wiped away the bloodstains, put the body into a body bag, and transported it to the morgue. In a short while, only 10 soon-to-be official employees remained in the lounge. Lino stood blankly in place, as if he heard the song Snowflakes Drifting, north wind whistling in his ears, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart. Mazaxi walked over, placed his hand on Lino's shoulder, and said gently. Lino, accept reality. This is our destiny. The other 8 people and I are going to find a place to have a good chat. You should come along too. After speaking, without waiting for Lino's agreement, Mazaxi pulled Lino towards the elevator, and the other 8 followed. Mazaxi's strength was terrifying, his hand felt like an iron clamp. Lino tried to break free but failed, instead feeling a stinging pain from a sprain in his shoulder. After leaving the factory gate, Mazaxi led everyone to a secluded alley. He released Lino's shoulder and comforted him like a benevolent elder. Don't be unsociable, Lino. In the future, the 10 of us will be family, and it's only right that we look out for each other. That's right, Lino. Mike Tangson leaned in and smiled. Although you're not yet an adult, and you can't compare to us in terms of physique or experience, we won't dislike you. We are family, how can family members argue? Family? Family my ass. Lino was in an extremely bad mood. He should have been transferred to the experimental department tonight, but who would have thought something would go wrong at the last minute? Even if something went wrong, it also delayed his transaction with Leia. He must be almost half an hour late, right? If he didn't go for the transaction soon, Leia would probably leave. Lino frowned, wanting to find an excuse to slip away, but he noticed a strange atmosphere rapidly brewing. Mazaxi and Mike Tangson smiled like loving old fathers, even their crow's feet showing. Although the others didn't show such smiles, their eyes revealed a certain anticipation, staring intently at Mazaxi and Mike Tangson. Amalgamation chose us. Therefore, we are the only, we are the endless. Mazaxi folded his hands over his abdomen and recited a prayer in an ethereal tone. Mike Tangson's posture was identical to Mazaxi's, and he followed his words, saying, We are the endless, we are evolution. Lino's heart trembled. Weren't these 2 sentences from his hallucination? It seemed to be related to amalgamation. What were Mazaxi and Mike Tangson up to? Then, the man to Mike Tangson's right began to whisper, mimicking Mike Tangson's tone and posture. We are evolution, we are perfection. The other men seemed to have a tacit understanding, proactively adding sentences in a counterclockwise order. We are perfection, we are fusion. We are fusion, we are the only. The sound of amalgamation germinates, the will of amalgamation bursts forth, the soul of amalgamation sublimates. Join amalgamation. Worship amalgamation. After the 9th person finished speaking, it was Lino's turn. The 9 people present all looked at him. If Lino still didn't understand what was happening at this point, then his education would have been for nothing. He covered his abdomen with both hands, lowered his eyebrows, curled his lips upward, revealing a fatherly smile, and completed the last line of the prayer. Follow amalgamation. Mazaxi and Mike Tangson nodded with smiles. Mazaxi stepped forward, moving to the center of the circle formed by the group, gently stroking his slightly bulging belly as he murmured. Amalgamation guided us to meet. Mike Tangson and I are your guides. Mike Tangson also came to the center of the circle, gently stroking his belly as if life was brewing there. Before the sound of amalgamation rings out again, please work diligently, help each other, and do not let other departments notice anything amiss. Finally, praise amalgamation. Praise amalgamation. Mazaxi echoed. Praise amalgamation. Praise amalgamation. Praise amalgamation. Everyone repeated praise amalgamation counterclockwise. Mazaxi smiled and lightly patted his belly. I feel its fetal movement. You will also have an experience like mine in the future. Please wait patiently. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Mike Tangson echoed. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Everyone repeated see you tomorrow counterclockwise, like repeaters for Mazaxi and Mike Tangson. Afterward, the 10 people dispersed, each returning home. Each person's face wore a loving smile. Leia walked over 1,000 meters in one breath, cautiously looking left and right, confirming no one was following him, before he stopped smiling. Damn it. Cultists. Mazaxi and Mike Tangson are cultists. Behind them is a force related to amalgamation. The mutation that appeared after injecting the ghost potion is definitely inseparable from amalgamation. As is well known, there is a law in the Warhammer world called if you believe, it exists. When a nebulous concept is worshipped and propagated by people for a long time, it is highly likely to be born in the warp, becoming a new warp creature. The force related to amalgamation is shaping its own warp creature and using its power to control humans. The good news is that this warp creature has not yet fully formed and has no self-awareness. It can only transform ordinary people according to the concepts instilled in it by the cultists. As for whether the transformation was successful, the warp creature does not know, nor can it convey the transformation results to the cultists. The cultists can only confirm whether the transformation was successful by using a secret code. The conversation that just happened was a secret code exchange. Leia reacted immediately and successfully completed the secret code process, temporarily gaining the trust of Mazaxi and Mike Tangson. What should he do now? Should he report them to the enforcers? He could, yes. But what if, after reporting, it's discovered that he's clearly not an etheric nullifier but can heal wounds quickly? Then he'd most likely be taken to a laboratory for dissection. This is troublesome, I seem to have gotten involved in something serious. Leia gently rubbed his temples, his mind racing, but he couldn't come up with anything for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to put this matter aside for now and quickly complete the transaction with Leia. If Leia understood amalgamation, that would be even better, he might be able to find a solution from her. In an alley adjacent to the scrapyard zone. 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other in the unlit area. Leia, is Leia still coming? We've been waiting for almost an hour. The thin rat-skinned person, Xiao Zhuang, impatiently tugged at his whiskers. Be patient, Xiao Zhuang. Waiting is like planting crops, without patience, there is no harvest. De Zhuang licked his younger brother Xiao Zhuang's fur, as if to comfort him. Leia smiled apologetically. Let's wait a little longer. If Leia doesn't come in 10 minutes, we'll go back. He has a lot of mushrooms to transport this time, so he might have run into trouble on the way. Xiao Zhuang shook off his brother De Zhuang's saliva. All right, 10 more minutes. I haven't harvested my vegetables yet. Hoo. Heavy breathing echoed into the alley, and a figure walked towards the 2 rats and 1 person. Sorry, I'm late. The person who arrived was Leia. He was carrying many bags, making it very difficult for him to walk. It's all right, we didn't wait too long. Leia stepped out of the shadows, wanting to help Leia unload the bags. De Zhuang suddenly stopped Leia, his crimson eyes showing vigilance, and his long whiskers twitching rapidly. Wait. Leia, Leia's scent isn't right. Chapter 31 Father and Son. Xiao Zhuang heard his brother's words, curiously stretched out his nose, and inhaled the scent from Leia in big gulps. Hey? Such a familiar smell. I think I've smelled it somewhere before. Smell? What smell? Leia unloaded the bag full of mushrooms, raised his arm in confusion, and carefully sniffed himself. Aside from sweat and a faint smell of blood, he didn't detect any special scent. Leia wanted to go forward and check the mushrooms but was held back by De Zhuang, unable to move a single step. Leia, don't go over there. Coldness appeared in De Zhuang's crimson eyes. I can confirm that Leia has the scent of those lunatics from the Church of Amalgamation on him. We'd better leave quickly, this might be a trap. Right. Church of Amalgamation. I remember now, this is the Church of Amalgamation's scent. Xiao Zhuang shrieked, his fur bristling, and he slightly bent his back, adopting a wary posture, his 2 small eyes darting around. Leia took so long to get here, is he discussing with the Church of Amalgamation how to deal with us? We aren't surrounded by cultists, are we? De Zhuang didn't speak, only forcibly dragged his brother and Leia back, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Leia finally reacted at this moment. Are you suspecting Leia and the Church of Amalgamation are working together? How is that possible? If he wanted to team up with cultists to deal with us, he could have just poisoned the mushrooms. Besides, those cultists know that rat-skin people can smell them, so how could they not deal with the scent on Leia before letting him deliver the mushrooms? Leia's mind was quite sharp, much better than the farming-loving rat-skin people, she immediately grasped the key point. De Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang were both stunned, scratching their heads in unison. Yeah, brother, I think Sister Leia makes sense. Maybe I was overthinking it. Leia's thoughts spun, and he roughly understood the situation. The name Church of Amalgamation immediately suggested a connection to Mazaxi and others. Great. Are you at odds with the Church of Amalgamation? Me too. If it weren't for those guys messing around today, I wouldn't have been so late. Leia frowned and asked. You encountered cultists from the Church of Amalgamation? Where did you encounter them? It couldn't be the 8th district, could it? It was indeed in the 8th district, and right where I work. Leia and the two rat-skin people exchanged glances, feeling incredulous. Dezhuang sighed with worry. I didn't expect the Church of Amalgamation to develop so quickly, even the lower nest area has these perverts now. Xiaozhuang gripped his whiskers, playing with them in his hand, looking thoughtful. It seems the lower nest area won't be peaceful either. Will we still be able to buy delicious mushrooms in the future? Leia came up to Lin Yo, her face grim. You need to be extra careful not to be targeted by those cultists. The Church of Amalgamation is currently the most powerful illegal force in the bottom nest, with numerous members. They can not only produce weapons and equipment but also possess a large number of illegal etheric nullifiers. Oh, right, the etheric nullifier who bullied you couldn't be from the Church of Amalgamation, could he? Lin Yo looked helpless. Yes, Leia. I've been harassed by cultists recently. Can you tell me about the origins of the Church of Amalgamation? Yes, let me think where to start. Leia rubbed her brow, slowly recounting the information she knew. Lin Yo listened attentively, growing more and more alarmed as he heard. The Church of Amalgamation's strangeness exceeded his imagination. Firstly, all members of this cult are male, and they extremely worship the physical strength and authority of the male body. They have mastered a mysterious biochemical modification technology that allows adult males to quickly conceive and give birth to a child. The growth rate of the child is astonishingly fast. With sufficient nutritional supply, the child can become an adult male in just 1 short hour. When a child dies, he will be reborn in the father's belly, going through the growth process again. As long as the father does not die, the child can be infinitely resurrected within the father's body. The good news is that each father can only have one child, and the child cannot be transformed into a new father, nor can he have his own child. This is an inherent limitation of the biochemical modification technology. The bad news is that the Church of Amalgamation has invented an etheric ritual that can transform ordinary people into pseudo-father bodies using ether. Pseudo-father bodies can also give birth to children. These children are called pseudo-offspring. Pseudo-offspring are highly aggressive, with short red and black fur and twisted limbs, like monsters. They are generally used as combat personnel who can be repeatedly resurrected. For example, explosives are tied to them, and they are ordered to rush into a faction's stronghold to detonate the explosives, and then return to the pseudo-father body's body to resurrect. Using this method, the Church of Amalgamation was invincible in the bottom nest, causing many gang forces to flee in terror. Lin Yo secretly clicked his tongue as he listened. Do the nest capital enforcers and planetary defense force not care? Care? How can they care? Leia said with a bitter smile. That's the bottom nest, how could the enforcers possibly go there to investigate cultists? As for the planetary defense force, to be honest, I don't have much hope. It's said that rebels are constantly emerging in the wilderness outside the nest capital, and the planetary defense force might not have time to deal with the threat in the bottom nest. Lin Yo crossed his arms, rubbing his chin. So, the situation is very serious. No, it's even more serious than you imagine. Dezhuang walked out of the dark area, his voice low. The Church of Amalgamation has already extended its claws into the lower nest area. I estimate there will soon be riots here, followed by bloody suppression, and then even larger riots, with even more brutal suppression. Dezhuang paused, then sighed deeply. If the lower nest falls, then it won't be long before the middle nest and upper nest follow suit. Lin Yo raised his eyebrows, smiling amiably. This is the first time I've seen a glimmer of wisdom in a rat-skin person. So, if I plan to report the cultists to the enforcers, how can I avoid becoming a subject of investigation myself? You wouldn't want to be noticed by the enforcers because of our transaction, would you? Dezhuang pinched the tip of his whiskers with his fingernail, rubbing them slightly, and pondered his response. I suggest you make an anonymous report. Write an anonymous letter and drop it at the city hall entrance, or have another trustworthy person report it for you. Anonymous report. Sounds good. Lin Yo nodded slightly. Xiaozhuang leaned over, stretching his neck to ask, can I add something? Lin Yo said, of course, please do. Xiaozhuang grinned, then lightly coughed twice, adjusted his expression, and said in an old-fashioned manner like an adult. I believe that reporting children is mostly ineffective. If I were you, I would first find the father and list him as the primary target for reporting. Lin Yo's eyes lit up. Yes, you're right. Killing 10 children is not as good as killing one father. So how do I find the father? Chapter 32 Fungi like water. How to find the father? If there had been an answer to this question earlier, the bottom nest wouldn't have become a place where the Church of Amalgamation reigned supreme. The father is an important figure in the Church of Amalgamation. They generally stay in the bottom nest's main base, ordering their children to enter other areas, indirectly commanding their own children and the pseudo-offspring developed from the children. The relationship between a child and a pseudo-offspring is not that of a father and son. Children use psychic rituals to transform ordinary people, obtaining pseudo-fathers, and pseudo-fathers give birth to pseudo-offspring. Lin Yo combined his own experiences with the information from the 2 rats and 1 person, reaching a preliminary judgment. Mazexi and Mike Tangson might be 2 children. He and the other 7 apprentice workers who were about to become full employees were pseudo-fathers. Unless Mazexi and Mike Tangson are forced to reveal the exact location of their fathers, and both fathers are in the lower nest area. Otherwise, there's no way to stop the Church of Amalgamation from infiltrating the Cram cigarette factory. Rat-skin people have a very special sense of smell. Besides being as sensitive as a dog's nose, they can also smell psychic scent. Leio had the psychic scent of a cultist on him, which is why a misunderstanding almost occurred. After chatting in the alley for a while, the cultist's scent on Leio disappeared. This indicated that he had successfully used the brain freeze technique to become immune to warp contamination and had not been transformed into a pseudo-father. This undoubtedly made Leio breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second, his heart leaped into his throat again. Rat-skin people can determine friend or foe through psychic scent, and cultists may have similar methods. If he didn't have the cultist's psychic scent on him, would Mezexi and his companions still consider him an ally? Leio thought it over repeatedly and decided to reveal some of the truth, asking the 2 rats and 1 person to help him brainstorm. The 3 of you, to be honest, I previously underwent a psychic ritual of the Church of Amalgamation. What? Dezhuang and Xiaozhuang instantly bristled, their eyes wide. Even though Leia trusted Leio immensely, she couldn't help but retreat several steps, her right hand instinctively reaching for her lower back. Don't panic, let me finish. Leio quickly stopped his 3 business partners. I probably guessed what would happen tonight, so I prepared a capsule beforehand that could be held in my mouth without dissolving. Inside the capsule was an extract of foolish mushroom spores. After the psychic ritual began, I swallowed the capsule, became an idiot, and thus emerged from the ritual unharmed. So that's how it is. Leia released what was in her right hand and patted her chest, letting out a long breath. Good thing I brought you a sample of foolish mushroom last time, otherwise the situation would definitely be very bad right now. Yes, I'm incredibly grateful for that. Leio smiled. Actually, he also had to thank Amy. If she hadn't approached him to discuss cocktail fungus, he wouldn't have thought of domesticating cocktail fungus and unlocking its fungi ability. Leio cleared his throat and said, I have to meet with cultists at work tomorrow, but I no longer have the cultist's psychic scent on me. What should I do? Leia pursed her lips, her face filled with worry. Do you really have to go to that job? Can't you find another job? I think there are plenty of people willing to take over your job. My job involves a certain family, Leia, you've lived in the lower nest, you should understand what I mean. If it were jobs like loading and unloading or screwing, then he could indeed just quit. But the cigarette factory job involved the Cram family. From the moment they reported for duty, the body data of the cigarette factory workers were recorded in the database. Security cameras in the streets and alleys have the function of scanning body data. Once the cigarette factory asked the enforcers for help in finding someone, the truant would be found within a day. There was only one way to avoid being tracked. That was to flee into lawless areas, such as the scrapyard zone, the bottom nest, or even the wilderness. Leia said. Leio, if it really doesn't work out, come with me. I'll help you find a place with mild radiation in the scrapyard zone, you can lay low there for a while, and then return to the lower nest area after some time. Lay low? It doesn't seem impossible. I've already solved the problem of food and water safety, so I should be able to survive in the scrapyard zone. Leio fell into contemplation. When he first transmigrated, he was solely focused on using the system to solve his survival problems. Now, the survival problem was basically solved, and his job was also taking shape. Leio originally thought a peaceful and stable life awaited him. But this stupid Warhammer world, those who understand, there is no place without illness or disaster, no utopia. Aliens, plagues, wars, and rebellions emerged endlessly. Even the most powerful beings among humanity, in the future, under the oppression of the chaos inimical powers, would sit on the golden throne and never rise again. What right did he, a mere mortal, have to enjoy a peaceful life? Just in the half-month since his transmigration, Leio had already personally felt how twisted and insane this world was. It was like a terminally ill mutant, cutting off mutated parts slice by slice, hoping for healthy limbs to grow, but ultimately only yielding increasingly deformed lumps of flesh. From the perspective of applied mycology, if unwanted mold appeared on a culture medium, then there were only 2 approaches to take. Eliminate the mold or study the mold. The same applied to the Warhammer world. Leio's eyes gleamed slightly, and a clear path appeared in his mind. He cleared his throat and said gently. Thank you 3 for enlightening me, I know what to do. Leia asked. Have you decided to come with me to the scrapyard zone? We can wait here for you to go back and get your luggage. Leio glanced at Dezhuang and Xiaozhuang, who were listening in, shook his head slightly, and politely declined Leia's kindness. Sorry, I will stay in the lower nest. Leia and the 2 rats were all startled. Xiaozhuang tilted his head and said. Leio, you're playing with fire. People targeted by cultists never come to a good end. If I were you, I'd definitely run away now and come back after the heat dies down. Dezhuang nodded. Leia also wanted to persuade him further. Leio waved his hand, stopping the trio's persuasion. Please allow me to keep the motive for this decision confidential for now. Let's complete today's transaction first. Seeing that Leio was unwilling to say more, Leia and the 2 stopped pressing him. A moment later, today's transaction was completed. Leio tucked away the cigarettes he had acquired and bid farewell to Leia and the 2. On the way back, Leio's eyes became sharp, revealing determination and ruthlessness. Perhaps he had read too many books and ruined his brain, as he subconsciously thought he was still a weak graduate student when faced with threats from cultists. In the world before his transmigration, people magnified the benefits of fungi, minimized their drawbacks, and used fungi to improve the quality of human society's life. But this was the Warhammer world, and he was a cheater with a system. No one stipulated that fungi must be used to benefit humanity. Fungi are like water, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. As long as Leia was willing, he could completely use his fungi ability to combine with weapons to injure enemies. If necessary, he could even use the system to develop deadly poisons to eliminate lawbreakers who harbored ill will towards him. Chapter 33 Initial Screening. That night, Leia returned to his residence and, deep in thought, devised two plans. The first plan was to defeat the cultists using the brain freeze technique and weapons. The other plan was to prepare poisons for emergencies. The solvent for the poison was water, and water could be controlled by water orb fungus's fungi ability water control technique. Therefore, the combination of water control technique and poison could achieve an unexpected effect. Every trace leaves a mark, and using poison to kill enemies would inevitably leave clues. Leia decided to keep the combination of water control technique and poison as a hidden trump card, not easily revealing it to outsiders. When facing most enemies, he would use the brain freeze technique and weapons for combat. The lower nest had extremely strict supervision over weapons. Ordinary people could at most buy cold weapons like daggers. Automatic pistols and laser guns were out of the question. As soon as one bought them, the enforcers would come knocking. As for how to use the system to create poisons, Leia already had an idea. For professionals, extracting toxins and formulating poisons was far simpler than removing toxins and inventing antidotes. With the system's help, the process of developing poisons was smooth and seamless, with no need to worry about harming himself. In just 2 hours, Leia had produced a toxin that could cause cardiac arrest in ordinary people. This toxin was extracted from miscellaneous fungi on wild water mine, originating from a type of mold, essentially a mycotoxin, and thus could be stored in the fungus warehouse. Leia specifically named this type of mycotoxin killing heart mildew. Those who directly touched killing heart mildew would experience cardiac arrest within 10 seconds. If the skin was broken, the time could be shortened to 3 seconds. This mycotoxin had a 100% efficacy rate on ordinary people, but its efficacy rate on mutants, etheric nullifiers, and genetically modified individuals was unknown. It's worth noting that the mycotoxin and water orb fungus had a linkage. Leia discovered that poisons made with killing heart mildew could not be stored in the fungus warehouse. However, after injecting the mycotoxin into water orb fungus, the poisoned water orb fungus could still be stored in the fungus warehouse. This might be because water orb fungus and mycotoxin were directly linked to fungi, both meeting the storage conditions of the fungus warehouse. Also, don't forget that water orb fungus's fungi ability is water control technique. Simply use water control technique to manipulate the poisoned water orb fungus to shoot at enemies, and effective damage can be inflicted. Leia now wanted to find out how many cultists there were among the people he knew. Only by knowing himself and his enemy could he precisely hunt down enemies without harming the innocent. With this thought, Leia fell asleep in the latter half of the night. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly noticed a detail he had overlooked. Robnose promised that apprentice workers could enjoy the Planetary Defense Force Company-level Commander's gene modification service after becoming full-time employees. The effect of this gene modification was certainly not comparable to that of a space marine, but no matter what, it would grant ordinary people physical qualities far exceeding those of regular soldiers. If cultists were allowed to undergo gene modification, then his killing heart mildew might become useless. I'll sleep first. Tomorrow, I'll go to the cram cigarette factory to investigate the situation. It's best to act before gene modification or my exposure, to avoid prolonged complications. Leia's breathing became steady, and drowsiness pulled him into dreams. Leia, I heard you're officially joining the collection department. In the early morning, on the way to the cram cigarette factory, Amy waved her arm at the sleepy young man. Congratulations, you've finally made it. Leia gently rubbed his cheeks and eye bags, forcing a tired smile. To be honest, this wasn't my intention. Last night, I was supposed to transfer to the experiment department, but who knew that after injecting the potion, 2 more people died there. I just happened to become the 10th apprentice worker who met the full-time standard, everyone else died. You mean, only 10 people in your department survived during training? Fear flickered in Amy's eyes. That's too terrifying, how can the casualty rate be so high? Leia shook his head slightly, not elaborating further on this topic. By the way, Amy, I want to buy a house. Do you have any good suggestions? Leia had originally planned to buy near the cram cigarette factory. But since this cursed place was infiltrated by cultists, houses in the vicinity were definitely unsafe. So, Leia thought of Amy, her place was definitely the safest. Buying a house near her would mean he wouldn't have to worry about being harassed. Amy asked. Is it for convenience commuting? No, safety first. I just want an undisturbed place to live. Then I suggest you buy a house near the city hall or the academy. I usually live behind the academy, and it feels very safe and quiet. The academy, Leia's eyes flickered. He didn't expect to buy a house in a school district even after transmigrating to another world. Of course, this was a joke. There was no concept of school districts in the lower nest, anyone could enter the academy to study as long as they could afford the tuition. The two chatted about house prices and available properties on the way, then entered the factory building together. Leia subconsciously walked towards the lift platform, but found that the route map on the data pad directed him to the other side. Upon reaching the destination, a closed door appeared before him, with a sign hanging on it, Special Purpose Medical Room. He knocked on the door, waited a moment, and the pneumatic device pushed the door open. Inside, the scene was clean and tidy. In the center was a diagnostic table equipped with various examination instruments, and around it were several devices flickering with pixelated light. A bald middle-aged man stood inside the door. He wore a white coat, held a datapad, operated the equipment, and glanced at Leio at the doorway. Come in. I am a doctor licensed by the Pharmacist Association. I will help you complete your gene modification. Half of the doctor's body was mechanized, forming a stark contrast with the other half of flesh and blood. Ever since Leio appeared, the doctor's electronic eye had been constantly flashing red light, scanning Leio's body data. On the other side, in the corner of the room, a highly mechanized servo-automata was organizing potions on a shelf. The oil and sutures on the servo-automata's body were visually striking. Especially its eyes, with the eyelids cut off. The blood-red eye sockets combined with the electronic prosthetic eyes were chilling to behold. This was Leio's first time seeing a servo-automata since transmigrating, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Don't be afraid, this is my assistant. The doctor thought Leio was scared by the metal tubes and sutures on the servo-automata, so he quickly reassured him, then pointed to the diagnostic table. Lie down, no need to take off your shoes. I need to thoroughly scan your body data and genes. Only then can we prevent any mistakes. Leio did as he was told, and casually asked. Excuse me, where are the other apprentices? Aren't they undergoing modification here? The doctor walked over and pulled a tube with a needle from above the diagnostic table. Gene modification will last for nearly 2 weeks. If the 10 of you undergo modification one by one, it would take a year to complete. The higher UPS can't wait that long, so they simply arranged a medical room and a doctor for each of you. Leio lay down and replied. Oh, I see. It seems the higher UPS are quite urgent. Of course. Orders for ghost potion are already booked until next year, they're just waiting for you all to dig up the ghost mushrooms. The doctor shook the needle in his hand. Bear with it, this will hurt a little. Okay, bring it on. Leio took a deep breath. The doctor aimed the needle at the base of Leio's neck and thrust it in forcefully. Leio groaned in pain, then relaxed, feeling as if he had lost control of his body, only able to stare wide-eyed at the white spotlights on the ceiling. The doctor clattered away on the data pad and said. Don't worry, not being able to move is normal. This is the effect of an electroshock anesthetic, it's immediate and won't damage the central nervous system. Let me see your body data. Dense green text refreshed on the screen above, like a waterfall. The doctor operated the data pad while muttering. Height 168.28 centimeters, 10.62 centimeters below the average observation. Weight 62.35 kilograms, which is a reasonable level. The growth of your bone structure and muscle tissue is 26% lower than the average observation. Next is your genetic status. The green text on the screen transformed into a double helix image, with more, smaller text appearing beside the image, refreshing at an extremely fast pace. Leio was dazzled, but the doctor, relying on his electronic eyes and cranial implants, kept up with the information refresh rate. 2 hours later, just as Leio thought he would be lying there all day, the doctor finally made a new move. Leio, why is your gene purity only 81%? This is unscientific. The doctor pulled the needle from Leio's neck, frowning at the gene purity displayed on the screen. Leio regained his mobility within 10 seconds, feeling sore all over. Is 81% gene purity very low? Not just low, it's terribly low. Lower nest people who haven't been injected with enhancers or ghost potion have at least 85% gene purity. But you, after injecting the potion, your gene purity is actually less than 85%. The doctor looked distressed. The lower the gene purity, the higher the failure rate of gene modification surgery. Am I about to experience my first surgical failure in my career? Leio maintained an awkward but polite smile, speechless. Note. The author previously wrote a book with poison-making content and even introduced professional knowledge in the chapter comments, but it was almost censored and the content in the chapter comments was forcibly deleted. Since then, the author has been scared. Therefore, all simulated poison-making processes in this book are omitted. Thank you for your understanding. Non-professionals should not cultivate microorganisms. Chapter 34, True Colors Revealed. Alright, enough small talk. Let's get back to business. The doctor pulled up a schedule on the screen. This is what you will experience over the next 15 days. From today until the 3rd day, you'll receive intravenous infusions here during the day and rest at night. From the 4th to the 6th day, you'll stay overnight at the factory, with no food or water. If all goes well, you'll begin the modification surgery on the morning of the 6th day and wake up on the 13th day. The final 2 days are for your recovery and to tie up loose ends. The doctor poked the data pad, and the screen switched to display a human figure. The local planetary defense force is the Epimedius's tooth, named after the fang-shaped bayonet implant installed on the middle knuckle. Officers and above can have this implant installed for free. The company-level commander gene modification service you are about to receive will implant a TVT3 Epimedius's tooth in you. The main material is confidential, but I can only say it's tough and durable, provided you meticulously maintain it before retracting it back into your body each time. In addition to this, your major muscle groups will also undergo certain modifications. The doctor spent about 10 minutes giving Leio a comprehensive introduction to the modification project. Although the number of projects was far less than that of a space marine, Leio still had the illusion that he was about to become a ship of Theseus. Have you understood everything? Any questions? The doctor asked. Leio pointed to the schedule from the 4th to the 6th day. Can we not drink any water at all during these 3 days? Yes, absolutely no water and no food. Gene modification needs to be performed when cells are severely dehydrated and have extremely low activity. What will happen otherwise? Leio asked. The doctor was stunned, then gave a wry smile. The consequences are very serious, Leio. People will die. I've made it clear enough, you absolutely must control your mouth. I don't want you to be my first failed case in my career. Okay, I'll remember that. Leio secretly took a breath, joy welling up in his heart. He never expected that he could actually use the full stomach technique to eliminate those apprentice workers who had been converted into cultists. Although activating the full stomach technique would leave some clues within the apprentice workers, what did that matter? They were greedy and couldn't control themselves, and there was nothing I could do. Leio felt a surge of secret delight. The doctor adjusted the angle of the diagnostic bed. A servo-automata pushed over a cart, laden with the day's intravenous bags. After inserting the needle into Leio, the doctor and the servo-automata went about their respective tasks. After a while, a drip-drip sound echoed in the room. A communication signal connected to the audio array device, awaiting the doctor's response. The doctor put down the data pad and tapped the button on the audio array device. What is it? Hello, this is Robnose. How is Leio's gene purity? It's very unsatisfactory. Leio's gene purity is only 81%, and the gene modification risk is very high, but I will do my best. The doctor's simple sentence made Robnose exclaim in surprise. What? Only 81%? How is that possible? I clearly injected him with the ghost potion, and he also survived the effects. Leio frowned and looked at the communicator, feeling that Robnose's tone seemed a bit off. The doctor sighed. Alas, I also don't think this should be the result. I can only do my best. By the way, Robnose, how are the other 9 people? Hello? Robnose? Are you still there? The doctor called Robnose's name a few times, but there was no response from the loudspeaker for a long time. After several seconds, Robnose finally replied. Sorry, a call just came through. Are you asking about the other 9 people? Oh, they are in very good condition. Their gene purity is all above 95%. I won't disturb you anymore, talk to you next time. Goodbye. The doctor hung up the communication, glanced back at Leio, shook his head somewhat dejectedly, and continued with his work. At this moment, a big question mark appeared in Leio's mind. Why was the cultist's gene purity higher than his own? What the hell was this? Doctor, may I ask, what is the meaning of gene purity? I'm sorry, Leio. I don't have time to chat with you right now. I'll grant you temporary access to the thinker. You can look up the basic knowledge you need to know after joining in the database yourself. A mechanical arm from the ceiling extended, bringing a screen in front of Leio. The cursor blinked on the screen, and several lines of text appeared. Initiating identity verification procedure. Confirmed as number temporary visitor 03 number dot. This unit is defined as cram cigarette factory / database / confidential structure. You are permitted to access the following options: collection department structure / professional terminology dictionary / messages / report, disabled, dot. The report option is disabled? Unbelievable. Leio's mouth twitched slightly as he clicked on the professional terminology dictionary to examine it carefully, figuring out the crux of the problem. Gene purity refers to the degree of similarity between an individual's genes and a gene template. The higher the similarity, the higher the gene purity. So, how is the gene template obtained? There are 2 main methods of acquisition. One is to scan the genes of a perfect sample to obtain the gene template. This method is applicable when a perfect sample exists. The other way to obtain a gene template is by manual compilation. During the research and development phase, when no perfect sample exists, this method must be used to create the gene template. The template used to compare the gene purity of Leio and the other apprentice workers was manually compiled. Its author was Robnose. The gene template compiled by this guy actually highly matched the cultist's genes. He completely compiled the template according to the cultist's genes. Leio instantly understood, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Robnose might be a deeply hidden cultist, which would explain his previous abnormal behavior. Even if he wasn't a cultist, Robnose must have intricate ties to the Church of Amalgamation. He tailor-made the gene template according to the cultist's genes, helping them pass the pre-modification gene screening. Since he wasn't a cultist, his gene purity was naturally not high. Therefore, when the doctor announced the number 81%, Robnose was incredibly surprised. Leio suddenly realized his situation was very dangerous. The fact that he hadn't been modified by the cult ritual had already been exposed due to his low gene purity. What kind of fate awaited him next? Gene modification was definitely out of the question. During the modification, he would be in a coma, like meat on a chopping block, at anyone's mercy. Robnose would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. If he had known Robnose had issues, he would have gone to the scrapyard zone with Leia last night, instead of returning to the factory for work. Leio composed himself and did not panic. Time passed in vigilance, and soon it was 5 in the afternoon. Leio, you can go back now. Remember to be here promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. The doctor pulled out the needle and opened the medical room door. Leio stepped out of the room, looking left and right, and predictably saw several apprentice workers who had just left the medical room. Upon seeing Leio, they smiled warmly, as if they had seen their own siblings. Leio only felt a chill, then turned and walked away. Arriving at the Cram Cigarette Factory gate, 2 figures came into view. They were Mezexi and Mike Tangson. The 2 handed their datapads to the security personnel at the gate, crossed their hands over their stomachs, and stared coldly at Leio. Leio's heart skipped a beat. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Robnos had already informed Mazaxi and Mike Tangson of his situation, and the three of them planned to gang up on him. Fortunately, he was prepared. Leio responded to Mazaxi and Mike Tangson with an indifferent gaze, reaching into his pocket to grasp the paper cutter he had brought from his residence. If used properly, the brain freeze technique combined with a paper cutter could still defeat the enemy. If a conflict could be avoided, that would naturally be for the best. But judging by Mazaxi and Mike Tangson's expressions, it seemed this unexpected disaster could not be avoided today. A murderous atmosphere brewed between the three, just waiting to erupt after they left the factory, when a beautiful female voice cut in, shattering the tension. Leio? You're early today. How about I accompany you to look for a house? Amy walked out from a nearby aisle, greeting him with a smiling face. Upon seeing Amy, Mazaxi and Mike Tangson instinctively furrowed their brows, creating deep wrinkles. They exchanged glances, then turned and left, without conversing with the 6 apprentice workers who had been transformed into cultists. Leio hadn't expected Amy to become his shield. To be honest, he was a little worried that Amy would get dragged into this because of him. P.S. Yesterday, I replied in the chapter comments, there are 4 more chapters to finish this storyline. That statement was wrong, I forgot to include these 2 chapters today. It should be that the climax will be reached in the 4 chapters tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and the protagonist will undergo a transformation. My apologies, I gave the wrong expectation. It's my fault. Chapter 35, The Way Out. Leio? Leio. Amy raised her right hand and waved it in front of the dazed Leio. Following Leio's gaze, Amy noticed Mazaxi and Mike Tangson at the entrance. The way the two of them looked at Leio made Amy feel strange. Those two seem to be from the same department as you, right? Do you have a conflict with them? Amy asked, her brows slightly furrowed. Leio nodded, yes, there is indeed some conflict. Then you'd best report it to your department supervisor. Don't let them bully you. Report what? Robnos is with them. Leio muttered to himself, then smiled and said, let's go look at the house first. Okay, let's go. The two went to the main entrance of the building to return the data pad and left the factory. Leio looked around but didn't see Mazaxi and Mike Tangson. Don't worry, you're safe with me. I have bodyguards, you know. Amy pointed to her ear. My cochlear implant has a communication bead that allows for encrypted communication. If there's anything unusual, my bodyguards will tell me. They're hidden nearby. Only then did Leio remember that Amy, after all, was a noble young lady from the upper nest. How could she go out without accompaniment? The two walked and chatted, their conversation focusing on the future prospects of the cigarette factory. Amy, being in the lower nest, was quite well informed. She knew that the upper nest was selling ghost potion, and that Cram Cigarette Factory's large-scale recruitment this time was in preparation for producing ghost cigarettes. Other nobles were also rushing to imitate ghost potion, not wanting to miss out on the huge market. In Amy's opinion, joining the cigarette factory at this time was just right, and the future prospects were bright. Of course, as the youngest daughter of the current head of the Maltz family, Amy could at most enjoy her life until she was 20. According to the marriage rules among upper nest nobles, from the day she turned 20, her father could arrange a marriage for her at any time, and she would go to another part of the nest capital to embark on a new life. When Amy spoke of these things, she seemed a little lost. If only I could be as outstanding as Miss Isabel. She joined Cram Cigarette Factory at 15, became the supervisor of the experimental department at 18, and at 20, developed premium-grade cigarettes, increasing the cigarette factory's profits 5-fold. Because of this, she gained special family permission to control her own marriage and career. Amy sighed sorrowfully. Unfortunately, I was born too late. The family's businesses have already been divided up by my older brothers and sisters, so I can only find a place to make a living outside the family. Leio listened silently, not knowing how to comfort her. As an agricultural student who preferred doing experiments and processing data, his empathy and emotional thinking had always been lacking. This led him to always appear cold and calm when faced with others' malice and hostility. When a friend complained to him, he preferred to be a loyal listener and find opportunities to distract them, rather than sighing along with them. Amy, the Ms. Isabel you just mentioned is the supervisor of the experimental department, right? Yes. She's my idol. Perhaps I should apply to my father for an investment to start a company or something. Amy was lost in thought, then suddenly stopped, raising her hand to cover her right ear, and began talking to herself, as if conversing with someone. Leio stopped in confusion, then remembered Amy's cochlear implant communication bead, and realized she must be communicating. Half a minute later, Amy ended the communication, her slender brows tightly furrowed. Leio, someone is following us. It's those two people we met at the factory entrance earlier. The bodyguards said they're after you and told me to go separately. If you don't leave, the bodyguards will expel both you and those two people. Amy shrugged her shoulders and then let them fall powerlessly. I tried to get the bodyguards to drive those two away and not target you, but the bodyguards refused the order, saying I would be used by you. I'm sorry, my status in the family is too low, so much so that even the bodyguards my father arranged won't listen to me. No sooner had she spoken than a red glow flashed in their vision, and a red dot appeared on Leio's forehead. This was a threat from the bodyguard. Amy angrily called her bodyguard, telling him to move the gun pointing at Leio. Don't be angry, Amy. It's my fault for involving you. Leio asked. How is the relationship between Isabel and Robnos? Amy ended the communication, thought for a moment, and replied. I heard their relationship isn't very good. Robnose is a pharmacist Lord Clam hired from outside, and as soon as he joined the cigarette factory, he started competing with Isabel for people and resources. The two have been constantly clashing in secret, only maintaining harmony on the surface. Leonio's eyes flickered, and he thought of an idea. From Amy's description, Isabel and Robnose should not be on the same side. The possibility of Isabel colluding with the Church of Amalgamation is extremely low, making her a trustworthy person. If that's the case, he might be able to use Isabel to turn the passive situation around and also lessen the implications he faced for reporting cultists. Leonio's mind raced, and he instantly formulated a plan to break the deadlock. Amy, do you have Isabel's contact information? Yes, I have her private communication code. I occasionally ask her for advice. Very good, I have something to tell you. Leonio said in a deep voice. Robnose, the supervisor of the collection department, is cooperating with the Church of Amalgamation. In the collection department, besides me, the other 9 apprentice workers are all cultists, and Robnose is their inside man. You'd best relay this information to Isabel and the enforcers. This might help them. Amy seemed to know about the Church of Amalgamation. She wasn't unfamiliar with this illegal force, instead, she covered her mouth, greatly surprised. What? Robnose is involved with the Church of Amalgamation? How do you know? Do you have any evidence? I have one piece of evidence, which is the gene template used to check the gene purity of the collection department's apprentice workers. This template was custom made by Robnose for the cultists, only this way could the cultists pass the inspection. Leonio waved goodbye, dropped a few words, and turned to run away. Please immediately tell Isabel about Robnose. Also, please tell her that I will lead 2 cultists disguised as apprentice workers near the cigarette factory, and she can personally check the genes of those 2 cultists to verify if what I said is true. I'm leaving now. Leonio ran off with the red dot still on his head. Amy's surprise turned into contemplation as she tried to digest the information provided. Recalling the confrontation between Leonio and Mazaxi, Amy gradually understood some things. Perhaps it was precisely because Leonio discovered the truth about them being cultists that he was targeted and followed. The bodyguard sent a voice message, confirming that the 2 strangers who had been following Amy had left with Leonio, and the danger was averted. Amy ignored the bodyguard. After careful consideration, she sent a communication request to her father. The communication connected, and a robust male voice came from the other end. Amy, the butler just reported to me that someone was following you, but those 2 have now left, and you are safe. Amy's expression was solemn, and her words came out quickly. Father, haven't you always wanted to capture members of the Church of Amalgamation alive? I just received reliable information that Cram Cigarette Factory's collection department has been severely infiltrated by the Church of Amalgamation. Except for Leonio, all 9 other apprentice workers who are about to become full employees are cultists. The department supervisor, Robnose, is an inside man for the cultists and is definitely involved with the Church of Amalgamation. The communication channel was silent for a few seconds before a response came. I need evidence, Amy. Either human testimony or physical evidence will do. Only then can I dispatch agents. Amy gazed at the figure about to disappear at the end of the street and resolutely chased after him. Father, the evidence is at Cram Cigarette Factory. Please send someone quickly. I'll meet your people there. Although doing so is not according to procedure, I trust you, Amy. My agents will arrive at the cigarette factory as soon as possible. My only request is that you go home now and don't take risks. Your bodyguard told me you're moving away from your residence, don't think I don't know. Amy slowed her pace and stuck out her tongue. Okay, I'll go back now. The communication ended. As Amy walked back, she sent a communication request to Isabel. Ms. Leonio asked me to tell you something. Chapter 36, Landing Safely? Madam, Leonio asked me to tell you something. Cram Cigarette Factory, Experimental Department, Supervisor's Office. Isabel was reading experimental data from the thinker when Amy's voice came from the personal communicator beside her. Isabel had a positive impression of Amy. She was a young woman eager to achieve something great, just like Isabel herself, which reminded Isabel of her past self. As for the Leonio Amy mentioned, Isabel quietly recalled and found the name on the list of apprentices recruited this time. Leonio's learning and thinking abilities far surpassed his peers, making him highly suitable for research work, but because of his strong willpower, which allowed him to withstand the hallucinations of the ghost mushroom, Robnose snatched him away. She had asked Robnose for him several times, but he had always refused. Seeing that the permanent positions in the collection department had been decided, with Leonio prominently on the list, Isabel gave up the idea of transferring him to her department. Go on, Amy, what does Leonio want to tell me? Madam, Robnose is a spy from the Church of Amalgamation embedded in the Cram family. He used his supervisory authority to secretly recruit cultists into the collection department. Among the 10 apprentices in the collection department who are about to become full employees, all except Leonio are members of the Church of Amalgamation. Also, Leonio will lead 2 cultists near the cigarette factory later, and he needs your support. Amy's words were shocking. Isabel's fingers on the keyboard tightened involuntarily. Does Leonio have any evidence? Yes. One piece of evidence is the genetic template used to check the genetic purity of the collection department apprentices. This template was manually written by Robnose and primarily referenced the genes of cultists. Robnose used this template to help the cultists pass the genetic check. Isabel typed on the keyboard, and lines of text appeared on the thinker's display screen. Request to view / collection department structure / department log / genetic check template. Initiating identity verification procedure. Your identity is / cram cigarette factory / experimental department supervisor / CTOC level authority. Your request has been denied by the collection department structure. Reason for denial: insufficient permissions, access denied. Isabel raised an eyebrow, pulled out a necklace from her collar, opened the pendant, and took out the metal piece hidden inside. She used the metal piece to make a cut on her fingertip, letting blood soak into the metal piece's texture, then inserted it into the thinker's slot. Initiating identity verification procedure. Your identity is / cram family / third heir / ATR level authority. Repeat request to view. Your request has been approved. / collection department structure / department log / genetic check template as follows. A double helix genetic template appeared on the display screen, with dense annotations that were dazzling to the eye. Isabel pulled out an interface from her sleeve and connected it to the thinker. Massive binary data flowed into her brain at an extremely fast speed, with cranial implants assisting in processing the data stream. Isabel quickly came to a conclusion. The genetic template manually written by Robnose was almost identical to the template used to check the genetic purity of artificial etheric nullifiers, with no obvious flaws. However, there was an issue with the time the genetic template was uploaded to the thinker array. Log information showed that this genetic template began uploading at 11 AM today and finished uploading at 4 PM. Other data in the collection department's database also showed significant changes. The original data had been completely overwritten by new data, making it almost impossible to recover the original data. These operations had a strong sense of trying to cover up something. Isabel briefly chatted with Amy, hung up the personal communication, and activated the cigarette factory's internal sound array device. Boch. At your service, madam. What are your instructions? Where is Robnose now? According to the latest surveillance data, he is in the morgue of the recycling department. The morgue? What was Robnose doing there? Wait. Bodies. The bodies of the apprentices who died from the ghost potion were in the morgue. Robnose had specifically requested that the bodies be gathered there before. Isabel's eyes flickered, and a sense of unease rose in her heart as she ordered. Mobilize security personnel near the morgue, surround the room where Robnose is, and order him to come out to negotiate. After Robnose appears, try to control him. As the third heir of the Cram family, I authorize you to remove the safety restrictions on your weapons. As you command, madam. Security personnel are on their way. One more thing. Isabel rubbed her temples and asked, where is Kelly? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and Boch, who usually spoke fluently, stammered. Madam. Young Master Kelly, he's playing cards in his office, with 2 female apprentices. Oh, I really. Isabel wanted to complain, but she managed to hold back in front of her subordinate. Increase the security level of the area where Kelly is, and let him play. Tell Vince to look after Kelly and not let him cause trouble. As you command, madam. Butler Vince is already on his way. After a while, Boch sent a voice message. Madam, latest news, combat has begun near the morgue. I request to connect the surveillance footage to your thinker. Connect it. The double helix gene image on the thinker's screen disappeared, and mosaic-like strip patterns flickered rapidly, switching to real-time surveillance footage within half a second. The footage came from Boch's main perspective. The security chief was commanding security personnel in combat. Their enemies were ugly, distorted red and black short-haired monsters. The monsters moved quickly and had astonishing physical strength, easily leaving dents in metal walls. They surged out of the morgue, charging through a rain of red lasers, heading straight for the temporary defensive line set up by the security personnel in the corridor. It was fortunate that Isabel had authorized the removal of weapon safety restrictions in advance, otherwise, laser guns with reduced power would never have been able to stop this group of rampaging monsters. Far thicker red beams of light than ever before poured out, piercing through the monsters' bodies like countless sharp daggers, leaving black holes that emitted a strong burnt smell. With full firepower, just 2 volleys of concentrated fire, all the monsters in the passage were killed. Bodies lay everywhere, sewage flowed freely, but there was no sign of Robnose. Isabel gave the command, switch to internal morgue surveillance. Boch immediately responded. Internal morgue surveillance has been destroyed. Requesting entry into the morgue to search for the target. Request approved, move quickly, be careful of ambushes. As you command, madam. Boch waved his hand and led the security personnel quickly towards the morgue. Halfway there, Boch's bionic eye suddenly flashed red. Explosion signal detected. Boch shouted. Get down. A loud bang came from inside the morgue. A violent blast of hot air rushed forward, and bright red flames poured from the morgue into the corridor. The flames did not spread to Boch and his team, but the force of the explosion caused their bodies to shake violently. Within 1 second of the explosion, Boch received a warning from the building's external defense system. Madam, someone blew a hole in the building's outer wall, and he's gliding through the air. Boch reported the situation while striding forward against the turbulent airflow, rushing into the morgue. A huge gap appeared in the outer wall, with residual reddish burn marks on its edges, and wisps of black smoke drifted into the building from the outside air. Looking further, a figure was using a speed parachute to move away from the factory building. Not knowing what this person saw, he suddenly changed his gliding direction and descended directly to the ground at a steep angle. The author has moved the work of correcting typos after updates from midnight to 7 AM. Staying up past midnight for more than 10 consecutive days is truly unsustainable. Readers who read earlier, please be understanding if you find any typos. Chapter 37 Melee Mage. 1 minute before the cigarette factory building was blown up. Leia was not far from the cigarette factory at this time, at most 500 meters in a straight line. The area near the cigarette factory was mostly tin-roofed houses, like a slum. Taking a shortcut back to the cigarette factory meant inevitably navigating through narrow alleys. The two following him, Mazexi and Mike Tangson, would definitely launch an ambush in such a complex terrain. Sure enough, after turning a right-angle bend, two figures appeared in front. Leia changed direction without hesitation, turning into another alley. Looking back, the two were closely following him, with no intention of concealing their whereabouts. They were indeed Mazexi and Mike Tangson. Mazexi was in his early 30s, in the prime of his life, with a sturdy build and calloused knuckles, clearly skilled in close-quarters combat. This was indeed the case, he was always first in every combat training session. Mike Tangson was a 20-year-old young man, well-proportioned, agile, and his running speed was the most outstanding among the three. He easily caught up to Leia's heels, reaching out his right hand to grab the other's neck. Leia heard the rapidly approaching footsteps, preemptively sidestepped, and darted into an alley off the street. Mike Tangson missed, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he felt the thrill of an eagle catching a chick. "Kid, stop quickly, we just want to talk to you." Mike Tangson stepped into the alley entrance with a sinister smile, casually drawing a dagger and making a few gestures. He thought he had victory in his grasp, but suddenly his body stiffened, his eyes lost focus, and his mouth slightly opened. Within 7 steps, the brain freeze technique was quick and accurate, cold weapons were accurate and fast. Leia used the brain freeze technique to freeze Mike Tangson, pulled out the utility knife hidden in his pocket, rushed up, aimed at the opponent's eye socket, and stabbed. With a squelch, the utility knife penetrated Mike Tangson's head. Leia pulled back, avoiding the splattering blood. Mike Tangson fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped breathing. Leia nodded slightly, retrieved the utility knife, and hid behind the corner. Mazexi chased into the alley, encountered his companion lying in a pool of blood, and a chill went straight to his spine. "Damn it! What happened? How did you die?" Mazexi held a machete, knelt down, and turned over his companion's corpse. The blood-red eye socket startled him, and his body shivered violently. "Damn it! One-hit kill? How could that kid be so powerful? Come out! Leia, you come out!" Mazexi gripped the short knife, swinging it left and right, his eyes darting around, cautiously looking around. He was now both afraid of Leia ambushing him and worried about Leia escaping. No matter the outcome, it would be extremely unfavorable to him. Just as Mazexi hesitated whether to take his companion's body and leave, Leia's head peeked out from around the corner. The moment he saw Leia, Mazexi lost control of his body and his ability to think. Leia used his old trick again, rushed forward and finished off his opponent with the utility knife. Mazexi's vitality was quite tenacious. His eyeballs burst, and his brain was pierced by the blade, but he did not die on the spot. Under the sudden stimulation of intense pain, Mazexi broke free from the brain freeze state prematurely. He fell onto his companion's corpse, clutching his eyes, his face full of terror. Your Shinik power, how could it be so terrifying?" Before Leia could deliver another blow, Mazexi kicked his legs and took his last breath. Leia frowned, looking at the corpses on the ground, always feeling that something was not right. Was the battle a little too easy? Is this all the strength the Church of Amalgamation's children have? They are simply weaklings. Could it be that I am too strong? Leia gazed at his hands. He had stayed up all night practicing that enemy-killing routine dozens of times, and he didn't expect to complete a double kill in real combat in one go. This surprised him somewhat. It was as if he was naturally suited to be a melee mage, effortlessly mastering fungi ability, which resembled magic. "It seems my combat power is much higher than I expected." Leia composed himself, walked forward slowly, intending to examine the bodies of the two cultists. Just then, a huge explosion sound came. Boom! Leia shrinked his neck. "Turn your head to look at the source of the sound." He saw a bright fire erupting from the middle floors of the cigarette factory building, with debris scattering outwards like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Amidst the rolling black smoke, a figure leaped out of the building. Leia thought this person was going to perform a free fall, but he saw the other party deploy a speed descent parachute behind him, gliding rapidly through the air. "Is that Robnose?" Leia squinted, gazing at the figure, gradually recognizing Robnose's bushy beard and the plump physique of a 50-year-old man. "This guy wants to escape the factory with a speed descent parachute. No matter what happened in the factory building, I must not let him escape." Leia raised his hand, made a gun gesture, pointed his index finger at the figure in the air, and activated the brain freeze technique. Several lines of system messages popped up, making Leia's heart sink. "You are about to use brain freeze technique on Robnose. Please note, this brain freeze technique will consume 15 kilograms of foolish mushroom, and the duration of the brain freeze state will be significantly reduced. Please confirm whether to activate brain freeze technique on the target." 15 kilograms of foolish mushroom. Just now, when dealing with Mazexi and Mike Tangson, a total of only 5 kilograms of foolish mushroom were consumed. This shows how powerful Robnose is. Leia gritted his teeth and silently said confirm. The brain freeze technique was successfully activated. The figure in midair wavered for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. The brain freeze state only lasted for 5 seconds before expiring. A sharp gaze descended from the sky, Robnose saw Leio in the narrow alley and also noticed the two corpses in front of him. Robnose changed his gliding direction, swooping down like a predatory eagle. A chill rose in Leio's heart, and he shouted with all his might. Help! Shut up! Robnose extended his left hand towards the young man on the ground, clenching his 5 fingers into a fist. An invisible force wrapped around Leio, tightly gripping his neck. Leio couldn't make a sound or breathe, his hands clawing at his neck, but to no avail. Robnose unfastened his speed descent parachute and dropped from 2 or 3 meters high to the ground, using a roll to absorb the impact. He looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, his face grim, his eyes burning with fury. You damn bastard! You ruined my plans and killed my men. I'll kill you! Robnose roared, striding closer, his left hand clenched into a fist, using telekinesis to grip Leio's neck, and his right hand drawing a laser pistol from his waist. Leio's face was flushed, his eyes bulged, completely unable to breathe. He locked his gaze on Robnose and activated the brain freeze technique again. Robnose suddenly lost his focus, and his psychic power failed at the same time. The invisible force restraining Leio vanished without a trace. He didn't bother to catch his breath, lunged forward, and fiercely stabbed the sharp point of the utility knife towards Robnose's eye socket. Die! Bang! A gunshot exploded on the eaves above his head. A bullet spun through the air, precisely and brutally knocking the utility knife out of Leio's hand. Leio's tiger's mouth vibrated violently and went numb, his heart startled. Someone on the roof? Friend or foe? Before Leio could launch another attack, 2 whooshing sounds rang out. 2 tranquilizer darts appeared on Leio's and Robnose's necks. Who is ambushing me? A wave of overwhelming drowsiness swept over him. Leio struggled for a moment, then finally collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he saw Robnose fall beside him with a look of unwillingness, and a pair of feet wearing high-heeled leather boots descended from above, stopping in front of him. Leio wanted to look up at the owner of the feet, but he was embraced by boundless darkness and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 38. Once in the ICU. After being knocked out by the tranquilizer dart, Leio's vision went dark. He vaguely heard some sounds after an unknown amount of time. Shouts, electric currents, the cutting sound of saw teeth, and a piercing, tinnitus-like noise. Accompanying these sounds, his body would become incredibly cold, and a very faint light would appear in his vision. This was a very unique experience, making Leio vaguely feel as if something both bright and cold was lingering nearby. Whenever this thing approached him, the coldness and light would intensify, but the light beam could never fully break through the darkness before his eyes, only scattering star-like specks of light, like looking up at the Milky Way from the bottom of the sea. The cold thing appeared again and again, disappearing again and again. Leio suddenly realized that the darkness before him seemed to be the black veil he had seen before. He used appraisal technique to check, and it was indeed so. It was known that the black veil was some kind of warp entity, so the cold and bright thing lingering outside the black veil at this moment should also be a warp entity. Leio inexplicably had a thought. Holy crap, could that be the Emperor? Isn't his warp essence a cold and bright cold sun? This thought made Leio feel fear and confusion. Why would the Emperor observe him? Could it be that he was attracted by the ghost mushroom incident and had been following the movements of Nest Capital Epimedius, thus noticing his situation? It really seemed possible. Leio was terrified, but he couldn't wake up. Every time he felt the cold thing lingering around him, the ensuing drowsiness would engulf his consciousness, making him fall asleep again. After several or dozens of such repetitions, Leio finally woke up. Soreness and numbness coursed through his body, making him ache and itch, and before his eyes was still a darkness so thick it couldn't be dispelled. Leio widened his eyes, searching for light, and opened his mouth, trying to scream. But strangely, even with all his might, he couldn't make a single sound. Leio couldn't help but ask himself. Am I alive, or am I dead? Why was his brain active, yet he couldn't feel his surroundings? What exactly happened to him? Before, he could hear all sorts of noises, but now it was as silent as being in a vacuum. After an unknown amount of time passed like this, the soreness and numbness in his body began to recede. At the same time, Leio felt warm air currents brushing against his body, and fresh air entering his nasal cavity. Am I still alive? Leio uttered a few syllables in a low, hoarse tone. His throat felt rusty and difficult to move, making it hard to speak, but he did it. Yes, you are still alive, a middle-aged male voice sounded from ahead. Leio looked in the direction of the voice, but there was only darkness. Take off his blindfold and turn on the spotlight. As the middle-aged man's words fell, Leio's vision suddenly brightened, an intense light pierced his eyes. Under the strong light, the middle-aged man cast a black silhouette of himself with his hands in his pockets onto Leio's retina. Leio wanted to turn his head to observe his surroundings, but there seemed to be a neck brace on his neck restricting his movement, forcing him to remain facing the spotlight. Who are you? His throat was recovering, and his articulation became smoother, with only a slight soreness remaining on his vocal cords. I will answer your question later, listen to me now. The man pulled his right hand out of his pocket and pressed a device in his hand. With a click, a holographic image was projected from the ceiling, showing a bust composed of green pixels. Who is this? Leio gazed at the bust, confirming that he had never seen this old man with half of his skull cut off. He is the leader of the Church of Amalgamation, his true name is unknown, his birth is unknown, we only know his nickname within the Church of Amalgamation is Father. The holographic image switched, this time displaying a bust of someone Leio knew. Robnose. The middle-aged man said. 8 months ago, Robnose was still a doctor and fungus walker for the Pharmacist Association. After completing a collection job in the bottom nest, he returned to the middle nest carrying the root system of the ghost mushroom. 7 months ago, he claimed to have invented several formulas based on the psychic properties of the ghost mushroom, creating potions and tobacco that could awaken psychic abilities. 6 months ago, multiple upper nest families extended olive branches to Robnose. Robnose chose the Cram family, which offered the most generous treatment, and became a senior executive at Cram Cigarette Factory. From then on, ghost potion began to appear in the upper nest, as well as mutation incidents caused by ghost potion. 25 days ago, you eliminated 2 cultists near Cram Cigarette Factory. While confronting Robnose, you were knocked out by my subordinate with a tranquilizer dart. 20 days ago, the interrogation of Robnose concluded. We obtained the expected answers. 8 months ago, Robnose was captured alive by Father during an exploration in the bottom nest. To save his life, he chose to submit to Father. Father provided him with ghost mushroom and the formula for ghost potion, and Robnose, in turn, became Father's spy, inserting pseudo-father bodies into the industries of upper nest nobles. The middle-aged man paused and explained. The so-called pseudo-father body refers to a psychic-modified creation of the Church of Amalgamation. They can self-reproduce and nurture pseudo-offspring. The middle-aged man explained all the terms related to the Church of Amalgamation. Leia already knew about this. His current focus was on the 25 days ago that the other party had just mentioned. If he hadn't misunderstood, had he been unconscious for 25 days? Leia tried to remain calm, listening to the middle-aged man's words while silently chanting system interface in his mind. After a faint, ethereal prompt sound, the system interface popped up. Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good, the cheat was still there. The middle-aged man pressed the device in his hand, and the holographic image switched to a portly old man in luxurious attire. This person was dressed in layers of colorful knitted garments, stout and corpulent, adorned with glittering pouches, rings, and brooches, with a kind and benevolent expression. Leia recalled for a moment and recognized the man's identity. Lord Vogues. Yes, this is our governor, Lord Vogues. I was commissioned by the governor to come to the lower nest to closely monitor the Church of Amalgamation and secretly apprehend cultists. Leia pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked. So, you are interrogating me? But I am not a cultist. Also, why did you let me sleep for 25 days before interrogating me? There is a reason why I kept you unconscious for 25 days. I have answered your question, now it's my turn to ask. The man resumed his hands in pockets posture and said in a deep voice. Do you want to live a mediocre life in the lower nest forever, or swear allegiance to a leader, forging a ladder to the upper nest, or even embracing the stars, with your sweat and blood? Leia was silent for a while, knowing that the other party was likely trying to persuade him to serve Lord Vogues. But how could a small lower nest person like himself gain the governor's attention? Moreover, after the deception by Robnose, Leia had developed a resistance to such empty talk about loyalty and sacrifice, and would no longer easily believe promises and authority. The middle-aged man slightly turned his head and spoke to someone in the darkness. Untie him. Clang, clang. The metal restraints were released, and mechanical arms moved them away from Leia. Leia felt his body loosen, his neck and limbs no longer restricted from moving. He subconsciously lowered his head to look at his hands, his pupils contracting slightly. His palms had grown several points larger, and his head was also a bit further from the ground. Looking at his arms, chest, abdomen, and thighs, the muscle lines were even and full, like an athlete who had been training for over a decade. If he was a beansprout 25 days ago, then now he was a tough steel cable. Strong, solid, full of vitality and masculine beauty. This drastic change left Leia stunned on the spot. What happened to me? The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Leia, his outline and facial features gradually becoming clear, and Leia saw his face. Dean? Amy's father. Leia recognized the man's identity, it was indeed Delton Mounts, the Dean of Lower Nest Academy. Delton had a resolute face, as if carved with a knife and axe, wearing a black trench coat with large lapels, a light grey pinstriped shirt, and a burgundy vest. In his middle age, his trench coat was open, his hands in his pants pockets, his sharp demeanor undiminished. His eyes were clear and bright, a trait Amy shared with him, showing a symbolic inheritance between father and daughter. Delton met Leia's gaze and nodded faintly. Yes, you haven't mistaken me. On the surface, I am the Dean of Lower Nest Academy, but my true identity is Lord Vogues' head of intelligence agents. Ambitious people talk about ideals and rewards, but a great leader makes favors a reality. The transformation that has occurred in you is a reward Lord Vogues has advanced to you. As long as you are loyal to Lord Vogues and assist me in searching for cultists in the lower nest, then this reward will not be taken back. Chapter 39, Trainee Agent. Unique Psychic Talent. Is Delton referring to my fungi ability? Leia pondered for a moment and asked, what do you mean by psychic talent? He asked this not because he was feigning ignorance, but because he wanted to understand how much of his secret had been exposed. The technological level of the Warhammer world fluctuates wildly. To say its technology is advanced, yet the vast majority of people live in dire straits, forced to endure extremely harsh living conditions. To say its technology is low, yet black technologies emerge endlessly. Not to mention the Geller field, just the various handheld scanners and implants contain technological essence far exceeding that of his world before transmigration. Therefore, Leia was certain that during his 25 days in a coma, he had already been thoroughly studied inside and out, several times over. From genes to molecules, from molecules to bloodline tracing, from bloodline tracing to personal history, every aspect was fully exposed. He might even have been meticulously observed by the Emperor from the warp dimension a dozen times. To be honest, Lian really wanted to know if the other party had figured anything out. If the existence of the system could be discovered by technological means and the Emperor's psychic abilities, then he might as well die. As you surmised, during the gene modification, we used various methods to study your body. Delton's light remark made Lian's expression change. Could this Dean, head of agents, and Amy's father possess mind-reading abilities? No, I don't read minds. Lian blinked in surprise. If you can't read minds, how do you know what I'm thinking? I can know what you're thinking because I've undergone professional training and am proficient in micro-expressions. Delton smiled slightly, full of confidence. Amy said you're a dull young man, only becoming lively when talking to her. In my opinion, you're actually no different from an ordinary young man. It's just that your emotional changes are more restrained, and you're not very good at expressing your emotions. Lian fell silent for a moment. It seems I hit the mark. Delton took out a remote control and pressed it, switching the holographic image to a set of pictures, the main subject of which was Lian. Judging from the shooting angles of the pictures, they came from surveillance cameras both from the Cram Cigarette Factory's collection department and from outside the factory. Robnose is a spy for the Church of Amalgamation, and Mazaxi and Mike Tangson are pseudo-father bodies of the Church of Amalgamation. Under the father's instruction, these three executed the plan to infiltrate the Cram family. If the plan had succeeded, all new employees in the Cram Cigarette Factory's collection department would have been pseudo-father bodies, waiting for the opportune moment to give birth to pseudo-offspring. Your appearance terminated this plan. Therefore, the Cram family owes you a favor, but that's not the point. Delton pointed to the holographic image behind him. The point is, in the surveillance data, you displayed psychic abilities as an ordinary person, and completely nullified the psychic ritual that would have transformed you into a pseudo-father body. This is why His Excellency the Governor values you. Delton pressed the remote control, and the holographic image switched to a map of the 8th district, with lines of various colors on it. You are a smart person and can recognize your current situation. So, let's skip the mutual probing and get straight to the point. Delton pointed to the holographic map. I extracted a lot of important intelligence from Robnose. For example, at least one father is hidden in the 8th district. Note, I said father, not pseudo-father body. My agents are currently searching for this dangerous individual. Your current identity is no longer a worker at the Cram Cigarette Factory, but a probationary agent for the Governor, under my command. I hope you can join the search efforts and cooperate with other agents to capture at least one father alive. If you have any questions, you can consult this data slate. Delton slipped a data slate into Lian's hand. Unlike the ones he had used before, this data slate had an antenna, appearing capable of wireless communication within a certain range. Lian lowered his head and flipped through the information on the data slate. Delton patted his shoulder, signaling him to follow. Let's go, we're going to see Isabel. Delton gave a few instructions to the servo-automata guarding the corner, telling it to turn on the indoor lighting. As the lights on the ceiling came on, Lian realized he was in an operating room. When he first woke up, he was strapped to an operating table, and the operating table was perpendicular to the ground. The so-called spotlight was actually the shadowless lamp essential for surgery. It was clear that Delton had done a lot of preparation to set the mood for their conversation. Lian put on a white loincloth robe and walked out of the operating room, a familiar metal corridor appearing before him. The sign on the operating room door read Cram Cigarette Factory Special Operating Room. So I'm at the cigarette factory. I thought I was at the agent's base. Delton explained, here in the 8th district, the Cram Cigarette Factory's operating room is the highest standard. Your success rate for the first phase of the Governor's Guard gene modification project here is nearly 100%, which is why you are here. Later, I will take you to the base to go through the probationary agent's onboarding process. Understood, sir. This address of Sir satisfied Delton. Lian had already recognized his current predicament. He naturally stepped into his role, not intending to resist the Nest Capital's violent machinery. The messed up thing about the Warhammer world is that no one can do things entirely according to their own will. Not even the Emperor. Before having the ability to resist the shackles imposed upon oneself, it is the correct path to bide one's time, build high walls, accumulate provisions, and slowly proclaim oneself king. In this regard, the regent did very well, otherwise, how could he have secretly established the Second Empire during the Great Rebellion? Sir, may I ask, shouldn't I be undergoing modification to the level of a planetary defense force company commander? No, that was the Cram family's promise to you, not Lord Vogue's advance reward. Many things have happened during your coma, let me tell you one by one. The two walked and talked, along the corridor to the lift, moving to the upper floors of the factory building. With Robnose's capture, the unrest and discussions spread from the Cram family to the entire Upper Nest noble community. Firstly, the first person to discover the ghost mushroom was not Robnose, but the father of the Church of Amalgamation. Secondly, the first person to invent and apply the ghost potion was still the father of the Church of Amalgamation. The first step in the biochemical modification technology mastered by the Church of Amalgamation was to have the recipient drink the ghost potion. In other words, all who revered the ghost potion, whether workers in pharmaceutical factories or nobles in the Upper Nest, were all potential adherents of the Church of Amalgamation and followers deceived by the Church of Amalgamation. What a blasphemy! It was an utter disgrace to the Nest Capital noble circle. For a time, the noble council was enraged, and calls for a crusade against the Church of Amalgamation rapidly grew louder. Linio's unintentional assistance to Delton in capturing Robnose alive was of great significance. Without his action, the noble community would have been fooled by the Church of Amalgamation for a long time like fools, only realizing much later that they had been aiding evil. PS1, everything that happened at Epimedius involves a Space Marine Legion known for its secret operations, so the plot will have a bit of a suspenseful feel. This writing style is very risky in the current trend of cool factor novels. But to fit the operational style of this legion, the author must write this way, please bear with me. PS2, to quickly conclude the transitional chapters, 2 additional chapters are being added today, and tomorrow will directly enter the next main storyline. PS3, after going on sale, all annotations and PS will be placed in the chapter comments and author's notes, and will not take up space in the main text. Chapter 40 Aristocratic Tradition. The lift platform stopped steadily, and Delton led Linio into the corridor. At the most recent Noble Council, our governor made 2 decisions. Firstly, all collection, research, and production work related to ghost mushrooms is suspended until the Church of Amalgamation is completely eradicated. Suspend work related to ghost mushrooms? Then can I still get new skill points in a short time? Fortunately, I still have 10 skill points on the books. Linio pondered in secret. Delton continued. The governor's second decision concerns the major families. Once the Hunter Lord teams of each family have assembled, the punitive action against the Church of Amalgamation will officially begin. At that time, illegal forces, mutants, and xenos in the scrapyard zone will also be cleared out. Sir, what is a Hunter Lord? Hunter Lord is a noble status passed down from the Golden Age. Delton slowly explained the common knowledge about Hunter Lord. Simply put, Hunter Lords are young noble descendants who hunt powerful enemies in the bottom nest. The young masters and ladies from various prominent families, carrying the most sophisticated weapons and equipment from their families, hunt powerful enemies in the bottom nest to accumulate personal prestige and gain more family resources. Whenever a large number of noble descendants become Hunter Lords, the line of succession within the family undergoes drastic changes. Those young noble descendants who kill the most enemies and are the most courageous often gain a higher position in the line of succession and control more family assets. Don't think that noble descendants who become Hunter Lords are going to their deaths. In fact, most nest capital families possess black tech equipment passed down from the Golden Age. A fully armed young noble descendant's combat power is comparable to a space marine, and they are accompanied by numerous armed retainers. The armed retainers' weapons and equipment are also not bad, usually carapaced armor and autoguns made of ceramite. In short, the Noble Council decided to use traditional noble methods to openly eradicate the Church of Amalgamation, thereby washing away their shame. Seeing Linio's interest in black technology, Delton gave several examples. For instance, armor that can automatically repair damage and requires no maintenance. Some of them even have built-in automated equipment for cyclic production of nutrients. There are many more such pieces of equipment. The campaign to eradicate the Church of Amalgamation was less about hunting powerful enemies and more about a black tech show by the wealthy and powerful families. Linio offered no comment on this, as long as the noble sirs were happy. Only the black tech equipment used by the Hunter Lords made his heart flutter. We've arrived. Delton stopped on the experimental department's floor. Linio, you helped the Cram family prevent the corruption of cultists and preserved the Cram family's reputation. The Cram family therefore owes you a favor. Lord Cram has authorized Isabel to discuss your reward with you. You can choose a reward plan based on your preference. Understood, sir. A servo-automata opened the door to the experimental department from the inside, inviting the 2 outside to follow it to the supervisor's office. Linio curiously looked around, finding that the layout of the experimental department was largely as he had imagined. All the necessary areas for a biological laboratory, experimental operation area, instrument and equipment area, sample processing and storage area, washing and disinfection area, office area, and rest area were present. Rooms for various purposes were also fully equipped. Simply finding a room, gazing at the equipment inside, and using appraisal technique, Linio could get the prompt, this item can upgrade system functions. Walking in here felt like coming home, everywhere were the instruments and equipment he desperately needed. Technology is the primary productive force, and upgrading system functions is key to growing stronger. Linio decided to quickly get himself a set of equipment related to microbiology research, and a batch of consumables needed for cultivating fungi. Only then would his individual strength significantly improve, and his personal safety would also be guaranteed. It truly was strange. Most other transmigrators rely on consuming pills to increase their strength, but he, on the other hand, increased his strength by growing mushrooms. If only the Cram family could give him a set of black tech equipment. Growing mushrooms to advance technology, how could that be as fast as directly putting on god-tier beginner gear? Linio's mind wavered, then he quickly dismissed the thought. Delton had mentioned earlier that although black tech equipment was relatively common among wealthy and powerful families, they all had owners and could not be given to outsiders. Trying to get a set of such equipment from the Cram family was pure wishful thinking. Hey? Dad, why are you here? Amy rounded the corner, carrying a tray, and ran into her father and a man who looked familiar. Amy looked at her father in confusion, then shifted her gaze to the person beside him. She stared at the familiar face for a few seconds, gradually widening her eyes and covering her mouth in surprise. You're Linio? Where have you been all these days? How did you suddenly grow so tall? Linio lowered his head, looking at Amy, who only reached his shoulder. Amy's height should be a little over 1.6 meters, in comparison, his current height should exceed 1.8 meters. No wonder Amy seemed so small now, looking like an exquisite and adorable figurine. Leia smiled and greeted her. It's me. For the details, ask your father. Dad? What's going on? Amy's gaze moved back and forth between her father and Leia. Amy, I'll tell you when we get home. I need to take Leia to handle some important business first. Dalton patted Amy's head, led Leia around her, and walked into the supervisor's office nearby. Amy stood rooted for a few seconds, then scratched her head and left. Inside the experimental department's supervisor's office, thinker arrays ticked, positional light sources on various instruments provided illumination, and rolls of documents were placed on the bookshelves along the wall. This was the female supervisor's workspace and place of contemplation. If there were some servo-automata skulls floating in the air, it would be almost identical to a tech priest's workshop. Here, Leia met the renowned Isabelle Cram. This lady had her long black hair coiled at the back of her head, revealing her fair neck. Her lips were full, her nose bridged straight and delicate, and she wore oval-framed glasses. Although dressed in a white lab coat, she could not hide her maturity and beauty. Upon seeing Leia, Isabelle thanked him with gratitude. The message you had Amy relay helped me tremendously. Robnos had created dozens of monsters in the morgue. If we hadn't discovered them in time, my department would most likely have suffered losses. Leia smiled humbly. I didn't expect that my act of exposing Robnos would cause such a huge stir. Actually, at that time, I just wanted to save myself and didn't consider so much, it was more like a huge gamble. These were Leia's true feelings. The situation at that time was extremely urgent, he simply had no time to plan comprehensively or deeply consider how various parties would react to the Robnos incident. Fortunately, the final outcome was quite good. Having the Nest Capital Governor's backing was definitely more promising than relying on the Cram family. As for his own secrets being known by outsiders, if this matter were in the 40k era, the Inquisition would surely investigate it thoroughly. But at this time, the Imperium doesn't even have the ecclesiarchy yet. As long as the governor is willing to cover for him, no one will deeply investigate an agent endorsed by the governor. In short, although there were hidden dangers, the problem was not significant. Gentlemen, please be seated. Regarding the Cram family's reward, I have prepared the following options. You might want to hear them first. P.S. The Hunter Lord setting comes from official sources, you can find it by searching. It's not as obscure as Ghost Mushroom, so the author won't specifically post the setting in the chapter notes. Chapter 41 Sitting on a Mountain of Gold. The rewards nobles offer to non-noble groups can be summarized into two types. The first type of reward is marriage. This is only applicable to unmarried individuals, has a low cost, and is effective and stable in winning over people's hearts. 18 is the legal marriage age in Hive Apimite, 20 to 30 is the peak period for family alliances, and people over 30 who are still unmarried will be subject to rumors. Below 18, engagements can be discussed, but it is limited to betrothal. Isabelle recommended 3 noble young women from the Cram family to Leia, promising that they could begin a relationship after 18 and marry before 20, and Leia would receive a generous dowry from the woman. It needs to be explained here that when he formally joined the collection department, Robnos also made a similar promise. In his promise, the Cram family young women who would marry workers were descendants of retainers and servants, not noble young women with Cram family blood. Whether or not one has noble blood is key. Marrying a noble descendant means having one foot in the noble class, one only needs to diligently cultivate connections and resources, and then there is a very high probability that their descendants will be able to enjoy a family title from birth. There is a saying circulating in the middle nest and upper nest. To become a noble, at least 3 generations of effort are required. Leia now meets the basic conditions to become the first generation, which is to make significant contributions to a certain family as a commoner. After careful consideration, he politely declined the marriage proposal as a reward. The reason was that he had found a goal to strive for to serve the benevolent and noble Lord Vogues. Flattery, no matter how much, always works. Regardless of whether Lord Vogues could hear these words, saying them was certainly correct. Dalton nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval, and did not intervene in the conversation. Isabelle did not insist and instead proposed the second reward option, a monetary reward. The currency of the lower nest is rations cards, the currency of the middle nest and upper nest is credit points, and the currency among nobles is throne coins issued by Terra. The Cram family's bounty was 100,000 throne coins. This money would be deposited in the Golden Rose Bank, and the account would need to be registered under Leia's name. According to the exchange rate at the bank counter, 100,000 throne coins could be converted into 100 million credit points or 1 billion rations cards. As soon as Isabelle spoke, Leia was stunned by such a large sum of money. He had no concept of what 100 million credit points could buy, but he deeply understood the terror of 1 billion rations cards. Once upon a time, he was still worrying about food and drink, and now he could actually possess a mountain of gold. This sudden feeling of happiness was no less than winning the lottery jackpot. Madam, are there any restrictions on the use of this money? Leia forced himself to calm down and asked. Isabelle shook her head. The Cram family will not place restrictions on this money. You only need to open an account at the Golden Rose Bank to receive this money. However, His Excellency the Governor seems to have other arrangements for you. You may not be able to go to the upper nest to open an account in the short term. Dalton nodded and said. Yes, Leia. We will stay in the lower nest until we catch father. After completing the mission, you will gain the identity of an upper nest resident. Only then will you be able to go to the upper nest with me to report to Lord Vogues and open an account at the Golden Rose Bank. Oh, I see. Leia asked thoughtfully. May I ask if the Cram family can advance a small portion of the bounty? Isabel expected Leonio to say this and responded with a smile. No problem. You can ask me for an advance on the bounty at any time. Since you cannot leave the lower nest temporarily, I will pay you in rations cards or high-quality Cram cigarettes. Leonio looked at Delton, who nodded slightly at him, indicating that 100,000 throne coins was a reasonable amount. Madam, the bounty plan sounds good. I will choose this plan. With money, he could buy equipment, consumables, and a venue for microbial research, so why not? Please wait a moment, I will print the contract. Isabel stood up and began operating near the thinker. Leonio observed the thinker and secretly clicked his tongue. This thing that served as a computer was actually made from humans. A human brain suspended in yellowish-green liquid hung above the screen, connected to components like a keyboard, screen, and speakers via tubes. When performing high-speed calculations, the yellowish-green liquid bubbled like boiling water. After the liquid churned violently for more than 10 seconds, Isabel walked over with the contract. The contract was used to protect the rights and reputation of both parties. Once signed, neither party could go back on the terms of the contract. This prevented the Cram family from reclaiming the reward and also prevented Leonio from making exorbitant demands for additional bounty. After signing, Isabel sent the contract to the family headquarters via a capsule pipeline. The three waited briefly on site, and the capsule returned to the office. The family head's handwritten signature had been added to the contract. With this, the contract officially came into effect, and Leonio could come to advance part of the reward at any time. Delton offered a suggestion. Leonio used a data pad to scan the contract, obtaining a digital version, and stored the physical contract at the governor's guard base. In the future, when asking Isabel for an advance on the bounty, he only needed to bring the data pad and the digital contract, avoiding carrying the physical contract to prevent damage. This suggestion was very pertinent, and Leonio followed it without question. In addition, Delton disguised Leonio's identity. Currently, the only people who knew Leonio was alive were Delton, Isabel, and Amy. Everyone else thought Leonio had died 25 days ago, or had long since forgotten him completely. Delton also registered a new lower nest resident identity for Leonio. From then on, in the eyes of outsiders, Leonio was an adult named Kong Wen. Even if enforcers used a scanner to retrieve his identity data, they would only find information for Kong Wen. After leaving the cigarette factory building with Delton, Leonio took a car to Lower Nest Academy, stopping in front of a mansion with a wall and a garden. This is where Amy and I live, and it's also the base for the special agent team. The two got out of the car, and Delton pointed to the access control device on the mansion's main gate. The data pad in your hand can open this door. Try it. Leonio stepped forward, and a button to open the door popped up on the data pad. He pressed the button, a red beam shot out from the access control and scanned Leonio's entire body, and the mansion gate opened. The area above ground is where Amy and I live, and the underground area is for the special agent team. The underground entrance is here. After entering the front yard, Delton turned left into a vine-covered corridor, and beside the third pillar, he extended his right hand and pulled back a curtain with an optical camouflage effect. The pixelated image on the curtain surface blended with the surrounding environment. When it was pulled back, a downward sloping passage appeared before them. At the end of the passage was an all-metal gate with no keyhole or doorknob, only a dual-lens scanner similar to a telescope. When I performed the genetic modification on you, I also recorded your iris information. It can be used to open this door. Leonio placed his eyes in front of the dual-lens scanner. Beep beep boop, the scan was complete, and the gate opened with a click. Pneumatic devices moved the heavy door panel aside, and a figure stood in the rock passage behind the door. Seeing Delton, the person raised both hands in an Aquila salute, their long legs stiffened, and their heels clicked together with a crisp sound. Sir. Leonio's gaze fell on this person's feet. The person was wearing a pair of cord-free, high-heeled leather boots, deep black in color, approximately size 38, the same pair he had seen just before losing consciousness 25 days ago. Delton stepped forward and placed a hand on Leonio's shoulder. It looks like you remember who she is. That's right, she fired the tranquilizer dart, and she also used a bullet to deflect your dagger, preventing Robnose from being hit in a vital spot. Her name is Mona. Before joining the Governor's Guard, she was a sniper in the Planetary Defense Forces kill team, and also a legitimate etheric nullifier. Chapter 42 Agent Base. Mona? A good name, though I wonder if it's her real one. Leonio's gaze moved upwards, seeing Mona's face, and he sighed inwardly. It was indeed a good name, but unfortunately, her face was disfigured. Mona's left eye and the left side of her forehead appeared to have been corroded by strong acid, with twisted, centipede-like patterns covering the surface, appearing dark red. Aside from this area, the rest of her face was perfectly intact, her skin smooth and bright, showing no wrinkles or scars. If she were to cover the skin around her left eye with her hair or an eye patch, Mona would undoubtedly be considered a beauty. But she didn't do so, nor did she use surgery to repair the disfigured area. Leonio nodded secretly, guessing that the disfigured area held an unusual significance for Mona, which was why she kept it unconcealed. Hello, Mona, I am Kong Wen. Hello. Mona responded coldly, her brown eyes devoid of emotion, her lips thin as paper, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Delton patted Leonio's shoulder. Mona will guide you through the probationary agent's onboarding process. She will also explain the plan for apprehending the father to you. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, sir. Leonio bid a simple farewell. Mona performed the Aquila salute again, watching Delton leave. As the footsteps faded, Mona turned and entered the underground passage behind the door. Follow me, don't fall behind. Lianyo followed closely, and the gate automatically closed. The two walked one behind the other, in silence. The underground passage contained numerous mechanisms and traps. Every short distance, they would encounter gates that required iris, voiceprint, and data slate permission checks. After turning several right-angle bends, Lianyo arrived at the destination. The base's architectural layout was similar to a return character. In the center was an artificial garden, located on the 5th underground floor of the base, surrounded by semi-open corridors and stairs. Upon entering the base from the surface, one would arrive at the 1st underground floor of the base. At this point, looking down from the corridor railing, one could see the shrubs and flower beds of the artificial garden. A tech priest, surrounded by 2 servo skulls, was pruning branches in the artificial garden. Upon noticing the gaze from above, he looked up, scanned Lianyo with his bionic eye, and raised a servo arm to wave a few times, as if greeting him. Mona said from the side. That's Toot Kali, the tech priest of the agent team. He holds dual degrees in Lex Mechanic and Engine Seer, and is currently writing his graduation thesis for his janitor degree. His thesis topic focuses on the bio-augmentation technology held by the Church of Amalgamation. Promotion within the Mechanic is linked to academic degrees. The more certificates one possesses, the higher their status. Generally, a tech priest who masters 3 disciplines can be called a sage, while one who specializes in a single discipline and achieves outstanding accomplishments is an expert in that field. Experts are few in number, while sages are more numerous. There is no hierarchy between sages and experts, both are worthy of respect. Toot Kali is pursuing the sage path, which is also the path chosen by most talented tech priests. Come with me, we're going down. Mona activated the vertical elevator with her data slate, taking Lianyo to the artificial garden on the 5th underground floor. The garden contained a wide variety of plant species, many of which were sealed in cultivation tanks, enjoying carefully adjusted light and humidity. As Lianyo walked, he used appraisal technique, discovering that most of the plants here were exotic, not native species of the 8th district of the lower nest. Hello, Kong Wen. Toot Kali approached Lianyo, speaking in a standard electronic voice. He transcribed binary data into Low Gothic, emitting it through his throat, which had been modified into a sound array device. Your identity information has been recorded trusted personnel probationary agent rookie. The following permissions have been granted to you 5 minutes of casual conversation per day 3 free consultations per day 1 free repair per day The above items have no time or frequency limits when paid for. Please provide a response voice gesture text are all acceptable. Lianyo tried to understand Toot Kali's meaning, nodding. Yes, I understand. I can chat with you for 5 minutes a day, consult you for free 3 times, and have you repair something for me for free once. If I'm willing to pay, then these items have no time or frequency limits. Is that right? Answer correct intelligence normal Delton Sir's assessment of you is trustworthy. Glory forever to the Fugai's family. Farewell. Toot Kali turned and left, continuing to prune the flowers. His original arms had been replaced by bionic limbs, and he had a servo arm on his back, which was highly bump, like an old man carrying a turtle shell. Like other tech priests, Toot Kali wore a red robe to conceal his body, which had undergone multiple rounds of mechanization. Mona pointed to the corridor entrance nearby. Come with me, I'll take you to sign in. Lianyo and Mona left the garden and arrived at a room furnished with a thinker and a conference table. Mona taught Lianyo how to use the thinker and then introduced him to the base's situation. Lord Vogues had 9 guard teams, 7 of them were stationed in the Upper Nest district, providing comprehensive protection to Vogues. The 8th guard team was supervising the Planetary Defense Force. The 9th guard team was the agent team, responsible for monitoring the Middle Nest and Lower Nest. Delton was the commander of the agent team, reporting directly to the governor. The total number of agents was unknown, and they were mainly distributed throughout various areas of the Middle Nest and Lower Nest. This current base was the agent's foothold in the Lower Nest. Upon arrival, agents first had to complete the sign-in process, and then submit their time reports for the past period. Only after completing these 2 steps could agents enjoy free room and board within the base. How long an agent could rest in the base, and when they had to leave, was decided by Delton. Delton would issue formal mission directives to agents through the thinker, requiring them to complete tasks within a deadline and report to a designated location. After Lianyo completed his sign-in, a mission list appeared on his data slate, the content of which was to capture the father in the 8th district alive. Information related to the mission also appeared on the data slate. As of now, it could only be confirmed that at least one father was disguised as a civilian hiding in the 8th district. The exact number and location of the fathers could not be determined. The mission had started during Lianyo's unconsciousness, with 19 days remaining until the deadline. Only one father needed to be captured alive to report to the governor. 8 agents were assigned to this mission. Besides Mona and himself, the other 6 were on duty outside and not at the base. Additionally, the data slate was connected to the Nest Capital Enforcers database. If the enforcers discovered traces of the father, they would immediately transmit the coordinates to the database, which would then synchronize them to the agents' data slates. With the combined efforts of agents and enforcers, finding the father should not be difficult. Whether they could capture him alive depended on the agent's skill. Lianyo wondered if he should go look for the father's whereabouts now, and perhaps pre-spend some of the reward money. But Mona led him to the training room and took off her top. You've just completed your genetic modification, so you need to adapt to your body's strength as soon as possible. Mona threw her dark blue Planetary Defense Force uniform onto a hanger, wearing a military green tank top, tied her long hair tightly with a rubber band, and retrieved 2 sharpened broadswords. Lian looked at the cold glint on the blades and involuntarily swallowed. Are you trying to help me adapt to my modified body through combat? Is it necessary to use real swords? Won't someone get killed? Mona tossed the broadsword in her left hand to Lian, saying coldly. If you're afraid of death, don't do this job. Alright, this is a provocation, I get it. Lian gripped the broadsword, weighing it in his hand. His strength had increased significantly, the broadsword felt as light as a toothpick, and Lian felt a surge of confidence. He met Mona's gaze and nodded. Then let's try it. I also want to know how strong my current body is. Mona charged forward with her sword. Don't hold back. Let me see your limits. Chapter 43, A Match for the Match. Mona rushed toward Lian, gripping her sword with both hands and thrusting it straight forward. Her sword strike was incredibly fast, as if she intended to kill him in one blow, piercing his head. Lian was startled by Mona's ruthlessness, then quickly calmed down, his gaze following the tip of Mona's sword as he horizontally blocked with his own sword. Clang! The broadsword body struck away the blade, producing a small shower of sparks. An instinctive reaction appeared in Lian's mind, forcing him to kick forward with his right leg, aiming for Mona's abdomen, then immediately stepping forward and slashing downwards. Unexpectedly, Mona reacted the same way, both of them kicked forward at the same time. Thud, thud. With 2 muffled thuds, both combatants clutched their stomachs and retreated simultaneously. Lian looked at the broadsword in his hand, feeling a bit strange. He had never learned swordsmanship, so why did he instinctively use the exact same moves as Mona? Could this also be the result of gene modification? Continue. Mona tightened her abdomen, straightened her body, walked a few steps around her opponent, and then charged forward again. It was still a 2-handed sword thrust aimed directly at the face, but the speed was much faster. Lian's gaze locked onto the tip of Mona's sword. This time, his body's instinct told him that the move was overused. Mona was already prepared, and blocking horizontally with his sword, kicking with his right leg, and stepping forward for a downward slash would not be effective. He needed to adopt new moves. Lian swung his sword to parry Mona's blade, then twisted his wrist, and the broadsword, like a nimble snake, thrust towards Mona's abdomen. Mona dodged sideways, swinging her sword horizontally, the broadsword tracing a semicircular arc towards his face. Lian's sword missed, and he also dodged sideways, avoiding the attack. In this exchange, neither of them touched the other, and neither of the sharpened broadswords drew blood. Continue. If you can injure me, you win. Mona retreated half a step, then charged forward and struck with her sword for the 3rd time. A flash of sword light, and the sword tip was already close before his eyes. Lian's brows furrowed as he instinctively raised his sword to block, stepped forward with his right foot, and struck Mona's chest with his elbow. The hard elbow strike and the resilient body collided, and at that instant, Lian felt pain on his face. Mona clutched her chest and stumbled back repeatedly, her breathing ragged, and there was blood on her sword blade. Lian touched his cheek, a deep, long wound appeared on his right cheek, and blood was flowing down his face towards his neck. Can't you accelerate the healing spell for injuries? Let me see. Mona shook the blood off her sword and circled with her sword raised. Lian opened the system interface and activated his fungi ability. A system message popped up, and Lian's eyebrows slightly lifted. You are about to use the fungi ability, healing spell on yourself. Due to your significantly increased flesh vitality, this consumption will be 3 kilograms of cocktail fungus, an increase of 2 kilograms compared to before. Do you confirm the use of this ability? This message will only appear once when the consumption changes. Previously, healing injuries only consumed 1 kilogram of cocktail fungus, now it was 3 kilograms. Did this mean his strength was 3 times what it used to be? Lian estimated for a moment and shook his head internally. From his current performance, he could easily take on 5 past versions of himself, meaning his strength was at least 5 times what it used to be, not 3 times. Therefore, strength and fungi ability consumption should not be a simple linear relationship. Let's not study this for now. Lian cast aside distracting thoughts and activated the healing spell. After one breath, the wound on his face vanished without a trace. Mona looked at the screen on the training ground wall. There was a data chart monitoring etheric nullifiers. When Lian healed his injury, the curve in the data chart did not change. Your etheric nullifiers talent is truly amazing. When you use etheric nullifiers, there isn't the slightest etheric nullifiers fluctuation on you. I have never seen this level of concealment on anyone else. No wonder Lord Vogues took a liking to you. It seems Delton introduced me to Mona as an etheric nullifiers. Lian nodded inwardly. For him, this should be the safest identity. Unless he encountered a professional in etheric nullifiers, this disguise would generally not be seen through by others. Mona twirled her sword and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, I'm getting serious now." "Alright, come on." Lian narrowed his eyes slightly, holding the broadsword in front of him. Mona stopped 5 meters away from Lian. "Still the same saying, if you injure me, you win. If you can't, I advise you to actively apply to your superior to withdraw." Lian grinned, "You seem particularly persistent about dissuading people." "Yes, this is for your own good." Mona said no more, raising her broadsword and aiming it at Lian. To Lian's surprise, Mona released her right hand, and the broadsword did not fall to the ground but floated in the air. The broadsword accelerated with a whoosh, spinning like a bullet. What the hell? Flying sword? Liao quickly dodged and moved, but the broadsword relentlessly pursued him. Rib. The sharp blade tore through his clothing, leaving a deep gash on Liao's waist, and blood flowed down, soaking his belt and pant leg. Liao groaned in pain, activated the healing spell again, and rolled along the ground to avoid the broadsword thrusting at his head. When he stood up, the wound on his waist was healed, but new scars appeared on his chest and back. He glanced at the monitoring screen on the wall, the etheric nullifier's reading soared, and the curve of the data chart became steep. Oh, right, Delton had said that Mona was both a sniper and a legitimate etheric nullifiers. Her etheric nullifiers must be psychic-based, which allowed her to remotely control the broadsword. Liao's gaze sharpened, no longer simply dodging. He parried the incoming sharp blade with a sword, then strode forward, throwing a brain freeze technique at Mona. Consumption is 65 kilograms of foolish mushroom. Brain freeze state lasts a maximum of 1 second. Do you confirm the use of brain freeze technique? 65 kilograms, and the state only lasts a maximum of 1 second? Amazing, Mona's combat power is much stronger than Robnoz's. Liao gritted his teeth and charged, enduring the flying sword's attacks. He reached Mona and activated the brain freeze technique without hesitation. Mona's eyes instantly lost focus, and the flying broadsword clanged to the ground. Liao thrust his sword, placing the blade against Mona's neck, forcing her to surrender. Who would have thought that at the moment the blade was about to touch her neck, tiny electric sparks suddenly emerged from Mona's forehead. Crackling. The electric sparks flashed and disappeared, causing no harm to Liao, but they helped Mona break free from the brain freeze state early through intracranial electrocution. Mona's eyes instantly refocused, and the broadsword on the ground flew up again, thrusting directly at Liao's back of the head. Both of them simultaneously placed sharp weapons at each other's vital points. Liao's back of the head felt cold, and the hairs on Mona's neck stood on end. Liao asked. Does this count as a draw? A complex expression appeared in Mona's eyes as she asked in return. How many more times can you use that disorienting ability like just now? Liao called up the fungus warehouse in his mind and saw that only 10 kilograms of foolish mushroom remained. He shook his head slightly, no chance today. Mona shifted sideways, moving the sword blade from her neck, and moved the sword tip away from Liao's back of the head. My intracranial electrocution device needs to be recalibrated before it can be used again. So, we drew. Intracranial electrocution device? Was that the electric spark just now? Mona's tone was cold. Yes. In low power mode, it helps me concentrate. When overloaded, a strong current can free me from mental etheric nullifiers and hallucinogenic drugs. Liao mused, that must be very painful, right? Mona paused, glanced at Liao, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Liao shook the broadsword in his hand. Gene modification seems to have put a lot of combat knowledge into my brain. How about you practice with me a bit longer? Alright, come on, I happen to have time. Chapter 44 A Hot Man's Peep. The scene of Liao and Mona sparring was transmitted to Delton's thinker via the surveillance system. Delton watched intently, continuously recording Liao's movement parameters and psycher readings, as if conducting rigorous research. Beep, beep, beep. A communication screen cut into the thinker. Delton accepted the communication request. Whoosh. After the alert tone, the benevolent face of Lord Vogues appeared on the thinker's screen. Lord Vogues did not speak, only maintained a faint smile. Delton's soul began to tremble. Lord Vogues melted in his vision, and in the blink of an eye, condensed into a man in golden armor with long black hair. A golden, angelic light emanated from the man's head, and his eyes were profound. He was like a golden sun, powerful, majestic, and dazzling, inspiring involuntary awe. He was also like an unquestionable truth and order, absolute rationality bringing indifference and steadfastness, like an ice sculpture in a frigid land, cold and stern. Your Majesty. Delton performed the Aquila salute. The golden, shimmering man in the image was none other than the Imperium of Man's master, the great Emperor. During Liao's coma, the Emperor had personally observed him from another dimension. The Emperor came to a conclusion. Liao possesses a unique psycher field. This psycher field can protect Liao's soul and mind, preventing external forces from discovering his soul, prying into his thoughts, and making it very difficult to influence his soul. Only when Liao drinks or injects a potion containing dangerous ingredients will his soul flicker with light in the warp, subsequently being discovered by terrifying entities. The more dangerous ingredients he ingests, the brighter his soul shines. Just like when he was previously forced to inject the ghost potion. The ghost potion strengthened his connection with the warp, which is why the warp entity worshipped by the Church of Amalgamation could affect him. The Emperor's attention to Liao began from this point. Additionally, the psycher field suppressed Liao's psycher fluctuations, causing his psycher abilities to go undetected by scanning instruments. The Emperor paid particular attention to this psycher field and ordered Delton to modify Liao's body, wanting to see if changing his physiological functions could break this psycher field and uncover all of Liao's secrets. Now, Delton had to report the results to the Emperor. I'm very sorry, Your Majesty. Modifying the body cannot break Liao's psycher field. His psycher readings are still 0. The expected answer. Continue to observe. The golden man gave a brief command in a low tone, then returned his body to Lord Vogues. Vogues seemed dazed, like someone with senile dementia, and took a long time to regain his senses. Delton quietly waited for Lord Vogues to recover consciousness, while continuing to observe the battle on the surveillance screen and meticulously record Liao's data. The clang of metal against metal continued for 3 hours in the training room. After continuous high-intensity training, Leia finally felt a little tired. From the training results, the effects of genetic modification were immediate. Physically, his current stamina was more than 10 times what it used to be, and his cardiopulmonary function was significantly enhanced. He could sprint for nearly 10 minutes and only needed to catch his breath for 3 minutes before being able to sprint again for another 10 minutes. His strength had greatly increased, with his bench press, weightlifting, and squats being about 3 times that of an average adult. His resistance to blows was even more impressive. The fact that he didn't gag after being kicked in the abdomen dozens of times by Mona was the best proof. According to Mona, Leia also underwent data implantation during his coma. Physicians used brain-computer interfaces and neural adjustment technology to infuse him with a large amount of shooting and combat techniques, allowing him to fight instinctively. When he picked up a weapon or put on protective gear, the combat knowledge deeply embedded in his instincts would automatically surface, guiding him to victory. This was the qualitative change brought by neural adjustment technology. After completing the genetic modification, the brain-computer interface had been removed. Leia currently had no mechanized parts on his body, nor did he have any extra hearts or lungs. In short, the first phase of the Governor's Guard's genetic modification project focused on strengthening existing organs, muscles, bones, and skin, without adding implants. 6 months later, once Leia had fully adapted to his body, he could proceed to the second phase of modification. At that time, he would be able to selectively implant artificial organs or install bionic machinery. The prerequisite was that he completed this mission. Kong Wen, your current situation is quite dangerous. Mona took a sip of water, wiped the water droplets from her lips with the back of her hand, and said. Commander Delton told me that you disrupted the Church of Amalgamation's plan to corrupt the Cram family. Although I don't know your true name, the identity information you used previously has already been handed over by Robnose to the father lurking in the 8th district. The Church of Amalgamation is vindictive. If you are recognized by the cultists, you will most likely face retaliation. Assassination, poisoning, or shooting are all possible. Leia nodded. Yes, you're right. Perhaps I should use myself as bait to help you draw out the enemy. No, that won't work. Have you forgotten the Church of Amalgamation's modus operandi? They will send fearless children to deal with you. Just one explosion attack will kill you, and the father of the Church of Amalgamation only needs to pay some price to rebirth a child. The attack plan Mona described was feasible. As long as the father is not destroyed, the child can be reborn indefinitely. It was by utilizing this characteristic that the Church of Amalgamation wreaked havoc in the bottom nest, driving many old bottom nest factions into the scrapyard zone. Commander Delton has formulated an action plan. You can review it on the data slate. To ensure you don't make any mistakes, I'll explain it to you. Mona pointed to the data slate placed nearby, telling Leia to open it and review the plan while listening to her explanation. At least one father is lurking in the 8th district. Where there is a father, there must be a child. This means the enemies the agents need to search for are at least a father and a child. Generally, the father will stay in a fixed location, and the child will be responsible for operations outside. To ensure that he can always cope with the death and rebirth of the child, there must be a large amount of purified water and high energy, uncontaminated food around the father. In the most ideal scenario, the child's rebirth process takes 10 minutes, which requires tons of purified water and clean food. Clean food also requires purified water to prepare, so purified water has become the key for agents to pinpoint the father. In the lower nest area, purified water is not easily obtained. Either you buy equipment to purify water yourself, or you buy purified water at the Water Guild's counter. So, assuming we are the father, where do we get purified water? There are 4 answers. The most obvious is the Water Guild, followed by the civilian market in the 8th district. The third answer is to rent someone else's water purification equipment, such as a brewery's industrial water purifier. The last option is to import from the 9th district. The 9th district is next to the 8th district, and the main transportation routes between them are guarded by the Coin Guild and enforcers. The Coin Guild collects customs duties, and the enforcers inspect goods passing through. Currently, there are 8 agents searching for the father in the 8th district. Delton's arrangements for them are as follows. 2 people take turns staking out the Water Guild, closely monitoring transactions related to purified water and investigating past transaction records. 2 people covertly investigate markets involving purified water and water purification equipment, searching for clues among numerous transactions. 2 people monitor the main transportation routes between the 8th district and the 9th district, reviewing customs clearance documents. The remaining 2 investigate factories and private workshops with idle water purification equipment. 2 people per team, dividing the personnel into 4 teams. Mona is responsible for staking out the Water Guild, it just so happens to be her time off. Leia's partner is not Mona, but an experienced agent named Wick. Wick will personally teach Leia tracking and reconnaissance techniques. The 2 of them are responsible for investigating factories and private workshops with idle water purification equipment. This job is relatively easy and has a high tolerance for error, making it suitable for newcomers. So, should I depart now? Leia checked the time on the wall, which had just turned 6 p.m. Before leaving the base, you must be disguised. Mona zipped up her jacket and walked towards the training room door. Follow me, we're going to the equipment depot to get your things. The 2 left the training room and arrived on the 3rd basement floor. The equipment depot only allowed Tutkalai Priest and his servo-automata to enter and exit. A legless servo-automata was fixed to the counter, receiving agents who came to store equipment. Under Mona's guidance, Leia used the data slate to write an application and handed it to the servo-automata at the counter. Soon after, he received a set of excellent agent equipment. A grey trench coat that looked dirty but was actually bulletproof, fireproof, and radiation-proof. A pair of black work shoes, severely peeling but able to adhere to metal surfaces. A miniature but powerful micro-laser pistol and its matching underarm holster. A large, thick, worn scarf that concealed an emergency breathing apparatus. By putting on these 4 pieces of equipment, Leia was disguised as an ordinary lower nest worker. Combined with his naturally dull face, no one would mistake him for an agent. Finally, don't forget to wear the fake skin on your face. Fake skin was originally a facial implant, hidden beneath the skin. Users could adjust the control units on the fake skin to change their facial structure and achieve a change of appearance. After processing by Tutkali, ready-to-wear fake skin was freshly produced. By wearing this fake skin on your face and touching various parts of your face with your fingertips while looking in a mirror, you could change your appearance as if creating a character in a game. Leia gave himself a face with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square jaw. This way, even if Amy stood in front of him, she wouldn't recognize him. Mona checked Leia's disguise. Good. You can leave after you've had your energy meal. The energy meal consisted of compressed protein bars, fiber candy, and energy drinks. A genetically modified body possesses a much higher metabolism than ordinary people, so drinking energy drinks like water is not a problem. After eating and drinking his fill, before leaving, Leia clicked on the fungus warehouse and looked at the dwindling amount of fungus inside, feeling a little worried. Mona, I wanted to ask, what about my old residence? I still have some things to deal with there. Mona slowed her steps. Didn't the commander give you time to handle personal matters? No. As soon as I woke up, he brought me here. Mona thought for a moment, seemingly understanding something. The commander was probably in a hurry to deal with other matters, which is why it was a bit rushed. How about this, you go handle your personal matters first, and report to Wick 2 hours later. When you return to your residence, pay close attention to your surroundings, and be careful of cultists. Okay, I'll be careful. Leia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. 2 hours would be enough for him to stock up on fungus. Leaving the base and walking down the street, Leia felt as if he had overlooked something. After walking a bit further, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming in his heart. Holy crap, Leia! Chapter 45 The Reward of Hard Work. Inside an alley adjacent to the scrapyard zone. 3 figures were concealed in the deep shadows of the alley. Xiao Chuang, a rat-skinned person, fiddled with his whiskers, looking bored. Leia, don't wait anymore, let's go back. That kid hasn't shown up for almost a month, he's probably already dead. Dezhuang poked his younger brother. Don't talk about death, it's unlucky. Leia might have been entangled by cultists, which is why he couldn't come. Xiao Chuang scoffed and squatted down to play with mud. Dezhuang looked worriedly at Leia, sighing inwardly. Dezhuang knew about Leia's plan to buy sample-grade milk mushrooms from Leia. This kind of milk mushroom was clean and hygienic, and when consumed with medicine, it could effectively prevent the deterioration of mutated body parts. After Leia had broken his appointments several times, the sample-grade milk mushrooms in Leia's possession were completely depleted. Her mutated body part was expanding day by day, gradually spreading from her hairline to her eyebrows. If this continued, she would likely grow horns, fangs, bone spurs, and extra limbs, evolving from a minor mutation to a moderate one. By then, coming to the 8th district for trade would be a death wish. Once caught by the enforcers, only bullets awaited Leia. Let's wait a little longer, I believe he will come, Leia murmured softly. Dezhuang nodded in silence. Xiao Chuang grabbed a handful of mud and threw it at the wall, not speaking. The sounds of lower nest residents drinking and playing came from the alley entrance. Laughter and cheers echoed through the alley, making the air around the 3 even more oppressive and silent. A tall figure entered the alley. Leia and the rat-skin people brothers became alert, all looking over. It was a simple-looking lower nest worker, plainly dressed, carrying large and small bags on his back. This attire made Dezhuang mutter, is this guy going to sell goods in the scrapyard zone? Xiao Chuang stood up, holding a sharp stone in his hand. Wouldn't we know if we just went and asked? I'll go, you two stay here. Xiao Chuang took a few steps forward, entering the light. The man walking towards him raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled innocently. I apologize, I was delayed by other matters for the past half-month and only now have time to come for the transaction. Hey? Do we know this person? Xiao Chuang was stunned, turning back to exchange glances with his companions. Dezhuang narrowed his eyes, twitching his whiskers, inhaling the man's scent. Why do I feel like the scent is a bit familiar? Could it be Leia? No, that's not right, he doesn't look like this. It's me, you haven't mistaken the person. Leia placed his large and small bags on the ground. I've undergone some modifications recently, so I've changed from before. Leia frowned, gazing at Leia, unable for a moment to connect the tall man in front of her with the slender youth. How do you prove you are Leia? Leia peeled off the fake skin on his face, revealing his true appearance. Sorry, Leia, I hope your mutated body part hasn't worsened. This time, I've brought many sample-grade milk mushrooms. Half are for exchanging the illustrated guide you compiled over the past 20+ days, and the other half is a prepayment for the next month. I'm giving it to you all at once, so I won't be delayed by other matters next time. The 2 rat-skin people made a fuss over the face skin in Leia's hand. Leia, on the other hand, was relatively calm. As long as she confirmed that the person in front of her was Leio, then the face skin in his hand, even if it was truly made from a human face, was irrelevant. She stepped into the illuminated area, and the grey reflection on her forehead made Leio gasp. Having not seen her for nearly a month, Leia's forehead was now covered in grey fish scale patterns, looking as if a layer of fish skin had covered it. Leia adjusted her headscarf and scarf, covering her forehead and most of her face, leaving only her purple eyes visible. She stopped in front of Leio, her gaze lingering on his face, her whites of her eyes slightly bloodshot due to her intense inner turmoil. She didn't know how to express the bitterness of waiting for over 20 days, nor did she know if he would be willing to listen to her worries and complaints about the worsening of her mutated body part. Finally, after a long silence, Leia chose to take a deep breath and suppress her emotions. It was enough that Leio had come to the appointment, this meant she had hope of controlling the extent of her mutation. Leia took off her backpack, pulled out the illustrated guide, and handed it to Leio. Over the past 20+ days, I've recorded 192 species of organisms, including 15 fungi. Most of the samples I collected died. I don't have much spare time, so I didn't have time to replenish the samples. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, having the illustrated guide is enough. Leio smiled and pulled out a second-hand data pad from his pocket. Here, take this. This is the data pad I promised you. From now on, you can use it to record the illustrated guide. The data pad was something Leio had found in the market, costing 30 premium cigarettes. Fortunately, Leio had the foresight to get enough funds in advance from Isabel, otherwise, he might not have been able to buy this data pad. Leia hesitated when faced with the bags on the ground and the data pad in Leio's hand. She lowered her head slightly, shaking it. I still won't take so many milk mushrooms from you, and I don't need the data pad either. Why? In the scrapyard zone, there are at most 10 odd species of organisms I haven't recorded, and none of them are fungi. At most, I only need 3 days to complete the remaining illustrated guide. In comparison, the milk mushrooms you are giving are too many, it's not equivalent to my effort. Oh, I see. Leio thought for a moment, then stuffed the data pad into Leia's arms. Keep it. After the illustrated guide is complete, I still have many things I'd like your help with. You don't need to worry about the milk mushrooms. Leia's breath hitched. Really? Absolutely, rest assured. Leio shook the diary in his hand. This time, I'll take the illustrated guide back to input the data into the data pad, and I'll return it to you next time we meet. Also, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you all. The bags at Leio's feet contained only sample-grade milk mushrooms, no ordinary ones. The Cram family's bounty was so generous that he no longer needed to rely on milk mushroom transactions to make a living. After careful consideration, he decided to cooperate with Leia and the others in a different way. Do you want to learn how to cultivate milk mushroom? I can teach you the method for cultivating milk mushroom. Then, once you find someone to buy mycelium from, you can grow milk mushroom yourselves. Dezhuang and Xiaozhuang's eyes lit up, both becoming excited simultaneously. When the topic of farming came up, the Ratskin people became energized. Through several generations of research by the Ratskin people, they had discovered methods for cultivating mutated cabbage, mutated potatoes, mutated sweet potatoes, and mutated corn. If they could learn to cultivate milk mushroom on top of that, the Ratskin people's dinner table would become much richer. Of course, we're willing to learn how to cultivate milk mushroom. Dezhuang clutched his whiskers, asking nervously, but what's the cost? If you ask for too much, we might not be able to afford it. I don't need rations cards or cigarettes, I want information. Information? What information? Dezhuang was puzzled. Leio took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the shadows, and lowered his voice. Are there many buried water purification devices in the scrapyard zone? Yes, that's right, but most of the water purification devices are broken, only a few can be disassembled into useful parts. Are you planning to deal in water purification device parts? That's a big business. Upon hearing this, Leio secretly thought, just as expected. Chapter 46 Mouse Eyeliner. As Mona explained the search plan, Leio thought that there would also be water purification equipment in the scrapyard zone. He had asked Mona why the scavengers in the scrapyard zone were not included in the investigation. Mona's reply answered Leio's question. First, one must understand that so-called water purification equipment is not a simple device with just a few filters. The requirement for water purification equipment is that it must be able to filter out miscellaneous bacteria, viruses, and pollution, as well as remove radiation. Simple devices that rely on filters can at most filter pollution, but it is difficult for them to remove germs and radiation. Among the water purification equipment that meets the requirements, the smallest model is about 30 cubic meters and contains hundreds of precision components. There are indeed precision components in the scrapyard zone that can be recycled. However, it might take 1,000 scavengers working together to gather all the components needed for one water purification device within a month. This method of obtaining water purification equipment is long, complex, and full of uncertainty. Would the father, hidden in the 8th district, not buy ready-made equipment and purified water on the market, but instead spend time and effort accumulating components and assembling devices? This is possible, but the probability is extremely low. Based on multiple factors such as personnel and priorities, Delton chose to abandon surveillance of the scavengers in the scrapyard zone and focus his efforts on investigating the other 4 directions. Leio agreed with the officer's plan and was willing to contribute his own strength. Following the principle of better safe than sorry, he planned to win over the rat-skin people by cultivating milk mushrooms and develop them into his informants in the scrapyard zone. Zhuang, Leia, how about this? I will teach you how to cultivate milk mushrooms and provide you with related consulting services. In return, you help me inquire about who in the scrapyard zone has been collecting water purification equipment parts over the past 3 months. Leia had no objection to this. Zhuang scratched his head and asked. Just inquiring about information? Do you need help acquiring parts? No, just inquiring about information is fine. In the future, I will have other matters to entrust to you. Zhuang stroked his beard, deep in thought. Then I feel you will be at a great loss, Leia. The method for cultivating milk mushrooms is worth much more than mere rumors. Leia smiled without speaking. How much use intelligence can be depends on whose hands it is in. If the rat-skin people's intelligence helps him find traces of the father, he might receive another reward. The gains from that would be far more valuable than the mushroom cultivation method. Of course, Leia also understood the rat-skin people's way of thinking. For these kind aliens, farming is absolutely a top priority, catching cultists can wait until after the farming is done. After some discussion, Leia finally reached a cooperation plan with the rats. He would provide long-term farming guidance, while the rats and Leia would help collect intelligence. The content of the intelligence would not be restricted. In addition to information related to water purification equipment, Leia also wanted news about cultists, mutant gangs, bottom nest gangs, illegal etheric nullifiers, and the like. The intelligence would be recorded on Leia's datapad, and Leia would only need to receive it with his own datapad next time. As the cooperation was reached, this meeting came to an end. Leia pointed to the bag at his feet. Leia, the white woven bag contains vacuum-packed sample-grade mushrooms, with a shelf life of 7 days. Eat them as soon as possible. The mushrooms in the grey woven bag have been dehydrated and are also vacuum-packed, with a shelf life of about a month. Before eating them, check for any bloating or leakage. If there is any, don't eat them, I'll replenish them next time. Oh right, I almost forgot that mushrooms also have a shelf life. Leia gazed at the mushrooms on the ground, then remembered that fresh mushrooms would turn yellow and watery after at most 2 days. The mushrooms Leia brought weighed at least 60 to 70 kilograms, she couldn't possibly finish them in 2 days and might even watch them spoil. Fortunately, Leia was careful enough to dehydrate them beforehand. Thank you, you're so thoughtful. Leia thanked him sincerely. Leia chuckled, you're welcome, you're welcome. Applied mycology emphasizes the word applied. Since he had some achievements in this area, he naturally considered the details during transportation and storage. Leia wrote down the process for cultivating milk mushrooms on paper and handed it to Zhuang as a token of his sincerity for cooperation. The two parties parted ways, agreeing to meet again in 2 days. Before leaving, Xiao Zhuang, who had been silent, hesitantly spoke. Leia, I have a piece of information you might be interested in. Leia stopped, turned around, and looked back. Oh? What information? Xiao Zhuang said. Half a year ago, when I was digging sand in the quicksand plaza, I saw a group of scavengers and mutants enter the ruins of a water purification plant. Zhuang pondered and nodded. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember. I have some impression of this. There were dozens of people when that group went in, and they all carried guns. In the end, only 7 or 8 people came out alive. The ruins of a water purification plant? Leia asked. What did they get from the water purification plant? Xiao Zhuang scratched his ears and cheeks, recalling carefully. If I remember correctly, the people who came out were carrying dark blue leather cases on their backs. As for what was in the cases, I don't know. Leia asked, why did they suffer so many losses in the water purification plant ruins? Xiao Zhuang shook his head blankly. Zhuang did the same. Leia said. If I remember correctly, that group of people came from the Shishui gang. They encountered thermofluid in the ruins. This monster cannot be killed with lasers or bullets. People who encounter it basically have a 90% chance of dying. My illustrated handbook has information on thermofluid. I encountered this monster before, and luckily I ran fast, otherwise, I wouldn't be alive. Leia took out Leia's diary and found the page on thermofluid, quickly reading it. As Leia said, thermofluid is extremely dangerous. It is mainly distributed near liquid pipelines, and its appearance is similar to a puddle of water, which is very deceptive. For those who come into contact with it, the contact area will be rapidly dissolved by the thermofluid, becoming its nutrients. The origin of this monster is a mystery, and no one has deeply researched it yet. There are many puddles and liquid pipelines in the water purification plant ruins, which meet the conditions for thermofluid to appear, so Leia's analysis has some merit. Leia put away the illustrated handbook and smiled. Thank you for your information. I'll go back and study it. See you next time. The two parties bid farewell. Zhuang and Xiao Zhuang helped Leia carry the mushrooms, and the 2 rats and 1 person walked into the dark zone. Leia took Leia's illustrated handbook and samples and strode towards his residence. It was 7:30 p.m., and he had an hour and a half until he met Wick, which was enough time for Leia to stock up on fungi. Cocktail fungus, needed for healing spell, and foolish mushroom, for brain freeze technique, were the priorities. He would store 1,000 kilograms of each first. The combination of killing heart mildew and water orb fungus was his ultimate trump card. The supply of killing heart mildew was ample. Water orb fungus served as both the carrier for killing heart mildew and was used for casting water control spells, so its supply was slightly insufficient. he needed to stock up on some. In addition, while browsing the illustrated handbook, Leia took a liking to a peculiar fungus. Its fungi ability was vibration sensing, which could sense surrounding air vibrations in real time, equivalent to activating a sonic radar, which was very practical. Leia decided to try unlocking vibration sensing. If successful, he would not be caught off guard when facing enemy sneak attacks. Chapter 47 Vibrating Mushrooms. The crude tin house was the original owner's residence. Leia couldn't find a sufficiently secluded spot for a while, so he had no choice but to conduct the simulation here. It wouldn't be too late to buy a house during his next break. He spent half an hour replenishing the fungus warehouse with fungi before beginning to domesticate wild fungi. Name: Vibration Mushroom. Analysis results. A peculiar fungus insect composite. In its static state, it is a mushroom-like fungus. Upon sensing strong vibration, it transforms into an aggressive nematode, using its hardened body to strike enemies. It is non-toxic, has severe mixed fungal contamination, and is non-radioactive. Fungi ability. Vibration sensing, unlock requirement, 100 skill points. Hardening, unlock requirement, 100 skill points. Domestication can be completed simply by removing the mixed fungal contamination, which will also reduce the unlock requirements for both fungi ability. Honestly, the vibration mushroom is so wicked. Leia almost burst out laughing in front of Leia the first time he saw this mushroom. Before transmigrating, he had watched a strategy video for Cyberpunk 2077. There was a female character in the game who was a melee tech agent. After completing a side quest with her, the protagonist could obtain a bizarre melee weapon that was extremely lethal and even more insulting. The appearance of the vibration mushroom was similar to that melee weapon, except the mushroom was green. But even the color couldn't change the wicked nature of the vibration mushroom. Look at this shape. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to hit someone with it. Leia chuckled a few times, feeling a bit lewd, and quickly reined in his smile to get down to business. Simulate domestication of the vibration mushroom. About to start simulation. Please select a container. Leia rattled off all the parameters he had prepared. Use a portable sterile chamber and matching sterile tools as containers. The culture medium and nutrient solution should reference the cultivation plan for the milk mushroom. Air relative humidity 90%, no light, water with 35 degrees Celsius purified water, no ventilation. Vibration mushrooms prefer dark and enclosed environments, growing by absorbing warm waste liquid from the soil. Upon sensing vibration in their surroundings, they transform from mushroom-like fungi into nematodes, hardening their bodies to strike enemies like sticks. Most vibration mushrooms are only 20 centimeters tall. Even when they display aggression, they don't pose a threat, at most tripping someone. A small portion of vibration mushrooms can grow up to half a meter tall, striking with great ferocity and having a lethality comparable to an adult swinging an iron bar with full force. Moreover, they carry mixed fungi. Once they break the skin, it truly becomes a double whammy of physical and magical damage, first a fracture and bleeding, then infection from mixed fungi and illness. Leia believed that domesticating this type of fungus only required the spread plate method, but this was not the case. Day 1, you prepared 10 aliquots of 10-fold fungal suspension and completed the planting. Day 6, you screened out samples without mixed fungal contamination from 10 samples, totaling 3. You focused on cultivating these 3 samples, the remaining samples were disposed of harmlessly. Day 17, the samples grew vigorously, and the vibration mushrooms fruited successfully, but an accident occurred. A certain vibration mushroom emitted a relatively strong vibration during growth, causing nearby vibration mushrooms to harden and attack each other. The disturbance was transmitted through vibration to other containers, and the vibration mushrooms descended into chaos. Containers were destroyed, culture medium and nutrient solution were lost, and the vibration mushrooms suffered heavy casualties. Ultimately, the only 2 remaining vibration mushrooms destroyed each other. No experimental samples survived. This simulation failed. Ridiculous. Why would a mushroom suddenly twitch? If it hadn't emitted vibration, there wouldn't have been a series of disturbances. Leia pressed his temples, composed himself, and simulated again. In the subsequent 10 minutes, he repeatedly simulated and confirmed one thing. Within 72 hours after the vibration mushroom fruits, the mushroom body will inevitably exhibit vibration. Since it's unavoidable, he changed his approach and tried planting only 1 mushroom. However, this approach also didn't work. When a single vibration mushroom vibrated, it would enter an attack state due to the vibration it caused, leading to the destruction of the container and the loss of culture medium and nutrient solution. The good news was that the mushroom wasn't destroyed and could be cultivated further. Leia ordered the system to select a new container and replant the vibration mushroom. The system, however, told him that due to vibration occurring during replanting, the vibration mushroom attacked, causing all other containers to be destroyed, and the experiment failed. This shows that if the vibration during natural growth cannot be avoided, Leia might need to switch to a more rigid set of containers to successfully domesticate the vibration mushroom. So, the question is, why didn't wild vibration mushrooms exhibit self-destruction? When people in the scrapyard zone encountered these mushrooms, they were growing everywhere, with no signs of them fighting each other. This contradicts the simulation process. Leia keenly realized that the key might lie in mixed fungal contamination. The mixed fungi on wild vibration mushrooms might have an inhibitory effect on vibration, thus preventing wild vibration mushrooms from vibrating during growth. Researching the mixed fungi might lead to the discovery of a product related to inhibiting vibration. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. Leia rubbed his chin, troubled. There were only 40 minutes left until he met Wick. Being able to domesticate the vibration mushroom was already good, and there definitely wasn't enough time to research mixed fungi. Forget it, I'll put the mixed fungi aside for now. When I have time later, I'll research them. Also, there are the fluorescent spores I got earlier. This fungus glows but is toxic. I'll have to set aside time in the future to remove its toxicity and complete the domestication. Leonio stood up, pushed the door open, and went to purchase sturdy containers. In a short while, he returned to the house and restarted the simulation. This time, the results met expectations. After changing the containers, batch domestication of vibration mushrooms was not a problem. Simulation successful. Simulation plan recorded. You have obtained 10 kilograms of domesticated vibration mushrooms, stored in the fungus warehouse. Use skill points to unlock fungi ability, vibration sensing and hardening. Unlock successful, 2 new usable fungi ability have been added. Vibration sensing, sense surrounding vibration within 1 minute. The greater the consumption, the wider the sensing range. Hardening, attempt to harden the specified object. Consumption will increase with hardening difficulty. Wow, hardening specific body parts. Leonio's eyes lit up, he felt like an old Chinese medicine doctor. With just this one magical touch that turns decay into wonder, he could thrive among the nobles in the upper nest. Leonio chuckled to himself triumphantly, then tried to activate vibration sensing. You consumed 1 kilogram of mushrooms to sense surrounding vibration within 10 meters for 1 minute. The system message flashed in his mind, and a jumbled stream of information came from all directions. The low hum of insects, tentacles waving in the air, footsteps, coughing, and conversations outside the door, as well as the sounds and vibration of vehicle wheels rolling over the road. All sorts of information poured into Leonio's head. He clutched his head, his brows furrowed, feeling as if his brain was about to burst. Thump, thump, thump. Door knocking as loud as a drum sounded, and the shouts from outside were deafening. Hey! Is anyone in there? Say something. Thump, thump, thump. Open the door, open the door. We just want to ask you about someone and then we'll leave. Leonio manually turned off vibration sensing, and the noisy sounds quickly subsided. The knocking and shouting from outside suddenly became faint. In fact, the people outside weren't shouting, they were just speaking at a normal volume. It was entirely due to the effect of vibration sensing that he heard the extremely loud shouts and knocking. Overall, the new fungi ability was quite good. Although it merely amplified sounds and couldn't actively noise cancel like tactical headphones, it was still a controllable detection method. Leonio's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Note, fungi ability with 3 characters can be used on any target, while fungi ability with 4 characters can only be used on oneself. Chapter 48 Very smooth and smooth. Open the door, whoever's inside. We need to talk to you. Thump, thump, thump. The person outside knocked on the door again. Leonio stood up, pulled open the door, and saw 2 men who only reached his shoulders. They were about 1.7 meters tall, in their early 30s, wearing dirty work clothes and looking disheveled, as if they had just finished work. Leonio stared at their faces for a second, a thought stirring in his mind. Aren't these 2 of the porters from the loading team? More than a month ago, he had worked hard moving bricks on the loading platform and had a lot of his rations card withheld by the loading team's foreman. After accumulating enough rations card, he spent a large sum to buy milk mushroom mycelium, culture medium, and nutrient solution, using the mushroom farm to defy fate and completely bid farewell to the laborious work of moving bricks. Since then, people from the loading team had come to his door repeatedly, looking for trouble, demanding to know why he was absent from work, and attempting to coerce him into continuing to work for them like an ox or a horse. Last time they smashed the door, Leonio kicked the foreman, and the conflict between the 2 sides intensified. Fortunately, enforcers Elliot and Paimon arrived in time and drove away the troublesome porters. Leonio thought the matter was over, but he never expected that people from the loading team would dare to come to his door again. But why were there only 2 of them? Leonio scanned around but didn't see the foreman. Then he looked at the 2 porters in front of him. Their faces held a fawning smile, typical when facing a stronger person, clearly not connecting the muscular man in front of them with the young man from a month ago. Leonio nodded inwardly. The fact that they didn't recognize him was a good thing, indicating that his disguise was very effective and wouldn't be seen through. It also saved him the trouble of getting entangled with the loading team. Leonio asked with a cold face. What do you want? Heh, buddy, we just want to ask you something. One of them gave a few awkward laughs, then looked up and asked. Do you know where the kid who used to live here went? We need to find him. I don't know. Leonio was too lazy to talk nonsense and was about to close the door, but the 2 men put their hands on the door panel to stop him. Buddy, we're just asking. If you tell us where he went, we'll leave immediately. That's right, pal, we're just looking for information. It won't take up much of your time. Someone specifically asked us to inquire about that kid's whereabouts. As they spoke, the 2 men peered into the room, searching for the young man who might be hiding inside. The floor of the tin house was covered with woven bags, and there were all sorts of debris like dirt and medicine bottles everywhere. The 2 men outside didn't find their target and wouldn't give up, trying to squeeze into the room. Leonio swiftly extended both hands, gripped their necks, banged their heads together with a thud, and pulled them in front of him. I said I don't know who you're looking for. Didn't you understand? Their necks were tightly squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Their faces quickly turned red, and their heads were aching and dizzy from the impact, so they quickly surrendered. Big brother, let go. I'm suffocating. Let's talk this out, pal. We're just here to find someone. That kid owes us medical expenses. Medical expenses? What medical expenses? Get lost, don't bother me. Leio snorted, waved his hands, and threw the two men onto the street like chicks. He closed the door behind him and sat back down in his chair to continue cultivating mushrooms, but then he heard voices outside the door. Damn it, how can that bastard be so strong? I feel like my neck is going to break. What do we do now? That kid Leio is hiding somewhere. How are we going to get the money for the boss's broken bone treatment? Leio realized what was going on. It turned out he had used too much force last time and fractured the foreman's bone, and now those people wanted to claim the money for the bone treatment. Dream on. What does Leio's entanglement with you have to do with me, Kong Wen? Medical services in the lower nest area aren't cheap. Treating a fracture at a medical station would cost at least 1,000 rations card, and it would also delay work, which served as a lesson for the arrogant foreman. The two men outside lingered at the door for a while, then left dejectedly. Leio shrugged, put the matter aside, and focused on cultivating vibrating mushrooms. After nearly an hour passed, the data pad vibrated, and a message appeared on the screen. Wick, come to the 8th District, Hammerfall Street, the entrance of the westernmost abandoned winery, and meet me. Leio glanced at the screen, put down his work, and got up to leave. He locked the door and jogged all the way to the tram station, planning to take the tram to his appointment. A moment later, the dilapidated winery appeared in his sight. Its factory building was made of grey metal plates and rivets, its outer walls covered with meaningless graffiti, its doors and windows were broken, and the interior was pitch black, without a trace of light. At the entrance of the winery, a rusty iron gate was half open. A figure leaned against the door frame, smoking. This was a burly man with a thick-set build, a fleshy face, a buzz cut, wearing a jacket studded with iron plates and nails, and leather boots with spurs. His attire looked very much like a retro-style gang enforcer, which made Leio pause, thinking he had found the wrong person. How about it? My outfit isn't bad, is it? The man laughed heartily. He spread his arms and twisted his hips, seemingly quite satisfied with his appearance. Leio maintained a polite smile. Very good taste. I am Kong Wen. You must be Wick, right? Hi, that's me. Wick put the cigarette in his mouth, turned around, and pushed open the rusty iron gate. Let's go, let's head inside. Okay, you lead the way, I'll follow. The two entered the winery, and Leio smelled a complex odor he couldn't quite place. It was somewhat like a mixture of putrid and sour smells, not strong, but genuinely unpleasant. Wick flicked the ash from his cigarette and walked towards the factory building, stepping on the accumulated dust on the ground. Did you smell a strange odor? That's right. The cigarettes I smoke have clove essence added to them. The scent they produce when burned, when mixed with the smell of flocculant, can make the flocculant smell more prominent. The strange smell we're inhaling is the smell of flocculant. This means there's been a serious chemical leak in this factory, and we need to proceed carefully so we don't get poisoned by inhaling toxic gases. Did you learn that, kid? I learned it. Leio nodded vigorously. Wick grinned and patted Leio's shoulder. You don't have to be so serious. I'm much easier to talk to than Mona. The two stopped at the factory door and together pried open the crooked large iron gate. Wick took out a miniature laser pistol, turned on its flashlight, and projected a beam of light into the doorway. Behind the door was a long, narrow corridor. The light swept across the floor and walls, and in the dark environment, a watery sheen appeared, with reflective puddles visible everywhere. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't standing water, but a transparent viscous liquid covering the walls and floor, like clear mucus. Leio tried stepping on the liquid on the ground and found that this substance, whose origin was unknown, was slightly sticky yet extremely slippery. Fortunately, the floor was made of metal, and after activating the magnetic suction function of their shoes, the two could walk normally. Wick put his hands on his hips, admiring the glistening interior, and let out a long sigh. So moist, I wish my wife was like this. Leio had a question mark appear in his mind. Chapter 49, Abandoned Railway Tracks. No, buddy. You can drive in this bird-brained Warhammer world too. Leio turned his head and asked. Wick, are you married? Wick chuckled. I'm not married. I'm just wishing. Do you want your wife to be dry and stiff like a wooden dummy? All right, you're right. Leio was unable to refute. Wick clicked his heels together, activating the magnetic suction device on the solace of his shoes, and entered the corridor first. Leio followed behind, drawing his laser pistol and illuminating the way with the underbarrel flashlight. The two walked on the sticky ground, each step pulling up several thin strands of slime like drawing threads. Leio cast his appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, denatured chemical precipitate. Description, due to improper operation or intentional damage, a certain chemical substance has severely leaked. It has been exposed to the air for a long time, turning into the slime you see. This substance is mildly toxic, skin contact and accidental ingestion will at most cause diarrhea. Denatured chemical precipitate. Fortunately, the toxicity wasn't strong, otherwise, they would have to wear hazmat suits. Leio composed himself and followed Wick to the end of the corridor. A steel gate lay across the middle of the path, blocking their way. Wick had a string of keys in his hand. As he tried different keys to open the door, he said to Leio. About half a year ago, there was a serious production accident here. The chemical settling pond leaked, and the wastewater flooded nearly half of the factory building. When the workers fled, they accidentally broke the factory's only water purification equipment. The factory owner had no money to repair the factory building and equipment, so he simply packaged and sold the factory. So far, no one wants to take over this mess. I went to him and said I wanted to take over, and he handed me the keys without even thinking. Leia pondered and asked. How much credit points does it cost to buy a factory like this? Probably 1 to 2 million credit points. Credit points? Is the factory owner a middle nest person? Yes, it's quite common for middle nest people to open factories in the lower nest. Wick lowered his head, fiddling with the keyhole. Leia was thoughtful. 1 or 2 million credit points could take over an abandoned factory. From this perspective, the 100,000 throne coin he obtained was definitely an astronomical sum. Click. The mechanical lock core disengaged, and the gate opened a crack. Leia helped Wick, struggling to push open the nearly rusted gate. A strong stench assailed them. Both of them, without prior arrangement, covered their mouths and noses with their scarves, activating the emergency breathing devices inside the scarves. The scarves automatically conformed to their faces, protecting their respiratory systems. The foul air, filtered through the outer fabric and inner lining of the scarves, turned into relatively clean air entering their nasal passages, and Leia felt much better. Wick extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand, shone his flashlight into the space behind the door, and stepped inside. Come on, follow me, let's go check on the water purification equipment, hopefully, it's still there. After Leia walked through the gate, he looked at the floor ahead, which had no footprints, and asked doubtfully. Are you worried the water purification equipment was stolen? Probably not. From the traces on site, it seems no one has been here before us. Wick waved his hand, don't jump to conclusions yet. You'll know why I prayed the water purification equipment was still here later. Okay. The two moved through the factory building. It was like a disaster scene after a flood, with overturned tables, chairs, and damaged brewing equipment everywhere. Wick found the power room, opened the door with the key string, pried open the electrical box, and tried to connect the circuit. Praise the Omnissiah, the factory's power system was barely usable. After a few sparks shot out from the electrical box, the emergency circuit and emergency lighting facilities successfully activated. The path ahead was illuminated by lights, and the two no longer had to grope in the dark. Another good piece of news was that the ventilation fan also started working after a series of irritating noises. Their destination was on the basement floor, the level for water purification, where a large amount of carbon dioxide and exhaust gases had accumulated. After the ventilation fan worked for more than 10 minutes, the two dared to enter the underground area to check on the water purification equipment. Something unexpected happened to Leia. The water purification equipment was gone. An industrial water purification equipment, covering an area of over 50 square meters, 2 meters high, and equipped with a high-pressure water pump, mixer, sterilizer, filter grates, and a series of other components, was simply gone. It had vanished without a trace, not even a single screw was left at the scene. What's going on? Leia looked down at the ground, and a chaotic and numerous array of footprints came into view. Someone had gotten there first and stolen the water purification equipment. The strange thing was that the direction of the footprints was not towards the staircase they came from, but pointed towards the wall deep inside the water purification room. Wick walked towards that wall, raised his right leg, and kicked the wall. Clang! 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 The metal plates forming the wall flew off one by one, landing in the space behind the wall. In a short while, a huge hole appeared in the wall, wide and high enough for the water purification equipment to pass through. Clearly, someone had breached the outer wall of the water purification room, stolen the water purification equipment, and then simply repaired the wall with metal plates and nails. Leia stepped forward, turned on his flashlight, and looked at the scene behind the wall. A railway track appeared before his eyes. Leia let out a surprised how can there be a railway here? Was this winery originally a freight station? Hey, kid, you guessed it right, pretty smart, aren't you? This freight railway was built 30 years ago and abandoned 6 years ago. The stations along the way were converted into commercial properties and sold. This winery was built on the ruins of a station. What do you think happened here? Leia realized that Wick was testing his insight, just like Mona tested his combat ability. He squatted beside the railway track, squinting his eyes, staring at the scratches and slime on the track for a few seconds, then cast appraisal technique to verify his conclusion. As he had predicted, the slime on the track was indeed the chemical precipitate from the winery. Combining the footprints in the water purification room and the slime on the track, a group of people had stolen the water purification equipment and transported it west by train. Leia told Wick his analysis. The burly man with a scarred face showed a relieved smile. Leia, your analysis is completely correct. These guys are very bold and very greedy. I have investigated 3 abandoned factories built near this railway in the past few days, and all their water purification equipment has been stolen. What do you say, could these thieves be related to our target? Should we pursue this? Leia pondered. I have too little information to make a judgment. We can try to investigate, perhaps the stolen water purification equipment will eventually be bought by father. By the way, why was this railway track abandoned? Because the 7th district turned into a scrapyard zone. Wick raised his hand and pointed to their west. Going in this direction for about 5 kilometers will lead you to the scrapyard zone. However, this path should be impassable. Not long after the 7th district became a scrapyard zone, the enforcers blocked the railway passage between the 7th district and the 8th district with concrete. Leia spread his 5 fingers, feeling the direction of the airflow. He wondered if it was an illusion, but he felt the air current was blowing from the direction of the scrapyard zone. Wick noticed Leia's action, his eyes flickering slightly. Want to try the wind direction with fire? Leia nodded. I was just about to do that. The two turned back indoors, made a torch, and lit it. As they watched, the flame tilted slightly along the airflow, leaning towards the side away from the scrapyard zone. A stable air current was blowing from the direction of the scrapyard zone. This indicated that the passage to the scrapyard zone might not be completely blocked by concrete. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that there were vents connected to the outside world in the direction of the scrapyard zone. Wick whistled in praise. Not bad, kid. You're more careful than I imagined. You immediately noticed the problem with the wind direction. You're naturally suited for this line of work. Leia smiled humbly. You flatter me, Wick. Actually, you noticed the wind direction was off a long time ago, didn't you? Ha, of course. Let's go, let's check out the situation ahead, maybe we can catch the tail end of those guys. Chapter 50, Mushrooms lead the way. Should we go back and put on bulletproof vests and helmets? If those thieves have automatic guns, we're in trouble. Leia looked at his worn-out windbreaker. When they were getting their equipment, Mona said this windbreaker was bulletproof. But Leia always felt a bit uneasy. Only bulletproof vests and helmets could make him feel secure, even if they were just plastic protective gear. Wick looked at the fear on Leia's face and smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, kid. They have guns, and so do we. Leia weighed the miniature laser pistol in his hand, which was smaller than his palm, and looked speechless. Are you sure this miniature weapon, which weighs barely more than a toy gun, can effectively wound enemies? Haha, don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. After all, I've been carrying out search missions independently for many years, and I've never failed. This sounded like he was jinxing it. Leia opened his mouth, wanting to remind Wick not to jinx himself, but ultimately swallowed his words. The two walked west along the railway tracks. The first half of the journey was uneventful, the surroundings were silent, with only their breathing and whispers. After walking about 4 kilometers, a faint light appeared in the dark area ahead, and indistinct cheers drifted over, lingering in their ears. Leia and Wick exchanged glances and lightened their footsteps. A creaking sound came from the wall to their front left, and an iron door opened, letting light pour into the dim underground railway, forming a dazzling curtain of light. Leia and Wick stopped, turned off their flashlights, and hid in the shadows. From inside the brightly lit iron door, a person dressed as a chef walked out, placed an iron bucket by the tracks, and then returned the same way, closing the door. Leia smelled a mixture of starch porridge and various leftovers, drifting from the iron bucket. Wick, that door seems to be the back door of a tavern. You and I are thinking the same thing. Let's go, let's check it out. The two turned on their flashlights and crept near the iron door. A notice board hung on the door, which read, "Food at the door is for all who see it. Don't take the bucket. I don't want to go to the scrapyard zone to find my bucket." Wick grinned. That chef just now was doing a good deed here. Later, some homeless people might come over to eat, drawn by the smell of food. As soon as he finished speaking, rustling footsteps came from the west. Leia and Wick turned their flashlights in that direction. Ah! So bright! Several thin figures covered their faces with both hands and turned to run away in panic. Under the flashlight's beam, their shadows were cast on the ground and walls, their head outlines clearly different from normal humans, with visible horn-like protrusions. Leia's breathing hitched as he recognized the origin of those figures. Their skulls showed a tendency towards gigantism, and their elbow joints had grown extra limbs resembling fingers. According to the Empire's classification system for mutants, these children were moderately mutated humans. Once discovered by the enforcers, they would face imprisonment or even. Strictly speaking, Leia, with fish scale patterns on her skin, was also a moderately mutated mutant. But strangely, after Leia used appraisal technique on Leia, he found that only her head and neck were mutated, while the rest of her body was no different from a normal person, which went against the mutation pattern of mutants. Leia steadied himself, cast aside distracting thoughts, and looked at the contemplative Wick. They should be considered moderately mutated mutants. What are you planning to do? Wick lowered his voice and said. Don't worry about them, let the enforcers play hide-and-seek with them. Leia nodded silently. Wick dimmed his flashlight a bit, took a few steps towards the figures hiding in the light shadow boundary, and waved his right arm, laughing. Hey, little ones, don't be scared. We're not bad people. Come over and eat, we won't hurt you. The eyes in the darkness were like timid hamsters, not daring to move forward. Leia and Wick retreated a dozen meters, staying a bit further from the iron bucket, and only then did those small mutants pluck up the courage to come over and eat around the iron bucket. Wick wanted to get acquainted and chat while they were eating. But perhaps his attire made the small mutants feel threatened. As soon as he approached, the small mutants cried out and ran away, hiding in the shadows where the light couldn't reach. After several attempts, Wick nudged Leia with his elbow. I give up, you try. Okay. Leia's gaze fell on a small mutant with a ponytail. Her softer facial features and more slender body made this mutant appear more delicate than the other small mutants. She seemed to be a little girl, probably no more than 10 years old. It was worth noting that she was holding a mushroom in her hand. She bent the mushroom stem and used the cap as a spoon. Leia squinted, feeling that this mushroom looked familiar, so he cast appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, sample grade milk mushroom. Description, yes, you grew this mushroom, and you named it too. Ah, it really is the milk mushroom I gave to Leia, what a coincidence. Leia blinked, unsure how to feel. Several other small mutants noticed how their companion was using the mushroom and, one after another, took out their own mushrooms from their pockets, imitating her as they drank the soup. Wick muttered softly, where did they get the mushrooms in their hands? They seemed to taste good, not like food from the scrapyard zone. Leia glanced at Wick and took a handful of mushrooms from his own pocket. Wick, you might not believe it, but I think the mushrooms in their hands are the ones I grew. Wick's eyes widened as he carefully compared the mushrooms in Leia's hand with those of the small mutants, confirming they were almost identical. You can grow mushrooms too? All right, I believe you. But how did your mushrooms get into their hands? It's a long story. I have some friends in the scrapyard zone, and I often exchange farming tips with them and do some trading. Oh, I see. Well, it seems you are better than me at dealing with mutants. Go on, I have faith in you, and in your mushrooms. Wick patted Leia's shoulder in encouragement. Leia held the mushrooms in front of him, using his flashlight to illuminate them, making them appear more conspicuous. The small mutants were attracted by the mushrooms, staring at the delicacies in Leia's hand and swallowing, but they didn't scatter. Little ones, do you really like eating these mushrooms? The small mutants all nodded in unison. Leia smiled and shook the mushrooms. Then, if you can answer a few questions for us, I'll give you the mushrooms I have here, how about that? Okay. What do you want to ask? The small mutants gathered around, asking for mushrooms. Leia looked back and gave Wick a glance, signaling for him to ask the questions. The small mutants were a bit afraid of the burly Wick, but Leia calmed them down with the mushrooms. After a brief conversation, the small mutants got their coveted mushrooms, and Leia and Wick successfully obtained information. An illegal force from the scrapyard zone named the Shishui Gang formally entered the governor's agent's radar. Leia felt the name sounded familiar. After a moment's recollection, he remembered. During a previous meeting and trade, Leia, Xiaochuang, and Dichuang had mentioned that the Shishui Gang had explored the water purification plant ruins half a year ago, suffering heavy losses. Out of dozens of people who went in, only a few came out alive. This was a group of fanatics obsessed with collecting water-related items, no wonder they called themselves the Shishui Gang. Chapter 51, Quick Decision. The small mutants, one after another, spilled out all the information they knew. According to them, the Shishui Gang had been frantically collecting water purification equipment in the scrapyard zone and seizing water sources within the scrapyard zone, causing no small number of casualties. They controlled nearly one-third of the water sources in the scrapyard zone, and at the same time, they had swept through all the easily recyclable water purification equipment. Not long ago, they began to infiltrate the 8th district, stealing idle water purification equipment. The theft of water purification equipment from the abandoned winery was basically confirmed to be the work of the Shishui Gang. So, how did the Shishui Gang know there was water purification equipment to steal in the abandoned winery? The small mutants could not give an answer, and this question became the first point of doubt. Another point of doubt was that the Shishui Gang had somehow acquired an antique locomotive driven by a steam boiler. This locomotive was used both as a vehicle for transporting water purification equipment and for transporting purified water. That's right, the Shishui Gang was selling water. They used recycled water purification equipment to purify water and then sold the purified water through abandoned railways. Their customer base was not limited to residents of the scrapyard zone, it also included buyers from the 8th district. Leia and Wick had reason to believe that the buyers might point to the Church of Amalgamation Father hidden in the 8th district. Little ones, do you know when the Shishui Gang will pass by here again? Leia asked. The small mutants were having a great time eating mushrooms and chirped out their responses. I don't know, it's been 9 days since they last passed by here. I know. They usually make a round trip every 6 to 9 days. Every time they pass by, their old car shakes my little nest apart, it's so annoying. A round trip every 6 to 9 days, and the last time they passed was 9 days ago, so doesn't that mean they could catch those guys today? Leia and Wick exchanged glances, nodding at each other. Leia took out the remaining mushrooms from his pocket and distributed them to the small mutants as a reward. In a short while, the food in the iron bucket was finished. The small mutants banged on the iron door, conveying some kind of secret signal to those inside, waved their arms to bid farewell to Leia and Wick, and scurried off towards the scrapyard zone. The chef who had brought the food earlier heard the knocking and came to retrieve the iron bucket. Leia and Wick standing by the door startled him, making him almost drop the iron bucket and run away. Mainly, Wick's appearance was too impactful, it was as if the words "I am a desperado" were carved on his forehead. Fortunately, the two of them promptly stopped the chef from escaping with their laser pistols, otherwise, he might have really slipped back inside the door. Two big brothers, please don't kill me, the chef pleaded, trembling. Wick put away his gun, raised his hand, and placed it on the chef's shoulder. Don't be nervous, buddy, we just want to ask you about the Shishui Gang. After the gun was moved away, the chef should have relaxed a bit, but he showed unusual vigilance. His breathing frequency remained high, his eyes constantly darted towards the iron door, and his feet shuffled restlessly, as if he wanted to seize an opportunity to escape. Leia came between the chef and the iron door, stood with his arms crossed, blocking the chef's path with his sturdy physique. The chef's face immediately fell, and he said mournfully. I don't know any Shishui Gang, really. I've never encountered them. Is that so? Wick smiled. Do I need to remind you what the Shishui gang does? They steal expensive water purification equipment from the 8th district. If someone knows about it and doesn't report it, and happens to be caught by the enforcers, what do you think will happen to them? That person will be judged as an accomplice of the bandits and eventually become a guest of the gallows. Do you like that ending, buddy? The chef wiped the sweat from his forehead. We just buy water from the Shishui gang, it's not that serious, is it? Wick's smile faded, and his voice turned cold. When is their next water delivery? How long will they stay here? The chef stammered. About half an hour later they'll arrive. We'll move the empty barrels onto the car, then move the barrels filled with purified water down, and then they'll drive that noisy steam locomotive to the next stop. Please don't make it difficult for me, I beg you, doing business with the Shishui gang was the boss's idea. Wick hooked his arm over the chef's shoulder. Come on, let's go talk to your boss. Creak. The iron door closed, the 3 people and 1 bucket disappeared inside, all the light was gone, and the railway returned to silence and darkness. Half an hour later, a low rumble approached from afar. The enormous noise of the steam boiler reverberated in the enclosed track space, and the poorly maintained railway tracks groaned under the heavy rolling of the steam locomotive. Hiss. Wheels grinding against the tracks, the steam locomotive stopped near the back door of the tavern, followed by 3 carriages cobbled together from various scraps of metal. 9 figures disembarked from the locomotive. They wore black leather jackets with bulletproof plastic inserts, carried automatic guns on their chests, and their exposed skin was covered in tattoos. 8 people walked to the first carriage and carried 3 large water barrels out of it. 1 person came to the back door of the tavern and knocked on the iron door with the brass knuckles on his fist. Hey! Come out and get your goods. Hurry up! The observation window on the iron door was opened by the person behind the door. A pair of eyes appeared, quickly assessing the gang members equipped with automatic guns, and slowly pushed open the iron door. The gang members stepped aside, impatiently waving their hands to urge. Hurry! Hurry! Don't dawdle! We're very busy today. Phew! A crimson laser passed through the door crack, shot towards the gang member at the doorway, piercing his temple and leaving a burnt, circular hole. The sudden laser stunned the remaining 8 people. They froze for a full 2 seconds before realizing they were under attack. And it was these 2 seconds that cost most of them their lives. Wick burst out from inside the door like a beast, lifted the corpse at the doorway to shield himself, and repeatedly pulled the trigger of his miniature laser pistol with his other hand. Pew pew. 2 beams accurately shot through the foreheads of 2 gang members. The 3rd gang member was about to return fire when he saw a man rush out from inside the door, holding a gun in his right hand and his left hand extended horizontally. The man merely swept his left hand through the air, and the living gang member's eyes lost focus, standing dazed, becoming lambs to the slaughter. Wick pulled the trigger again, rapidly shooting the gang members. He tossed aside the corpse he had used as a shield, leaped through the air, pinned the last person beneath him, and brought his hand blade down on the opponent's carotid sinus. Thud. With a muffled sound, the gang member fell unconscious. Wick stood up, quickly searched inside and outside the carriages, and after confirming there were no new enemies, he came before Leia, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Your ability is truly powerful, no wonder the governor took notice of you. Leia smiled. Oh, it's nothing, your skills and marksmanship are much better than mine. These were Leia's sincere words. He had just wanted to control all 9 enemies, but he never expected Wick to overwhelm them as soon as he acted. It seemed Wick hadn't been bragging earlier, he indeed had the ability to deal with lawbreakers equipped with firearms. The 2 of them closed the back door of the tavern and cleaned up the scene as quickly as possible. Here, credit must be given to laser weapons, they are absolutely a secret agent's golden partner. The surface of the wounds was scorched and charred by the laser, and there wasn't a single drop of blood at the scene, which undoubtedly saved the trouble of cleaning bloodstains. Chapter 52 Identification Agent. A few minutes later, inside the locomotive. Wick used a rope to tie the gang member to a chair, then casually slapped him, using physical means to wake the unconscious captive. Slap. A bright red handprint appeared on his face, and the gang member suddenly woke up, screaming in terror. Help! Help! What do you want to do? Our Shishui gang won't let you off. Let your mother go, shut up. Wick slapped him twice, leaving the captive dazed. He fumbled in his pocket and took out a glass tube with a needle, inserting it into the captive's neck. Leia aimed the appraisal technique at the liquid in the glass tube, inwardly exclaiming, awesome. This was a special truth serum. Just 10 milligrams injected subcutaneously could make an ordinary adult reveal everything they knew. Once all the medicine entered his body, the gang member's eyes became hazy, and his body quickly went limp. Wick turned his head and said, go to the rear carriage and check the goods on the train. It would be best if you can find a manifest and a data slate. I'll interrogate him for information. Okay, I'll go now. Leia turned and left. The gang members' delirious murmurs gave Leia a clear understanding of the governor's agent's methods. For efficiency and accuracy, using unconventional means against lawbreakers not protected by Nest Capital's laws was both an option and a priority for the governor's agent. Leia pushed open the iron door of the first carriage, turned on his flashlight, and searched carefully. At this moment, the effect of the appraisal technique was fully utilized. Everything visible to the naked eye was scanned by Leia using the appraisal technique. This way, those inconspicuous, easily overlooked details had nowhere to hide. Name, metal barrel containing purified water. Description, there are rust and bacterial residues inside the metal barrel, so the purified water inside is not actually that pure. Name, hand-pressed energy block. Description, compressed food made from synthetic starch, orange sugar, and unknown substances. The unknown substances seem to have a peculiar effect. Peculiar effect? What effect? Leio took out a box of energy blocks from a crate, unwrapped the outer packaging, and pulled out a thumb-sized white block. After crushing the energy block with the hilt of his dagger, a familiar glow appeared before his eyes. Leio was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and concentrated on observing the filling of the energy block. The filling was powdery, emitting a blue-purple light. After being exposed to the air for a few seconds, the filling turned into a wisp of smoke of the same color and dispersed. The smoke was diluted by the air, and its color rapidly changed from blue-purple to transparent. Leio cast the appraisal technique before the smoke completely disappeared. Name, Ghost Fungus Concentrated Essence, gaseous. Description, handmade ghost fungus concentrated essence. At normal temperature and pressure, it rapidly volatilizes upon contact with air. Ghost fungus concentrated essence. Leio's heart pounded as he flipped open all the crates in the 3 carriages. There were 30 crates stacked in the 3 carriages, and all of them contained handmade energy blocks. Leio quickly appraised the energy blocks using random sampling and finally concluded. All the energy blocks had ghost fungus concentrated essence added to them. Wick and I seem to have caught a big fish. But isn't the Shishui gang supposed to sell water? Why are they transporting energy blocks now? And who is the consignee of these energy blocks? Leio muttered to himself, rummaging back and forth in the carriage, but found no manifests, orders, data slates, or similar items. Nor were any similar items found on the gang members Wick had killed. The breakthrough point lay with the only survivor. Leio returned to the locomotive. Wick was recording the information confessed by the gang member on a data slate. Seeing Leio's solemn expression, he quickly asked. What? Any astonishing discoveries in the carriage? Yes, and many. I found 30 boxes of energy blocks suspected to contain ghost mushroom ingredients. Wick's body trembled. Are you sure the energy blocks contain ghost mushroom ingredients? Leio knew he couldn't speak too definitively, so he replied. I'm 6 or 7/10 sure. You'd better go take a look, I'm worried I might have misjudged. Wick stood up, took a deep breath, handed the data slate to Leio, and walked towards the rear carriage. You watch this guy here, I'll go check the back. I have a feeling we might have caught the main culprit this time. Leio lowered his head and read the information on the data slate. Question, what goods are your Shishui gang transporting this time? Are there any prohibited items? Answer, the goods are purified water and energy blocks. Prohibited items have been added to the energy blocks, they are gifts for the consignee to try. Question, does the consignee know there are prohibited items in the energy blocks? Answer, they know. Question, what prohibited items did you add? Answer, I don't know. Question, besides the Long Boots Tavern, who are the other consignees? Answer, the Sloan family's food factory, the Moros family's Prometheum refinery, and the Habasik family's clothing factory. Question, how did the Shishui gang learn that the August family's abandoned winery had water purification equipment? Answer, I don't know, the boss didn't tell us. Question, who is your boss? What is his background? Answer, our boss's nickname is One Eye, real name unknown. He is a native of the scrapyard zone. Question, what is the relationship between the Shishui gang and the Church of Amalgamation? Answer, we have a very good relationship with the Church of Amalgamation. Most of the purified water produced by the gang is sent to the bottom nest and given to the Church of Amalgamation in exchange for weapons, ammunition, and medicine. Wait a minute. Exchanging purified water with the Church of Amalgamation for weapons, ammunition, and medicine? Does the bottom nest have the production conditions for that? Leio composed himself and continued reading. Question, why does the Church of Amalgamation have so many weapons, ammunition, and medicine? Answer, I don't know the specifics. But I recently heard that the Church of Amalgamation dug through the foundation of the bottom nest a few years ago and discovered a huge treasure vault deep underground. Their supplies come from there. The Q&A ended here. Without much thought, one could infer that the biochemical modification technology in the Church of Amalgamation's hands most likely originated from the treasure vault beneath the bottom nest. Wick entered the locomotive, his face ashen. Leio returned the data slate and asked, do we need to continue interrogating this guy? Wick waved his hand. No, this guy is just a low-level gang member. No matter how much I ask, he only knows this much. Can you operate a steam locomotive? Probably not, right? Leio nodded, I really can't. Wick rubbed the top of his head, frowning deeply. This is troublesome then. I can't operate this old relic either. The most urgent thing now is to find and control the consignees. But the consignees have upper nest nobles behind them, and it might escalate conflicts. Forget it, let's call for backup and let Officer Delton worry about it. Wick came to the locomotive's control panel and stood with his hands on his hips. Looking at the extremely retro-style wooden levers and mechanical buttons, Wick had a pained expression. After getting the gang member's confession and then looking at this locomotive, I really feel like it's a pain in the ass now. I initially thought this was a modern replica. But combining it with the confession, I realized my judgment was wrong. This steam locomotive likely came from the treasure vault beneath the bottom nest. I can guarantee that if the oil boy on Mars knew we dug up an old relic of this level here, in just one night, the Church of Amalgamation in the bottom nest would be wiped out by the Guardian Army. Are the brains of those Shishui gang idiots full of nonsense? How dare they drive this thing out? Leio agreed deeply, nodding repeatedly, with an expression of I think so too. Before getting on the train, he had appraised the steam locomotive. This was an item that had undergone many repairs and renovations. Most of its parts were produced in the current Great Expedition era, but there were indeed a few small parts whose appraisal results showed the words thousands of years old relic. It's highly possible that the oil boy might indeed come sniffing around and get involved. Now it depends on how the governor will negotiate with Mars. Chapter 53 Target, Refinery. Wick contacted Delton using a data slate to ask for his superior's decision. To Leio and his companion's surprise, Delton was calm when he learned about the treasure vault. The subsequent words from him made the two realize they had been worrying too much. Lord Voges had already known about the treasure vault, and so had Delton. The information came from Robnose, who was apprehended over 20 days ago. This fellow had met the Church of Amalgamation's father and had even toured the entrance to the treasure vault in his company, which was why he worshipped the father. As for whether the treasure vault would attract the oil boy, the governor's agents did not need to worry about that. Our esteemed governor had long since placed the treasure vault under strict protection, under the guise of it being his ancestral grave, to prevent the oil boy from getting there first. The governor's negotiations with Mars occurred while Leio was unconscious. It was precisely because a consensus was reached with Mars, successfully preventing Mars's intervention, that the governor called upon the upper nest nobles to launch the Hunter Lord campaign, helping him clear out the Church of Amalgamation that had invaded his ancestral grave. In short, it was a false alarm. Leio and Wick breathed a sigh of relief. Delton said in the communication channel. You two did well, but now is not the time to rest. I will have Tutkalai priest send servo-automata to drive away the steam locomotive. I hope you arrive at the Moros family's Prometheum refinery within an hour. The others will meet you there. Wick's eyes flashed as he asked, Sir, did the other teams make any significant discoveries? Yes. Earlier today, Tal Enzo found unusual archival records in the Water Guild's archives, related to the Moros family's Prometheum refinery. 3 days ago, Luai and Kaduo Te discovered clues related to the Moros family while investigating the underground market. The clues found by your 3 teams intersect with the Moros family. This should not be a coincidence. Delton paused, then said in a deep voice. The Church of Amalgamation father we are looking for is highly likely to be hidden in the refinery. Currently, there is only one target, and his name is Prinestone, who joined the refinery half a year ago. Delton recounted the clues discovered by the other 2 teams. Prinestone was a middle-aged man, short and fat, with a round belly and a bald head. This person had some background in the scrapyard zone and was closely related to the gang forces there. The gang forces in the scrapyard zone regularly organized people to explore the 7th District refinery buried by sand, recovering equipment and materials from the ruins. Prinestone negotiated with the gang forces to purchase the equipment and materials they had. After half a year of transactions, the 8th District refinery gained an additional workshop, and the factory's average daily output increased by about 15%, with the production cost of the newly built workshop being less than 80% of the old workshop. The Moros family praised Prinestone highly. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would be promoted to the middle nest within 2 years to manage another larger refinery. Mid-sentence, noise came from Delton's end. There seemed to be a heated argument around him. After moving away from the source of the noise, Delton continued. His Excellency the Governor is currently negotiating with the Moros family regarding the investigation of Prinestone. I hope you will act immediately upon receiving the permit and bring Prinestone back to me. I will explain the specific plan arrangements in a meeting after you have all gathered. Understood, sir. Leio and Wick responded in unison, and the communication ended. Wick pulled out a rolled cigarette, lit it, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and sighed softly. Things become complicated and delicate once they involve upper nest nobles, especially since the Moros family is involved this time. We must be careful when acting, don't let the Moros family catch us, and don't disgrace the governor. Yes, you're right. As the old saying goes, when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. The Moros family was a top-tier noble group, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was one of the pillars of the Nest Capital. In the Nest Capital, the Prometheum Guild managed the mining, transportation, storage, sales, and use of Prometheum. From small Prometheum lamps and Prometheum gas pipelines in homes to large gas boilers in factories and Prometheum mines buried underground, everything was within the Prometheum Guild's management scope. The Moros family was a renowned Prometheum giant in this Nest Capital, holding 2/3 of the Prometheum Guild seats. It was equivalent to an oil tycoon from Leio's pre-transmigration world, and a super behemoth that owned most of the world's oil reserves. Furthermore, don't forget that the Prometheum industry is a capital-intensive, labor-intensive industry. In the worst-case scenario, the father hidden in the refinery might resist the agent's investigation by destroying production facilities or holding workers hostage. If a large explosion occurred at the refinery, half of the 8th district would be engulfed in flames. The mere thought of this scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The Church of Amalgamation could occupy most of the bottom nest by relying on its pseudo-offspring suicide bombers. For the sake of His Excellency the Governor's reputation, and for the peace and prosperity of the lower nest residents, the agents must be careful and efficient, not giving the father a chance to resort to desperate measures. Leio and his companion waited for a moment, and a group of heavily armed enforcers escorted servo-automata to the scene. The Long Boots Tavern had been cordoned off by the enforcers, and the servo-automata passed through the tavern's lobby to reach the underground railway from the back door. Tutkalai priest's servo skull floated beside the servo-automata. The skull circled the locomotive, emitting a red light curtain to scan the vehicle's condition. Bursts of electronic synthesized sound emanated from it. That was Tutkalai priest speaking through the sound array device. New archive / new data unit / scanning / recording suspected ancient heritage. Identified as crude handmade artifact / error / negating previous judgment / correcting identification result. / detected sacred mechanical parts / plastisteel repairs the body / sacred pipelines flow with sparks / stupid mortals defile the omniscia as pure joints with crude creations / identified as blasphemy. 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 The voice from the skull suddenly became furious, startling the surrounding enforcers. It was clear without asking that the Shishui gang's repairs to the steam locomotive had angered Tutkalai priest. The gang members' repair methods were too crude, and the materials used were not up to par, completely unworthy of the ancient parts on the locomotive. This was like the Rolls-Royce Spirit of Ecstasy being stolen, and a repairman using rusty iron to wrap the base of the Spirit of Ecstasy. Any car enthusiast would go crazy seeing such a scene. Leio and Wick exchanged glances, wisely choosing to vacate the area and quickly slip away. Let the servo-automata and enforcers deal with the locomotive and contraband. Oh, and there was also the unconscious gang member. The enforcers would entertain him well, so the agents didn't need to worry. Chapter 54, On the Eve of Infiltration. The Promethium refinery is located at the southernmost tip of the 8th district, near the southern outer wall of the lower nest. The outer wall of the nest capital is both its skin and its defensive layer. Its surface is covered with shafts. Vertical ones are called shafts, horizontal ones are called passages. Some shafts are travel tunnels, railway tracks, and vertical shafts, while others belong to a complex and vast ventilation system, lighting system, rainwater collection system, and energy system. The outer wall also has many tunnel stations, military fortresses, and planetary defense force buildings, which, together with the shafts, form the outermost defensive layer of the nest capital. The energy pipelines that transport promethium from the outside world into the nest capital are key protection targets. In the wasteland outside the nest capital, the sky-obscuring sandstorms blow day and night. The mining stations are built underground, avoiding the pervasive sandstorms, but are shrouded in darkness and oppression all day long. Natural promethium ore is excavated by mining machines, heated, and converted into liquid, flowing through energy pipelines to the nest capital's refinery. Approaching the refinery, anyone can see the majestic wall, like a towering cliff. That is the outer wall of the nest capital. It stands on the southernmost edge of the 8th district, shielding the residents of the lower nest from external sandstorms, while also trapping countless generations in a steel cage. At the foot of this tall wall, the refinery appears so tiny. Even its most towering chimney is as inconspicuous as an infant standing at a giant's feet. Wick, do you think if the refinery explodes, it could blow a hole through the outer wall of the lower nest? Blow a hole? You're thinking too much. The explosion that turned the 7th district into ruins couldn't even breach the outer wall, let alone a mere refinery. Leio and Wick arrived at an alley 1 kilometer away from the refinery via orbital train. The two chatted while waiting for the other agents. A few minutes later, a communication signal connected to Wick's data pad. Mona's voice came from the loudspeaker. Wick, we've driven the car over, come and meet us here. Okay, Kong Wen and I will be there right away. Wick waved, signaling Leio to follow. The two left the alley and sped down the main road. In another alley not far away, a van was parked. The van's appearance was no different from ordinary vehicles, with the logo of a certain transport company painted on its side. Overall, this van looked as ordinary as could be. That is, if you ignore the servo-automata driving in the cockpit. What lower nest company would specially arrange a servo-automata for a van? That's too wasteful, wouldn't it be better to have him tightening screws? Leio glanced at the cockpit as he passed, silently complaining in his heart. As expected of a governor's agent, they even use a servo-automata as a driver when out and about. No sooner had this thought passed through his mind than the servo-automata in the driver's seat suddenly tilted his head, his two bionic eyes rolled upwards, giving Leio a big eye roll. Oh, hey, newcomer, I'm not a servo-automata. Holy moly. Leio shivered, startled by the servo-automata suddenly speaking. Wick burst into laughter beside him, gasping for breath. It seemed he had been holding it in for this moment. Leio swallowed and asked, You're not a servo-automata. Of course not, have you ever seen a servo-automata with such a fashionable hairstyle? The person in the driver's seat opened the car door, leaped out, and stopped in front of Leio. He had a standard mohawk haircut, thick black eyeliner, purple-black lipstick, a triangular patch of beard, and several facial scars that looked like stitches. His hair was noteworthy. It wasn't traditional strands of hair, but rather colored tubes. The tubes extended from beneath his skull, connecting to a backpack on his back, and signal lights similar to starlight traveled within the tubes. Leio had previously mistaken this person for a servo-automata precisely because of his two bionic eyes and the tubes on his head. Once the other party jumped out of the driver's seat, Leio realized he was wrong, and terribly so. The person in front of him had an extremely high degree of mechanical modification, far beyond what an ordinary servo-automata could achieve. To put it simply, wherever Leio could see, this person had undergone mechanical modification, from head to toe. It was either a metal shell or tubes, with only a remnant of skin on his neck and head. How about it, cool? The flesh is weak, but the machine is eternal, buddy. The servo-automata fist bumped Wick, then extended his fist towards Leio. I'm tall and so. That guy Wick is full of mischief, he definitely didn't introduce me to you, he just loves seeing people mistake me for a servo-automata. Lian clenched his fist and bumped it with Talanzo's. Hello, I'm Kong Wen. Sorry, I misjudged you earlier. No worries, I'm used to it. Less talk, let's go to the back of the truck, we're just waiting for you two. Talanzo snapped his fingers towards the alley entrance, and a wall rose from beneath the paving stones, sealing off the alley. He then gestured with a finger towards the truck's cargo area. The side of the cargo area slid open, revealing an entrance. The three entered. Inside the cargo area, shelves tightly against the walls were piled with brand new firearms and protective gear, as well as many portable instruments. In the center of the cargo area, everyone stood in a circle around a holographic device. The figure displayed on the holographic screen was Delton, the agent's superior. Wick, Kong Wen, come over. Let's get down to business first. Lian and several agents he was meeting for the first time nodded in greeting, then followed Wick to stand beside the holographic projection. Delton projected a holographic map of the refinery in front of everyone and said, "The investigation order targeting Primestone has been issued by His Excellency the Governor, which you can review on your datapads. Now, allow me to introduce today's plan. First, we need to determine the target's location. Authorized by the Governor, Tutkalai Priest has reviewed the communication data of the refinery and surrounding areas, but the results are not ideal." A red-marked area appeared on the holographic map. Primestone has encrypted his sonic array device. We cannot pinpoint his exact location in real time, only that he is within the red-marked area. As you can see, it is already late night, but Primestone is still wandering within the newly constructed factory building. His activity range includes the desalination zone, distillation zone, transformation zone, and refinement zone of the new factory. I will divide you all into 4 teams, each corresponding to one area. The enforcers will seal off the factory area after you enter, preventing personnel from entering or exiting. Wick, Talanzo, you two have the most experience, so you are responsible for searching the most dangerous transformation zone. Remember to constantly monitor for octane gas leaks with your portable divining instrument, and don't give the target an opportunity to blow up the refinery. Luai, Kaduo, you are responsible for the distillation zone, remember to wear fireproof and anti-static protective gear. Gerard, Craig, you are to go to the refinement zone. Before departing, you must wear a full set of level 4 gas-proof protective gear. Kongwen and Mona, your target location is the desalination zone. The risk factor there is the lowest, so level 3 personal protection will suffice. Delton paused for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over each agent, a solemn expression appearing in his eyes. I don't need to emphasize the dangers of the father, I'm sure you are all aware. If, during the search, you find clues that Primestone is a father, I hope you will try to seize the initiative and prevent Primestone from suddenly attacking. If Primestone shows signs of a suicidal attempt, I permit you to retreat. On one hand, I value your lives and do not wish to see you perish here. On the other hand, compared to turning the refinery into an inferno, letting a father escape is not a significant loss. There is still more than half a month until the mission deadline set by His Excellency the Governor, so we have ample time to find new clues and capture another father. Delton crossed his hands over his chest, performing the Aquila sign. Finally, I wish you all a victorious return tonight. Glory to Lord Vogues and the Great Emperor. Everyone returned the Aquila sign. The atmosphere was solemn and grave. P.S. Readers who don't like fighting scenes can skip directly to chapter 62. After the novel goes on sale on December 27th, the author will compress and refine the fighting content in the chapters after it goes on sale, completing each battle within one chapter and focusing on the parts everyone likes. The fighting parts in the free chapters cannot be extensively modified in the backend, please forgive me. Chapter 55 Agent Armament. Before this meeting concludes, allow me to introduce the new member of our agent team. Delton extended his right hand to Lian. This is Kong Wen, an etheric nullifiers. His etheric talent and potential have been affirmed by His Excellency the Governor, leading to his conscription as a probationary agent. He has completed the first phase of the Governor's Guard genetic modification project, enabling him to skillfully utilize his combat instincts. In the upcoming operations, you can fully trust his abilities and professionalism. Most of the agents present showed surprised expressions, with only Mona and Wick remaining relatively calm. An etheric nullifiers. Talanzo scanned Lian up and down, 2 pixelated question marks appearing in his bionic eye. Sir, why didn't the etheric sniffers detect an etheric signal on Lian? Is my etheric sniffer broken? No, your sniffer isn't broken. Kongwen's etheric ability is quite special, it's normal for your sniffers not to react. You don't need to ask for specific details. Delton picked up his data pad and checked the time. Gear up, we'll commence operations in 10 minutes. Mona, you are responsible for guiding Kongwen through his pre-combat arming. Yes, sir. The agents replied in unison. The holographic screen extinguished, and the agents curiously glanced at Lian before scattering to arm themselves. Wick patted Lian's shoulder, don't be nervous. Stick close to Mona, don't take risks or act impulsively, and you'll come back safe. You be careful too. Lian nodded in response. Mona approached Lian, pointing to a corner. Come on, let's go over there to help you put on your agent gear. I'll only teach you once, next time, you'll do it yourself. Alright, thank you for the guidance. Lian moved aside to avoid passing agents and entered the changing room. Mona stood in the doorway, half her body inside, half outside. She took a data pad from the door panel and entered a series of commands. We are responsible for reconnaissance of the desalination zone. When I input the mission location into the changing room's datapad, it will display these lines of content. A green cursor rapidly flickered on the datapad's screen, and lines of pixelated information refreshed. Initiating pre-combat arming procedure. Operational environment assessment, Promethium refinery desalination zone, high temperature environment, moderate corrosion, mild toxicity, acidic gases, salt accumulation. Recommended attire, level 3 personal protective equipment, filter canisters, air tanks, gas mask, insulated plates, magnetic boots, heat source, and explosive gas leak sensors, agent-grade cold light laser rifle, multifunctional refined short sword, holographic imaging goggles, customized portable divining instrument, sampler. As the text refreshed, mechanical arms on the ceiling operated, propelled by levers and gears, bringing the equipment mentioned in the list from the shelves outside. For each piece of equipment brought over, Mona manually guided Leia in putting it on. The first piece of personal protective equipment was the armored suit. Its surface clasps and magnetic devices allowed other equipment to be attached, and an internal alloy skeleton distributed the weight of the equipment across the entire body. The second piece of equipment was black armor, closely fitted to Leia's upper body. Leia swept it with appraisal technique and cheered inwardly, his life was secured. This was protective gear made of ceramite particles, with an attached device called a mirror shield, replica. Ceramite particle armor was sufficient to withstand the impact of most projectile weapons, while the mirror shield, replica, absorbed energy rays by constructing a force field. Combined, the two gave the agents the confidence to directly confront enemies head-on. After the full set of protective gear was donned, Leia found himself incredibly heavy, unable to move at all. At this moment, a few more lines of text refreshed on the datapad. Main protective gear donned. Important back component about to be installed. Please remain still. Leia straightened his body. Through the mirror reflection of the display screen, he saw a cylinder being installed by a mechanical arm onto the armor on his back. This was the only piece of equipment donned by the mechanical arm. A whirring sound of electricity passed, and an invisible force came from his limbs, helping him support the heavy equipment. Fusion battery pack installed, power lines connected, electronic muscle fibers successfully activated. Equipment calibration in progress. Calibration passed. Your combat authorization serial number is XN13ER981. Please verbally state the serial number to complete pre-combat arming via voice print verification. XN13ER981. Leia repeated the serial number. He wore a helmet, his face covered by holographic goggles, making his voice a bit muffled, but his breathing was quite smooth, thanks to the mask. Voice print verification passed, serial number verified. You have completed pre-combat arming. Please exit the room. Mona stepped aside to clear the path, and as Leia walked out of the changing room, he suddenly felt the carriage become much more crowded. The aisle, which previously allowed two people to walk side by side, now barely allowed one fully armed agent to pass. When two armored agents met, they had to turn sideways to avoid each other, which showed how thick the equipment on their bodies was. Leia turned and found a full-length mirror. In the mirror, he looked like a football player, his upper body forming an inverted triangle, with his shoulders protruding outwards. Twisting his body to look, wow, the battery pack installed on his back was nearly a meter long, no wonder it pushed his body's outline outwards. With his right hand resting on the laser rifle on his chest, an instinctive reaction surged through him, and Leia swiftly completed the action of holding and aiming the gun. After repeating the practice a dozen times, his movements became increasingly fluid, vaguely giving him the illusion of being a seasoned veteran. The combat instincts brought by genetic modification are a double-edged sword. You need to learn to control your instincts in this practical combat, rather than being driven by them. Mona's voice came from behind. Leia turned around and saw Mona, similarly dressed. Yes, I remember. Are we leaving now? It's about time, let's go. Mona nodded to a passing agent and led Leia out of the carriage. The two arrived deep in the alley. There were 3 manhole covers here. Mona took out her datapad, glanced at the map, opened the rightmost manhole cover, and jumped straight down. With a splash, water splattered everywhere. With the help of the exoskeleton and electronic muscle fibers, the 5 to 6 meter drop did not harm Mona. Leia descended underground in the same manner. The two walked through knee-deep water in the sewers near the refinery. The night vision module of the holographic goggles automatically activated, illuminating Leia's vision and rendering the dim scene into a bright, colorful picture. Mona's taciturn nature made the surrounding air especially quiet. Leia constantly monitored the map on his datapad to avoid getting lost in the complex sewers. Soon, the two arrived directly beneath the refinery's newly constructed plant. After careful identification, they turned into a wider waterway, finally stopping before an outlet with a 2-meter diameter. Faint yellowish-green light spots entered their vision, and both noticed this strange light at the same time. Black viscous liquid flowed from the outlet, forming a waterfall 3 to 4 meters high. The yellowish-green light spots were distributed on the viscous liquid like starlight, appearing to be some kind of radioactive substance. The radiation alarm isn't going off, this isn't a radioactive substance. Mona shook her head, took the divining instrument from her pant leg, and scanned the blue light spots. I can't find any information about this substance in the database. Kongwen, do you think it will hinder our progress? Should we find another way? Let me see. Leia stepped forward, gazed at the yellowish-green light spots, and instinctively cast an appraisal technique. Within 1 second of seeing the appraisal result, he immediately activated the system's analysis fungus function, his heartbeat accelerating. Chapter 56 Psychic Fungus. Once you enter the fungus warehouse, cat girls become strangers. Ever since he started studying applied mycology, the most captivating thing for Leia was no longer cat-eared beast girls. Only novel fungi he had never seen before would make his heart pound uncontrollably. It was precisely because of his obsession with diverse and complex microorganisms that he chose to embark on the path of fungi research. What appeared before his eyes now was a type of fungus he had fantasized about many times before. Name: etheric nullifiers of unknown name. Analysis result: a strange etheric nullifier's creation, with halophilic and sulfur-loving characteristics, capable of efficiently desalinating and desulfurizing promethium ore at normal temperature and pressure. It consumes salt and sulfides, and excretes concentrated brine, elemental sulfur, or sulfates, with products easy to recover and reuse. Fungi ability: desalination, desulfurization. This fungus has been domesticated, and the unlock requirement for both fungi ability is 1 skill point. Please note, etheric nullifier's growth and reproduction depend on warp energy. The system's simulation space currently cannot provide warp energy. You can only cultivate this fungus externally for now. Only after upgrading the fungus simulation function with equipment that generates warp energy can the system provide warp energy during the simulation process. The special growth requirements of the etheric nullifiers can be ignored for now. Leia's focus at this moment was on the use of the etheric nullifiers. Promethium ore is very similar to petroleum from the world before his transmigration. Before refining it, it needs to be desalted and desulfurized. Desalination is to prevent pipelines and storage tanks from being corroded by salt and to reduce blockages caused by scaling. Desulfurization can improve combustion performance and reduce pollution caused by the combustion of promethium refining products. Public information from the promethium refinery shows that the old plant's desalination and desulfurization technology consumed a large amount of water and electricity, which was very costly. After Prinestone became manager, he built a new plant and adopted a new refining technology, cutting costs by nearly 1/3. His new technology was kept secret, and agents could not find any information. However, judging from the etheric nullifiers in front of him, the mystery has been unveiled. Biological desalination and desulfurization are notoriously economical but inefficient. But the analysis results contain the words normal temperature and pressure and efficient. This indicates that the etheric nullifiers of unknown name are already comparable to the desalination and desulfurization processes commonly used in refineries. However, it's really strange for etheric nullifiers to appear in a promethium refinery. Shouldn't marine fungi be used for biological desalination and desulfurization? Oh, right, this planet has no oceans anymore. Leia's thoughts raced, and he squatted down, pressing his fingertip against his waist. Click. A hidden compartment in his armor opened, and a sampler with a glass tube popped out. The sampler looked like an injection gun, and pressing a switch allowed it to extract liquid and powder samples. Leia extracted the substance containing the etheric nullifiers from the black viscous liquid, and at the same time said to his companion beside him, Mona, I suspect this glowing substance is a microorganism, and Prinestone uses it to pre-treat promethium ore, which is why it flows out of the desalination zone's discharge port. Microorganism? Do you also understand promethium refining processes? A little. I have a friend who works in this field. He talked to me about using microorganisms for desalination and desulfurization. Leia casually made up an excuse to brush her off. Mona nodded, half understanding. As a woman who loved using knives and guns, she preferred to put bullets into the heads of enemies rather than delve into obscure and difficult scientific knowledge. Whatever Leia said was fine. Anyway, it would all be given to Tutkalai priest for research later, and then they would know what these glowing little dots were. Leia put away the collected samples and raised his hand, pointing to the outlet above. Let's go in. Okay, I'll go first. Mona activated her magnetic boots, walked up the vertical metal wall, and stepped into the outlet. Leia followed closely, drilling into the pipe flowing with viscous liquid, and incidentally stored some etheric nullifiers in the fungus warehouse for future use. After advancing a certain distance, a grating blocked their way. Leia and Mona drew the multifunctional refined short swords from their backs, switched them to heavy-duty shear mode, and quickly cut an opening large enough for them to pass through. The pipe ahead turned from horizontal to vertical. The two used their magnetic boots to reach the end of the vertical pipe. Above their heads was another grating and another horizontally extending pipe. They cut open the grating and continued forward. 10 minutes later, they successfully entered the desalination zone. Tall metal tanks were neatly arranged, and winding pipes connected to the tanks, crisscrossing like the refinery's blood vessels, with numerous meters and valves adorning the pipes. The lighting here was dim, with only the faint glow of night lights for night work, and no night patrol figures were visible for the time being. Leia glanced at a nearby instrument panel and nodded to himself. His suspicion was confirmed. The desalination zone was indeed undergoing a large-scale biological desulfurization and desalination project. The bacterial concentration on the instrument panel proved this point. Ordinary desalination zones would not monitor this indicator. You're responsible for scanning personnel, surveillance, and terrain. I'll track Prinestone's communication signal. In the two-person team's internal communication channel, Mona whispered. Leia nodded in response, took off the divining instrument on his leg, and pressed the skin button. Invisible wideband electromagnetic waves quickly swept across the entire desalination zone, and the terrain data collected by the divining instrument was transmitted in real time to his holographic goggles. A virtual image created by the holographic goggles appeared in Leia's field of vision. Mona, surveillance routes and patrol personnel scanned. There are 7 humanoid beings here. Their vital signs indicate they have undergone a certain degree of enhancement and modification, and they are not etheric nullifiers. I am currently collecting weapon data. Leia waited a few seconds, and feedback came from the divining instrument, the content of which made him frown slightly. Those 7 people are equipped with high-power laser rifles and plasti-steel armor. They don't look like ordinary factory security personnel. They haven't discovered us yet. Also, I think their positioning is a bit problematic. Leia pressed the divining instrument a few times, transmitting the collected coordinate data to Mona, then continued. These 7 people are not guarding the path between the desalination zone and the outside world, but are concentrated on protecting the gate leading from the desalination zone to the transformation zone. Could it be that Prinestone is in the transformation zone? Mona nodded slightly. That's possible. The communication signal I've detected here points to our west, and the transformation zone is in that direction. I'll contact the other teams to determine the target's position using triangulation, and you stay alert. Received. Leia held the divining instrument in one hand and placed the other on the grip of his laser rifle, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Prinestone had blurred his communication signal. After the agents entered the factory, they could narrow the divining instrument's scanning range and increase scanning precision to pinpoint Prinestone's communication signal using triangulation. Of course, there was another possibility. That is, Prinestone and his data pad were located in 2 different places. The communication signal emitted by the data pad was just a cover, and Prinestone himself had already escaped the refinery. This possibility was not non-existent, but it did not prevent the agents from finding Prinestone's data pad first and then discussing the next step. Beep, beep, beep. The armor's sensors alerted Leia and Mona. The 2 simultaneously gripped their laser rifles, back to back, entering combat mode. The holographic goggles immediately marked the nearby enemies. Crimson marks were stuck in Leia's vision like nails. The moment he saw the enemies, a term popped out of his memory. Thermofluid. But the problem was, why was this thermofluid a bit green? Chapter 57, Beep Beep. Mona, be careful, that's thermofluid. But it seems a bit different from what I remember. This thermofluid is a bit green. Oh? You know about thermofluid? Yes, I have a friend who has seen thermofluid. Upon hearing this, Mona's figure trembled almost imperceptibly, and she said faintly. Always a friend. This friend you are talking about wouldn't happen to be yourself, would it? Leia gave an awkward laugh. Now's not the time to talk about that. While that thermofluid hasn't discovered us, let's quickly get away from it. The monster known as thermofluid is very unreasonable. In a static state, it looks much like a puddle emitting white steam, making it very deceptive. The flesh and blood of anyone who comes into contact with it will be rapidly dissolved and turned into its nourishment, leaving behind only metal protective gear that thermofluid dislikes. Thermofluid's body is composed of high-temperature liquid and nerve clusters. Nerve clusters, the size of mosquitoes or flies, are its only weakness. People in the scrapyard zone have poor marksmanship and cannot accurately hit thermofluid's nerve clusters, which led to rumors that thermofluid cannot be killed by bullets or lasers. As a sharpshooter and someone who can manipulate metal objects with Shinnick energy, Mona has an off-the-charts hit rate, so eliminating thermofluid is not an issue. However, with surveillance cameras and armed personnel watching, it's better to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. The 2 stood up silently and moved slowly in a standard front and back formation. Mona was responsible for guiding the direction of movement, while Leia observed the rear to avoid being ambushed by thermofluid. The beeping alarm sounded again. The 2 stopped in their tracks, looked around, and a chill ran through their hearts. 3 thermofluids appeared in their vision, located on the top of a tank, on a pipe, and on the floor, respectively. They wandered aimlessly, like night owls out for a late-night snack. Don't be fooled by their slow appearance. Thermofluid in combat mode is as fast as a mad dog, and most people can't shake them off. Fortunately, thermofluid's primary method of hunting prey is by sensing heat sources. Leia's armor has a special coating that can block his own heat signature, so he wasn't discovered by thermofluid, and neither was Mona. Mona muttered softly. Are there too many thermofluids in this desalination zone? I feel like the little green dots inside them are controlling their movement paths. I feel that way too. Leia narrowed his eyes slightly, aimed a divining instrument at the green dots, and his expression became somewhat astonished. Oh my goodness, this is yet another unknown Shinnick fungus, and its effect is to forcibly enslave thermofluid. What's going on with this factory? I haven't run into Father Nurgle's garden, have I? Leia forcibly calmed himself, refusing to let his mind wander. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the overhead rails, mechanical arms, and pipes on the ceiling. I suspect the desalination zone has been automated, with mechanical arms replacing human workers, and these thermofluids are the security personnel. As for the little green dots inside them, they should be residues of some kind of agent that can restrict their movements. That makes sense, I agree with your assessment. Mona asked. Do you have a plan? Should we wait for the thermofluid to leave before acting, or be more aggressive and take them out? Why does it feel like I'm being tested? Well, it seems this is also one of the tests for a probationary agent to become full-fledged. Leia pointed his gun at the thermofluid in front of them. I'll use Shinnick energy to control it, and we'll sneak past while it's stunned. Good idea, let's do it. Mona turned her body, exchanging positions with Leia. Leia moved to the front of the team, locked his gaze on the thermofluid on the ground, and cast Brain Freeze technique. You are about to use Brain Freeze technique on thermofluid. This will consume 3 kilograms of foolish mushroom. Confirm consumption. 3 kilograms isn't much. The fungus warehouse has a full ton of foolish mushrooms stored, which is definitely enough. Leio silently confirmed. The thermofluid froze. Leio patted Mona's shoulder, signaling her to follow him. The two bypassed the thermofluid, which was in a brain freeze state, and turned into another corridor. Mona said in the communication channel. The analysis results from the triangulation method are out. Prinestoni's communication signal is in the transformation zone. We're going to meet up with the other 3 teams. Alright, let's go. The holographic display provided the shortest route to the transformation zone. The two navigated through the winding corridors, steadily approaching the gate guarded by armed personnel. 7 armed personnel were on high alert, always staying within 10 meters of the gate, closely monitoring the corridor and surveillance screens. Leio felt that if the two of them just walked over like this, they might be shot full of holes. Mona already had a countermeasure. As she passed a surveillance camera, she stopped, took out a data pad from her armor, and connected it to the camera. Looking at the red warning messages refreshing on the data pad, Mona shook her head slightly. Someone has set up an extra firewall for the local thinker, I can't hack in. I'll ask Tutkalai Priest for remote support. Give me a minute. /// provided / response time will be less than 10 seconds. Tutkalai Priest's voice suddenly cut into the communication channel. Determination, inferior data encryption method // cracking complete / punish those who profane the sacred code on my behalf / communication ended. The red warning messages on the data pad disappeared, replaced by green characters symbolizing success. Leio was momentarily astonished by the tech priest's response speed, then remembered that these oil boys have half a computer in their heads, so such a quick responsibility was to be expected. Mona was accustomed to the priest's efficiency. She operated the data pad a few times, switching the surveillance footage from the armed personnel's perspective to a false image, then brought up the surveillance cameras near the gate to observe the enemy. On the screen, behind a makeshift barrier constructed from metal plates and cement bags, 7 burly men in dark green armor stood guard with their guns. Mona zoomed in on the screen, and the armor styles and weapon designs in the image became increasingly clear. These should be weapons and equipment privately produced by an illegal arms factory. The handmade traces are very obvious. The laser rifle's power is about 1.2 times that of the Enforcer's standard weapons, and the armor material is bulletproof plastic and a small amount of plastic steel. Mona observed carefully, put away the data pad, and gave Leio an encouraging look. They can't penetrate our armor. Let's go straight in and finish this quickly. Okay, I'll take the lead. Leio touched the mirror shield device on his left forearm, appeasing any potential machine spirits. Praise the Omnissiah, please don't let the mirror shield fail at a critical moment. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside distracting thoughts. Leio raised his laser rifle, lowered his center of gravity, used the base of a tank as cover, and accelerated forward in the corridor. Before long, the two arrived at the right angle bend directly opposite the gate. Leio and Mona exchanged glances, silently counted to 3 together, then pushed off the ground with force, launching themselves forward. The armed personnel spotted the figures darting out from behind the corner, quickly raised their laser rifles, and shouted. Before he could utter the first word, Leio raised his left hand and waved it in front of him, unleashing a series of brain freeze techniques. A silent play unfolded near the gate. The 7 armed personnel looked dazed, their eyes unfocused, and the weapons in their hands turned into mere sticks. Strike the enemy when they are weak. Leio pressed the trigger of his laser rifle, and an icy blue laser beam shot out. The wavelength of this beam is outside the absorption window of explosive gases, preventing the detonation of any leaked explosive gases, without significantly reducing its lethality. With a hum, the beam pierced through one man's head, leaving a circular, instantly cauterized hole. Before Leio could even turn his gun to aim at the next target, a series of blue light beams shot out from behind him. Buzz 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 buzz. The laser storm cut a fan-shaped plane, each beam precisely hitting a vital spot on the target. In just 3 short seconds, all 7 armed personnel were dead. Leio only managed to get 1 kill the entire time. Mona, what stage is your genetic modification project at? The 3rd stage. Why? No wonder your aiming speed is so fast. Leio shook his head and sighed. Mona chuckled, walking towards the gate. Come help me keep watch, I'll open this door. The two arrived at the door. The gate's control panel was on the inside of the door, there was no keyhole, card reader, or anything similar on the outside, and the door hinges were also encased within the hard wall. Forcible entry was their only option. Mona pulled a cable from the fusion battery pack, connected it to her agent-issue laser rifle to provide continuous power, then switched the rifle's mode to laser cutting mode. Buzz buzz buzz. The icy blue beam penetrated the gate's door panel, and the laser beam steadily and slowly cut a gap. Leio held his divining instrument, scanning the terrain behind the door. This door and the walls on both sides have an anti-electromagnetic interlayer added, so the divining instrument can't scan the environment behind it. The surveillance routes inside the door are also not compatible with the desalination zone, so we can't see the scene there through surveillance. In short, I couldn't get a holographic map of what's behind the door. No problem, we'll know once I open the door. Okay. Leio put away the divining instrument and stood guard with his gun, but he still felt uneasy. He thought for a moment, opened the system interface, and activated fungi ability, vibration sensing. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the laser cutting became noisy, and Leio instinctively frowned, trying to suppress the urge to move away from Mona. Thump thump thump. Dull thuds came from behind the door. It seemed something heavy was approaching them quickly, with heavy footsteps. Leio cocked his ear, confirming that he only heard one person's footsteps. As this person got close enough to the gate, a third sound pierced Leio's head. Drip 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 drip. The ringing sound was like a death knell, sharp and urgent. Leio's heart tightened, and he quickly hugged Mona, rolling to the side. Chapter 58 Father's Love? Bang! A monster covered in short red and black fur burst through the door, holding a bomb that glowed with a red light. The next second, an explosion struck. Crimson flames, like a giant beast, devoured living beings, and a surging shockwave rampaged down the corridor, causing the floor and walls to tremble violently, filling every corner with fire. The monster, which had launched a suicide attack, was engulfed in flames but strangely did not utter any cries of pain. A translucent barrier appeared around Leio and Mona. This barrier was composed of hundreds, even thousands, of mirrors, or perhaps a wall formed by countless overlapping bubbles, like a dream or an illusion, seeming both real and unreal. The flames purified everything, yet they rapidly dissipated when they approached the barrier. Even the scorching airflow cooled abruptly as it passed through the barrier, becoming no different from normal air. A few breaths later, the aftershocks of the explosion dispersed, the firelight dimmed and receded, and the corridor became dim, with only scattered flames still burning. Whew! Leio let out a long breath, climbed up from the ground, and looked at the scorched attacker with lingering fear. To be honest, he felt that his action of pushing Mona away just now was a bit redundant. Judging by the scope of the explosion, unless the two of them hid more than 20 meters away, they would definitely be engulfed by the flames. Fortunately, the actual performance of the mirror shield device was completely consistent with what was described in the appraisal results. It perfectly absorbed energy damage, minimizing the threat caused by the explosion, which allowed the two of them to survive unharmed. Mona brushed the dirt off herself, her lips moving, as if she was saying something. Leio, however, heard no sound at all. It was only then that he realized his world was terrifyingly quiet. Besides the ding-ding-ding of tinnitus, there was no sound whatsoever. Oh, damn it. I just activated vibration sensing. The sound of the explosion wouldn't have damaged my ears, would it? Mona, I can't hear anything, Leio gestured with his hands near his ear. Mona cupped Leio's helmet with both hands, aimed the divining instrument at the visor, and pressed the scan button. The scan results relieved both of them. It was merely temporary deafness caused by the explosion's impact, with no mechanical damage, and would recover on its own after some time. Mona, however, was fine, her hearing normal. This might be related to her having undergone 3 genetic modifications. She wrote a few lines on a datapad, guiding Leio to activate the bone conduction function of his helmet. It must be said, the intricacies of the agent's armament were numerous. The designers had considered all possible unexpected situations and integrated modules for different purposes into the armor to deal with emergencies. After the bone conduction function was activated, the crackling of burning embers clearly entered his ears, and Leio's world became vivid. Mona asked with concern, "How is it? Can you hear now?" "I can hear." "Good, that's good. Although we are protected by the mirror device and are fine even when subjected to a close-range explosion, I still thank you." "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Leio smiled, his gaze passing over Mona's shoulder to rest on the attacker. This monster had short red and black interwoven fur, slender limbs, and a ferocious face, now charred black by the flames. Its appearance and fearless behavior reminded Leio of the pseudo-offspring created by the Church of Amalgamation. Mona also thought of this. She ran back to the gate and used the divining instrument to scan the attacker's corpse. Red information, symbolizing a warning signal, appeared on the divining instrument's screen. Mona drew her efficient short sword and stabbed the corpse. The moment the sword tip touched the surface of the body, the corpse disintegrated like loose sand, black particulate matter spreading across the ground. The corpse's flesh, bones, and organs vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty shell constructed of black sand. Mona's expression was solemn. This is the shell left behind by a pseudo-offspring after death. He himself has returned to the pseudo-father body to be reborn. Beep. A communication signal connected. A prompt sounded in his ear, followed by Wick's voice. "All units, attention, this is an internal broadcast. Talenzo and I suspect there are 2 fathers in this factory, because we have encountered 2 distinctly different types of pseudo-offspring. The first type of pseudo-offspring is a deformed monster with red and black short fur, carrying explosives to launch suicide attacks. This is consistent with the pseudo-offspring we have encountered in the past. The second type of pseudo-offspring is covered in festering sores and pustules, and can continue to move even after being shot through the head. Talenzo and I had to hack them to pieces with short swords before they finally died. Be extra careful, don't get scratched by the second type of pseudo-offspring. I suspect these bastards have a plague on them, otherwise they wouldn't look like this." Leio felt his heart tremble, a chill running straight up to his very core. That kind of pseudo-offspring with festering sores and pustules, could it be Father Nurgle's plague ghoul? What the hell, when did the Church of Amalgamation get involved with Father Nurgle? As thoughts raced through his mind, Leio suddenly thought of a possibility. The warp entity worshipped by the Church of Amalgamation was likely targeted by Father Nurgle, and the former was being corrupted by the latter, which is why there were 2 distinctly different types of pseudo-offspring. Mona replied in the communication channel. "Kongwen and I just encountered the first type of pseudo-offspring. Although there was an explosion, there were no casualties. Now we are preparing to advance towards your and Talenzo's position." Wick's voice came a few seconds later. "Mona, explosive gas is leaking in the transformation zone. I need you and Kong Wen to go to the distillation zone and shut down all the production facilities and pipelines there, to prevent more explosive gas from entering the transformation zone from the distillation zone. Received, we're going now. One more thing. Wick's communication signal had some static, and the sound of gunfire could be vaguely heard. 1 minute ago, Luai and Kaduote lost contact near the main control room of the distillation zone. Talenzo and Tutkalai priest tried to contact them, but neither succeeded. Both of you must proceed cautiously after entering the distillation zone, there is a high probability of enemies there. Be especially careful of the second type of pseudo-offspring I just mentioned. Okay, I understand. Communication ended. Lianyo brought up the holographic map and found the route to the distillation zone. The two immediately advanced at full speed, and soon reached the entrance of the distillation zone. There were more toxic gases in the distillation zone, so wearing 4-level gas protection gear would be safer. Lianyo and Mona's gas protection gear was 3-level, with somewhat lacking protection performance, but as long as they were careful to avoid areas where toxic gases were concentrated, there should not be a big problem. It sounds like gunfire. Mona slowed her steps at the entrance. Lianyo tried to activate vibration sensing. Bang bang bang, buzz buzz buzz. Gunfire from kinetic and laser weapons, and a sound like a boiling kettle, came from behind the gate. Lianyo activated the divining instrument, scanning the scene behind the door. He failed, the walls here were also fitted with anti-electromagnetic interlayers. Mona leaned against the door frame, feeling around the door until she found the electronic lock's keyhole. The multifunctional precision short knife's hilt ejected a universal lock-picking tool, which she inserted into the keyhole. After a few seconds, the lock core clicked open. Stay close to me. Mona leaned against the door frame, counted down 3 2 1 with her hand gestures, then pushed open the gate. After confirming there were no traps, she was the first to step inside. The scene behind the door shocked the two of them. The distillation zone was vast, with suspended walkways and offices around its perimeter, and in the center stood a distillation tank over 50 meters high and about 15 meters in diameter. A fountain-like side appeared at the top of the tank, with deep purple gas gushing out from it. The gas was relatively light, hovering near the ceiling, forming a hazy cloud. As more gas erupted from the tank, the cloud on the ceiling was visibly pressing downwards. Static, are you Mona and Kong Wen? Static. A static-filled communication signal connected, the voice extremely anxious. I'm Lu Wai. Kaduote and I are fighting enemies in the main control room, static. Those bastards overloaded the distillation tank and are frantically sending explosive gas to the transformation zone, static. Hurry to the energy chamber of the distillation zone and cut off the power. Watch out. There are illegal etheric nullifiers on the other side. Static. Chapter 59 Psychic Confrontation. Illegal etheric nullifiers. Mona's voice was grave as she turned her head to instruct, check your etheric nullifier sniffer. Lianyo glanced at the icon in the upper right corner of his HUD. The etheric nullifier sniffer is working normally. Currently, within a 20-meter radius, there are no other etheric nullifiers besides you. My sniffer results are the same as yours. Let's go. Be careful of illegal etheric nullifiers ambushing us on the way. Mona used her divining instrument to obtain a holographic map of the distillation zone, then led the way running towards the underground energy chamber. Some electromagnetic reactions appeared near the underground entrance. Their signal strength was very weak, but they were still captured by the agent's sensors. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in their ears, and crimson markers simultaneously appeared in their holographic vision. These markers were distributed on the walls of the underground passage. Upon detection, these were electromagnetic signals from some kind of explosive. Mona adjusted the scanning mode of her divining instrument, precisely tracking the transmission direction of the electromagnetic signals, and finally found 6 enemies deep underground. 4 of them were fully armed, equipped with plastisteel armor and laser rifles. The remaining 2 had etheric fluctuations and were likely illegal etheric nullifiers. Their specific etheric abilities were currently unknown. These 6 individuals were holed up in the energy chamber, using remote devices to control the explosives in the underground passage. The good news was that the enemies had not yet realized their whereabouts had been discovered by the agents. The bad news was that the explosives were placed in a narrow passage. The close-range blast impact might exceed the absorption limit of the mirror shield device, meaning the agents had a certain probability of being shaken to death. Mona pondered for a moment, then patted her armor at the waist, retrieving a thermite grenade from the open compartment. The two found cover, and Mona aimed and threw the grenade in the direction of the explosives. After a thunderous explosion, a large expanse of crimson heat spread out, perfectly covering the area where the explosives were located, followed by a series of explosive roars. The explosives buried in the underground passage were successfully detonated, and a surging wave of air, carrying flames, spewed out from the entrance. After a few seconds, the airflow became smooth, embers clung to the blackened walls, burning, and black smoke filled the air. Mona used her divining instrument again to scan the underground situation, then rushed towards the underground entrance like a whirlwind. The explosives have been disarmed. Let's go. You attack the energy chamber with thermite grenades, I'll cover you. Understood. Lianyo took a deep breath, gripped his rifle tightly, and sprinted forward. His holographic goggles automatically activated smoke-penetrating mode. The laser radar penetrated the thick smoke caused by the explosion, scanning the surrounding scene in real time and presenting it as virtual images before Lianyo's eyes. Enemies were marked with red outlines. The gate of the energy chamber was blown open by the explosive airwave. The violent shockwave drilled into the skewed doorway, disorienting the 6 people inside the room. Mona set up a firing point at a right angle bend a dozen meters from the energy chamber, suppressing the enemies with an unending barrage of laser beams. Leia took out a thermite grenade and threw it towards the energy chamber. The grenade arced through the air, about to fall into the doorway, but suddenly veered midair and returned along its original path. The curve graph of the etheric nullifier sniffer showed a steep spike. It was an illegal etheric nullifier controlling the grenade. Mona immediately extended her right hand towards the grenade, using her etheric ability to control metal objects, preventing the grenade from flying back. The grenade hovered between the 2 sides, swaying left and right, as if 2 forces were fiercely contending. Mona was fully immersed in controlling her etheric ability, her shooting action abruptly ceased, and the laser beams suppressing the energy chamber vanished. The armed personnel inside the room thought their chance had come. They emerged from the half-open door, guns raised, intending to kill the etheric nullifier among the agents. Leia was already prepared. He immediately threw a brain freeze technique and pulled the trigger. The leading armed personnel froze in place, then was shot through the eye by a laser, dying instantly. The armed personnel behind him narrowly escaped and hastily retreated back inside the door. Just then, the fuse of the thermite grenade in the air burned out, and it exploded with a roar. The explosive airwave indiscriminately impacted both sides, and scalding heat splattered everywhere. Leia and Mona moved backward, dodging behind the corner to avoid the splashing heat. The people in the energy chamber were not so lucky, their shrill screams signaled terrible pain. Leia and Mona, without prior agreement, simultaneously took out their respective fragmentation grenades and threw them towards the energy chamber. This action was replicated in the energy chamber as if in a mirror image. 2 fragmentation grenades fell into the energy chamber, while another 2 fragmentation grenades flew out of the energy chamber at the same time. Both sides used thrown grenades to eliminate enemies behind cover. The moment the 4 grenades converged, Mona and the illegal etheric nullifier once again engaged in a struggle. A few seconds later, the grenades exploded, and fragments, like razors, grazed surrounding objects, leaving scratches several minutes deep. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. The heat burned through the floor and walls, leaving behind thick smoke and black scorch marks. A roar came from inside the room. Fighting in the energy chamber is a dead end. Charge out and kill them. The half-open door was pushed open by a large hand. A burly figure was the first to step out of the door, his laser rifle humming. The others walked out of the energy chamber with their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire on the agents. Leia calmly said in the communication channel. Same as before, I'll control the enemies, you take them out. After speaking, Leia rolled into the opposite corner. Dense laser beams pursued his body, but none managed to catch up to him. While rolling, Leia's gaze swept over the 4 enemies at the doorway. He quickly threw a brain freeze technique, and the crimson storm greatly diminished. Mona's blue lasers arrived as promised. Her precise shots instantly took the lives of 3 enemies. Only the burly armed personnel survived. A translucent etheric shield appeared around his body. The blue lasers impacted it, stirring up concentric ripples. The energy beams were completely nullified by the etheric shield, failing to cause effective damage. Not only that, Leia's brain freeze technique also failed to take effect. The burly figure seemed to have mastered an etheric ability that resisted mental interference and laser weapons, thus remaining unharmed under the combined assault of the brain freeze technique and energy beams. Haha! You can't hurt me. The burly figure laughed wildly, picked up a laser rifle from the ground, holding 1 weapon in each hand, and fired a double barrage of laser fire. Behind him, another figure appeared at the entrance of the energy chamber. This person held several grenades in his hand. He bit off the grenade pins with his teeth, swung his arms in several circles, threw all the grenades out, and then used his etheric ability to control the grenades, making them avoid lasers and cover, curving to approach the agents. He thought the agent etheric nullifier on the other side would once again engage in a struggle with him, but that was not the case. Mona shot out several beams like lightning, attacking the grenades in the air. To the horrified gazes of the 2 illegal etheric nullifiers, the grenades thrown by their side exploded completely after flying only 3 meters. No. Damn it. Boom, 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 boom. Ah! A shrapnel storm swept through the energy chamber entrance, mercilessly piercing living targets. Blood spurted from the bodies of the 2 illegal etheric nullifiers. One's head was torn apart by shrapnel, killing him instantly. The other, relying on his etheric shield, blocked most of the shrapnel, barely surviving, but he was also seriously injured. His etheric shield became intermittent, looking like it could disappear at any moment. Before this person could retreat back into the energy chamber, both agents simultaneously pulled their triggers, and a rain of icy blue lasers dotted the barrier. With just 1 volley, the etheric shield was pierced by the lasers, and the burly figure, covered in dense bullet holes, took his last breath. Mona threw a fragmentation grenade into the energy chamber. After the explosion, sparks lit up inside the energy chamber, and thick black smoke and a smell of charring poured out of the door. 2 more seconds passed, and electricity erupted, brief and dazzling. The power lines of the distillation zone were cut, and all facilities shut down. Luai, Kaduo, we've cut the power. How are things on your end? Mona asked in the communication channel. Static. Current sounds crackled, and an unfamiliar voice appeared in the communication channel. Chapter 60, Face-to-Face Attack. Not bad, Miss Mona. You actually brought a newcomer and took down 2 of my etheric nullifiers. You certainly have some skills. A frivolous male voice cut into the communication channel. The communication code he used belonged to Luai, which meant Luai and Caduoti had likely met with misfortune. Mona cast a glance at Lino, making a few hand gestures. Lino understood, activating the divining instrument to scan the main control room. The scan results were not good. Luai and Caduoti's vital signs had disappeared, replaced by 8 armed individuals standing in the center of the main control room. One of them showed the data board signals of Luai and Caduoti. He was the one speaking in the communication channel. Hey, don't be so cold, Mona. Do you know what Caduoti told me after I injected him with a truth serum? That guy always fantasized about you, he wanted to. Beep. The communication was forcibly terminated by an external factor, and Tutkalai priest's communication signal connected. Luai and Caduoti's communication codes have been discarded / micro self-detonation bombs inside failed agent armor activated / detonation in 30 seconds / the holy sparks will create an opportunity for you. Estimated success rate of the assault is 72% / act quickly. Lino and Mona rushed out of the underground entrance, sprinting towards the main control room. The main control room was located on the 3rd floor skywalk, and the two reached this floor via the stairs. As soon as they stepped onto the skywalk, a thumb-thick bolt of lightning struck them. Crack! The serpentine electric light instantly crossed 20 meters and landed on Mona, but it was completely absorbed by the mirror barrier emitted by the mirror shield. The person who released the lightning shouted from inside the main control room. Damn it! These two agents also have mirror shield devices. My bio-lightning is useless against them. Fire! Several gun barrels extended from inside the main control room, and automatic guns roared, bullets circling the agents like an enraged swarm of bees. Lino and Mona hid in the stairwell, a torrent of bullets outside the door. After counting 5 seconds in his mind, an explosion sound wave came from the direction of the main control room, followed by screams and curses. F***ck. Why did the corpses explode? Ah! My leg. Lino did not give the enemy another chance to fire. He sprinted at full speed immediately after the explosion, plunging into the main control room door. Throwing out the brain freeze technique, rolling sideways to create space for Mona's line of fire, Lino's actions were seamless, and Mona pulled the trigger as soon as a firing window appeared. Buzz 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 buzz. An ice blue ray spread out in a fan shape, sweeping away the enemies inside the room. 4 people had their internal organs shattered by the self-detonation and were long dead. 3 people had their eye sockets pierced by the laser, collapsing and dying. Only 1 enemy survived on sight. He stood amidst the scattered corpses, a translucent etheric cover surrounding him. Lino and Mona continuously fired lasers, intending to forcibly tear through the enemy's etheric cover. However, the etheric level of the person before them far surpassed that of the previous illegal etheric nullifiers. The etheric cover rippled densely in the light beams, yet showed no signs of disintegrating. Do you really think your weapons can penetrate my defense? I advise you not to waste your effort. The speaker's face was adorned with a sneer, as he stood proudly amidst the laser bursts. He wore grey work clothes, was less than 1.60 m tall, fat, with a large, round belly, and no hair or patterns on his head. Prine's Stone. Lino recognized the person in front of him, which surprised him a little. He hadn't expected to meet the real culprit here. However, despite his surprise, his shooting actions did not stop. Lino and Mona took turns attacking, continuously suppressing the enemy, while also calling for allies on the communication channel. If they could hold Stone for 1 minute, Wick and Tall Enso, who were closest, would arrive, and Gerard and Craig from the refinement zone would also reach the scene within 2 minutes. Stone was clear about his situation. Facing the imminent encirclement by agents, he had no desire to escape whatsoever. Congratulations, Governor's agents, you're about to catch me. Keep up the good work. Stone's eyes flowed with disdain, as if he were the ultimate victor. He stood there, enjoying the laser baptism, letting the ice blue rays strike the etheric cover. In front of Lino and Mona, Stone lifted the clothing from his abdomen. There was a horizontal suture line on his belly, as hideous as a centipede. Beneath this suture line, a rapidly flashing red dot was faintly visible. A strong sense of unease rose in Lino and Mona's hearts, and they involuntarily took a half-step back. Don't be afraid, agents. Stone's lips curled upward, a playful look on his face. Do you know why I specifically rushed here? It doesn't hurt to tell you. I calculated that detonating the bomb inside my body at the junction of the distillation zone and transformation zone would maximize the explosion's power. Detonate the bomb? Wouldn't he die himself then? Damn it, this guy is a child. He's not a Father Nurgle at all. The agents' faces were covered by goggles, so Stone couldn't see the changes in Lino and Mona's expressions, but he still noticed the clue from their retreating movements. Ha, you think I'm a child, don't you? Wrong. Completely wrong. I am a Father Nurgle. To tell you the truth, our Church of Amalgamation has recently invented an even more powerful ether. It can grant us extremely vigorous vitality, we can survive even if we're blown to pieces. We just need some patching up to recover as good as new. Stone's laughter was filled with absolute confidence. The Father Nurgle's corruption of the Church of Amalgamation was a proven fact, and Lino's heart sank. The cleanup operation targeting the bottom nest had to be expedited, otherwise the Hunter Lord team would no longer face ordinary cultists. Mona had no concept of Father Nurgle in her mind, only assuming that the Church of Amalgamation had made another breakthrough in the application of Ghost Potion. While instructing Leia to retreat via the internal communication channel, she also notified other agents to evacuate. Stone raised his chin at Leia, saying arrogantly, "Your mental ether and Mona's marksmanship indeed make a good combination. It's just a pity that your ether is too weak to even penetrate my etheric cover. Next life, remember to train your ether well before coming to your death." "Next life? No need for next life. I can penetrate your etheric cover in this life." Facing Stone's taunts, Leia's heart was calm, determined to make Stone miscalculate. He had a way to forcibly put Stone into a brain freeze state, but the cost was too great, which was why he hadn't made a decision until now. System message. You are about to use brain freeze technique on Stone. Base consumption is 25 kg. Attention. The target is protected by an etheric cover. You need to consume more foolish mushroom to penetrate the etheric cover and forcibly put the target into a brain freeze state. The specific consumption is unknown. Please try it yourself, or use a fungi ability that detects ether strength for precise calculation. Leia currently did not possess the fungi ability to calculate ether strength. Increasing the consumption of brain freeze technique bit by bit was what he was doing right now. He had originally intended to slowly test the opponent's limits while he and Stone engaged in a standoff. Since Stone was taunting him face to face, and the situation was urgent, he decided to go all in. Leia said in the communication channel. "Mona, get ready. I'll forcibly control him." Mona's retreating figure paused. "Are you sure? It's not 100% guaranteed to succeed, but let's try. If I succeed, you must not miss the opportunity and must capture this scumbag alive." Chapter 61, It's hard to die. What? Have you changed your minds? Do you want to bet my bomb is fake? Looking at the agents who had stopped, Stone gripped his abdomen with both hands and tore his belly open. The sutured area was a bloody mess, and his wriggling intestines and the bomb strapped to his organs were exposed. Several wires extended from the bomb into his chest cavity, seemingly connected to his heart. Once his heart stopped beating or his heart rate dropped below a certain frequency, the bomb would detonate. "Come on, agents, try to kill me. Let's see if you die in the end, or if I die with you." Ha 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 ha. Stone laughed maniacally like a madman. The bomb's countdown was shrinking, expected to explode in 30 seconds. Time was running out for the agents. Should they trust Leia to control Stone, or should they seize the time to retreat and save their lives? Mona's deep, long, and heavy inhale could be heard over the comms channel. "Leia, do it. Wick and Enzo are nearby. Enzo is skilled in machinery and explosives, he can definitely disarm the bomb inside Stone." Leia replied in a low voice, "Thank you for trusting me. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Leia quickly counted down 3 seconds and selected to activate brain freeze technique on the system interface. This time, he consumed nearly a ton of foolish mushroom, leaving only 100 kilograms for backup. Ha ha ha. Come on, come on. Hit me. Kill me. Let's all return to the embrace of amalgamation. Stone laughed wildly towards the sky, then suddenly his body shook, as if his throat was clutched by the hands of fate, unable to make a sound. His psychic shield dissipated completely. Move. Mona lunged towards Stone. The gate behind Stone was kicked open, and Wick and Enzo rushed in. The three of them took down Stone within 1 second, then spent 3 more seconds restraining his hands and feet, removing the poison he had in his mouth for suicide, and dismantling the poison needles hidden in his clothes. Stone suddenly woke up and shrieked. "What just happened? Why did my psychic shield fail? Damn it! What did you do to me? Shut up!" Wick slapped him with an iron palm, intending to knock him out. But Stone's body was unusual. After being hit on the head, he merely tilted his head and woke up in less than 3 seconds of confusion. He glanced at the agent disarming the bomb, his laughter growing even more deranged. "Ha ha ha, it's useless, you're just wasting your time. You can't disarm this bomb. Its backup detonator is hidden in my heart. You'll only find it if you open my heart. Also, have you forgotten that my belly is torn open? This body of mine is about to die from excessive blood loss. Once my heart stops, you'll all go to heaven with me." Ha 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 ha. Enzo had mechanized a large part of his body and possessed the deepest understanding of the human body among the agents present. At the same time, he was also a bomb disposal expert. The bomb inside Stone had 2 detonation methods. Countdown detonation and heart rate sensitive detonation. Enzo successfully deactivated the countdown detonator but was helpless against the heart rate sensitive detonator. He didn't have the surgical tools to open the heart and ensure Stone wouldn't die instantly, so he couldn't safely remove the detonator from the heart. Damn it, this guy has modified his central nervous system. The more pain he feels, the more pleasure he gets. Let's get out of here quickly. In 40 more seconds at most, this bastard will die from the massive bleeding in his stomach. At that point, the bomb will inevitably be detonated by his heart stopping. Enzo cursed under his breath, took out the medical foam he carried, and sprayed it on Stone's wound, trying to slow down the bleeding. Wick asked unwillingly, "Is there really no way?" Enzo spread his hands. "I certainly have no way. His bleeding area is too large, and the medicaments we brought can't stop this level of massive hemorrhage. If it weren't for a strange psychic energy supporting him inside, he would have died a dozen times already." The scene was utterly silent, with only Stone laughing maniacally in the dual pleasure of blood loss and pain. A voice spoke. "Let me try." The 3 agents surrounding Prinestone all looked at the speaker. Mona remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. That's right, you have psychic abilities that accelerate wound healing. Can you use this ability on others? Yes, this is one of my trump cards. Leio, under the gaze of the 3, came and knelt beside Prinestone. As long as I keep this guy from dying, right? I should be able to do it. Leio extended his right hand, pressed it against Prinestone's chest, and activated fungi ability, healing spell. You are about to use healing spell on Prinestone. Note, the target is severely wounded. You need to consume 770 kilograms of cocktail fungus at once for healing spell to take effect. Confirm consumption. Leio silently said confirm. Healing spell, activate. The cocktail fungus stock in the fungus warehouse decreased by more than half. The wound on Prinestone's stomach stopped bleeding and scabbed over at a visible rate, with new granulation tissue, pink and vibrant, appearing at the edges of the wound. My heavens, Prinestone's flesh vitality has soared 70-fold. Did you install a healing pulse device inside him? Talenzo shrieked with hands raised, feeling utterly incredulous. Wick gasped sharply, if you used that trick in the upper nest, it would probably make a senior pharmacist's jaw drop. Mona said nothing, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her turbulent inner emotions. Just as Talenzo had analyzed earlier, Prinestone had modified his nervous system. The more pain, the more pleasure Prinestone felt. Correspondingly, as his abdomen began to accelerate self-healing, the pain gradually receded, the pleasure vanished, rationality slowly returned to his brain, and fear and panic took over. Leio glanced at Prinestone, who was too stunned to speak, and his tone was chilling. You offended me and still want to die? Dream on. With me here, you absolutely can't die. Prinestone recovered, his eyes malicious, gnashing his teeth at Leio. You bastard, I'll remember you. Don't think I have no way to deal with you. My companions are coming soon. Beep 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 beep, a series of alarms sounded. Many red markers appeared in the holographic field of view. Inside the passage connecting the distillation zone and the transformation zone, a large group of pseudo-offspring covered in sores swarmed forward. Wick raised his gun and sprayed bullets. Damn it. It's these guys again. The Tutkalai Priest's combat servo-automata are rushing to support. Let's get Prinestone out first, don't let him be rescued by the enemy. Leio and Talenzo lifted Prinestone. Mona and Wick pulled their triggers fiercely, an ice blue storm sweeping through the passage, yet it was difficult to stop the enemy's advance. The two then threw thermite grenades. Heat exploded in the corridor, scorching the walls black, but the enemies continued forward, wrapped in flames, showing no signs of retreating. Behind this group of pseudo-offspring, 2 strange figures appeared at the end of the corridor. The leader was burly, with vacant eyes and a circle of sutures on his skull, as if his head had just been opened. Mushrooms and vines grew all over his body, along with many pustules containing insect eggs. The person behind him had pale skin, greenish-white, with completely black eyes and no whites, appearing bizarre and terrifying. Most chilling of all, this guy actually had 2 heads. Okalin. Save me. Prinestone cried out for help. The double-headed man named Okalin roared with anger. Idiot. I suggested long ago that you modify your pseudo-father body and pseudo-offspring according to my wishes. Why didn't you listen to me? If your pseudo-offspring were as strong as my servants, you wouldn't have been captured. What era is this, and you're still playing with outdated self-detonation tricks? Stop talking nonsense. Save me quickly. Prinestone shrieked hoarsely. Coming, don't rush. Let me show you how powerful the child I just created is. The double-headed man waved his large hand, and the strong man and plague ghoul in front of him charged forward together. Just then, heavy clanking footsteps approached from afar, and a rough electronic synthesized voice came from the skybridge outside the main control room. Electro Cannon 136 arriving at battlefield / detecting large number of enemy units, combat mode initiated. Leio turned his head and was once again awestruck by the creations of the Mechanikus. The newcomer was a combat servo-automata, looking like a large metal crab, somewhat similar to Urgot from League of Legends. It had 6 brass-colored mechanical legs, an armor shell that reflected cold light, crimson bionic eyes, and terrifying thermal weapons. Its left arm was modified into a multi-barreled machine gun, its right arm a flamethrower, and on its shoulder was a formidable arc gun. The electrophoretic hum buzzed, and electric light danced on the blue coils. Terrifying arcs of electricity shot out, like enraged lightning pythons. The double-headed man gasped in fear, dropping his child and plague ghoul without a word and turning to run. As arrogant as he was when he arrived, he was just as pathetic in his escape. As soon as the double-headed man hid around the corner, the plague ghoul in the corridor was blown apart by the electric arc, splattering countless amounts of foul blood, pus, and fragments. The child held on for a little longer, eventually shattering completely under the explosive barrage of arcs and machine gun fire. In the name of the Omnissiah, I shall purge the technological heretics of the refinery and retrieve the technical data required by the Tutkalai priest / agents, evacuate your target from the factory premises. Clank clank clank. Electro Cannon 136 moved its mechanical legs, entering the passage and advancing towards the transformation zone. Behind the combat servo-automata, several servo-automata responsible for preventing explosive gas leaks followed closely. The servo-automata were equipped with specialized laser pistols and toolkits, appearing to possess some combat capability. Their movement speed was relatively slow, likely unable to catch the double-headed man. However, it didn't matter. Catching one father was enough, there was no need to overexert themselves. Wick put down his laser rifle and glared at the restless Prime Stone. Gentlemen, let's call it a day. We'll go back and report. The Tutkalai priest will surely like this living experimental subject. We should be able to rest for a few days before the experimental results are out. Chapter 62 Retirement Life. At the same time the agents escorted Prime Stone back. Inside the governor's agent base, Delton sat in his office, a thinker displaying a recording in front of him. The agent's armed helmet had a camera. It could broadcast the process of the agents capturing Prime Stone live, providing first-hand information to Tutkalai priest and Delton. What Delton was watching at this moment was Leonio's first-person perspective. The playback speed of the recording was extremely fast, with dozens of frames flashing by every second. It was impossible for a normal human to capture the details of every frame. But Delton did it. The rapidly flickering images reflected in his eyes, and the audio-visual information of the recording surged into his brain like a tide. Nearly an hour's worth of recording finished playing in 1 minute. After this, a multitude of surveillance recordings, call recordings, and other information related to Leonio refreshed on the screen like a waterfall. The communication signal connected, the thinker's screen paused, and a message box popped up. Caller, Vogues. It was the Nest Capital Lord's communication request. Delton pushed his chair back, stood up, straightened his clothes, and connected the video signal. Lord Vogues's expression in the image was blank, transforming into the Emperor's appearance in the blink of an eye. Report your assessment results. The Emperor's voice was as deep and resonant as ever. Yes, Your Majesty. Delton performed the Aquila salute, his expression solemn. After the genetic modification, Leonio's emotional changes and mental state have stabilized, his logical thinking operates normally, and his psychological profile results in that of a young adult male researcher. Your detection results during Leonio's coma showed that his greatest characteristic is having a closed and independent psychic field, which can stabilize his own psychic fluctuations and shield against spiritual and mental prying and influence. Based on recent observations, I would like to add one point here. There is concrete evidence to prove that his psychic field strengthens by absorbing mushrooms, thereby granting him new psychic abilities or enhancing existing ones. In summary, I believe the target is suspected to be a psychic alien capable of mimicking human genes. The psychic field is his true form, and the physical body is merely a shell. The specific method of reproduction and inheritance is currently unknown. The golden man in the image asked. What is your recommendation? Delton replied. Allow, observe, guide. The golden man thought for a moment, then nodded almost imperceptibly. I approve of your assessment results and recommendations. Bring him to see me as soon as possible. As you command, Your Majesty. The image in the communication screen changed, the middle-aged man shining with golden light transformed back into the corpulent Lord Vogues. Vogues was advanced in years, and his luxurious attire could not hide his old age. His eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if he was in a daze. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly snapped back, an apologetic expression appearing on his aged face. Oh, I'm sorry, Delton. Once one gets old, one always gets distracted and occasionally forgets what one is supposed to do. Where were we just now? The solemnity on Delton's face faded a bit, and he said with a smile befitting an officer facing his superior. Lord, I was just reporting the results of this operation to you. Let me start from the beginning. Vogues took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Go on, Delton, I'm listening. Sir, we captured a father alive. His name is Prime Stone, and he was born in the 7th district. Delton recounted the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing that Leonio played a crucial role in the emergency, Vogues couldn't help but show a complacent smile. See? I told you that kid would be capable. I bet he'll bring me even more surprises in the future. Yes, sir, your wisdom fills me with admiration. Delton offered timely praise, then continued. Sir, conservatively estimated, the interrogation of Prime Stone will last for a week. Once the intelligence is acquired, you can summon the Hunter Lord team to clear the bottom nest. Oh, good, good. Vogues rubbed his hands excitedly, then raised his index finger and said. Wait, that's not enough. I need an opportunity that can stir the emotions of the nobles. After the interrogation is over, wait for my news. I believe the Church of Amalgamation will soon be unable to restrain themselves and will actively provoke us. At that time, a tragedy will be enough to serve as the fuse. As you command, sir. The communication ended. The office became quiet. Delton sat back at his desk and once again reviewed the records related to Leonio. The more he looked, the more he felt that Leonio's life form somewhat resembled an orc, but in most details, he was completely different from an orc. Firstly, both Leonio and orcs have unique psychic abilities. Not all psychic abilities are related to the warp. The psychic sniffers used by the agents could not detect Leonio's psychic fluctuations because the sniffers work by detecting anomalous spatial signals. Ordinary etheric nullifiers will exhibit spatial signals from the warp, disturbing the spatial parameters of the material universe to a certain extent, which is why their psychic abilities can be detected by sniffers. But as mentioned before, both Leonio's and orcs' psychic abilities are unrelated to the warp. Orc's psychic network is a local area network that can operate without the warp. Leonio's psychic field is independent and closed, and currently, no evidence has been found of him drawing power from the warp. In fact, it is precisely because of this that His Majesty did not immediately eradicate Leonio when he noticed him, but rather gave Leonio a glimmer of hope, waiting to see his future performance before making a final decision. The second similarity between Leio and orcs is that they have formed a mutually reinforcing relationship with their respective psychic abilities. When orcs win battles, their psychic network fluctuates, strengthening their physiological functions, making them bigger, stronger, and more warhammer, leading to more victories. There is also a certain interaction between Leio and his psychic field. According to surveillance data from the 8th district, Leio has repeatedly purchased mycelium and other materials, messing around in that simple room where production facilities could clearly not exist. Each time he messed around like this, he would demonstrate some new ability or enhance an existing one in the near future. From this, it seems he can use his psychic field to turn mycelium into mushrooms, for consumption or ingestion, thereby strengthening his psychic field, making it stronger and more warhammer. But the problem is, setting aside the psychic factor, Leio and orcs really have nothing in common. His skin, his physique, his bones, his nerves not one bit resembles an orc. If only he were an orc to begin with, things might not be so complicated. We could simply study him as a genetically mutated orc. Unfortunately, he is not. Delton shook his head with a sigh, looking at the time on the thinker. The agents would be back soon. He would take Leio to see His Majesty tonight. Oh, right, and that double-headed man who appeared in the factory, this fellow showed obvious chaotic corruption and needed to be eliminated. Delton's gaze turned cold, then quickly returned to normal, and he murmured. A fleet composed of the Empire Justice Department and the Black Ship Alliance arrived at the Nest capital a few days ago. I shared the intelligence with them, they must be even more proactive than I am. I'll just quietly enjoy my retirement. Delton typed rapidly on the keyboard, connecting to the Empire Justice Department Inquisitor's communication signal, and sent over the edited combat recording. This recording specifically highlighted the double-headed man and the foul-smelling pseudo-offspring, while reserving information about the unique aspects of the governor's agents, which were not presented in it. Chapter 63, An Interview with the Governor. On the way back to the base, Leio sat in the driver's cab of the transport vehicle, with Tall Enzo, who was driving, beside him. Tall Enzo tilted his head and smiled with the only flesh and blood left on his face. I still remember your miraculous healing skills. If we encounter a difficult moment in the future, you must help your buddy out. I'll treat you to some fun in the upper nest then, and the expenses will be on me. The profession of a healer is indeed popular everywhere. Leio scanned the other party's body, which had more metal than flesh, and chuckled. I can't guarantee that my healing etheric nullifiers will work on you. Perhaps I'll have to add some incense and holy oil during the treatment. Tall Enzo's eyes lit up, emitting two excited red lights. Incense and holy oil? You mean treating people with deep mechanization like me as machines, and giving massages using the Mechanicus's methods for appeasing machine spirits? That's a good idea, it might be a business opportunity. There are many machine fanatics in the upper nest, and they might go for this. I suddenly want to open a machine-themed massage parlor. Wait a minute. Leio looked at Tall Enzo speechless. You're not really planning to promote this massage service in the upper nest, are you? Yes, I don't think there's any problem. It's about making money, no shame in that. Tall Enzo spoke with an air of indifference. Leio lightly rubbed his forehead. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the Mechanikus found out about this? Those oil boys might come and shut down your business. Leio's words had the opposite effect. Tall Enzo became even more excited after hearing them. Wow, your idea is truly brilliant. Mechanical massage, incense appeasement, holy oil back rub, touching taboos, these four elements combined, just thinking about it is thrilling. Tall Enzo excitedly twisted his waist, his body suddenly shuddered, and he let out a long sigh. Oh yeah. Leio was so scared he pressed against the car door, looking horrified. You just... Tall Enzo's voice became slightly deeper, like a wise sage, or as if savoring a fleeting experience. Yes, I modified that part of my system, replacing them with special hormone pumps and neural sensing pistons. When I grasp the true meaning of the machine more profoundly, the hormone pumps will inject a certain substance into me, sending my feelings for the machine spirit soaring to a climax. Leio was dumbfounded, remaining silent for a long time. Tall Enzo glanced at Leio and laughed heartily. Look at you, you country bumpkin. Leio's lips twitched in a forced smile. He really wanted to ask a veteran WarHammer40k player if Tall Enzo's behavior was considered heresy. Chatting all the way, the base was close at hand. The transport vehicle entered the base through the underground entrance reserved for vehicles. The agents escorted Prinestone to the base's holding cells. Tutkalai priest examined Prinestone, confirming that this person was a father. Thus, the agent's mission was officially declared a success. Everyone in the base held a brief yet solemn funeral for the two fallen agents. Delton promised to personally visit the families of the deceased agents and provide generous compensation. After the funeral, Delton did not give a lengthy speech about the mission but instead took out upper nest passes and distributed them, celebrating the agents with practical action. Everyone, now take your passes and go relax in the upper nest. The governor's basic reward has been issued to your data slates, stored in the anonymous accounts linked to them. I will contact you via data slate before the cleanup operation begins. During this time, you can relax as much as you like, but don't let it affect the subsequent mission. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. I can't wait to taste iced old fuzz. This damned lower nest doesn't even have a good iced alcoholic drink. I want to buy a can of ant beef to try the flavor. Get out of here, don't let the ant beef can try your flavor instead. The agents were laughing and joking, the atmosphere was harmonious, and even Mona, who was usually serious, wore a slight smile. Tall Enzo hooked Leio's shoulder, grinning. Let's go, Kong Wen, I'll take you to the upper nest to see the world. If no one leads the way, a rookie like you will definitely be fleeced by those slick old matrons until your pockets are emptier than your face. Tall Enzo is mostly unreliable, but I do agree with that statement. Wick walked over and poked Linio's arm with his elbow. You have a large sum of money now, so it's best to let Tall Enzo and I keep a close eye on it for you, lest you be completely swindled by the flashy upper nest socialites. Gerard and Craig, two male agents not very familiar with Linio, also showed a look of deep agreement. Mona listened nearby. When Linio's gaze swept over, Mona nodded and said softly. Wick is right. Try not to go alone in the upper nest. The waters there are very deep, nobles, wealthy merchants, and extraterrestrial visitors are everywhere. The identity of a governor's agent really doesn't count for much. All right. It seems the agents had all stumbled in the upper nest before, otherwise their opinions wouldn't be so uniform. He really needed to be careful and not let his guard down just because he was about to enter the seemingly civilized and respectable upper nest. Gentlemen, I have something to discuss with Kong Wen. He will contact you later. Delton came before them, his left hand in his pocket, his right hand beckoning to Linio. Come with me, His Excellency the Governor wants to see you. Tall Enzo patted Linio's shoulder, seeing the Governor is important, you go first. Contact us anytime if you need anything. Okay, see you later. Linio nodded to the agents and followed Delton deeper into the base. He thought Delton would take him to an office to communicate with the Governor remotely using thinkers and audio arrays. Who would have thought that Delton would lead him through several turns and into an elevator hidden within the wall? Sir, is the Governor going to see me in person? Linio asked, puzzled. Then should I change my clothes first? These lower nest workers' common clothes are probably not suitable. Delton waved his hand. It's all right, His Excellency the Governor is kind and benevolent, and won't mind. He wants to see the real you, not an artifact wrapped in layers of packaging. Linio didn't catch the hidden meaning in Delton's words, merely giving a simple reply. The elevator gate closed, and the cabin rapidly ascended in the vertical shaft, the altitude on the screen increasing. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1000 meters, the elevator left the lower nest area. 2000 meters, 3000 meters, 4000 meters, 5000 meters. The elevator ascended vertically through the entire middle nest. Linio's view was blocked by the shaft walls, so he couldn't see the middle nest scenery. When the height broke the 5000 meter mark, the concrete walls of the vertical shaft suddenly switched to observation glass. The magnificent panorama of the upper nest flooded into Linio's mind, and his pupils involuntarily widened. This was a Gothic-style garden world, like a romantic painting from the Middle Ages. The city's skyline was outlined by towering, sharply pointed Gothic buildings, pointed arches, flying buttresses, and large rose windows shone brightly under the artificial moonlight. Artificial gardens were everywhere in the city, they were meticulously maintained, and colorful flowers swayed gently in the evening breeze. This place was completely different from the lower nest. The disparity between the two was so great that Linio couldn't find suitable adjectives for a moment, only muttering Holy Ka repeatedly in his heart. When the elevator reached a height of over 6000 meters, with a ding, the elevator stopped, and the door behind him opened. Delton snapped his fingers. Let's go. This is the Wangting district of the upper nest, the highest point of the first district. After you've met the Governor, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy the upper nest scenery of Epimedius. Linio came to his senses, took a final glance at the night view outside the window, and reluctantly turned his head to follow Delton out of the elevator. Outside the door was a corridor carpeted with deep red, with famous paintings and animal specimens from Epimedius hanging on both walls, the decor luxurious yet elegant. Delton took out his data slate, glanced at it, and whispered. The Governor is free right now, we'll go straight to his reception room. Understood, sir. The two turned several right-angle corners and stopped before a large door guarded by armed personnel. A member of the Governor's guard wearing carapace armor was on duty at the door. Delton, the Governor is on the phone, you two wait by the door. The person at the door knew Delton, greeted him quietly, then turned his head to observe Linio, his two bionic eyes flashing rapidly. You're Kong Wen? That lower nest etheric nullifiers? Although Delton vouches for you and you can go in to see the Governor, I'll be watching you. Linio's expression didn't change, he nodded in response without saying more. On the way, Delton had explained that the Governor's guard, numbered 1 to 7, were responsible for the Governor's personal protection, collectively known as the Praetorian Guard or Imperial Guard. The smaller the guard's numerical designation, the closer the guard member was to the Governor. Guard number 1 stayed inseparable from the Governor and was defined as the Governor's personal guard. They all possessed direct bloodlines of the Fugai's family, sharing a relationship of mutual prosperity or ruin with Lord Vogues, and were thus exceptionally loyal. So, there was no need to mind their attitude, they treated everyone outside of the Governor with the same demeanor. The Governor wants Kong Wen to go in alone. Delton, you wait here. The Governor's personal guard turned sideways, his right hand on the laser rifle on his chest, his left hand pushing open the door. Linio took a deep breath, stepped inside, and the large door silently closed behind him. Looking forward, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city. A portly figure was swinging a golf club by the window, surrounded by a holographic projection of a golf course. A servo skull used its mechanical claw to pick up a towel and deliver it. The figure by the window wiped his sweat and looked towards the door with a friendly smile. Come, Linio, come over here, let me see if you have any talent for swinging. Swinging? Linio was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over. A servo skull floated over, holding a golf club, and Leio took it. Does he really want to play golf? It feels like when my mentor took us to play basketball before I transmigrated, and in the end, everyone on the court was just passing the ball to him so he could keep shooting and scoring more points. The governor probably wants to show me the charm of golf and receive my compliments. This is a common way to test loyalty. I need to think of compliments in advance, ones that are just right and not too obvious. Leio quickly thought. Vogues gave a command to the servo skull with a gesture. Another holographic image was projected, providing Leio with a space to swing. Ordinary holographic images have a drawback: once a person walks into them, they block some of the light beams, causing a part of the holographic image to disappear. Vogues' holographic equipment was extraordinary. Not only was the image incredibly lifelike, making it hard to distinguish from reality, but it also wouldn't be obscured by a person. When Leio stepped into it, the grass created by the holographic projection remained perfectly intact. Even the blades of grass under his feet bent as he stepped on them. Come, stand next to me, I'll teach you how to swing. Vogues taught Leio how to hit the ball and exert force over and over again. It was as if he had called Leio to him just to impart the art of golf. Soon, Leio began to practice on his own, while Vogues casually chatted with him about various topics. The conversation started with life in the lower nest, moved to his first impressions of the upper nest, and gradually shifted to aspirations for the nest capital and the Imperium of Man. Vogues leaned on his golf club and asked with a smile. Leio, suppose you had the opportunity to speak with our Emperor face to face, what would you want to say to him? Vogues raised a hand to stop Leio, who was about to reply. I don't want to hear terms from the Lower Nest Academy textbooks, but your true thoughts. Don't rush to answer me, think carefully first before telling me your answer. Vogues winked and smiled faintly. Doesn't Delton know how to observe micro-expressions? So do I. I can tell whether your answer is truly from your heart. If what you say isn't your true feelings, I won't buy it. This. What is this about? Leio was a bit dumbfounded. Is it really okay to whisper about the Emperor behind his back? He feared that in the next second, a golden, shining palm would slap down from the void and flatten both of them. If you, the governor, don't want to do this anymore, there are plenty of others who do. Please don't drag me into your suicidal antics. Chapter 64, Protecting Our Golden Hook. Vogues waited quietly for an answer, his eyes bright and a smile on his lips, seemingly intent on pursuing the previous question to the end. Leio knew he couldn't avoid it, so he braced himself and pondered the answer. Question: if you had the chance to speak with the Emperor face to face, what would you want to say to him? Answer: oh, hey golden big man, it's an honor to meet you. Click, click, bang. Bolt gun chambered, 10 minutes for execution. Answer: the 4 gods shall stand, and the false emperor shall die. Click, click, bang. Another 10 minutes for execution. Answer: a mere shaman from the central winter wants to be the lord of humanity. Click, click, bang. Continue with 10 minutes for execution. All sorts of bad jokes about the emperor surged in Leio's mind, without a single serious thought, making him break out in a cold sweat. Short videos are the death of me. Aren't there any bloggers who seriously analyze the emperor? Why are they all just making memes? At this moment, Leio wished he was just a simple lower nest person, never having been exposed to short videos. Only then could he, with 100% sincerity, answer Lord Vogues with a single word: loyalty. But now, his mind was filled with blasphemous content, any random phrase he uttered would get him branded as a heretic. Honestly, Leio felt quite helpless. As a transmigrator, his perspective on the Imperium was akin to a god's eye view, allowing him to see the whole picture, detach himself from events, and analyze calmly. From such a perspective, the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer world was not entirely a positive image. Whether it was official novels, official movies, or official lore books, the Imperium of Man was often depicted as xenophobic, ruthless, incredibly vast, and a bloated empire run by sluggish bureaucracy. All of this was inextricably linked to the Lord of the Imperium. Regarding governing the Imperium, what did the Emperor know? He should have just fully entrusted it to Prime Minister Malkador and the second Lord of the Imperium, Guilliman. Oh, no, why am I thinking such heretical thoughts again? Leio pressed his face in distress, afraid that Lord Vogues would see the bitterness on his face. He composed himself and began to think seriously again. The turning point for the Imperium of Man was the Horus Heresy. The cause of the Horus Heresy can be traced back to the Emperor's order for Guilliman to destroy Lorgar's perfect city. The destruction of the perfect city occurred in 964.m30. It is now 985.m30. The time point of his transmigration was too late, he could no longer prevent Lorgar from falling to chaos, and consequently, preventing the Horus Heresy was already a luxury. In the near future, atrocities such as the Battle of Isstvan III, the drop site massacre on Isstvan V, and the Battle of Prospero would follow one after another. Leio wanted to warn the Emperor not to let chaos corrupt the Primarches from behind the scenes. Such words truly reflected Leio's sincerity and would certainly satisfy Lord Vogues, he might even relay them to the Emperor, preventing future tragedies. But as soon as he spoke them, he would surely be targeted by the chaos inimical powers, leading to certain death. Therefore, these sincere words, though genuine, could not be spoken. So what could he say? Leio was in a dilemma, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the system interface, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He had an idea. After the Horus Heresy, the Emperor sat perpetually on the Golden Throne. He had to constantly bait the webway demons to keep them suppressed. Damn it. Can these cursed memes get out of my head already? Seriously though. Large numbers of demons continuously attacked the webway entrance beneath the golden throne, and the emperor had to sit on the throne to suppress them. Additionally, he himself was gravely wounded in battle, neither dead nor alive, and required the stasis field of the throne to sustain his life. What counters demons? Is it the future Grey Knights? Or the Silent Sisters, who appeared since the early days of the Great Expedition? As a cloud hammer. Leio felt that these were not the most ideal answers, while they could, to some extent, counter chaos demons, their effectiveness was far inferior to that of the orc greenskins. Greenskins are a natural counter to demons, one could say it's like a father fighting his son. Demons feed on intense emotional fluctuations, the more despair, pessimism, anger, or hunger, the more demons like it, and the stronger they become. Greenskins are single-minded, they have no thoughts other than shoot him and beat him, completely unable to provide emotional value to demons. This is like humans being unpolished jade, while greenskins are a pile of dung. Demons like to see unpolished jade destroyed, but they would never need a pile of dung. What if, Leio said, what if? What if he were to use the mushroom farm in the future to domesticate greenskins, turning them into greenskin Peru, commanding them to help the emperor guard the webway entrance and clear out the demons? At the same time, he would mobilize the greenskin Peru to constantly think about the emperor recovering from the brink of death, with his spirit and body fully healed. Then wouldn't the emperor be able to stand up from the golden throne? At that time, the emperor would lead armies, Guilliman would manage politics, Kaul would advance technology, and Mephiston would be responsible for rampant slaughter, and the entire Imperium would undergo a qualitative change. Many of the desperate scenarios of the 40k era might not occur. Leio's thoughts surged, and he nodded secretly. Since the Horus heresy was unavoidable, he would start by commanding the greenskin Peru to suppress the webway demons to change the fate of the Imperium of Man. My lord, I have an answer. Leio took a deep breath and, meeting Vox's gaze, said. If I am fortunate enough to speak with the Emperor face to face, I will tell him that I will contribute every ounce of my strength to him. Vox's smile remained unchanged as he gently asked. In what way do you plan to contribute your strength? Leio shook his head slightly. That I cannot be certain of, it depends on what my specific identity is. If I become part of the Imperial Army in the future, then I will fight and kill the enemy, defending the Emperor. I am currently your agent, and I will do my part to consolidate your rule over the Nest capital. In short, for the Imperium of Man, and for humanity, I will do everything in my power to help you and His Majesty. Elevating the theme, with proper intonation and full emotion, Leio felt that this rhetoric should satisfy Vox. Vox pondered for a few seconds, his smile growing even more amiable. Not bad. Although there are signs of deliberately crafted wording, I sense your sincerity. Congratulations, Leio, you've passed my interview. From now on, you are promoted from probationary agent to official agent. I hope you will make more contributions to this Nest capital in the future. Vox extended his right hand, and Leio also extended his. Their hands met, and a warm sensation flowed from Vox's palm into Leio's, circling his hand like a stroll before returning the same way. Leio was celebrating passing the assessment at this moment and didn't pay much attention to this unusual warmth. All right, you can go. Let me talk to Delton. Delton will take you to register as an official agent later. Farewell, Lord. I wish you good health and all the best. Leio bowed slightly and walked quickly towards the door, letting out a long sigh of relief. The governor's personal guard outside opened the door, Leio stepped out, and Delton entered the room. In Delton's eyes, the scene inside the room was vastly different from what Leio had seen. The Emperor, Lord of Humanity. He possessed extremely unique psychic abilities, capable of appearing differently to thousands of people. Everyone who saw him would see the aspect they wished to see. Before Leio entered the room, he thought he was going to meet Lord Vox. Therefore, in his eyes, the person in the room was Vox. Delton was different. He clearly knew that the Emperor had temporarily occupied Lord Vox's body through some means. Thus, the moment he stepped into the room, Delton saw a man in golden armor. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the door, his silhouette tall and imposing. His profile was like a work of art carved by knife and chisel, resolute and cold, and the golden light above his head seemed to contain truth. Your Majesty. Delton knelt on one knee. The Emperor gazed at the night view outside the window and said in a low tone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Leio is not our enemy. I have already planted psychological suggestions in the governor and several important figures of this Nest capital, you no longer need to monitor Leio. As you command, Your Majesty, everything according to your will. Delton lowered his head in submission. The Emperor returned the body to Vox, and Delton bowed his head respectfully as the Emperor departed. Lord Vox's eyes were unfocused, his expression blank, as if he were experiencing a bout of senile dementia. Delton helped him sit on the sofa. After a long while, Vox slowly came back to his senses. Sorry, Delton, I zoned out again. Where were we just now? Delton stood beside the sofa, bowing slightly, and said. My lord, we were just talking about Leio's promotion. Oh, right. Vox chuckled. That Leio kid is good, I like him very much. Just follow the standard promotion process, and double his extra bonus this time to encourage him to do well. As you command, my lord. Your generosity is admirable. Delton took out his data slate. Next is the report on this mission, I will narrate it to you. Note, Imperial Army. During the Great Expedition, space forces and ground forces were not separated and were collectively referred to as the Imperial Army. After the Horus Heresy ended, Guilliman divided the Imperial Army into the Imperial Navy and the Astrum Militarum. Additional note. To prevent controversy, the author explicitly states, the Emperor appearing stronger than in official novels at the same period is a foreshadowing. According to the current writing progress, it will probably be revealed after 2 million words. Chapter 65 Integration into the Upper Nest. Outside the governor's office door. Leia wiped the sweat from his forehead, only then realizing that he had just met the ruler of this world. That was a truly important figure, one thought from whom could decide his life or death. Thankfully, he was quick-witted and calm enough not to spout some internet meme to his doom, or he'd be eating purple eggs right now. After a short wait, Delton emerged from the door, rubbing his temples lightly as he led Leia towards another elevator. Congratulations, Kong Wen. Lord Vogues is very satisfied with your performance. You've been made permanent, and the extra reward for this mission has been doubled. Delton opened the lift with a datapad and pressed the button marked 12th floor. I'm taking you to the Governor's Guard headquarters now to register you as an Upper Nest citizen and officially onboard you into the Governor's Guard. An Upper Nest citizen. Leia looked at the night view outside the observation glass, feeling a bit dazed. Once upon a time, he was risking his life testing medicines to escape the lower nest, engaging in a battle of wits with Robnose. But now, he only needed to follow Delton to gain the new identity that lower nest inhabitants dreamed of. When he retired from the Governor's Guard, he might be able to buy a house in the Upper Nest, start a company, acquire properties, and even marry and have children, living a much more stable life than in the lower nest. The prerequisite was that he could avoid conscription by the Imperial Army, assassination by rebels, harassment by cultists, prying by subspace demons, the Horus Heresy, and the great purges caused by the rebellion. Well, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the difficulties he would face after becoming an Upper Nest citizen hadn't changed much. It was still war and plague, slaughter and death. This was the main theme of the Warhammer world. Chatting along the way, Leia followed Delton through the onboarding process, acquiring a new identity in a safe house. Considering that the Upper Nest identity was permanent, Delton suggested Leia use his real name to register his identity. The original name of Leia's current body was Reno, which is homophonous with the Chinese characters Leia. There was no need to worry that the name Reno would attract the attention of enemies. On the one hand, here in the Upper Nest, at least 3 million people had Reno in their full name, and no one would delve into the life history of every Reno. On the other hand, Leia's current appearance was very different from his past, making it impossible for anyone to link him to the lower nest youth with the same name. After comprehensive consideration, Leia decided to adopt Delton's suggestion and signed Reno in the identity information field. When communicating and cooperating with other agents, he would still use Kong Wen as his code name. When expanding his network in the Upper Nest, he would refer to himself as Leia. The life history for the Upper Nest identity was relatively simple. After completing basic studies at the academy, he inherited his parents' estate, which included a certain amount of throne coin, a property, and accompanying furniture. This identity was clean and untainted, unconnected to any factions, so there was no inherent hostility with any particular force. 2 sets of identities, 2 lives. Separating work and life only brought benefits to an agent, with no drawbacks. After a series of operations, Leia received a datapad linked to his real identity. Led by Delton, he arrived at his safe house in the 1st district of the Upper Nest. It was a detached cottage nestled in the corner of a large artificial garden, with 2 stories above ground and a basement level, featuring front and back gardens. Gothic pointed arch windows, greenish stained glass, simple yet aesthetically pleasing carvings, and soaring spires. The moment Leia saw this house, he was captivated by its beauty and couldn't help but offer words of praise to Lord Vogues. Delton patted Leia's shoulder. I won't go in. The safe house has a servo-automata for housekeeping and a communicator. The housekeeping servo-automata will clean the house and prepare food for you. The communicator is connected to the Upper Nest's public database, where you can find common knowledge for living in the Upper Nest and its laws. The maintenance fees for the servo-automata and communicator will be automatically deducted from your account. Understood, sir? Leia asked. Do other agents also have such magnificent safe houses? Delton waved his hand. No, they don't. Their safe houses are split-level apartments. Currently, only you and I live in detached cottages. This indicates that His Excellency the Governor thinks highly of you. Work hard, I'm leaving now. If anything comes up, we'll contact each other via datapad. Goodbye, sir. Leia watched Delton leave, then pushed open the door to his residence and stepped inside. A servo-automata stood before the main entrance, greeting him with an electronically synthesized voice of indistinguishable gender. Good day, sir. House Servo-Automata 121 reports for duty. Please use your datapad to sign the master-servant agreement with me. House what? House Servo-Automata? Who came up with this designation? What a twisted sense of humor. Leia paused slightly, scanning the modified servo-automata up and down, surprised to find that its appearance was quite decent. Servo-automata performing production and research tasks were primarily utilitarian, with little consideration for aesthetics. The housekeeping servo-automata before him was quite different. Its bionic eye had been modified into round-rimmed spectacles, and the skin not covered by metal seemed artificially made, bright and new, without dirt or grease. The servant's attire covered the limbs that had been replaced by machinery. Overall, it looked like a highly mechanized butler. Hello, House Servo-Automata 121. Leia stopped, took out his datapad, and connected a cable to the interface on its wrist. Can I change your name? For example, Butler 1. Gladly, sir. The master-servant agreement is signed. Butler 1 will serve you with utmost dedication. The servo-automata bowed and gestured, inviting Leia inside. I will give you a tour of the house. Please follow me. Leia retrieved the cable, reviewed the detailed contents of the master-servant agreement, and casually asked. Do you remember what you did before you were converted into a servo-automata? Yes, sir. Before being converted into a servo-automata, I had just completed my studies and was looking for a job. Then why did you become a servo-automata? Because my mother was ill, sir, and I could not afford her medical expenses. I sold myself to the Eldar housekeeping company and became a housekeeping servo-automata. What? Leia stopped, looking over with a look of astonishment. Butler 1's bionic eye flickered slightly. Yes, that is how it was. You don't need to worry about my mother, she has fully recovered and has moved into a nursing home, living out her golden years. I believe, although the process was somewhat circuitous, I ultimately managed to keep her by my side and not let her be taken by death. Leia was silent for a moment. The first clause of the master-servant agreement was loyalty. Housekeeping servo-automata could not lie to their masters, this was a fundamental logic written into their cranial circuits, unchangeable, so what the servo-automata had just said was the truth. Butler 1 seemed to have misunderstood Leia's silence and quickly said. I assure you, my mother's existence will not interfere with my service to you. Please do not request a replacement servo-automata from the Eldar housekeeping company. I truly need this job. No, I have no intention of replacing the servo-automata. Leia glanced at the splendid night garden outside the window and asked in a deep voice. What is your name? I mean, your name before you became a servo-automata. Butler 1 pursed its lips, speaking with difficulty. I was called Brandy before the conversion. Brandy? That sounds like a girl's name. Leia's eyes widened, then he realized he had made a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry. I took you for a male servo-automata. It's all right, sir. Servo-automata have no gender. We do not need to reproduce, so that part of the physiological system has been removed. You may call me whatever you wish. Leia gave an awkward laugh. All right then, from now on I'll call you Brandy, is that okay? Housekeeping servo-automata needed to understand their master's emotional needs, and thus a small portion of brain tissue for emotional analysis was retained. Brandy's bionic eye flickered with excitement, and its electronic synthesized voice became a bit more cheerful. You may certainly call me Brandy. Please follow me, I will take you to verify the thinker's permissions. The two turned into the basement. This area was used as a storeroom and communications room, it was temporarily unfurnished and appeared quite spacious. There was a communicator in the communications room. According to Brandy, this was a household communicator. The communicator only had data exchange and firewall functions, it could not process data like a thinker. Similar to operating a computer before his transmigration, Leia only needed to manipulate the joystick and keyboard a few times to access the upper nest's public network. After sharing the communicator's permissions with his datapad, he could access the upper nest's network anytime, anywhere with his datapad. Compared to the rich and colorful internet before his transmigration, the Nest Capital World's network was much simpler. The interface only had 5 icons, corresponding to the communication module, city news, account statements, commodity purchasing, and financial transactions. The communication module allowed making calls, sending and receiving text messages, and transferring files. The city news module would display daily headlines directly on the interface, clicking on them would show details. Today's top news concerned the fleet formed by the Black Ship Alliance and the Empire Justice Department. This fleet had arrived 3 days prior. Its purpose was not to collect the tithe early, but to monitor the progress of ghost potion research. Once the illegal forces in the bottom nest were cleared out, the Empire Justice Department would urge the governor to lift the ghost potion blockade, thereby acquiring a large number of etheric nullifiers to be transported away by the Black Ship Alliance. This batch of etheric nullifiers would be used for psychic experiments. If it was confirmed that artificial etheric nullifiers could also serve as fuel for the star beacon, then the future direction of Hive Pimite would undergo a drastic change. Ghost mushrooms really did attract the Black Ship Alliance. Thankfully, I'm under the governor's protection now, so I won't be dragged away. Etheric nullifiers can offset a lot of other taxes. If Lord Vogues is willing to go all out, it's not impossible to pay future tithes entirely with artificial etheric nullifiers. Leia mumbled to himself, directly clicking on the last icon. This icon read Financial Transactions. Leia was greatly puzzled by this. Did the Warhammer world even have a financial market? Insurance companies would probably go bankrupt. The risks of stocks and bonds were also boundless, perhaps stocks bought today would become worthless paper tomorrow due to war. Leia clicked on the financial transaction interface out of curiosity and couldn't help but marvel. The financial products circulating were dazzling and numerous. Shares of family businesses sold by local families were abundant, and there were also many bulk commodity futures from agricultural worlds and industrial worlds to choose from. Most exaggeratedly, Leia saw war bonds and stocks issued by the Space Marine Legions. Gilliman was being unfair, at least 1/3 of the purchasable bonds and stocks on the list came from his 500 worlds. Truly worthy of being the future regent, even while conquering the galaxy, he didn't forget to manage the finances of the 500 worlds. Leia was engrossed in front of the thinker, while Brandy went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks. Half an hour later, Lienyo had a clear understanding of his 100,000 throne coins. Throne coins were issued by Holy Terra and circulated outwards with warp travel, primarily used by the Imperium of Man's interstellar merchants, rogue traders, nobles, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and others. The auction price of a Moon-class cruiser retired from the Imperial Army was usually 5 million throne coins. The cost of maintaining such a vessel was approximately 100,000 throne coins per month, and major repairs would start at 1 million throne coins. Filling a Moon-class cruiser and trading between two worlds would earn 200,000 throne coins per round trip. This figure was calculated based on the average net profit margin. In other words, the 100,000 throne coins he held were only equivalent to the net profit from a single transaction by an interstellar merchant. What Lienyo could achieve with these 100,000 throne coins entirely depended on his own abilities. It's very late. I'll go to sleep first, and tomorrow I'll contact Isabel to transfer the 100,000 throne coins to my account. Lienyo stood up and, led by Brandy, went to the bedroom to rest. Note 1. In the Rogue Trader game and official novels, the Tarsus Nest capital of the Calixis sector is famous for its finance and trade. In the official novel Arch Enemy, War in the Shadows, the ship Heavenly Radiance was loaded with a large number of thinkers used for analyzing financial data. This ship collected trade information along the Euratos trade route and then used commercial analysis models to predict changes in demand for specific planets, thereby determining the goods needed by that planet in the coming months or decades. In summary, WarHammer40k indeed has a financial market, and it is very developed. It's just that mainstream works focus on characters like Space Marines and Inquisitors, and thus details like finance are not showcased. Chapter 66 Shush's Backer. Lower Nest, Scrapyard Zone. Accompanying the massive explosion that devastated the 7th District, countless pipes protruded from the broken walls. The pipes varied in size, with the smallest having a diameter of only a few centimeters, while the largest could reach over 100 meters. The most concentrated area of pipes was the pipe hub of the 7th District. Imagine a massive wall over 300 meters high, covered with densely packed pipe openings. This sight would surely trigger paroxysms in those with trypophobia. From a distance, the pipe hub resembled a thriving coral reef, with countless pipe openings and horizontally extending pipes forming a vast coral colony. The Scrapyard Zone residents gave this place several names: Coral Highlands, Coral Cliff, Pipe Cliff, and so on. Among them, Pipe Cliff was the most widely circulated, being both vivid and APT. Here, pipe openings were street entrances, pipes served as streets, and pipes were connected to each other through hidden conduits and artificially constructed escalators. Various factions each occupied one or several pipes as their territory. The 10 most complete, sturdy, and spacious pipes were occupied by the 3 most powerful factions in the Scrapyard Zone. These 3 factions frequently engaged in armed conflicts over the pipes. The Shishui gang was one of them. They had been acting low-key recently. Even when 2 pipes were seized by the other 2 factions, they did not mobilize their forces to reclaim them. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather that they were preparing to receive an important guest. Damn it, damn it. That damned servo-automata almost killed me. The double-headed man, Okerlin, was electrocuted, his flesh seared and his skin peeling. He howled in the Shishui gang's hall, clutching his charred wound. Trickles of fresh blood oozed from between his fingers, mixed with wriggling maggots. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the core members of the Shishui gang around him. They dared not leave without permission, so they could only lower their heads and silently endure the noise and the foul smell in the air. The Shishui gang's boss had a prosthetic left eye and wore a pirate captain-style black eye patch over his right eye. His face was covered in knife scars, making him look menacing, yet at this moment, he was bowing and scraping like a docile little rabbit, flattering the double-headed man with a fawning smile. Sir, the doctor I arranged for you has arrived. Please move to your room. There, hot water, food, and medicine are all available. You can get ample rest, and no one will disturb you. Rest. The double-headed man grabbed the one-eyed boss's collar, spitting yellow-green spittle. One of my brothers was captured by those damned hyenas, and you're telling me to rest? To save him, the subordinates I painstakingly cultivated were lost in the 8th district. Idiot. You should immediately take people to rescue my brother, instead of putting on an act here, wagging your tail like a pug. The one-eyed boss wore a bitter smile, both helpless and subservient. His demeanor was vastly different from his usual ferocity, effectively destroying his image in the eyes of his gang members. Yet, he could not resist the person in front of him. The other party was a father from the Church of Amalgamation, an envoy sent by the father. If he displeased this lord, then the Shishui gang's future supply of weapons and ammunition would all go down the drain. For the sake of so many mouths to feed under him, he had to endure it. Yes, sir, I will take the brothers to the 8th district right away. Even if I have to risk my life, I will help you rescue your brother. The one-eyed boss bowed, extending his right arm towards the meticulously prepared guest room, inviting the double-headed man to rest again. The double-headed man clutched his continuously bleeding, charred wound, emitting agonizing whimpers from his throat. As the adrenaline from his anger subsided, the life resilience bestowed upon him by the Father Nurgle could no longer resist the torment of pain. He could only abandon his outburst of anger and slowly walk towards the room. Just as he was about to leave the hall, the double-headed man stopped, saying in an unquestionable tone, "Get me 2 strong men." The one-eyed boss was stunned for a moment, not expecting the envoy from the Church of Amalgamation to have such a preference. Fortunately, having spent so many years navigating the Scrapyard Zone, he had hosted many guests with peculiar habits and was well prepared for this. "You two, come over here and serve this sir well." Two men wearing slightly undersized black jackets and leather pants stepped out of the line, supporting the double-headed man, one on each side, as they left. The atmosphere in the hall eased slightly. The one-eyed boss's deputy leaned in and asked. Boss, are we really going to fight in the 8th district? Fight? Fight my ass. The one-eyed boss muttered irritably, pacing the hall with his hands behind his back, a profound expression on his face. All of us brothers are just trying to make a living. Fighting the 8th district is just asking for death, isn't it? I suspect that after this incident, the scrapyard zone is going to change. Just you wait, in a month at most, the governor's troops will come and sweep away all of us vermin, and then it will be the Church of Amalgamation's turn. Then what do we do? Yeah, boss. You have to lead us brothers through this difficult time. The core gang members chattered anxiously. The one-eyed boss pushed through the crowd and sat down in his chair, bending his arm to rest on his thigh, his eyes flickering rapidly. I want to get in touch with an important official in the 8th district. Does anyone have a connection? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions downcast. How could a bunch of small-time thugs who'd been struggling in the scrapyard zone have such connections? If they did, they would have already defected. The deputy pondered and asked. How about we just report that double-headed man to the 8th district? The one-eyed boss glanced at his deputy, smiling coldly. Hat, can't get a good fart out of 3 sticks, that's you. Go ahead, report him. When people ask you why the Shishui gang has a father from the Church of Amalgamation, I hope you can withstand the interrogation. The deputy shivered. Forget it, let's think of other ways. The hall fell silent, and a dark cloud seemed to hover over everyone, about to unleash thunder and lightning. Someone whispered. Boss, how about we ask the Ratskin people for help? I heard they seem to have made a deal with people from the 8th district and learned how to grow mushrooms. Before his subordinate could finish speaking, the one-eyed boss's eyes lit up. The Ratskin people had propagated for countless generations in the scrapyard zone and bottom nest, enduring countless purges, yet they were still thriving. This indicated that they had mastered the art of survival, and it was highly probable that there was one or more powerful patrons behind them. Having them help him connect with an important official in the 8th district would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Someone, bring out the old wine I've stored for 3 years from the storeroom. The one-eyed boss waved his hand, preparing to personally go to the Ratskin people's territory and drink with the Ratskin people elder. The Shishui gang had a small friction with the Ratskin people earlier due to digging tunnels. But it didn't matter, the one-eyed boss was confident he could resolve the conflict over drinks. Then he thought again, the Ratskin people seemed to particularly enjoy farming. It just so happened that the Church of Amalgamation had given them some fertilizer. If he sent these fertilizers to the Ratskin people, they would surely be very happy. Also, bring me those few cans of stinky iron cans from the storeroom. Yes, boss, those cans were too stinky, I've wanted to get rid of them for a long time. Giving them to the Ratskin people is perfect. The deputy in charge of the storeroom scurried away. The one-eyed boss stood up from his chair with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. He was a bit curious, who could be the patron behind the Ratskin people? Could it be the faction that taught them how to grow mushrooms? Achoo. Morning, Upper Nest, 1st District. The artificial sunlight was bright but not dazzling, bringing immense radiance to the Gothic-style garden city. Leia was dazzled by the light and involuntarily sneezed. Sir, you have a new communication request. Brandy approached, carrying a communicator on a tray. Leia sat at the dining table, basking in the sun and enjoying breakfast, dressed in a shirt and dark trousers that Brandy had tailored last night. He put down his knife and fork and turned his head to ask. Whose call? It's Miss Isabel from the Cram family. An expected answer. To get 100,000 throne coins as soon as possible, Leia had sent Isabel a message before going to bed last night. Picking up the communicator and pressing the answer button, Leia briefly conversed with Isabel on the other end of the line. 20 minutes later, a car bearing the Cram family crest stopped outside the door. Leia put on his coat, opened the door, and naturally got into the car, showing no signs of the awkwardness a lower nest resident might feel upon first encountering a noble's vehicle. Isabel was sitting on the other side of the back seat. She was wearing a black corset dress, a light grey silk shirt, a pristine pearl necklace adorning her slender neck, and her face was covered by a translucent lace veil. This attire had a strong classical style, making her look like a noble lady from the Victorian era. You seem to be adapting very well. Isabel smiled faintly. Thank you for the compliment, I put in a lot of effort to adjust my mindset and habits, Leia replied with a smile. Isabel was the third in line to inherit the Cram family, the youngest daughter of the patriarch, and had received a noble education since childhood. Compared to ordinary noble descendants, Isabel was undoubtedly more outstanding. She was willing to delve into the lower nest and personally manage the Cram cigarette factory, which was crucial to the family, and had already achieved remarkable results. All these deeds indicated that she was not only an elegant and charming wealthy woman but also a successful individual, well versed in the art of business. Leia, do you have any plans for those 100,000 throne coins? Isabel asked. I don't have a good idea at the moment. I'd like to hear your suggestions. Leia paused. Actually, I am very eager to engage in research and development. From the moment I started working at the Cram cigarette factory, I have hoped to join your department and become a researcher, learning useful knowledge. For example, the technique of fermenting tobacco with yeast. Isabel nodded slightly. So, even though you have now become a rich person in the eyes of ordinary upper nest residents, you still maintain a strong interest in the iteration and application of fermentation technology. Leio glanced at the system interface in the corner of his vision, a confident curve forming on his lips. Yes, you are right. I have always believed that whoever masters yeast will own the future of tobacco, food, brewing, and genetic engineering. This is the opinion of an amateur like me. If there are any improprieties, please feel free to correct me. Isabel looked deeply at the man in front of her. She had always regarded Leio as a naive 15-year-old boy, a lower nest resident who had stumbled into great luck due to his unique genetic abilities. But the maturity and composure he displayed at this moment, as well as his perfectly timed confidence and incisive remarks, gave Isabel the illusion that he had already grasped the industry's lifeline. Chapter 67, Krypton Gold Makes People Stronger. If I hadn't known you for so long, I would have almost thought you were an old monster who just had a rejuvenation surgery. Isabel sighed from the bottom of her heart, taking a data pad from her handbag. I completely agree with what you just said. Whoever controls yeast will own the future of the tobacco, food, brewing, and genetic engineering industries. I happen to have a case here involving tobacco. I'll use it as an example to introduce you to the current situation in the tobacco industry. Please do. Leio listened attentively. Isabel pressed the data pad, projecting a holographic image. The case she spoke of came from the Cram family's competitor, the Leeway family. The Cram family started with tobacco before expanding into the potion market. The Leeway family, on the other hand, were one of the Nest Capital's pharmaceutical giants and began venturing into the tobacco industry due to market saturation in potions. The Cram family held a first-mover advantage in Ghost Potion, which threatened the Leeway family, leading the latter to aggressively attack the tobacco industry. A new type of cigarette called Gold Mint appeared on the market. Its scent was strikingly similar to the natural aroma of mint leaves. The initial burn produced a rich, refreshing scent without losing the mint flavor. The main aroma was mellow and long-lasting, and the aftertaste was clean and fresh. Aside from being expensive and irritating to the throat, this new cigarette had almost no flaws. Gold Mint is a product of the Leeway family. As soon as it was launched, it crushed the Cram family's competing products and seized 1/5 of our high-end cigarette market share. Isabel smiled bitterly. This part of the market is exactly what I'm responsible for. I've already arranged for the Middle Nests Research Institute to reverse engineer this cigarette's formula, but progress is very slow. If it drags on for too long, and customers develop loyalty to Gold Mint, then it won't be so easy to win back the lost market share. Leio was thoughtful. Do you have a sample with you? Yes. Isabel took a women's cigarette case from her handbag, opened the lid, and pulled out 2 cigarettes. The one on the left had white rolling paper, a light green filter, and the hot stamp spray code read Cram brand mint cigarettes. The one on the right was the opposite, with light green rolling paper and a white filter, which was the Leeway family's Gold Mint. Leio wrapped his fingertips in a handkerchief, picked up the 2 cigarettes, smelled them, and carefully observed the material and color of the rolling paper, filter, and tobacco shreds. After completing these steps, he finally used appraisal technique to verify his judgment. The appraisal result was consistent with his analysis. The raw materials for the paper, filters, and tobacco shreds of both cigarettes were, one could say, identical. The only difference was in the fermentation process. The Leeway family's fermentation process was superior, making the mint tobacco leaves burn more evenly and thus producing a richer aroma. Expressed numerically, Gold Mint's aroma was about 10% stronger than Cram brand mint cigarettes. Don't underestimate this 10%. In the eyes of veteran smokers, a 5% difference in aroma concentration is enough to distinguish the superiority of 2 cigarettes. Isabel, I'd like to ask, how much profit can this type of rolled cigarette generate annually? Leio put the cigarettes back in the box and asked. Isabel closed the box, twirling it with her fingertips. Net profit is confidential, I can only tell you the gross profit. The average gross profit over the past 5 years has been 1.3 million throne coins per year, with an average annual sale of 200 million sticks. Another approximately 30 million sticks are part of the Cram family's tithe project, which will be unconditionally transferred to the Governor's Tax Affairs Department and submitted by the Governor to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. The primary reason Nest Capital nobles are nobles is that they are responsible for helping the Governor prepare the tithe. Anyone who can assist the Governor with the tithe is qualified to become a noble. Leaving aside the cigarettes used for tax, let's just talk about those sold in the Nest Capital. A gross profit of a full 1.3 million throne coins is truly a huge sum. Leio's heart rate visibly accelerated. Isabel, I'd like to ask, assuming I, by chance, discover a superior yeast. How should I use it to gain wealth? Using yeast to gain wealth, Isabel thought for a moment and replied. There are 2 main ways. One is to package and sell the yeast patent and production technology, obtaining a one-time income. Secondly, you can also start your own company, establish a production line, and produce related products. Leio asked. Why package and sell the yeast patent and production technology? Can't I share the patent for a fee? Unfortunately, Leio, once yeast is given to others for use, its genetic sequence is no longer a secret. Various families can easily replicate it without infringing on your patent. Oh, right, that's true. Leio suddenly remembered how advanced genetic technology was in the Warhammer world. Cloning and modifying genes were as simple as drinking water for the various families. Once the new yeast was made public, those with intentions would only need to collect samples, tamper with genetic sequences that don't affect fermentation, and turn the yeast into another new yeast. The fermentation effects of the 2 yeasts would be consistent, but the genetic sequence similarity would not be 100%, thus allowing them to be considered two different patents. This method of competition was quite common in the world before transmigration, and naturally, it was also prevalent in the Warhammer world. Therefore, packaging and selling the patent, or starting his own company and keeping the samples firmly in hand, were Leon's only two options. Leo was more inclined towards the second option. Isabel, how does your Cram family plan to counterattack the Leeway family? Surely, you're not thinking of taking their yeast samples. Shush! Isabel put a finger to her full lips and chuckled. No matter how dirty we nobles are behind the scenes, we always maintain a clean front. The first rule of interacting with nobles is to see through things but not expose them. Once you say the wrong thing, you'll gain an enemy. My apologies, I spoke out of turn. Thank you for the advice. Leo admired Isabel's shrewdness, feeling that he, as shut and dedicated to research, was still too naive. Chatting along the way, the two arrived at the Golden Rose Bank. Leo followed Isabel into the bank's VIP room, opened a private account, and received the cash transfer from the Cram family. A moment later, the two returned the way they came, and Isabel saw Leo back to his residence. As soon as Leo entered the door, he rushed to his study, buying every research equipment, laboratory equipment, yeast, tobacco leaves, and other items available on the market. What was coming was a crazy, hysterical, intoxicated fungi ability simulation. In the upper nest home, inside the basement, Brandy converted the storeroom into a laboratory, set up experimental facilities, and then transported and neatly arranged the yeast and tobacco leaves. She then closed the door, leaving Leo alone to sit quietly in the laboratory. The table in front of Leo was filled with bottles and jars, containing all the yeast openly sold in the upper nest. After observation, Leo confirmed that the yeast did not have fungi ability. It didn't matter if it didn't, the fungi ability of the fungi was already enough. He opened the system interface and touched the equipment around him one by one. A large amount of system text rapidly refreshed before his eyes. You discovered a constant temperature incubator, constant temperature shaker, high pressure steam sterilizer, dry heat sterilizer, automated ultra clean workbench, automated inoculation box, holographic microscope, automatic homogenizer, liquid nitrogen freezer, spectrophotometer, centrifuge, pH meter, automated chromatograph, automated laser mutagen. Absorbing these devices will permanently upgrade the analysis fungus and fungi ability simulation functions. Do you wish to absorb? Money makes me stronger. Leo waved his hand grandly. Absorb, 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 absorb. Absorb all of them. There was no need to worry about Brandy discovering the missing equipment, it wouldn't matter if she knew. Servo-automata were trusted by the Imperium of Man precisely because they were reliable enough. As long as Brandy didn't come into contact with Chaos Code, she would never betray him. Even if she discovered the equipment was gone, she would pretend not to know and certainly wouldn't leak the secret. Whoosh. All the equipment vanished into thin air, and a waterfall of system text poured down, bringing about a significant update and iteration of the system functions. The changes brought about by this operation could be described as qualitative. First, Leo unlocked the automatic simulation function. Tedious and mechanized operations such as removing bacterial contamination, cultivating mushrooms, and laser mutation experiments could all be handed over to the system to run automatically in the background, without him having to specifically allocate time to meticulously perform the simulations. Taking water mine fungus as an example. Leo now only needed to give the system a remove bacterial contamination command, and the system would automatically follow standardized experimental procedures, attempting to separate and purify strains not contaminated by bacteria. Only when the system entered a dead loop and was completely unable to remove a certain bacterium would Leo need to intervene. Similarly, the laser mutation experiment was the same. Fungi mutations had only three directions: beneficial mutation direction, neutral mutation direction, and harmful mutation direction. Beneficial meant removing the harm of the fungus and amplifying its beneficial aspects. Neutral referred to increasing yield and disease resistance. The harmful mutation direction was the opposite of beneficial, referring to amplifying the harm. Didn't fluorescent spores possess strong toxicity? Leo made a small move, manually setting it to perform a beneficial mutation direction, and the system could then automatically execute the simulation operation. In less than 10 minutes, the fluorescent spores underwent a benign mutation under the action of the laser mutagen, becoming a non-toxic fungus while retaining its characteristic of glowing during metabolism. Thus, Leo acquired a brand new fungi ability. Light technique. This fungi ability was not useless, it could produce unexpected effects. After activating light technique, it only consumed 1 kilogram of fluorescent spores per minute to sustain the light. The basic illumination range was approximately 10 meters, and the illumination intensity was 500 lux, roughly equivalent to a 50W LED light. The closer to the light source of light technique, the higher the illumination intensity, the farther away, the lower the illumination intensity. Increasing the consumption per minute could simultaneously increase both the illumination range and intensity. After Leo unlocked light technique, he wanted to see how bright this thing could actually be. So, he made a huge blunder, consuming 1 ton of fluorescent spores at once, releasing a strong light that was enough to blind a titanium alloy dog's eyes. In that instant, he seemed to see a sun rise in the room, flashing a strong light at his eyes from close range. He immediately terminated light technique, collapsing onto the sofa, and it took him a full 10 minutes to recover. Leo excitedly waved his fist, flipped over, and continued to delve into the system's changes. Automated simulation freeing up his hands was an obvious change. Additionally, after the holographic microscope was absorbed by the system, a virtual holographic image appeared in Leonio's field of vision. Through this image, he could directly observe the cellular structure of fungi. When used with a spectrophotometer, centrifuge, pH meter, and automated chromatograph, the holographic image would display dynamic monitoring data. The data that could be monitored included but was not limited to the growth density and cell concentration of yeast, quantitative analysis results of proteins and nucleic acids, the number of separated and purified fungal cells, and the content of specific components in metabolic products, etc. In short, it was like upgrading from a shotgun to a super cannon. Leonio began to ponder his research path and subsequent sales plan. The first thing to do was to solidify his industrial foundation. Leonio chose to start with the tobacco industry. There were two main reasons. First, the tobacco industry was aligned with his expertise. Second, tobacco had a high net profit margin. In due course, by using tobacco to help the governor complete a portion of the taxes, he would definitely leap into the noble class. So, how to make the tobacco industry bigger and stronger? The upper nest had many forces, complex interpersonal relationships, and a largely saturated market, a typical red ocean. In contrast, the lower nest could be described as a blue ocean. Regular tobacco sold at family counters was prohibitively expensive, starting at 20 rations cards per stick. Therefore, handmade rolled cigarettes produced by private workshops were rampant. Not only were they of poor quality, but they also carried a certain degree of toxicity. Over 90% of the lower nest tobacco market was occupied by private workshops, with only 10% belonging to family enterprises. Leonio's idea was very simple. Control the entire lower nest market with cheap and healthy tobacco, create market entry barriers with production and research costs, squeeze out family enterprises, become the sole supplier for all private workshops, and thereby secure ample cash flow to guarantee his subsequent research and production. Didn't the Cram family's premium rolled cigarettes cost 20 rations cards per stick? Okay, everyone, Lee's rolled cigarettes are giving out benefits. Rolled cigarettes of the same quality are only 5 rations cards in our live stream. The strategy is to be people-friendly, target the sinking market, and aim for economies of scale. As for branding, class, and prestige, it's not too late to plan for those after the entire lower nest market has been fully captured. Chapter 68 Schrodinger's Fungus. Let me think. Lower nest residents prefer strong cigarettes that are easy to store and can be dried out and used again if they get wet. Leonio slowly nodded in thought, an idea forming in his mind. Sun-dried cigarettes were undoubtedly the first choice for lower nest residents. As the name suggests, the tobacco leaves are harvested and then naturally sun-dried to reduce their moisture content to a certain level before being fermented and shredded. This is the general production process for sun-dried cigarettes, which, compared to flue-cured cigarettes, skips the baking step. The most crucial aspect of sun-dried cigarettes is the selection of raw materials, followed by the yeast used for fermentation. In the upper nest, the cheapest sun-dried cigarettes sold for 3 credit points per stick, while the most expensive could reach 1,000 credit points per stick. The exchange rate between credit points and rations cards was 1:10. Converted, even the cheapest sun-dried cigarettes cost 30 rations cards, which explained why this type of cigarette couldn't find a market in the lower nest. So, how much did sun-dried cigarettes sold by private workshops cost in the lower nest and middle nest? Leonio searched the database and got a rather surprising answer. There were no private workshops producing sun-dried cigarettes in the lower nest and middle nest. This type of cigarette only had production lines in the upper nest. Why is this? It doesn't make sense. Sun-dried cigarettes are so easy to make. Even if middle nest residents don't care for them, private workshops in the lower nest should be interested. Could it be that the supply of raw materials is monopolized? Leonio had some suspicions, his brows slightly furrowed. Monopolizing raw materials was the worst-case scenario. If that were the case, he would have to switch to a different path. Clatter. He typed on the keyboard, and the communication device's interface displayed the search results. Leonio read it carefully, his brows relaxing. The raw materials were not monopolized, it was just that their production had drastically shrunk due to disease, so much so that they were only produced in the upper nest, which had the best medical conditions. The communication device's screen showed a type of tobacco leaf called White Ridge tobacco. Its leaves were thin, shaped like ginkgo leaves, and displayed a faint amber color, with a very distinct white midrib that looked like a white spine, hence the name White Ridge tobacco. The original producing area of White Ridge tobacco was this nest capital. Originally, sun-dried cigarettes made from it were popular throughout the nest capital, but starting 3 years ago, several large-scale epidemics almost destroyed the entire White Ridge tobacco industry. First, the TMV30K type tobacco mosaic virus erupted on a large scale. Not long after it was cured, the fungal purulent type tobacco bacterial wilt appeared and spread rapidly. After barely suppressing the spread of bacterial wilt, a series of diseases such as red star disease, linear nematode disease, anthracnose, and frog eye leaf spot followed. Thus, after repeated blows, the extremely heavy treatment costs crushed the vast majority of manors. Currently, there is only one manor in the entire nest capital that has survived, located in the 2nd district of the upper nest. However, this manor did not become the final winner. It was still fighting against stubborn pathogens, and the healthy tobacco leaves it produced each year were only 10% of what they were 3 years ago. Let me see what kind of pathogen is currently troubling the manor. Leonio moved his finger, clicked on Nest Capital News, and found a picture. The White Ridge tobacco in the picture had changed from amber to deep purple, with clear, light gray circular spots on the leaves, and the originally pure white midrib had turned into twisted black lines like a centipede. Leonio propped his chin, deep in thought. Bacterial diseases cause blurry lesion outlines, but the grey spots in the picture are regular circles with clear outlines. Therefore, the disease affecting the white ridge tobacco is most likely caused by fungi. This is perfectly within my fungi ability. Leonio realized his opportunity had arrived. He found White Fruit Manor, which sold white ridge tobacco, on the product purchase interface and called the manor manager. After some conversation, Leonio successfully obtained a box of diseased white ridge tobacco leaves for free. A short while later, the tobacco leaves were delivered to his doorstep and brought into the basement by Brandy. Brandy stared blankly at the suddenly empty storage room for a long time, a buzzing sound of electricity coming from her head, looking as if she was so shocked her cranial circuits were about to burn out. Calm down, Brandy, calm down, Leonio said with a smile and a wink. I have an ancient technological item that can store research equipment. Keep it a secret for me, okay? Yes, master. I will keep this secret. Brandy clasped her hands in front of her and curtsied. Apologies, master. I was distracted just now due to a malfunction in my logic circuit algorithm. I have already listed your secret as a top-level confidential matter and added it to the logic detection whitelist. I will not have the same malfunction in the future. I will go out now. Please just give your orders if you need anything. Brandy turned and left. Leonio was satisfied with the female servo-automata's reaction. Time to get down to business. Activate appraisal technique on the diseased white ridge tobacco leaves. Appraisal successful. Name, diseased white ridge tobacco leaves. Description: This tobacco leaf can only grow in warm and humid conditions, requiring high soil fertility and light. It is suffering from a fungal disease. It is indeed a fungal disease. Leonio secretly breathed a sigh of relief, pointing at the tobacco leaves in the glass jar and saying in his mind. Activate the fungi simulation function and isolate the pathogenic fungus from the diseased tobacco leaves. Simulation target set. Please set experimental parameters and steps. Leonio mused. First, perform multi-point sampling, clean the surface of the sample with sterile water, prepare 75% alcohol, immerse the sample in it for about 60 seconds, and then clean it again with sterile water. Shred the clean sample and perform preliminary isolation using the diluted plate coating method. Once colonies form on the culture medium, use a holographic microscope with an automated inoculation box to pick out the pathogenic fungus from the colonies for individual cultivation. Experimental parameters and steps set. Automatic simulation enabled. Starting automatic simulation. Automatic simulation failed. Please click here to review the simulation process. Adjust parameters and resimulate. Hey? Simulation failed. Leonio was startled, completely unprepared for the simulation result. It felt as absurd as a graduate student taking an elementary school exam and getting a 0. How could it fail? My experimental steps and simulation parameters were all according to standardized procedures. Leonio frowned and clicked open the simulation process. His gaze swept over the massive amount of system text, and one piece of information repeatedly appeared, immediately catching Leonio's attention. Please note. The sample disappeared during inoculation, and sample inoculation failed. This system message was very strange. From sample collection to sample cultivation, none of these steps had any problems. Only at the inoculation step did an abnormal phenomenon occur. When the system used the holographic microscope to find the pathogenic fungus on the culture medium plate and was about to pick it out with an inoculation needle, the pathogenic fungus disappeared. Yes. It just disappeared. As soon as the inoculation needle touched the surface of the pathogenic fungus, it inexplicably vanished. Such a counterintuitive scene sent shivers down Leonio's spine. Suddenly, he remembered the observer effect in quantum mechanics. The act of observing an experimental object itself can affect the experimental object. This is the explanation of the observer effect. Schrödinger's cat also follows this principle. The situation he was facing now was similar to this. The difference was that the observer effect describes the relationship between observation and experimental object. However, the situation he encountered was that once the pathogenic fungus was inoculated, it would disappear. Applying the naming logic of the observer effect, the phenomenon occurring now could be called the inoculator effect. What is the principle behind this? Could the pathogenic fungus be a quantum organism? That's too far-fetched. Leonio crossed his arms, frowning in thought. He chose manual operation, personally controlling the simulation process, step by step. Soon, the simulation progressed to the inoculation step. Looking at the microorganisms in the holographic image, Leonio chose to directly activate the analysis fungus function on them. Analysis successful. Name, pathogenic fungus of unknown name. Analysis result. Lignange mildew, modified by Nurgle. Its toxicity is only effective on a very small number of plants and is harmless to humans. Plants infected by this substance will show a certain degree of pathological changes, and the disease symptoms are particularly obvious on white ridge tobacco. The growth and reproduction of lignange mildew depend on warp energy. The system simulation space cannot temporarily provide this energy. You can only cultivate this mildew in the outside world. The biggest feature of this substance is its warp superposition state. It can be observed by the material universe but cannot be captured by the material universe. When you try to inoculate and cultivate it, it will immediately return to the warp, preventing you from conducting in-depth research on it. Leonio already knew that lignange organisms could not be cultivated in the simulation space for the time being. When he saw the words warp superposition state, he was petrified on the spot. After a long while, Leio slowly uttered, "Holy crab!" Father Nurgle's love truly was omnipresent. He had even run to the upper nest, yet he could still discover Nurgle's creations. Oh, by the way, did this fungus have fungi ability? Leio composed himself and continued to check the panel. As a few lines of text came into view, his pupils suddenly contracted. Fungi ability, teleport. Ability description. You fade out of the material universe and enter the surface layer of the warp. In the material universe, you are in an invisible state and a wall-passing state, with no physical collision volume. You can ignore obstacles and are immune to any damage from the material universe. However, you will emit spatial signals from the warp, thus revealing your whereabouts to people and objects with Xin Neng recognition capabilities. Unlock requirement, 100 skill points. Nurgle has corrupted this mildew. Cutting off the mildew's connection with Nurgle can remove the chaos corruption and complete the domestication of the mildew. After successful domestication, the unlock requirement will be reduced to 1 skill point. The domestication process will not alert Nurgle. Do not forcibly unlock and use this fungi ability before domestication is complete. Otherwise, terrible consequences will occur. Ecstasy, bewilderment. Two completely different emotions collided fiercely in Leio's mind, making his expression extremely complex, like an overturned paint bucket. Although teleport had its drawbacks, it was undeniable that its wall-passing and damage immunity capabilities were extremely powerful, definitely a T0 level fungi ability. But how could he cut off the fungus's connection with Nurgle? Chapter 69 Astartes of the Fungal World. Leio transformed into a sculpture, lost in thought in the quiet laboratory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, like a thunderbolt, streaked across his mind. Leio's eyes focused within 0.1 seconds, and he hastily sat back in front of the communicator, quickly clicking the mouse to find the interface for purchasing Ghost Potion. The governor had halted the research and production of Ghost Potion, and all original factory potions were sold out. Currently, only second-hand goods sold by scalpers were circulating on the market. Second-hand goods might be diluted or even counterfeit, and Leio dared not buy them. It was best to buy Ghost Potion from a legitimate pharmaceutical factory. However, after contacting several factories, they all refused cash transactions, citing reasons such as full orders, production line shutdowns, and only accepting pre-orders. Leio had no choice but to shamelessly send Isabel a text message. A reply quickly appeared on the data pad. Leio opened the message and grinned. Isabel indeed had stock, priced at 500 throne coins per bottle. This was the ex-factory price. Isabel had not deliberately raised the price due to the potion being sold out. Leio transferred the money to Isabel and expressed his gratitude. Half an hour later, a servant of the Cram family delivered the potion. Ghost Potion could grant the drinker random etheric nullifiers. When the correct medicinal materials were added, it could grant the drinker a specific etheric nullifiers. For example, by adding cocktail fungus extract to Ghost Potion, the drinker would awaken the etheric nullifiers that enhanced self-healing abilities. This was a common use for Ghost Potion. Leio found another use in the upper nest news. Simply put, it was like this. Purify the Ghost Potion to increase the concentration of the concentrated essence of Ghost Fungus. At this point, the concentration of active ingredients would far exceed normal levels. There were two outcomes to drinking this purified Ghost Potion. In the first outcome, the drinker would be engulfed by a mysterious light and then disappear without a trace. In the second outcome, the drinker's etheric nullifiers would be permanently disabled. As for etheric nullifiers, those who understood. Currently, except for the orcs' etheric nullifiers, which had nothing to do with the warp, the etheric nullifiers of other etheric nullifiers were achieved by drawing energy from the warp. Does permanent etheric nullifiers failure mean that the etheric nullifiers has cut off its connection with the warp? Furthermore, does cutting off the connection with the warp equate to cutting off the connection with the chaos inimical powers? Leio pondered, pouring half the liquid from the potion bottle and beginning to simulate. System, collect the lesions on the White Ridge tobacco as a sample, perform preliminary separation and purification using the diluted plate coating method. After observing the pathogenic fungi in the colony, use the purified Ghost Potion in my hand as the raw material for the nutrient solution, and cultivate the pathogenic fungi. Leio verbally described the experimental procedure. This time, he chose to operate manually. Day 1 to Day 4, you obtain 10 samples through standardized experimental procedures. Each sample contained different types of fungi, bacteria, and viruses. Since you did not perform a separate selection operation for Xin Neng mildew did not disappear. You used the purified Ghost Potion to make a nutrient solution. Day 5, after a night of growth and development, the nutrient solution was completely absorbed. You attempted to pick the mildew with an inoculation needle. You succeeded, the mildew did not disappear. At this point, what do you decide? The connection between the mildew and the warp was severed. Was the mildew's fungi ability still there? Leio looked at the image provided by the holographic microscope and was surprised to find that the image was blank. The system indicated that the mildew was here, but why couldn't he see it? Leio activated analysis fungus with a puzzled look, then let out a long sigh of relief. The mildew hadn't disappeared, it was just invisible. Name, Ghost Fungi. Analysis result. Ancient mildew passed down from the dark technology era, possessing optical stealth effects. Fungi ability, optical stealth. By consuming a certain amount of Ghost Fungi, you enter an optical stealth state. Unlock requirement, 1 skill point. Xin Neng mildew became Ghost Fungi, losing its etheric nullifiers effect and no longer able to enter the warp. Leia paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, beginning to understand the principle. Removing the corruption from Nurgle on Ling Neng mildew while retaining Ling Neng mildew's connection to the warp could yield a pure Ling Neng mildew. The fungi ability corresponding to this mildew was teleport, and the unlock requirement was 1 skill point. He completely severed the mildew's connection to both the warp and Nurgle, causing the mildew to lose its etheric nullifiers and transform into the ancient mildew ghost fungi. Ling Neng mildew was a modification of ghost fungi by Nurgle. This analysis should be correct. In a short time, it was difficult to cut off only Ling Neng mildew's connection to Nurgle. Just like taking a test, if you encounter a question you don't know, skip it first, and come back to the difficult ones after finishing the easy ones. Leia decisively gave up on the domestication of Ling Neng mildew and returned to treating White Ridge tobacco. Spraying the ghost potion, which restrained Ling Neng mildew, onto the tobacco leaves could achieve a therapeutic effect. But only a big fool would do that. How much was White Ridge tobacco worth? It certainly wasn't worth ghost potion. So, a different approach was needed. Biocontrol was a way out. The growth and development of Ling Neng mildew must require nutrient absorption. If he could find a fungus that could steal nutrients, leaving Ling Neng mildew nothing to eat, then Ling Neng mildew could be starved to death. Leia instructed the system to begin simulating and monitoring the metabolic process of Ling Neng mildew. A moment later, the simulation results came out, which perfectly matched the characteristics of a chaos inimical powers creation. Ling Neng mildew could actually grow without eating or drinking. Undoubtedly, its nutrients were warp energy, not carbon, nitrogen, minerals, and water from the material universe. Warp energy was countless, and the biocontrol route was thus blocked. Leia did not get discouraged and chose the third path. Ling Neng mildew was also a mildew. As long as it was mildew, it could definitely be killed with antibiotics. Such antibiotics were generally produced by mildew. Mildew was also a fungus, and it could still be obtained through system simulation. With a clear plan, Leia began to act. Time flew by. It was suddenly 1 o'clock in the morning. Leia was half reclined in his chair, with rapidly refreshing system text before his eyes. Long periods of high-intensity simulation were exhausting, and Leia couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment. Day 91,689. NYSS 30985 mildew underwent its 11,832nd mutation under the action of the laser mutagen. The system performed automated separation, purification, and cultivation of the mutated product. You obtained NYSS 30985, 11,832 mildew. Upon inspection, the fermentation broth extract of this mildew can inhibit and kill Ling Neng mildew. Simulation successful. Leia was exhausted and yawned, showing no reaction to the words simulation successful marked by the system. A few seconds later, he jolted upright, his eyes wide, and excitedly jumped out of his chair. The Warhammer world was truly incredible. There was actually an antibiotic that could kill Ling Neng mildew. Indeed, when the path of materialism was taken to its extreme, it could still pose a threat to the warp. This simulation ran for 90,000 days in the simulation space. If it were before I transmigrated, my great-grandson would probably be the one to discover the existence of this mildew. What kind of mildew is this? It's practically the space marine of the fungal kingdom. Leia manually changed the mildew's name to MK1 type mildew, instructed the system to focus on cultivating this mildew, and confirmed the simulation settlement. With a thought, some white powder appeared in the glass jar in his hand. This was the colony of MK1 type mildew. Activating analysis fungus, the system interface popped up. The analysis results confirmed that this mildew was not a product of chaos corruption, and the antibiotic made from its fermentation extract indeed had the effect of killing Ling Neng mildew. The killed Ling Neng mildew would only leave behind water and carbon dioxide, with no other byproducts. The only regret was that, like yeast, the mildew had no fungi ability. But it didn't matter, this was a minor issue. Leia curved his lips into a smile and nodded. When he could afford gene scanning equipment in the future, he definitely wanted to see what the gene fragments of MK1 type mildew looked like. Perhaps they were engraved with the golden big guy's butt. After working through the night to produce a large batch of antibiotics, Leia went to bed feeling satisfied. Tomorrow, he would register a company and negotiate cooperation with White Fruit Manor in the company's name. Chapter 70 How to Become Younger. Inside an alley in the lower nest, 8th district, adjacent to the scrapyard zone. Leia and the two rats stared at each other. Yesterday, the rats settlement welcomed people from the Shishui gang. They brought a lot of food and drinks, saying they were there to apologize to the rat elder. Following the principle of reciprocity, the rat elder arranged a banquet. After the banquet, the Shishui gang's one-eyed boss found the elder, saying he wanted to pledge allegiance to an important figure with influence in the 8th district, and asked the rats for help in making the connection. The rat elder immediately refused. Please, we are just a bunch of farming rats, relying on our ugly cute appearance and diligent honesty to survive until now. How would we know any important figures? The one-eyed boss didn't force them, only saying that he had received news that a cleanup operation targeting the scrapyard zone would begin soon, and then their group of crawlers in the scrapyard zone wouldn't have good days. The rat elder was shocked internally, but remained calm on the surface. After seeing the one-eyed boss off, the elder immediately sent people to inquire about the news, confirming whether a cleanup operation truly existed. If the news was true, the rats planned to go to the shelter for refuge. That shelter was not suitable for human survival. Humans like Leia, who made a living in the rats settlement, could only fend for themselves in the scrapyard zone. Leia came to the edge of the 8th district today both to inquire about the cleanup operation and to find a way out for herself. As a mutant, she would most likely become a target for cleanup. Either she would be forced into the Planetary Defense Force's subhuman army, or she would be forced to flee into the bottom nest, becoming an even more deformed mutant creature. Before coming here and contacting Leia, Leia had contacted over a dozen other lower nest people with whom she had regular trading partners. From their tone, Leia confirmed that a cleanup operation was about to begin. When Leia asked if they could provide her with shelter, the lower nest people unanimously disconnected their communications and blacklisted her communication code. Now, Leia's only hope was Leia. She held the datapad, her fingertip hovering over the button to send a communication request. After struggling for a few minutes, she finally chose to release her finger, not sending the communication request. Leia raised her shoulders, then let them drop powerlessly, sighing with frustration. Leia finally got through the cultist ordeal, and his work is back on track. Although he seems to have a deep connection with a certain family, to shelter me, a mutant, he might lose his valuable job. So, let's forget it. I won't cause Leia any more trouble. Xiao Zhuang shook his head gloomily. All right, then let's go back. At worst, I'll dig a hole for you and store lots and lots of food and water. You can come out after the storm passes. Xiao Zhuang made to leave, but De Zhuang held him back. Wait, don't be in a hurry to leave, De Zhuang said in a deep voice, pinching his whiskers with his fingernail. Leia, other trading partners look at you with obvious disgust and contempt, and a little fear. They look down on mutants, worried about being infected by you, but are forced to trade with you because of the lure of profit. De Zhuang paused. But Leia is different. I haven't seen any negative emotions towards you in his eyes, not at all. I think the relationship between you and him is more like mutually helpful friends, not just trading partners. You should try calling him. Even if he doesn't shelter you, he will definitely give you useful advice. Xiao Zhuang nodded, seemingly understanding. That sounds a bit reasonable. Brother, how did your brain grow? I couldn't say something like that. Leia, just listen to my brother, call Leia, maybe he can protect you. Then I'll try. Leia pursed her lips slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, opened the communication interface, and bravely pressed the communication button. Beep. The communication connected, and an unfamiliar face appeared on the communication screen. The person and two rats were stunned. Xiao Zhuang asked. Are you Leia? Why did you change your face again? Leia had a mask that could change his appearance, the rats and Leia knew this. The figure on the communication screen said in an electronic synthetic voice. Hello, I am Mr. Leia's servo-automata, Brandy. My master is currently engaged in important matters and cannot be disturbed. Your communication content will be relayed to my master by me. May I ask what you need? What is a servo-automata? I don't know. The two rats looked at each other, full of confusion. Leia, however, knew what a servo-automata was. It was said to be a semi-mechanized servant that only wealthy people in the upper nest could afford. But wasn't Leia a lower nest person? Sorry, I think I dialed the wrong number. Leia was flustered and prepared to end the communication. Brandy said. You have not dialed the wrong number, Miss Leia. This is indeed Mr. Leia's communication channel. He has purchased encryption services for this channel. You can confidently state your latest findings in the scrapyard zone. If you have documents to submit, I will receive them on his behalf. Wow, encrypted communication, sounds very impressive. Xiao Zhuang let out a strange cry, then was muffled by De Zhuang. Quiet, let Leia communicate with Brandy, maybe she can really be saved this time. Although they didn't know what a servo-automata was, servo-automata were never cheap. Moreover, Brandy on the communication screen was so exquisite. This wasn't just a servo-automata, it was practically a lifelike android. In terms of appearance alone, Brandy's clean and tidy image was enough to surpass all servo-automata De Zhuang had ever seen. The fact that Leia could afford such a servo-automata indicated that his true identity was absolutely not simple. What the three of them had seen was most likely just one aspect of him, not the whole. De Zhuang gave Leia an encouraging look. Leia's heart rate accelerated, and her breathing became unstable. She tried to steady herself, keeping her tone as calm as possible, and recounted the Shishui gang's visit to the rat settlement. When she mentioned seeking shelter, her heart pounded uncontrollably, and her voice even had a slight tremor. Brandy's electronic synthetic voice, however, remained as calm as ever. Your intelligence and request have been recorded. I will faithfully relay them to my master. Is there anything else? No. No. Thank you. This communication has ended. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. Goodbye. The communication screen disappeared. Leia raised her hand, gently stroking the silver gray scale patterns on her forehead, and whispered. Leia can even afford a servo-automata now, will he still help a mutant like me? The alley was silent. At the same time Leia communicated with Brandy, Leia had just arrived at White Fruit Manor. He had made thorough preparations for the upcoming negotiation. First, he found a professional agent to register a company and obtain patent certificates as quickly as possible, then he bought an outfit, packaging himself as the company's negotiation representative, and finally, he enabled the Do Not Disturb function on his data pad to prevent incoming calls from interrupting his meeting with the manor manager. But when he actually arrived at the manor gate, something unexpected happened. Someone had arrived there first and was about to enter the gate with the manor manager. This group primarily consisted of Empire Justice Department arbitrators equipped with heavy bolt guns, and their vehicle was a black armored car. The legal department judge wore black combat uniform and a trench coat, with the legal department scales emblem prominent on the curved surface of his shoulder pad. He was the captain of this arbitrator team, with a light grey slicked back hairstyle and a single glowing monocle on his right eye. To his side and slightly behind him, an enforcer served as the team's vice-captain, his police-like uniform exuding an imposing aura. The remaining members were watchmen, all equipped with riot shields and heavy bolt guns. And that wasn't all. They were only the passengers in the first armored car. The people who emerged from the second armored car almost scared everyone, including Leia and the manor manager, senseless. First was a psyker expert from the Black Ship Alliance, with the star language court symbol on his chest plate and a force staff in his right hand. The second person to step out of the car was a silent sister in classical style armor. Sharp and indifferent eyes shot out from the observation slit of her helmet, like a biting cold wind sweeping over everyone. As soon as the silent sister appeared, the atmosphere on site became incredibly chilling. Leia felt a chill in his heart, suddenly having the illusion that he would be put into the car and sent to a black prison. Thud. The manager's legs went weak, and he actually knelt on the ground in fright, his body trembling uncontrollably. GG great sirs. We are just honest and law-abiding workers. We absolutely haven't hidden any illegal etheric nullifiers. The manor employees inside the gate, seeing this scene, also knelt down in a hurry, burying their heads on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Clap, clap, clap. The judge lightly clapped his hands, his heavy gloves making crisp sounds. Everyone stand up. We heard that Xin Neng Zhu appeared here, and we happened to be passing by today, so we came to take a casual look. A casual look, indeed. You don't know that the simultaneous appearance of the Empire Justice Department and the Black Ship Alliance can scare people to death. Leia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't here for him. The manager and employees stood up, bowing and stooping, respectfully welcoming the Empire Justice Department team and the silent sister. Glancing at the roadside, the manager noticed Leia under the shade of a tree. You must be Mr. Leia. I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid we can't receive you today. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to reschedule our meeting for tomorrow. The manager walked forward to negotiate with Leia. Behind the manager, the silent sister was about to enter the gate. The sister glanced at Leia and made a few gestures to the psyker expert who served as interpreter. The psyker expert said to the judge. The lady says that visiting the manor is not an official operation, and we should try not to disturb others' normal work. The judge nodded and whistled at the manor manager. Let your guest come in with us. We'll just take a quick look at the Xin Neng Zhu and leave, we won't delay you too much. Yes, thank you for your understanding, I am extremely grateful, your arrival is truly the honor of our lives. The manager bowed repeatedly in thanks, inviting Leia to enter the manor together. Leia followed behind the silent sister, suddenly looking much younger, like an obedient grandson. The silent sister could make people around her feel uncomfortable, even cutting off etheric nullifier's connection to the warp. The members of the arbitrator team were already accustomed to the silent sister's presence. The manor employees, however, were forced by their physical discomfort to stay away from the silent sister, actively clearing a path for her. The manager was also like this, he could only lead the way from 5 meters away. Leia dared not provoke the silent sister. He trailed far behind the group, acting as an invisible presence 20 meters away from the silent sister. P.S. The author really didn't expect so many readers to want to see the greenskin plot. If I had known so many people wanted to see it, I would have written it at the beginning. Chapter 71 Beautiful Warhammer. Not far from the entrance was a field of white ridge tobacco, and further beyond were fields abandoned due to disease. A silent sister approached the infected tobacco leaves, and the purple, black, and grey discoloration on the leaves vanished instantly. The manor manager was dumbfounded, followed by a surge of ecstasy, believing his manor was saved. But as the silent sister moved away from the tobacco leaves, the symptoms of the disease reappeared on them. The manager's expression fell, and he became dispirited. The psyker expert picked up a tobacco leaf and observed it carefully for a moment. Low Gothic, broadcast through a sonic array device, came from beneath his helmet. This Xin Neng mildew only infects plants, it does not infect humans or poultry. Manager, accept your losses. Burn all these tobacco leaves as soon as possible. The Inquisitor nudged the disheartened manager with his elbow. Hey, did you hear what the psyker expert said? He told you to burn all the diseased tobacco leaves. Next time I pass by here, if there are still these disgusting leaves in the manor, you'll be in for it. Yes, sir, I understand. The manager looked at the psyker expert with hopeful eyes. Is there really no solution at all? Tisk, you're really stubborn. The Inquisitor clicked his tongue impatiently, his eyebrows raised. The psyker expert raised his hand and waved it, calming the Inquisitor. There is a solution, but the cost is beyond your imagination. The Mechanicus's biosages might have a way to deal with this mildew, provided you have enough capital to ask for their help. All right, all right. The manager became even more disheartened. For the next half hour, the Inquisitor thoroughly inquired about the entire process of this outbreak. About a month ago, someone came to the manor to promote fertilizer and gave the manager a sample bag. Operating on the principle that it's foolish not to take a good deal, the manager tried the new fertilizer in the manor's laboratory. Who would have thought that overnight, all the tobacco leaves in the entire manor would be infected with mildew? This damned mildew wouldn't kill the tobacco leaves, it would just parasitize them like a parasite, making the manager conflicted about whether to burn them or not. After hearing the manager's description, the Inquisitor patted his shoulder. All right, don't be so dejected. I'll tell you some good news, the ones who promoted the fertilizer to you were a group of illegal etheric nullifiers. We are here this time to apprehend them. After they are brought to justice, you can ask them for compensation. The manager silently nodded his head up and down, not holding out much hope for compensation. As for retaliating against illegal etheric nullifiers, sigh, forget it. It would be good enough not to be killed by them. The people from the legal department and the Black Ship Alliance drove away, and the oppressive atmosphere hanging over the manor receded somewhat, yet sadness still lingered. The manor was already severely in the red, purely relying on loans to get by. Now, all the tobacco leaves had to be burned. Despair and pessimism filled everyone's hearts, and the scene fell silent for a moment. Ahem. Leio lightly coughed, taking out a metal business card from his jacket pocket. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I am the negotiation representative for Umbrella Biotech. You can call me Leio. The manager forced himself to cheer up, took the business card, and gave a bitter smile. Hello, Leio. As you can see, the manor is about to go bankrupt, and we don't have money to buy your company's products. Oh, okay. Leio took out a second metal business card. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am the negotiation representative for Umbrella Asset Valuation Company. Public market information shows that White Fruit Manor's debt-to-asset ratio has reached 130%, and the probability of bankruptcy this financial month is 100%. The net asset value is approximately negative 9 million credit points. Am I correct? A touch of anger appeared in the manager's despairing expression. No one would look pleased when their wounds were exposed and stepped on. Yes, you're right. The manor is practically bankrupt already, you don't need to remind me. Once that damned bank forecloses on my manor, I'll be a homeless dog, spending the rest of my life repaying debts. What do you want, Umbrella's negotiation representative? By the last few sentences, the manager was close to shouting. Leio remained calm, taking out a third metal business card from his pocket. Allow me to introduce myself a third time. I am the negotiation representative for Umbrella Non-Performing Asset Disposal Company. We are willing to acquire your manor and all its facilities and inventory for 50 million credit points. 5 million? You want to buy my manor for 5 million? 5 million isn't even enough to pay off my debts. No, that's not right. The manager suddenly froze, clenching his fists in front of his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. How much did you just say? 50 million credit points, not 5 million. Cash, full payment, on-site transaction. The manager's eyes lost focus. The surrounding employees gasped, their shock far outweighing their pleasant surprise. Is this guy crazy? 50 million for our manor. Why doesn't he go buy those that are operating normally? Could he be a swindler? Leio looked around, meeting everyone's gaze as he said. 50 million, full cash payment. I mean what I say. However, I have a few conditions. Leio gazed at the manager, who was frowning deeply. The first condition is that I want all shares of White Fruit Manor. The second condition is that all of you must start working immediately after my acquisition is complete. The third condition is that the manor's asset value is worth at most 30 million credit points, but your White Fruit family's industry experience and connections make me willing to pay an additional 20 million. I hope you will do your utmost to meet my production and sales requirements. The manager looked down at the 3 business cards in his hand and said in a deep voice. I request proof of funds. Leio took out a data pad and opened the Umbrella Group's capital account. Cash, 80,000 throne coins exactly. Converted into credit points, that was 80 million. The manager's chest heaved violently. I need to discuss this with my family. The manor's shares are dispersed among various members of the White Fruit family. I personally only own 33.3%. No problem, please give me your reply as soon as possible. The manager hurried away, leaving the employees looking at each other. Leio took the opportunity to bend down and pick up the soil and stones that the silent sister had stepped on, putting them into his inner pocket. The employees watched, not understanding, but didn't ask further. After a while, the manager returned, accompanied by a white-haired old man who bore some resemblance to the manager. Mr. Leio, may I ask, what does the Umbrella Group intend to plant in the manor? The old man's voice was hoarse, relying on a vocalizer in his throat to communicate. We are going to plant White Ridge tobacco. The old man was taken aback by this answer, hesitating as he replied. But the White Ridge tobacco has suffered from disease. Yes, we know. Our Umbrella Biotech owns over 3,000 patents in the biological field, and one of them happens to be able to solve the White Ridge tobacco's disease problem. Over 3,000 patents in the biological field. This was not Leio boasting. Yesterday, when he used the system's automatic simulation, he not only discovered mildew that could combat Ling Neng mildew but also harvested countless new fungi. Leio invested heavily to register all these fungi, acquiring a large number of patents, which greatly enriched Umbrella Biotech's patent library. The old man excitedly asked. Then can you share the patent with us for a fee? Leio flatly refused. No, we have no intention of sharing patents, we only want to acquire your manor. A nearby employee muttered softly. Could it be that you, Umbrella, are the ones poisoning us? This remark stirred up 1,000 waves. That's possible. The illegal etheric nullifiers that the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement wants to apprehend might be this person. First, they use disease to break us, then they buy us out at a low price. That's truly wicked. Indeed, conspiracy theories had a market no matter what world it was. The manager and the old man's eyes flickered as they looked at Leia, clearly believing some of these conspiracy theories. Leia clapped his hands, motioning for everyone to be quiet, and said calmly. Don't forget I came in with the Silent Sister and the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's Inquisitor. If I had any issues, they would never let me go. The scene became quiet. Those who had been muttering about Leia recalled the awe and fear they felt when facing the Silent Sister, and couldn't help but shiver, their belief in the conspiracy theories wavering slightly. Leia continued. If our company were truly the instigator or accomplice in harming your manor, then you would have hit the jackpot. Not only would you get our money, but you could also legally occupy the manor as compensation. Am I right? The manager and the old man fell into deep thought. The employees murmured, some updating their version of the conspiracy theory, continuing to grumble about Umbrella, but others agreed with Leia's explanation. Leia was not anxious, nor was he angry, he simply stood there, calm as water. After a long while, the old man asked in a consulting tone. May I ask if the share requirements can be slightly relaxed? When I founded this manor, I just wanted my descendants to have something to rely on. Now I no longer hope for the manor to regain its former glory. I just hope that after I'm gone, my descendants can live a little easier. And the surrounding employees, they and their parents are also old employees here, witnessing the rise and fall of this manor. The manager's eyes reddened, and the employees were silent. Leia had anticipated this and opened a document on his datapad, handing it to the old man for review. The old man read it carefully, his face showing surprise. Are you sure? Such generous terms are truly beyond my imagination. I'm sure. I will hold 71% of the shares, the White Fruit family 20%, and the employees collectively 9%. What is employee stock ownership? A young worker asked. Leia looked at him, then scanned the other bewildered employees, and simply explained. Any worker of the manor can own shares in the manor, and dividends will be distributed each financial month according to the amount of shares held. The more the manor earns, the more dividends you will receive. Joy spread across the employees' faces, and their gazes at the old man and manager became fervent, as if they couldn't wait to rush up and sign the contract for them. We'll discuss it again, we can give you a reply in half an hour at most. Please come with us to the main building to rest for a while. The old man returned the data pad to Leia, turning to invite Leia to follow him, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Leia was not in a hurry, settling the transfer today or tomorrow would be fine. He walked along the field path towards the main building, with fields full of white ridge tobacco on both sides. Many agricultural facilities had ceased operation due to the disease, standing in the fields like sculptures. In its peak era, White Fruit Manor supplied over 80% of the raw materials for sun-cured cigarettes in the entire Nest capital, with its net asset value reaching a maximum of 520 million credit points or 520,000 throne coins. If not for several consecutive years of disease, it would never have fallen so low. Half an hour later, evening arrived. The artificially created sunset cast a golden glow over the manor. A servant in the main building led Leia to the banquet hall. Here, Leia met all the core members of the White Fruit family. They were, in order, the elderly patriarch, the patriarch's son, the manor manager, the patriarch's daughter-in-law and 3 grandsons, and next to the daughter-in-law were the patriarch's daughter, son-in-law, 2 granddaughters, and 2 grandsons. The manager came up to Leia and extended his right hand, a brilliant, relieved smile on his face. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Pamir Whitefruit, the manager of the manor. Please enjoy dinner here first. Later this evening, we will discuss the details of the equity transfer plan in the study. Leia curled his lips and shook Pamir's hand firmly. I'm glad you made the right decision. Yes, I also think this is the right decision. I need to go to the bank as soon as possible to release the pledge, otherwise those damned vampires will drain our assets dry. Pamir grumbled about the bank and then introduced the other members to Leia. Everyone sat around the rectangular dining table. The silver candelabras on the table had been lit, and servants quietly handed out cutlery and appetizers. The lingering glow of the sunset streamed through the half-open stained glass windows into the room, casting golden columns of light. Children laughed and played in the light, bringing their favorite candies to Leia, who had saved the White Fruit family. Leia looked at the harmonious scene before him, his heart stirred. Before crossing over, no matter how hard he studied or worked, it was unlikely he would ever live in a detached house or own a vast manor. But now, he had done it. Dad, Mom, do you see? I'm living very well in the warmer world, and in the future, I will also flourish like the White Fruit family. Don't worry, I will live well. Oh, Uncle, why are you crying? A little girl poked Leia's arm with her soft fingertip. Leia smiled gently. The sunset is a bit dazzling, it's normal to shed tears. Chapter 72 Water Problems. Sir, you're back. Upper Nest, 1st District, home. Leia took off his coat at the door, handed it to Brandy, unbuttoned his collar and cuffs, and walked towards the washroom. Brandy followed behind him, holding his coat, and quietly reminded him. Sir, your 2 databanks are still in Do Not Disturb mode. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Leia turned back, smiled at Brandy, took out his databank, and began operating it, casually asking. Did anyone look for me today? Yes. Leia provided you with the latest intelligence on the scrapyard zone and made a request. A communication account with the nickname Tall Enzo sent you a voice message. Okay, I see it. Leia's fingertips swiped twice on the databank, playing Leia's recorded message. Upon hearing that Leia sought his protection, Leo's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he was repulsed by it, but rather that he simply found it difficult to handle. The connection with Leia was something he had established with great difficulty, spending a lot of time and effort, so it would be better to maintain it if possible. But how could he help a mutant avoid being affected by the cleanup operation? This question made Leo somewhat troubled. He couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he simply sent a message to Leia's communication code, promising to help but needing some time. He needed to find an opportunity to collect samples of Leia's mutation, test them using various methods, and see what specifically caused the mutation. If it could be resolved through surgery, that would be even better. He switched to the second communication record. Talenzo invited Leo to a cruise ship dinner tomorrow evening, located at Bowman Bay in the 1st District. The cruise ship would depart tomorrow evening and return to port before midnight. The dinner guests were mostly celebrities and descendants of nobles from the upper nest, making it a good opportunity to expand his network and broaden Leo's horizons. After estimating his schedule for tomorrow, Leo accepted Talenzo's invitation, promising to be on time. After dealing with his private communications, Leo entered the laboratory, took out the stones he had picked up from the manor, and extracted the fungi on them for analysis and simulation. Microorganisms are fragile. But because they are fragile, they are also easily changed. The Silent Sister's characteristics would exert an influence on her surroundings, which was equivalent to projecting a kind of radiation or energy field outwards. Any change in environmental parameters could potentially cause fungal changes. For example, causing the fungi to mutate a characteristic that could resist the Silent Sister. After testing the fungi on the stone, Leo laughed self-deprecatingly. Mutate what? Stop dreaming. There were no special fungi on the stone that the Silent Sister had stepped on. He had overthought it, he might as well just go to bed. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning, Leo and Pamir Whitefruit, the manager of Whitefruit Manor, met at the entrance of the Oshigan Bank in the 2nd District. The two met the financial director responsible for handling the manor's debts and equity transactions, a highly mechanized special servo-automata, formerly known as a financial actuary. This kind of servo-automata had absolutely nothing to do with the word good-looking. Its main body was a brain placed in a transparent cylinder, with light blue liquid flowing inside the cylinder. Various components and mechanical prosthetics were connected to the brain through complex pipelines, and around it, a group of servo-skulls hovered and buzzed. Neural cables extended from the actuary's spine to the loudspeaker on the table, and a dry, electronic synthetic voice came from the speaker, guiding Leo and the other person step by step through the transaction and debt liquidation. After 3 hours of signing, Leo finally acquired 71% of Whitefruit Manor's shares. After completing this matter, Leo and Pamir signed a series of agreements concerning manor management, equity protection, dividend distribution, and performance appraisal. Yes, performance appraisal. Leo introduced the KPI appraisal system, which even ghosts would find troublesome, to the Warhammer world. It was time to put the upper nest people through some intensity as well. The dividends for each financial month were not so easy to get. At noon, the two had lunch together and discussed the manor's affairs. Many detailed matters could be left to Pamir to handle, but Leo's focus was solely on one thing. That was how low the cost of planting White Ridge tobacco could be. Boss, the main cost of planting White Ridge tobacco is the expense of purchasing irrigation water. Pamir took out his databank, opened the past financial statements, and enlarged the image of the cost item. He now knew that Leo was both the Umbrella Group's negotiator and the group's sole controller, so he simply addressed Leo as boss. Look here. The irrigation water used for watering needs to be purchased from the Water Guild. Since the establishment of the manor, water costs have always accounted for more than 70% of the total cost. To reduce the price of White Ridge tobacco, we must find a cheaper channel for buying water. A cheaper channel for buying water? Leo narrowed his eyes, remembering his mushroom farm system. Moving the water out of the system would at most consume the raw materials for cultivating water orb fungus. Its cost could be said to be ridiculously low. If he used the water from the system to irrigate White Ridge tobacco on a large scale. This matter needed careful consideration. Such a large volume of water usage would be difficult to avoid the Water Guild's attention. He would have to find a way to launder the system's water first. Leo had a general idea in his mind. He took a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "Our White Ridge tobacco will be sold to the lower nest, so we can relax the quality control a bit. Assuming the ex-factory price of White Ridge tobacco is 50 rations cards per box, how many private workshops in the lower nest can you find to buy our tobacco? A standard box of tobacco could package 10 White Ridge tobacco cigarettes, with an average price of 5 rations cards per cigarette." Pamir quickly did some mental calculations and came to the conclusion Leo had expected. If we sell the tobacco at 50 rations cards per box, almost all lower nest workshops will purchase from us. Pamir spread his hands. But this is impossible to achieve. The cost of water determines that the ex-factory price of White Ridge tobacco will not be lower than 100 rations cards per box, which is 10 rations cards per cigarette. The problem returned to the channel for buying water. Leo tapped the table with his fingertips and thought, silently listing the laundering of the system's water as the highest priority item. I will be responsible for developing a new channel for buying water. As soon as I have results, I will notify you, and then you can quickly modify the waterways to irrigate the White Ridge tobacco with cheap water. Understood, boss. The two discussed some other matters and then departed separately. Leo returned home to change clothes, using prosthetics to transform his appearance into how he looked when performing tasks in the lower nest, and then went out again under Brandy's slightly restrained gaze. Don't be nervous, Brandy, due to work, I need to switch between different faces to see different people. Yes, master. I have listed this as a top secret matter and added it to the logic detection whitelist. I will not be overly surprised by this in the future. I wish you a smooth journey. Leio took a public vehicle and soon arrived at Bowman Bay. The so-called bay was actually an oversized artificial lake. It was both a well-known scenic spot in the 1st District and the largest reservoir in the 1st District. The Water Guild was responsible for operating and managing Bowman Bay, and this cruise banquet was also hosted by the Water Guild. Sometimes, things just happened to be that coincidental. Many water merchants from the Water Guild would be present at the banquet. They would promote their water supply services and equipment, attract customers, and suppress competitors. Leio could take this opportunity to find a way to launder the system's water. Kongwen, we're here. Talenzo's voice came from the cruise ship's deck. Leio looked in the direction of the voice and saw Talenzo, Wick, and a young man with a silver metal chin. The young man leaned against the railing with his back to the sea, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wearing bat-shaped sunglasses, and metal rings on his ears and nostrils. He maintained a lazy posture, turned his face, lifted his glasses, and looked down at Leio below, then let out a disdainful tisk, seemingly contemptuous of Leio. This left Leio a bit confused. He didn't seem to know this metal punk-style man who looked like a playboy, did he? Kongwen, come, let me introduce you. Talenzo leaned next to Leio, smiling as he extended his right hand towards the young man leaning on the railing. This is young Master Kelly of the Cram family. We relied on his status to be allowed to board this cruise ship and attend tonight's banquet. Kelly? Cram family? Oh, I see, isn't this the person who was in charge of managing the production department at the Cram cigarette factory back then? It was said that this person was the youngest son of the Cram family head, highly favored within the family, and often went against Isabel. The reason was nothing more than Kelly's fondness for the cigarette factory and his desire to snatch it from Isabel's hands. This mischievous nature gave Isabel a constant headache, yet she was helpless. Consequently, everyone around Kelly who was of lower status also frequently suffered his disdain. Listen, Kongwen. Kelly put his hands in his pockets, blowing a bubble with chewing gum, and came up to Leio, lowering his voice. I asked Talenzo to call you to the banquet not because I genuinely wanted to invite you. I just want to tell you not to think too much of yourself just because of your special status and have any improper thoughts about my sister, Isabel. I installed a bug in her car, and I know everything you two talked about. Is this Kelly a siskin? He actually dared to put a bug in Isabel's car? Isn't that too bold? Then wouldn't he know that I am the Leio who exposed Robnos? Leio instantly understood Kelly's threatening intent. Is this the method of upper nest nobles? Ruthless, deadly, and despicable, but undeniably effective, immediately seizing the opponent's vital point. Indeed, the peace and tranquility of the upper nest were just a facade, the undercurrents behind the scenes were even more dangerous than the lower nest. Seeing Leio's silence, Kelly thought the other party was scared silly and again let out a disdainful tisk. He blew a chewing gum bubble and nudged Talenzo's chest with his shoulder. Come on, let's have fun. Let Kongwen cool his heels here, we're not taking him. Having said that, Kelly walked straight towards the noisy banquet hall, leaving Talenzo and Wick staring blankly. Wick asked in a deep voice. Kongwen, did you offend Kelly? Talenzo said anxiously. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have let you act alone. Now look what happened. Once a rift appears, it's hard to fix. What did you talk about with Isabel in the car? We just briefly discussed some topics about yeast, don't be nervous, both of you. Leio reassured them. Kelly's voice drifted over. Come on, Talenzo, if you don't come, I'll play by myself. And Wick, didn't you want me to introduce you to a noble lady to marry? I happen to know a few. Leio pointed his chin towards Kelly's retreating back. Go quickly, Talenzo, Wick, I wouldn't dare delay your important life matters. I'll just wander around the ship by myself. No, if you cause trouble again, Wick quickly tried to dissuade him, but Leio interrupted him. It's all right, I won't make the same mistake, trust me. Leio patted both their arms. Go quickly and catch up with Kelly, lest you two offend this young master of the Cram family as well. All right, then we're going. Be careful yourself, don't talk unnecessarily, just listen to others' discussions, that's always correct. Wick and Talenzo gave a few instructions, then turned and ran off, catching up with Kelly, and the three entered the banquet hall together. Leio took out his databank and sent the content of his conversation with Kelly to Isabel. After a short while, Isabel's reply came. Thank you for the message. I will handle it. The exclamation mark at the end expressed the author's shock and indignation. Leio chuckled to himself and put away his databank. A conversation was heard nearby. Hello, I'm Elena, a junior water merchant from the Water Guild. Do you have time to learn about our water body replacement service? P.S. The Financial Actuary Servo Automata was written by the author based on the judicial actuary that appeared in Call's official novel. Chapter 73 Mysterious Spell. What is water replacement? Leio looked at the female merchant not far away. She was wearing a dark blue leather trench coat, a white bow tie with a ruffled shirt, a wide-brimmed black hat, and a belt adorned with a circle of small glass jars containing various liquids, jingling as she walked. It was clear that this water merchant, who called herself Elena, was not well off. Other Water Guild merchants wore high-grade silk, soft, waterproof leather boots, and were accompanied by servants serving wine. Elena, on the other hand, attended the banquet alone, and even her coat was made of leather material similar to that of ordinary upper nest residents. If not for the Water Guild's emblem on the glass jars on her belt, others would truly have mistaken her for a female swindler who had sneaked into the banquet. Water replacement? No, I don't need it. This business only loses money. A man who looked like a rich merchant rejected Elena's request. Elena looked at another person next to the rich merchant, who also waved his hand in refusal. Excuse me. Elena turned to another group of people. She made requests to different people, only to receive the same result. That was rejection. Clearly, almost everyone knew what the water replacement business was, and they also knew that this business was guaranteed to lose money, so they firmly rejected Elena. Only Leia was an exception. It was his first time hearing about such an obscure business as water replacement. Elena walked dejectedly along the railing, getting closer and closer to Leia. Leia observed her and found that she was surprisingly young and beautiful, at most just an adult. Unfortunately, her makeup skills were not very good, and she hadn't touched up in time, her face was caked with powder from sweat. However, with her looks and age, even without makeup, she wouldn't be bad at all. She probably valued this banquet greatly, which was why she used her unskilled makeup techniques to make herself appear more mature, but it backfired. Leia didn't rush forward to strike up a conversation. He took out his day top hat and quickly searched for water replacement business. After gaining some understanding of this business, Leia's eyes lit up slightly, and a look of excitement appeared in his gaze towards Elena. Elena, could I borrow a moment? Before Leia could finish his sentence, someone boarded the deck and headed straight for Elena. Elena, my little darling, come here. This person's attire was similar to Kelly's, also in a metal punk style, with both ears and chin made of silver metal. He opened his arms and strode towards Elena, looking as if he was about to give her a bear hug on the spot. Behind this person, 6 muscular men in carapace armor followed closely, seemingly personal guards or similar roles. Anyone who could bring armed personnel onto the ship must have a significant identity and status. Indeed, after the surrounding people clearly saw this person's appearance and attire, they scattered as if avoiding a plague. Leia knew the situation was bad, forcefully suppressed the urge to talk to Elena, and turned his body 180 degrees to move away from the scene. Elena heard the shout and fled like a startled rabbit, but was stopped in the center of the deck by the approaching person's personal guards. Don't run, my Elena. Whitefruit Manor has been tormented by my subordinates, and it will soon be in my hands. When that happens, I'll give it to you as a gift, and you can stay with me for a month, how about that? Don't be like this, young Master Kidori, this is a public place. Whitefruit Manor. Leia slowed his steps, found a nearby wall to hide behind, and quietly observed the man named Kidori. On the studded leather jacket of the other party, there was an emblem of a hand holding a snake-shaped scepter, which was the symbol of the Liwei family, a medical dynasty. Leia quickly searched for the name Kidori Liwei. The character image in the search results matched the person on site, it was indeed the young master of the Liwei family. He hadn't expected that the tragic fate of Whitefruit Manor was caused by the Liwei family. Kidori truly didn't put the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement and the Black Ship Alliance, who were investigating this matter, in his eyes. He actually publicized his actions. You are truly impressive, daring to provoke the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement like this, truly bold. As Leia felt this emotion, another group of people rushed onto the deck. It was the arbitrator team led by the judge. Oh, hey, that kid named Kidori Liwei, you come over here. The judge, with a cigar in his mouth, waved his right hand encased in a heavy glove, and the arbitrator team behind him formed a circle, closing in on Kidori. Kidori's personal guards stood in the middle of the path, blocking the arbitrator team's way. Kidori parted his personal guards and came before everyone, a playful smile on his lips. Isn't this our esteemed Lord Judge? You must be tired after chasing me all day, right? There's a banquet here, would you like to sit down and rest? The judge wore a deep dark fantasy-style black mask on his face, revealing only his eyes, nose bridge, and mouth, making his true face unrecognizable. He puffed out a few smoke rings and cursed impatiently. Damn it, are your brains filled with mush, you nest capital noble descendants? You know I'm the judge and you still dare to be glib with me. The judge waved his big hand. Take this kid and all his guards back. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. I even killed the PDF's regimental commander without hesitation, so do I fear you, you bastard? Go. Take them all down. Simple insults, ultimate enjoyment. The judge, who came from the Imperium of Man's capital, was indeed tough, showing no respect to our young master Kidori. This greatly angered this noble young master, who was usually arrogant and domineering. You want to catch me? You'd have to be able to touch me first. Today, I want to see just how capable you Terra people really are. Kidori advanced instead of retreating, taking a large step forward with his right foot, and strange syllables poured from his mouth. Lorica pectoralis argentea, quinquenamizuna. Dense silver scales emerged from Kidori's collar and cuffs, rapidly spreading across his skin, covering his entire body in an instant. Leia's pupils contracted sharply. These scales look so familiar. They look exactly like the silver scale patterns on Leia's forehead. The next second, the scales on Kidori's body stood on end, and a violent airflow blew out from beneath the scales, sweeping across the entire area like a shockwave. Bang! The surging airflow blew the surrounding ordinary people to the ground. The arbitrator team barely managed to stand firm with their magnetic boots, and the wave-like gale stopped them from advancing. Elena was closest to Kidori, and the impact of the airflow was the strongest, blowing her away instantly. She traced an arc in the air, falling with a terrified scream towards the sea outside the railing. Both sides of the confrontation were preoccupied, and the surrounding passers-by were sprawled on the ground in disarray. No one could extend a helping hand to Elena. Just as she was about to fly off the deck, a strong hand gripped her ankle, pulling her up with immense force. Elena only felt the world spinning, her body uncontrollably thrown and moved by someone. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and even after her feet touched the ground, her pupils trembled violently, only able to exert all her strength to hug the arm of the person beside her. "Let go, you're safe," Leia whispered comfortingly, then poked his head out from behind the wall, observing the warring parties from afar. Ghidorah's silver scale armor possessed a peculiar force field. Bolt rounds turned into duds and fell to the ground when they approached him. His personal guards were all equipped with refraction force field emitters. They didn't even need to find cover, standing directly in front of the arbitrator team and engaging them in a shootout. The arbitrator team's equipment was also good, each person having a refraction force field emitter, and they were even more sophisticated. Their bolt rounds collided with the personal guards' energy fields, causing violent fluctuations. However, the bullets fired by the personal guards only created ripples on the arbitrator team's energy fields, like raindrops. It wouldn't be long before this intense shootout ended with the personal guards' energy fields failing. Ghidorah's scale armor could fire high-pressure air bullets like an air cannon, but it ultimately couldn't change the outcome of the battle. He endured the judge's barrage, rushed to the railing in one breath, and air jets from his feet propelled him out of the ship. The scales on his body stood on end again, continuously spewing air to lift his descending body. In this way, Ghidorah traced one towering arc after another, like a roller coaster, moving away from the cruise ship and flying rapidly over the dock. "Damn Nest Capital nobles, your black tech equipment just keeps getting more and more." The judge cursed, then, with his subordinates, took down Ghidorah's guards and led his team in pursuit of the target. The deck was riddled with bullet marks, personal guards blown into pieces by bolt rounds, with flesh fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The guests at the banquet screamed in terror, rushing en masse towards the gangway, and the scene was once chaotic. Leia gazed at the gradually receding Ghidorah, his eyes fixed on the scales on his body, repeatedly muttering the strange syllables Ghidorah had chanted earlier. "Lorica pectoralis argentea, quinquenamizuna." This phrase seemed to be the command for the silver scales. He wondered if it would be effective for Leia. Leia wanted to write this phrase down on his datapad, but found that his arm was still being held by Elena. Observing her up close, Leia could only lament that beauty was a curse. This girl named Elena was truly too beautiful. Her long, black, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few playful wisps curled like the soft fur of a Persian cat. Due to excessive panic, she was drenched in sweat, cold sweat continuously flowing, and most of her facial makeup powder had melted off, yet the exposed skin was even fairer and more delicate than the makeup, practically flawless. Most remarkably, she had heterochromia, one blue and one green eye, like dazzling gems, making people unable to help but stare. Leia, with immense willpower, controlled his mind, took out a metal business card with one hand, and handed it to Elena. "I am the procurement department manager of Umbrella Biotech. I'd like to consult with you about the water replacement business." Water replacement. Elena's brain was activated by the keywords. She looked at Leia blankly, and gradually, a sparkle appeared in her eyes. When her cognitive abilities returned to a certain level, Elena suddenly realized she was still holding the other person's arm, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks. Thank you for saving me." Elena released her arms, subconsciously touching her burning cheeks, but only felt the melted makeup powder, becoming even more flustered, her rosy cheeks becoming more prominent. Leia looked left and right, then took out a handkerchief and handed it over. "You should wipe your face first. Let's change places to discuss the water replacement business. It seems this banquet can't continue today." Elena used her hat brim to cover her face, lowered her head to wipe the powder that had turned into mucus on her face, and nodded clumsily in response. Chapter 74, The Water Merchant Father and Daughter. A moment later. Inside a restaurant near Bowman Bay, Leia was flipping through a data pad in a secluded corner. He searched for Ghidorah Liwei's black tech equipment. The news footage that popped up clearly showed the silver scale armor that could block bolt rounds. The news reported that this was a Liwei family bioarmor, implanted into the body via injection and growing with the host. In its dormant state, the bioarmor would automatically adjust the area of skin it covered based on the environment, thereby resisting sneak attacks, germs, radiation, and other harms, preventing the host from being injured, sick, or mutated. By reciting the correct command, the bioarmor could be activated, summoned from beneath the skin to protect oneself. Reciting the command again would put the armor back into dormancy. This bioarmor, inherited from the Dark Tech era, was currently only possessed by the Liwei family. Its principal and official name remained a mystery. The outside world could only simply refer to it as silver scale armor. To obtain detailed information about the silver scale armor, one had to find a way to spy on the Liwei family. Spying? Sigh, forget it. Upper Nest was like a dragon's den, full of hidden talents. Who knew if the person in front of him was human, ghost, or even an immortal? "Sorry, did I keep you waiting?" Elena returned from the washroom, the makeup powder on her face wiped off, revealing the true color of her skin. She gently sat down opposite Leia, her heterochromatic eyes filled with gratitude, like a docile kitten. "Let's talk business, Elena." Leia closed the datapad, his fingers interlocked on the table. "It's like this. Our umbrella group has stored a lot of agricultural irrigation grade water in lower nest. We want to exchange it for irrigation water in upper nest's second district through your water exchange business. We know this business is a loss for us. But to avoid greater losses, we must do this. Elena was a little excited. Water exchange was about exchanging water from one district for water from another district. Water merchants would charge a handling fee when providing this service. If there was an elevation difference between the two districts, an additional fee called a potential difference fee would be charged. For example, pumping water from lower nest to upper nest's second district would require the water to pass through thousands of meters of vertical pipes, and the number of high-pressure pumps used would reach over 100. If the umbrella group were to pump the water up themselves, they would incur astonishing pumping costs. The potential difference fee charged by water merchants during water exchange would be 50% lower than the pumping cost. Under normal circumstances, exchanging water from different districts was far less cost-effective than directly purchasing new water. But there were exceptions. For example, if the amount of water to be exchanged was very, very large, so large that the cost of repurchasing an equivalent amount of water far exceeded the cost of water exchange. Only then would the water exchange business become an option. And precisely because the scale of the water had to be large enough for the water exchange business to operate, the profits obtained by water merchants would be extremely considerable. One could say they wouldn't open for 3 years but would make enough to live for 3 years when they did. Seeing a big business opportunity, Elena involuntarily revealed a faint smile, like a rookie who had just entered the industry and couldn't control her expression. May I ask, how much water does the umbrella group plan to exchange? The specific quantity, I'm afraid I cannot disclose for now. Leia said slowly. I can only say that the total volume of water is extremely astonishing, and new water will continuously need to be exchanged. Conservatively estimated, this business will last for at least 1 year. 1 year. Elena's eyes sparkled, as if she saw mountains of wealth beckoning to her. This expression, with all her thoughts written on her face, either meant Elena was faking it, or she was truly inexperienced. Leia pondered for a moment and asked. You seem to be a new face at the banquet. Is this your first time attending? Elena nodded repeatedly. Yes, before, it was always my mom and dad who attended. Oh, then where are your parents? Leia asked again. Elena's expression darkened. They encountered some things not long ago. My mother passed away, and my father lost both his legs. I'm still studying in school now, so I can only spare time to take care of my father's business and attend banquets. All right. Sick dad, deceased mom, sensible her, if I don't help her, who will? Leia recited a jingle in his mind. Elena said earnestly. I am very familiar with the water exchange business. I've been involved in this work with my mom and dad since I was little, and there will definitely be no problems, please trust me. And my father is still conscious, if I encounter a tricky situation, I can consult him. Elena misunderstood, thinking Leia was despising her for being young and inexperienced, and that this deal might be terminated because of it. Little did she know, Leia chose to cooperate with her precisely because she was inexperienced and only a junior water merchant. The water Leia wanted to exchange was of unclean origin. If the water merchant was meticulous and very shrewd, they might notice something amiss from the water exchange business, and then seize his handle, demanding more profit. This situation was entirely possible, after all, this was upper nest. Therefore, a water merchant he could control was undoubtedly the best partner. As long as she kept her hands in check and didn't reach out when she shouldn't, Leia could even guarantee her enough money to spend for a lifetime. Don't be nervous, Elena. If we follow the normal process, you'll need to conduct an on-site inspection of our group's assets in lower nest, right? Yes, that's right. Elena asked cautiously, then, are you convenient to let me see? Leia smiled. Of course, it's convenient. Once we're ready, I'll contact you. Then we'll draft the agreement based on the on-site conditions. The two exchanged contact information and bid farewell. After Leia paid and left, Elena clenched her small fists in front of her, cheering softly, and pulled out her data pad to deliver the good news to her father. The prerequisite for water exchange was having water. Leia decided to quickly go to lower nest to establish the umbrella water company and fill the reservoir with massive amounts of water orb fungus. Additionally, it was necessary to visit Leia along the way. If the silver scales on her body were from the same origin as Kadora Liwei's silver scale armor, then Leia might be about to soar. At that time, how to maintain a close cooperative relationship with Leia would become a new problem Leia urgently needed to consider. Over the next 2 days, Leia traveled back and forth between upper nest and lower nest multiple times, seizing the time to set up his water purification plant in lower nest. After returning home to upper nest in the evenings, he also didn't forget to domesticate fungi, successfully harvesting several fungi abilities that could be useful in combat. Among them, one fungi ability was quite interesting. It came from a modified new vibration mushroom, with the modification method being laser mutation. The new vibration mushroom had a slender stipe and fine fuzz on the base surface, closely resembling enoki mushrooms. According to the binomial nomenclature commonly used in mycology, the new vibration mushroom should be named Quake Flamulina volutipes Leio X. This name was hard to remember, so Leio came up with a more common name. Lee's vibration mushroom. Consuming 1 skill point to unlock the fungi ability, Vibration Art of Lee's vibration mushroom, Leio tried its effect and immediately called it Heaven Defying. The fungi ability panel stated that it could vibrate anything, the only difference being that hard objects were more difficult to vibrate, while soft objects were easier. And indeed, it was true. Tables, chairs, benches, floors, ceilings, walls, and even the air. Anything locked onto by Leo's mind would vibrate under the influence of vibration art. Liquids and gases were the easiest to vibrate, while metal objects were the hardest. Specific data still needed to be obtained through extensive experimentation. A single vibration could last up to 10 seconds, and the more Lee's vibration mushrooms consumed, the greater the vibration amplitude and the faster the frequency. It sounded a bit evil, but it was actually even more evil to use. How evil exactly? Those who know, those who don't, will understand when they grow up. Leo estimated that if this technique of his spread, it wouldn't be long before Slaanish's followers came knocking. At that time, he would first hoard hundreds of millions of tons of Lee's vibration mushrooms in the fungus warehouse, and then go contend with Slaanish's followers, guaranteed to make those guys, whose big heads were controlled by their little heads, piss their pants. Of course, they might also ascend to daemonhood on the spot. Time came to the 4th day of the holiday. Lower Nest, 8th District, Stillwater Street. This street was located on the outer ring of the 8th District, sparsely populated, surrounded mostly by highly mechanized factories. Leo purchased an abandoned factory with a reservoir here. He refilled the reservoir and bought numerous second-hand water purification equipment to make it look legitimate. Many details were not handled perfectly, appearing rather rushed. This was unavoidable. Leo was not an expert after all, nor did he have suitable people to consult on such matters. He could only build a company that needed water exchange based on information from public databases and his own imagination. As long as Ellen remained that naive and adorable, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But what Leo didn't expect was that Elena wasn't the only one visiting the factory. In front of her, a middle-aged man sat in an electric wheelchair, steadily walking powered by a fusion battery pack. Half of the man's hair was grey, and his face still bore the sadness of losing his wife. Upon seeing Leo in the factory, the man's eyes showed no fluctuation, as composed as an old veteran who had seen many battles. The aura emanating from him was mature, seasoned, and steady. Leo realized that things were not good, his heart sank, and he quickly thought of countermeasures, while outwardly remaining calm. Mr. Kongwen, I'm sorry, I was originally coming alone, but my father wasn't at ease with me, so. Elena approached to greet him, full of apologies and uneasy. Compared to her, her father was a qualified businessman. Hello, Kongwen, I am Godwin Water, Elena's father. My daughter is inexperienced, and I am not at ease with her, so I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit. Godwin stopped in front of Leo with a polite smile. Of course, I don't mind, please come in. Leo responded with the same smile, leading the father and daughter into the factory. The three toured around. Elena didn't notice anything amiss, while Godwin lingered in many places. Half an hour later, Godwin found an excuse to send his daughter away, leaving himself and Leo to talk privately by the reservoir. Kongwen, do you know? People like us, when we have private talks, like to stay in rooms that shield communication signals. If conditions don't allow, we'll put all our electronic devices aside, or even talk in a sauna wearing only bath towels. Godwin said while placing his communicator, electronic lighter, and other electronic items on his wheelchair. He stood up with the help of a cane, wobbled to the wall, and sat on the floor, waving his hand at the wheelchair. The wheelchair automatically moved towards the reservoir room door. Leo understood, also took off all electronic items on him, placed them outside the door, then closed and locked the door. Now, we can talk. Godwin's gaze sharpened, as if he could see through people's hearts. You are hiding some secrets, young man. You can fool Elena, but you can't fool me. You knew I would see through it, so you've been secretly pondering all this way. I presume you already have a countermeasure. Why don't you tell me? If you can convince me, I will let Elena take on your business. Leo sat cross-legged a meter away from Godwin, looking at him with a calm demeanor. I've calculated it, doing business with me, your family can get around 100,000 credit points in net profit every month. Isn't that enough? Godwin shook his head. We are merchants, we like to pursue profit, there's nothing wrong with that, but we also value our lives. Water of unknown origin is like poison, it will only harm my life and Elena's. Unless you explain the source of the water clearly, I will never do business with you. Aren't you worried about getting into trouble for knowing too many secrets? Like your legs, could it be because you knew something you shouldn't have? Leo's words were like a bayonet, stabbing fiercely into Godwin's heart. But Godwin remained unmoved, his eyes flickering slightly. A few seconds later, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, with a genuine hint of approval. You're trying to provoke me, to make me lose my composure. Good rhetoric, though a bit unethical, it's effective. I feel anger burning in my heart, you'd best do something to extinguish it, otherwise your plan to use our family to launder water will fall through. Facing Leo's unconventional move, Godwin turned the tables. Leo's lips curled upwards, confident of victory. Do you think my secret is something that can't be seen by others? Isn't it? Of course not. Leo took out a water orb fungus from his pocket and weighed it in his hand. The plump, white appearance of the water orb fungus was cute and eye-catching, immediately grabbing Godwin's attention as soon as it appeared. Chapter 75, Does Lee want a wife? Here, Godwin. Leo tossed the water orb fungus over. My secret can not only be revealed, but it's already patented. I chose to keep it secret only because I'm not ready to make this patent public yet. The patent certificate was issued by the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs' outpost in Nest Capital was controlled by Terrans, making it immune to the local nobility, so there was no need to worry about them leaking patent information to the outside world. Additionally, to protect the interests of the Mars Mechanics, the Ministry of Internal Affairs allowed patents to remain undisclosed, which coincidentally provided protection for Leio as well. Godwin caught the water orb fungus, his fingers tightening slightly, and clear liquid flowed out. Such clean water quality, such a smooth feel, such a cool temperature. These liquids were definitely potable. Godwin's facial expression subtly changed. After a careful observation, Godwin felt that this seemed to be some kind of plant, and the liquid inside it was not artificially injected but absorbed by the plant during its growth. What is this? Godwin asked, shaking the white orb in his hand. Leio's next words and series of actions startled the old water merchant, who had been in business for a long time. This is a creation of Umbrella Biotech. It's called water orb fungus, a fungus that combines water purification and storage functions. It can remove impurities and bacteria from water, and store water for a long time without it spoiling. According to our experimental results, Umbrella Group confirms that its water purification effect is equivalent to the Water Guild's TC3 household water purifier. Words alone are not enough, let me show you. Leio took out a second water orb fungus and squeezed all the water out of it. He took water from the reservoir, mixed it with dust from the ground, and then lit the cigarette he carried, stirring the water with the ash to make it even murkier. In front of Godwin, the water orb fungus, shrunken to the size of a finger, was submerged in the dirty water. 10 seconds later, the water orb fungus returned to its plump appearance, and the water inside was incredibly clear. Leio even put the water orb fungus directly to his mouth and drank the squeezed water in large gulps. His Godwin was too shocked to speak, instinctively taking a deep breath, no longer maintaining his previous calm and composed demeanor. Leio smiled slightly, asked the other party to wait there, and stood up to walk outside. When he returned, Leio held many glass jars containing unknown liquids. When the jars were opened, various unpleasant smells wafted out. Leio repeated the previous operation, using the water orb fungus to absorb the liquid in the jars, and then drank all the irrigation water from the water orb fungus. This scene utterly stunned Godwin. Let me try. Godwin propped himself up with his crutch, then sat down beside Leio, personally trying it out. After repeated experiments, the expression on his face became increasingly fascinating. Your Umbrella Group's biotechnology will revolutionize this nest capital's water purification system. But you will also face fierce suppression from the entire high-level water merchant community because of this. Godwin's words were not alarmist. In fact, Leio was even clearer than him about the impact of water orb fungus on the water purification market. The TC3 household water purifier contributed 55% of the Water Guild's annual profit. More than half of the profits of the entire high-level water merchant class came from this water purifier, which was used by every household among the upper nest commoners. The TC3 required electricity to operate and expensive filter elements to be replaced regularly. The water orb fungus had no such need, just throw it in the water and it's done. This would deal an all-around blow to the TC3, completely wiping out the high-level water merchants' profits in the household water purification market. Leio would also, as a result, completely become enemies with this group of wealthy, powerful, and cold-blooded merchants. At that time, murders, assassinations, and attempts on his life would emerge endlessly, and even the governor would not be able to protect him. Leio nodded in response. You're right, Godwin. Our Umbrella Group adheres to the principle of acting discreetly and doesn't easily make enemies. Godwin held the water orb fungus in his hand, his eyes flickering rapidly. I somewhat understand your group's current situation. Due to a shortage of funds from developing the patent, you have to risk being exposed by selling irrigation water obtained with water orb fungus to recoup funds. Am I right? Old Ginger is indeed spicier, even the imagined content was logically consistent. Leio nodded with a smile. Your deduction is completely correct. Godwin put down the water orb fungus, lowered his head in thought for a long time, and then said, word by word, in a deep tone. I want to invest. Leio was caught off guard by the statement and froze for a moment. What? Invest? Do you mean acquiring shares in our group? Once upon a time, he was the one who wanted to invest, but now he had become the object others desired to join. How times change. Godwin retorted. Can you help me contact the principal of your group? I'd like to speak with him in person. Yes. Leio pulled out a large stack of business cards, holding them in his hand like a deck of playing cards. Godwin was stunned on the spot. As you can see, I am the principal of Umbrella Group. Leio pulled out one of the business cards and handed it to him. Godwin stared blankly at the business card in his hand, and it was a long time before he managed to blurt out a sentence. You play so many roles in the company by yourself, you truly are young and promising. Leio asked directly. How do you want to invest? We do not accept technical or labor investment. The implication was that capital investment could be considered. But Godwin, for some inexplicable reason, blurted out. You're not married yet, are you? Leio's heart skipped a beat, he couldn't be thinking. My Elena is 19 this year and will reach the nest capital's legal marriage age next year. I have disciplined and protected her strictly since childhood, she has no bad habits and has never been in contact with men. Godwin showed a benevolent smile like an old father, instantly transforming into a matchmaker. You see, you're not married yet, and she hasn't married either, you two are just right. Stop. Leio quickly raised his right hand, stopping the other party from saying anything more. Good gracious. As expected of an upper nest merchant, selling his daughter was as easy and natural as drinking water. You want to trade your daughter for shares? You're dreaming too big. Leonio rolled his eyes without reservation. Seeing Leonio's unfriendly tone, Godwin waved his hands repeatedly. No, don't misunderstand. I'll buy your shares with cash. I just simply want to marry my daughter to you, nothing else. My leg is broken, my business is mostly gone, and my family's financial source is precarious. I can't bear to let Elena suffer with me. This move was called appealing to emotions. Leonio didn't fall for it, again raising his hand to stop the other party's words. Investment and marriage are off the table. I only want to do water exchange business with you. Recognize your place, Godwin. If your family were a high-level water merchant of the Water Guild, I might consider it. Godwin's face changed dramatically, suddenly realizing that he had been fantasizing due to the appearance of the water orb fungus, leading to an unstable mindset, acting rashly, and committing a major taboo in business negotiations. He was silently lost in thought, more wrinkles appearing on his aged face, and his figure seemed to become even more weathered. Hat. Godwin let out a desolate, low laugh, sighing mockingly. I'm old, truly old. Whether it's my mindset, my rhetoric, or my emotional self-control, I'm far inferior to you young people. Godwin wiped the corners of his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. You're right, I should recognize my place and not covet things that don't belong to me. If I had realized this sooner, my wife might not have died because I sought a higher guild status. Godwin looked up, his smile extremely bitter, mixed with deep sorrow. I will arrange the water exchange business for you, and I will also keep the secret of the water orb fungus for you. Thank you for entrusting me with such a profitable business. According to past custom, I should invite you to my manor for a drink. But I'm sorry. I've lost my beloved, and I may not be able to adjust my mindset to entertain every guest as usual. My condolences, Godwin. Let's discuss the water exchange fees. Okay. Godwin said with a sorrowful expression. I humbly beg you, could you increase the monthly payment by 10%? That way, this old man who is on his last legs and poor Elena can have enough financial security for their lives. Godwin spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Leonio was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly had a jolt, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at the other party. You old fox! For a 10% gain, you even bring out your deceased wife. You truly are an old merchant who's been doing business for decades. I almost fell for your trick. Godwin, exposed by Leonio, simply stopped pretending, the sadness on his face disappearing completely. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. You look young, but your mind is quite sharp. Since I can't fool you, then let's stick to the current price. Godwin stood up with his crutch and shouted towards the door. Elena, holding Leonio's electronic devices, pushed her father's wheelchair in. Godwin put away his small items like his data pad, then sat breathlessly in the wheelchair, his face filled with fatigue, and said in a weak voice. Elena, you don't know yet, do you? This gentleman in front of you is the principal of Umbrella Group. He is kind, handsome, generous, and sincere. He is definitely the most outstanding young man I have met in all these years. You must get along well with him. He's the principal of Umbrella Group? No way, his appearance and name don't match up. Elena was confused. The principal's information could be found in public data, corresponding to Leonio's identity in the upper nest. However, the name and appearance Leonio was using at the moment were Kong Wen. Leonio reluctantly peeled off the fake skin on his face, revealing his true appearance. Elena was both surprised and amazed by the device in Leonio's hand that could change one's appearance, her rosy lips slightly parted. Godwin coughed a few times, feigning exhaustion. See, I told you so. I'm a bit tired, Elena. It's up to you and him to go through the process and sign the contract now. It's always good for you young people to communicate more. Her father repeatedly emphasized communicating with Leonio, and Elena understood the hidden meaning, her cheeks flushed as she whispered. Dad, leave it to me, I'll handle it. Good. You've grown up. I'll go out and wait for you two first. Godwin maneuvered his electric wheelchair towards the door, and before leaving, he winked at Leonio when Elena wasn't looking. After he left, only the lone man and woman remained in the reservoir room. Leonio was slow in matters of emotion, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The old man was clearly trying to set him up with Elena. Leonio would not let him succeed. Elena, it's too dark in here. Let's call your father and go back to the upper nest to find a place to sit and talk. Your father is so wise, with him there to oversee things for you, you'll feel more at ease, right? Elena, for the first time allowed by her father to interact with the opposite sex, her heart pounded, and she nodded repeatedly, agreeing to whatever Leonio said. It must be said, her flustered appearance was indeed endearing. But unfortunately, this was the warmer world. Falling in love was equivalent to self-flagellation, a sad ending would always come one day. Leonio genuinely felt that. In the warmer world, if you are looking for a romantic partner, you'd at least need to find someone with combat power equivalent to Mephiston, otherwise, it's just adding trouble for yourself. In the warmer world, fame and fortune are fleeting, only individual strength is a tangible advantage. These words were too blunt, even crude, but every single one was Leonio's true thought. Therefore, when it comes to choosing a partner with love as the premise, someone like Elena, a mere 5-point fighter, should be disregarded. As for marrying for alliance, that's a different story. It wouldn't be too late to consider it when it became absolutely necessary to break a deadlock through marriage. P.S. It's going to be put on shelves soon, so there will be many updates every day in the coming days. Remember to check them out. After going on shelves, it will be 10,000 words updated daily. It should be on shelves on December 27th. P.P.S. Tomorrow we'll delve into the Hunter Lord plot, and after that, it's the orcs and going on shelves. The author's changes to the Novice Village plot will not affect the main storyline of the entire book, so everyone can rest assured and follow along. Chapter 76, Knowing a Person by Smelling His Fragrance. The water replacement work proceeded in an orderly manner. Whitefruit Manor has an underground liquid recycling system. Water used for irrigation, pesticides, liquid fertilizers, and other liquids are classified, recycled, and reused through this system. After deducting the recycled and reused irrigation water, the manor's average daily net water consumption is 8,000 cubic meters. White ridge tobacco consumes a lot of water during vigorous growth, less during the root extension and maturation stages, and has a growth cycle of about 45 days. Whitefruit Manor has a complete crop rotation plan, with White Ridge tobacco being harvested every day and seedlings being planted every day. This staggers different batches of White Ridge tobacco, maintaining a stable daily water consumption. Considering the possibility of future expansion, Leia and Elena initially agreed on a total daily replacement volume of 20,000 cubic meters. Within every 24 hours, Leia would transport 20,000 cubic meters of water from the lower Nest's 8th district to Elena's reservoir, while also providing a certain amount of credit points as commission for the water replacement. After receiving the water and credit points, Elena would, within the next 24 hours, transport water from her reservoir in the 2nd district to Leia's water company in the 2nd district, and the latter would then sell the water to Whitefruit Manor at 0.8 credit points per cubic meter. Elena would transport as much water as Whitefruit Manor needed to Leia's water company. Any excess would be sold by Elena to other merchants of the Water Guild, with all proceeds going to Leia, and Elena only collecting a basic intermediary fee. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. If Leia dared to increase his daily water sales to 1,000,000 cubic meters, it wouldn't be long before he would be sitting on a mountain of gold and silver. Of course, he would also die quickly. The more water there is, the less it is needed. The less it is needed, the less valuable water becomes. When water is worthless, water merchants' assets shrink, and their murderous intent increases. Leia had no doubt that the major water merchants would send fully armed assassins, even those wearing custom power armor, to him in shifts to protect their cash flow. Assassination, after all, has always been part of the noble's cruel play. So, for his own life, it's better to keep a low profile. Leia decisively reduced the daily water replacement to 10,000 cubic meters, considering increasing the replacement volume only when Whitefruit Manor needed to expand in the future. Elena didn't care, whatever Leia said, so it was. Her father, Godwin, had fully entrusted the work to Elena and had not appeared since, so he naturally wouldn't express any opinions. Thus, the water replacement was settled. Whitefruit Manor's planting costs significantly decreased, and the eradication of diseases was largely completed, allowing the manor's production to gradually get on track. The planting, harvesting, drying, and fermentation of White Ridge tobacco were carried out within the manor, so Leia didn't need to worry about it. The sales of White Ridge tobacco were handled by the family of Pamir's sister, the manor manager. They had previously specialized in external sales and were very familiar with the upper, middle, and lower nests. No matter how much White Ridge tobacco the manor produced, Pamir's sister and brother-in-law could guarantee that it would all be sold. With the entire production and sales chain integrated, Leia expressed satisfaction and affirmation for Whitefruit Manor's professionalism, feeling that his investment of most of his fortune to acquire this essentially bankrupt manor was worthwhile. Leia was currently troubled by the matter of producing water. Currently, he had two ways of producing water. The first method was to act as a water carrier, moving purified water from the system, adding some pollutants to reduce water quality, and turning the purified water into irrigation water. The second method was to use water orb fungus to purify the free sewage provided by the lower nest. Water obtained through both methods could be used for water replacement. To ensure water supply for Whitefruit Manor, Leia had to spend an average of 4 hours a day in the factory. Now that it was a holiday, spending 4 hours a day in the factory was a minor issue. But what would he do when he had to go on missions in the future? He couldn't just raise his hand before a battle and report that he needed to leave for several hours, could he? To solve the problem of being stretched thin, Leia was considering whether to buy all the surrounding factories and store enough water for several days at once. But when he calculated the cost of buying the factories and then looked at his severely shrunken account, Leia couldn't help but worry. Before the first batch of White Ridge tobacco was sold, he probably wouldn't have enough money to buy land and factories. Should I get a loan? Leia secretly pondered the feasibility of increasing financial leverage. Beep beep beep. A communication alert sounded. Leia pressed the answer button. Leia's voice came through. Hello? Is this Leia? Yes, it's me. That's great. Thank you for being willing to help me. The day before yesterday, I was in the scrapyard zone helping the rats clean up their camp, and I only now had time to receive your message in the 8th district. I'm at the old spot now, do you want to come? Or should we talk on the phone? Leia stood up and calculated the time that had passed. Let's talk in person, I just happen to have some questions for you. Okay, come on over, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the communication, Leia left the water purification plant to keep the appointment. 20 minutes later, he jogged into the alley and met Leia in the shadows. Leia handed Leio a data pad containing new information for data transfer. Leio took the data pad and asked. Why are you alone? Where are Dezhuang and Xiao Chuang? A bitter smile appeared on Leia's lips. They left yesterday for the clan's refuge. That refuge isn't suitable for humans, so I stayed in the scrapyard zone alone. But don't worry. They dug a burrow for me before they left, and I'll hide in it until the cleanup operation is over. Leio shook his head slightly. A burrow won't protect you. Handheld devices that skin for mutants can penetrate 10 meters of soil. 10 meters, Leia was momentarily lost in thought, a faint despair emerging in her eyes. The atmosphere in the alley became silent. Leio repeatedly deliberated whether to tell Leia the passphrase. Assuming the passphrase was effective, Leia might be able to freely control the silver scale armor. She would have scales like Ghidorah that could resist bolt rounds, and her combat power would skyrocket. At that time, would she still be under his command as she was now? Leio had reflected on his bond with Leia during this time, and it was nothing more than providing clean food. When the other party had ample combat power, food would no longer be an issue, and surviving the cleanup operation would be a given. His importance to her would plummet, and their cooperative relationship would collapse accordingly. If only I were cunning enough. Leio chuckled self-deprecatingly. If he were cunning enough, he could completely hold Leia's lifeline in his hands, making her obedient to him. Unfortunately, the Warhammer world hadn't darkened him to that extent yet. Leio returned the data pad, gazed at the gloomy Leia, and slowly said. Repeat a sentence after me. A sentence? What sentence? Leia tilted her head in confusion. Listen carefully. Leio, in a steady tone, repeated Ghidorah's command to summon the silver scale armor. Loreka. Loreka. Leia repeated each word, then connected each syllable, saying it fluently. Loreka pectoralis argentea, quinquenamizuna. As soon as the words fell, a sudden change occurred. Silver scales grew wildly. Leia watched in utter horror as she was covered in silver scales, almost letting out a scream of absolute despair. Calm down. Leia, calm down. Leio raised his hand to grip her arm, his eyes shining brightly. Don't panic, look into my eyes, look at me. Leio, what is going on? How did I become a monster? Leia's body trembled violently, her pupils shrunk to pinprick size, barely controlling the tremor in her head as she met Leio's gaze. Calm down. Repeat that sentence again. Loreka pectoralis. Leio started, and Leia repeated with a trembling voice. Crackling. The silver scales stood on end, rapidly retracting into Leia's body. Leia tremblingly stroked her arms, neck, and head. The nightmare-like silver scales mostly disappeared, leaving only a few at the tips of her hair. At this moment, Leia felt like she was dreaming, a dream that was both incredibly fantastical and extremely terrifying. What happened? Why did all those scales disappear at once? Leia rolled up her sleeve, incredulously examining her pale arm. Leio released her arms and asked. Leia, can your silver scale armor block bullets? Yes. Leia raised her hand and gestured around her head. Except for my eyes that are exposed, other parts of my head have more or less some silver scales. They have blocked many bullets for me, it's a secret I've kept hidden, and only Dezhuang discovered it during a battle to protect the settlement. How did you know? And what was that passphrase? Do you have a way to make the scales disappear completely? Facing Leia's barrage of questions, Leio raised his hands and pressed them downwards, helping her calm her inner turmoil, and slowly recounted the information he knew. The scales on Leia's body were actually an immune response of a biological armor. After she came into contact with factors that cause mutation, the dormant biological armor automatically responded, using scales to protect her from illness and mutation. In other words, she was not a mutant. She never was, from the very beginning. The truth was completely opposite to that. She was a lucky person who had mastered biological armor for unknown reasons, very likely related to the explosion that destroyed the 7th district several years ago. This truth made Leia dizzy, a mix of joy and sorrow. She had shown her emotional side the first time she tasted the sample-grade mushrooms, and it was even more so now. She covered her face and wept, seeking comfort from Leio through her tears. Leio did not inappropriately refuse, but instead acted as an emotionless pillar, allowing Leia to rest. After a while, the excitement subsided. Leia wiped away her tears, regained her composure, and spoke words that moved Leio. Everything comes at a price, Leio. Since I've struggled in the scrapyard zone, I've been well aware of this. If you need me to do anything, please just say so. For that passphrase, even if you ask me to risk death to assassinate someone, I am willing. Leio smiled. It's not that serious. I do need your help with something, but it has nothing to do with fighting and killing. How about this? You go back and pack your luggage, and I'll wait for you here. We'll talk somewhere else. Okay, I'll be right back. Leia didn't even ask where she was going, turning and running into the shadows. Leio felt a sense of relief, the person he needed to help him produce water had been found. Water orb fungus is highly adaptable and not easily killed. As long as Leia mastered the cultivation essentials, she should be able to easily learn how to purify sewage with water orb fungus to obtain irrigation water. With Leia's help, his productivity and time could be freed up for other things. Leio was just envisioning the future when he suddenly heard footsteps rapidly approaching. Hey? Leia was back? So fast? Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. The footsteps overlapped slightly, as if two people were approaching, accompanied by faint whimpering sounds. Leia grew alert and suddenly saw someone emerge from the shadows, gripping Leia's neck. The person controlling Leia was as strong as an ox, with thick lips, large ears, and an ugly face. He wore a clearly ill-fitting black jacket and tight pants that tightly accentuated his muscles, like a thug with exhibitionism and cross-dressing tendencies. Compared to this burly man, Leia was just a little chick. She was held by the neck and lifted into the air, completely unable to break free. To the side and behind Leia and the burly man, a double-headed man emerged from the shadows. A strong stench permeated the alley, its source being the double-headed man. When Leia smelled this odor, his heart tightened, and he instantly recalled the double-headed man's identity. The other party was none other than Ogalin, the second father he had encountered at the Prometheum refinery a few days ago. Chapter 77, People in Warhammer cannot have weaknesses. Leia drew the laser pistol from under his armpit and aimed it at the double-headed man. A psychic shield appeared, protecting the double-headed man. Leia redirected his gun, aiming at the burly man who was clutching Leia's neck. The burly man did not dodge or evade, a foolish grin appearing on his face, and he raised Leia, using her as a human shield. Leia struggled to breathe, her cheeks flushed red, and she painstakingly gasped out a few words. Go, quickly, don't mind me. Leia remained unmoved, his gun aimed at the burly man's exposed head, his eyes fixed on the double-headed man. Let her go. The double-headed man had an eerie appearance, with 4 pitch-black eyes that showed no whites, skin that was pale with a greenish tint, and lips that were dark green, as if he had been poisoned. His lips curled upwards into a sinister arc, and his voice was as chilling as the cold wind in the mountains. I've waited so many days, and all I've caught is a small fish like you. Answer me honestly, what is your identity in the 8th district? Leia's expression remained unchanged. Leia was almost suffocating, her cheeks, exposed from beneath a face mask, had turned purplish red. Truly ignorant of the times, the double-headed man raised the force staff in his hand and pointed it at Leia. I'll ask you one last time. How much information do you have about the cleanup operation? If you don't speak, I'll have no choice but to send both of you to your deaths. Leia's pupils trembled violently, and she let out another painful whimper. Go quickly. Leia's mind was clear and cool. The more critical the situation, the calmer he became. Various plans to help Leia escape emerged during his brainstorming session. The current situation was that the opponent had a hostage, and he himself was not wearing agent gear, making his defense weak, and there was a possibility of being instantly killed along with the hostage by the opponent. Fortunately, he was not without a chance of winning. When he conducted large-scale automatic simulations 2 days ago, Leia acquired many fungi abilities from various fungi and molds. Among them, there were just a few new fungi abilities that could solve the immediate crisis. Since you're unwilling to speak, then so be it. I wasted a full 4 days tracking this woman, only to encounter a fool like you who can't grasp the situation. A yellowish-green light appeared at the tip of the double-headed man's force staff, and foul-smelling mosquitoes and flies appeared out of thin air, circling and dancing around the staff tip. Go to hell, I don't have time to bother with you. The burly man raised Leia high, aligning her fragile spine with his knee. Leia took a slight breath, redirected his gun, and pointed it at Leia. I'm sorry. In Warhammer, one cannot have weaknesses. If there are any, eliminate them proactively to prevent enemies from exploiting them. Relief flowed in Leia's eyes, a tear streaked down her cheek, and she nodded imperceptibly, closing her eyes, awaiting the end of her life. Dying by Leia's hand was better than being tortured by the enemy. Ha, you're even more ruthless than I imagined, I like your personality, the double-headed man pushed his force staff forward. Then let's see who's faster, me or you. Moving the gun was to make the double-headed man relax his guard, and the double-headed man pointing his spear at himself was exactly what Leia wanted. He wasn't really trying to kill Leia. Fungi ability, light technique, activate. 5 million lux of light instantly illuminated the entire scene, as if only eternal white light remained between heaven and earth, with no more floor tiles or walls. Ah! The double-headed man's 4 eyeballs burst simultaneously, violently spewing blood, and the psychic light on his force staff vanished completely. Although the burly man restraining Leia also had his eyeballs burst, he showed no reaction, as if he felt no pain. Leia's biological armor automatically responded to the intense light. Several silver scales appeared over her tightly closed eyes, covering them. This level of protection could not fully withstand the strong light, and 2 lines of blood-tinged tears flowed from beneath the scales. A muffled whimper came from Leia's throat. Only then did she understand that when Leia said I'm sorry just now, he wasn't going to help her end her suffering, but that this sudden strong light would indiscriminately cause her harm. What about Leia himself? He didn't have any equipment that could withstand strong light. Under the pervasive white light, he himself would also be harmed by it, right? Actually, not so. 0.1 seconds before activating light technique, Leia lightning fast activated a new fungi ability. This fungi ability was called infrared blindness, and could only be used on himself, originating from the fire basket fungus. As soon as infrared blindness was activated, Leia's 2 eyes disappeared, replaced by a whole piece of skin covering his eye area. He lost his visual ability to light, and in exchange, temporarily gained a vision that tracked infrared rays. Before his eyes appeared 5 colors, black, gray, green, yellow, and red, representing temperature from low to high, respectively. Other than that, he saw no trace of the intense light caused by the light technique. After hearing the double-headed man's screams, Leia quickly manipulated his panel, successively terminating light technique and infrared blindness. His eye area returned to its original state, and his 2 eyes reappeared. Opening his eyes, Leia saw the double-headed man fleeing in disarray, covering his 4 bleeding eyes, stumbling and running deeper into the alley. The burly man's eye sockets were a deep red, and he raised Leia high, lifting his left leg, intending to shatter Leia's spine with his hard knee. Leia fired several shots consecutively. The burly man's head, arms, and knees were blown apart by laser fire, his head was pierced by a laser beam, and his forearms and hands detached from his torso, hanging on Leia's body, falling to the ground with Leia. Leia continuously pulled the trigger with his right hand, maintaining suppressive fire, and flung his left arm forward. Fungi ability whip entanglement activated. This ability originated from flagellate worm spores, was potent, could be used as medicine, and mainly treated short and weak fifth limbs. Leia's left arm rapidly elongated, reaching 5 meters in the blink of an eye. This slender arm wrapped around Leia in midair and pulled her back, bringing Leia and the burly man's limbs flying towards Leia. Leia picked Leia up by the waist, threw her over his shoulder, and retreated quickly and steadily towards the alley entrance, stepping backward rapidly. The burly man had undergone some unknown modification, he remained completely still even with both arms severed. The double-headed man dove into the shadows and roared back. "Blow him up! Blow that damn guy up!" This sentence was a command to the burly man. Leia instantly understood that this burly man was the double-headed man's child. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, the burly man began to accelerate. But as soon as he took his first step, he fell to the ground with a thud. His arms had been blown off by Leia, his left leg had no knee or calf, and only his right leg remained intact. He was like a zombie smelling living flesh, crawling frantically on the ground in a grotesque posture. Leia happened to reach the alley entrance at this moment. He aimed at the child's head and fired continuously, the head, already pierced by lasers, now exploded, but it could not stop the burly man's advance. Dense insect eggs appeared inside the burly man's head, and yellowish-green liquid mixed with blood and brain matter flowed everywhere, filling the air with the unique stench of the father Nurgle. Leia's expression changed slightly, vaguely realizing that the bomb inside the burly man was not a traditional chemical explosive. He absolutely could not let this guy get close to him. Leia put down his gun, spread his 5 fingers towards the burly man, and activated his 4th fungi ability. Vibration Art. The air in front of the burly man contracted and expanded, hitting him with a bang, pushing him back forcefully, making him fall backward onto the ground, struggling several times but failing to stand up again. Leia immediately picked up Leia and ran wildly, simultaneously shouting loudly, warning the lower nest people on the road. "Disperse! Quickly disperse! There's a bomb!" The white light and gunshots from the alley earlier had attracted the attention of the lower nest people. They were bravely gathering towards the alley entrance, wanting to investigate. This love to watch the show mentality cost them their lives. The lower nest people were first startled by the severed limbs on Leia, and then saw the headless monster, resembling a mad dog, rush out of the alley. Except for Leia, everyone present was struck by the terrifying appearance and foul stench of the headless monster. They just stood there dazedly, watching the monster's body swell violently. When the first crack, spewing yellowish-green fluid, appeared on the monster's surface, someone finally came to their senses and let out a terrified scream from their throat. But it was too late. The monster swelled to its extreme, like an overinflated balloon, and cracks appeared like mushrooms after rain. Yellowish-green fluid splattered everywhere, and a nauseating stench erupted. Finally, when the monster became a large sphere with a diameter of over 2 meters, the father Nurgle's love, symbolizing eternal life and health, descended. Pfft! A yellowish-green fountain erupted from the monster's neck, soaring into the sky, reaching over 10 meters high, and then falling to the ground like a canopy. For a moment, an area of 100 meters in radius was completely covered by the strange rain. Blisters, sores, and pustules spread over the bodies of the lower nest people. Their teeth fell out one after another, their eyeballs became cloudy and yellow, and the small bulges on their bodies became breeding grounds for mosquitoes and flies, with white insect eggs wriggling inside. Leia, outside the range of the rain, suddenly looked back, his heart sinking. Those lower nest people were finished. This street was also finished. The father Nurgle's love would fill this place tonight. Now it was a matter of how long it would take for the enforcers and hazmat teams to arrive at the scene. "Officer, in the 8th District, BVW 717 area, a plague has broken out. Here's what happened." Leia ducked into another alley, sending a voice message to Delton via his datapad, and tearing off the severed limbs from Leia. There was no yellowish-green liquid on the severed limbs. Leia was not at ease, and only after confirming the absence of pathogens with appraisal technique did he finally relax. The moment he finished sending the voice message, the severed limbs decomposed into light gray particles on their own. This phenomenon indicated that the child had returned to the father's body for rebirth, and its original flesh had become useless sand. Leia carried Leia on his back and quickly moved away from this troubled area. Soon after, Leia slowly regained consciousness, her body instinctively tensing and exerting force, her right hand clenching into a fist and swinging towards Leia's face. Leia reacted in time, grabbing her wrist, and gently soothing her. "It's me, you're safe." Leia relaxed, pain radiating from her pretty face, her voice a little hoarse. "My eyes can't see, and they're very itchy. I'm using psychic power to repair the damage caused by the strong light, itching is normal." Leia paused. "I'm sorry, it happened so suddenly, I couldn't help you avoid the strong light. If my psychic power can't heal your injuries, I'll take you to the Pharmacist Association for better treatment. Before that, you'll need to use clean food, purified water, and medicine at my place to make the silver scales recede. I'll prepare an identity for you in the 8th district during this time. Okay, I'll listen to you, Leia puffed out her chest, saying with deep apology. I'm the one who should be apologizing. If I had noticed those two people earlier, you wouldn't have been so passive. It's okay, small problem, the outcome isn't bad. Leia wasn't good at comforting people, so he could only divert her attention by changing the subject. Leia, think carefully, has anything yellowish-green appeared in the scrapyard zone recently? For example, yellowish-green liquid, soil, plants, or animals. Note, 4-character fungi abilities can only be used on oneself, 3-character ones have no usage restrictions. Chapter 78 Blow the Horn. Yellow-green. Leia was moved to Leo's back, her voice rising and falling with the bumps as he ran. There are many yellow-green things in the scrapyard zone. Water bodies contaminated by radioactive substances, fungi parasitic on humans, mutant fingernails, and many other miscellaneous things will have a yellow-green color. Leo thought for a moment, then changed his approach and asked. Then, compared to before, are there any yellow-green things that have only recently appeared, and also have a foul smell? Yes, the fertilizer sold by the bottom nest merchants to the scrapyard zone fits your description. This fertilizer is pasty and needs to be diluted with water before use. Its smell is very strong. However, many people say that once you get used to the smell, you'll find it fragrant, and if you don't smell it for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable all over. Good, good, good. Bottom nest, yellow-green, foul-smelling, pasty substance. Leo understood the meaning of these words without needing to think much. The bottom nest merchants were very likely exporting father's pathogenic strains to the scrapyard zone under the guise of selling fertilizer. If the cleanup operation didn't start soon, they would be playing a real-life version of Resident Evil. Leia, lying on Leo's back, sensed his gloominess and asked softly. Is there something wrong with that fertilizer? Probably, it might carry a plague. Plague, Leia said, trembling. Xiaochuang and Dizhuang settlement received gifts from the Shishui gang, and one of them was that fertilizer. Doesn't this mean? A hint of sorrow entered Leia's voice. The mice, taking all their belongings to the shelter, would surely bring the fertilizer with them. This was like cockroaches encountering cockroach poison but not realizing it, bringing the poison back to their nest, and wiping out all their relatives in one go. What would happen to the mice would be even more tragic. Death might only be a mild symptom, with a greater probability of a fate worse than death. Leo mentally envisioned the mice's fate, and the atmosphere between the two became silent. Without a word, Leo carried Leia, avoiding others on the road, and arrived at the water purification plant without incident. Leia's vision had recovered considerably, her sight was clearer, though some black blocky objects were still floating. Leo settled her in the lounge where he stayed, brought food and water to the table, and briefly explained the situation there. Seeing that Leia was in good condition, Leo simply took her on a tour of the factory, providing on-site instruction. After all, Leia had been to school and was quick-witted. She learned how to purify water using mechanized equipment and water orb fungus with almost no effort. Very good, your learning speed is much faster than I imagined. Leo took out his data pad and opened a document. The document was titled Umbrella Water Company Employee Contract. It wasn't appropriate for Leia to be an unregistered resident here, so Leo's idea was to employ her as a company employee. This way, even if he became tied up for various reasons later, Leia could handle visitors on his behalf, preventing her from having to hide every time someone visited the factory. I'll transfer this document to your data pad, you can read it slowly. I need to go out and buy some things now. Leo connected the data pad to complete the transfer, then carefully observed Leia's height and build before pushing the door open and leaving. A moment later, Leo returned to the room with large and small bags. You'd best not go out until your scales disappear. I bought a dozen sets of clothes according to your size, the sizes might be a bit large, so just make do. Also, I bought some daily necessities you might need. Leia looked at the mountain of clothes piled on the bed with a bewildered expression. Before Leo entered the room, she had just finished reading the employee contract and was wondering if she was dreaming. The brand new clothes now before her eyes made her feel even more unreal. Perhaps she had already died in the alley earlier, and everything she was seeing now was a scene after death. Am I not dreaming? Leia murmured. Dreaming? Dreaming of what? Leo didn't understand Leia's meaning, and took out some items, placing them in front of her. These are your ID card, mechanical key, and access card. After signing the contract, send it to me via the data pad. I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to leave now. If there's nothing important on weekdays, I generally won't come over. When I'm not here, keep a close eye on the factory's surveillance. If anyone invades, press the alarm, and the enforcers will come to handle it. Leo hastily left a few words, then pushed the door open and departed again, leaving Leia staring blankly as his figure rapidly receded. Leaving the factory gate, Leo accelerated towards the rail train station, preparing to report to the agent base. While he was buying clothes for Leia, Delton had sent an order for him to return to the base as soon as possible. As Leo stepped into the simple carriage, he slapped his forehead, belatedly understanding what Leia meant by dreaming. Well, for Leia, everything that happened today truly felt like a dream. Great joy and sorrow followed one after another, life and emotions rising and falling like a roller coaster. If he had experienced so many things in a single day, he probably would have similar illusions too. Never mind Leia for now. I don't know what's going to happen when I get back to the base later. Leo secretly fretted, a bad premonition in his heart. According to his experience, being called back by his superior during a holiday never meant anything good. Beep beep beep. A communication alert sounded from his pocket. It was a text message from Tall Enzo. Kong Wen, anything big happen in the past few days? Why did the superior suddenly want all of us back? Leia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So Delton had ordered everyone back to the base, that was truly good. Leia told Tall Enzo about the plague and then asked. Oh, by the way, Tall Enzo. Didn't a judge from Terra appear at the banquet 2 days ago? He seemed to be there to catch Kadora Liwei. Do you know what the final outcome was? The farce at the banquet was not recorded in the Upper Nest's public database, nor did it appear in the daily newspapers. Tall Enzo has a good relationship with Kelly of the Cram family, so he might have heard some rumors. Tall Enzo replied. Holy crap, speaking of that, I can only say that nobles play dirty. That kid Kadora used the ghost potion manufactured by his family to raise 5 illegal etheric nullifiers and ordered them to poison people everywhere. What's even more exaggerated is that the toxins they used were all etheric nullifier creations synthesized from ghost potion, so normal treatment methods were completely ineffective. Leia came to a realization. Could it be that the Liwei family believed in father? Otherwise, where did the Ling Neng mildew they released come from? Who would believe they researched it themselves? You're getting off topic, Tall Enzo. Was Kadora finally caught? Of course. I heard the judge used a thermal melting gun to shoot through Kadora's bioarmor, burning off the lower half of his body. On the way to escort him to the ship, the Liwei family almost fought with the legal department, and it was only settled when the Silent Sister intervened. Kadora was caught? That's good. White Fruit Manor should be calm for a while. Leia hurried on his way while asking Tall Enzo about the noble circle. By the time they arrived at the base, Mona had already arrived, and Wick and Tall Enzo were rushing from the upper nest. 10 minutes later, everyone was present, and the governor's agents gathered for the first time. There were 13 people in total, which comprised all the agents under Delton. Delton opened the holographic device. A bust of Lord Vogues appeared in the center of the venue, with intense battle footage playing on the background screen behind him. Leia recognized the exact location of the battle scene, it was the street where he had traded with Leia. In the footage, police officers relied on the street walls to build defenses and unleash firepower, with various explosives used in rotation, almost bringing out heavy weapons to fire a few shots. The police's enemies were a group of frenzied humanoid creatures. Bullets hit vital points but couldn't kill them. Flames wrapped around their bodies, burning their internal organs, only making them more deranged. More than half a street was overrun, with dark green insects, foul-smelling mucus, strange mushrooms, plants, and thick yellowish-green mist everywhere. The fate of the lower nest residents nearby goes without saying. If they were safe and sound, there wouldn't be so many enemies on site, seemingly endless. The battle footage disappeared, and Vogues' background screen changed to a crowded council hall. Vogues stood on the podium as speaker and host, with the surrounding circular conference table filled with representatives from various upper nest nobles. Tall Enzo lowered his voice and said. This looks like a live broadcast of the Noble Council. Is the cleanup operation starting today? Leia nodded slightly. That's possible. Counting the time, it's been more than half a month since Lord Vogues ordered the various families to prepare Hunter Lord teams. The battle that occurred in that street happens to be an opportunity to stir up the Hunter Lord's emotions. The development of events was as Leia had predicted. Lord Vogues opened the loudspeaker, pointing the finger at the Church of Amalgamation entrenched in the bottom nest, condemning the Church of Amalgamation's atrocities in a sorrowful tone. In the seating area, curses and condemnations against the Church of Amalgamation rose and fell. After a period of emotional build-up, the atmosphere reached its peak. Lord Vogues spoke passionately. Gentlemen, Epimedius is our home, the place where our ancestors have lived and guarded for generations. The damned Church of Amalgamation not only harmed the kind and simple lower nest residents but also tarnished our reputation and trampled on our dignity. We were deceived like pathetic idiots by their potion formulas and ghost mushrooms. Lord Vogues spread his arms. It's time, my friends, my compatriots. Let us wash away our shame with the blood of the Church of Amalgamation and restore the glory of Epimedius. Glory to the Emperor, glory to Epimedius. Vogues wore a crescent-shaped white horn on his chest, made from the tusks of an Epimedius beast. Vogues puffed out his cheeks and forcefully blew a high-pitched note. The deep and resonant horn blast ignited the entire venue, and various noble representatives picked up their horns and began to blow. For a moment, the council hall became a wild land where beasts roared to the sky. The wave of fanaticism overflowed from the holographic projection, deeply shocking the hearts of every agent. Chapter 79, The Background of a Wealthy Family. The holographic screen froze at the moment the entire noble council blew their horns. Delton said in an unheard tone, what you just saw was a live broadcast from the noble council meeting. According to the plan made by Lord Vogues before the cleanup operation, the Hunter Lords from various prominent families will officially enter the scrapyard zone in 3 hours. Delton pressed the switch button. The holographic screen flickered a few times, displaying a 3D map of the scrapyard zone and the bottom nest. The map was incomplete, with about 2/3 of it blank. Next to the map, a detailed roster of the Church of Amalgamation appeared, precise down to the name, age, and origin of every father within the Church of Amalgamation. As you can see, the intelligence for the map and the cultist roster comes from the father who were previously apprehended. I have already transferred this information to your datapads, you can review them after the meeting. Now, let's get to the main point. Delton pressed the switch button again. The map and roster disappeared, and 5 half-body portraits emerged. These 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, were dressed splendidly, possessed exceptional temperament, and bore a resemblance to Lord Vogues in their features, appearing to be in their early 20s. All of you here are Lord Vogues' agents, and you should strive to bring honor to the Fungi's family's hunter lords. The reason I've gathered you all today is for an important matter concerning the Fungi's family's honor. Delton's words were perfectly sound. The governor's agents were backed by the governor, and the governor would not always be the plump old man currently sitting on the lord's throne. When the current lord could no longer govern, a successor would naturally take his place. The 4 men and 1 woman appearing on the holographic screen were the Fungi's family's hunter lords. As they achieved military merits in the cleanup operation, their status would rise accordingly. As the saying goes, a father gains prestige through his son. If the descendant's status rose, then their parents could naturally also advance step by leveraging their children's advantages. Reflected in the succession order for the lord's position, this meant an improvement in their place in the line of succession. Each advancement meant outliving a peer. The current Lord Vogues was the first in line of succession, the fathers of the 5 young people on the holographic screen were the 2nd to 6th in line of succession. The intensity of the competition among these 5 could be felt by everyone present just by imagining it. The 5 hunter lords of the Fungi's family each require a team of experienced agents to scout the scrapyard zone and the bottom nest. I submitted your agent identities and service records to the governor, who then assigned personnel to the 5 hunter lords. The results are now in. Delton operated on his data pad a few times. The agents successively received messages pushed by their superior. Leia clicked to view the information. He had been assigned by Lord Vogues to a hunter lord named Auguste Guyamming Fugues. Auguste came from the Guyamming branch of the Fungi's family. His father, Guyamming Fugues, was the 6th in line of succession for the Fungi's family. As a transmigrator, Leia subconsciously judged Auguste by his facial features. Thin lips, 3 white eyes, although handsome, his appearance exuded a chilling aura. Auguste might be difficult to get along with. Leia sincerely hoped that the theory of physiognomy would not apply in the Warhammer world. However, to his disappointment, physiognomy still had some market in the different world, as Tall Enzo proved this point. Tall Enzo, who was nearby, leaned over to look at Leia's datapad, clicking his tongue with a hint of pity. Kong Wen, you're in for trouble. Auguste is the harshest among these 5. He won't reward you for good work, but if you make a mistake, he'll definitely punish you. Alright, then it seems I need to try my best not to make mistakes. Who were you assigned to? Leia turned his head to look, and couldn't help but exclaim how lucky Tall Enzo was. He was chosen by Tai Duo Vogues. This female hunter lord had no middle name, meaning she came from the main branch of the Fungi's family, not a descendant of a branch member, and had a direct blood relation to the current Lord Vogues. Bringing honor to Tai Duo was equivalent to bringing honor to Lord Vogues, and the benefits would surely be plentiful. I'm so envious. How about we switch? Leia joked. Dream on. Tall Enzo was smug, shaking his head. I need to find Tutkalai priest to maintain my neural inductive piston and hormone pump. Maybe this Tai Duo will take a liking to me, then wouldn't I soar to great heights? My urine is yellow, but I'm afraid you'll enjoy it too much, so I won't enlighten you. Leia muttered to himself, pulling at the corners of his mouth to force a smile. Alright, alright. When you're soaring, don't forget to pull your buddy up. No problem, he he he. The 2 exchanged words with Wick, Mona, and others sitting not far away. Except for Leia, everyone else's patron was not Auguste. Well, now there wasn't even a chance for mutual support. Delton waited until everyone had mostly digested the news, then began to outline the general plan for the cleanup operation. Half an hour later, Delton announced the meeting adjourned, and reminded the agents to contact their young masters as soon as possible and obey their orders. Starting today, the facilities and rooms in the base would have open access, and agents could use them according to established rules. In addition, Leia and the others received their extra rewards from the previous mission. Leia received 660,000 credit points, while others received between 200,000 and 400,000. Was 660,000 credit points a lot? Not really. It was far less than the net profit White Fruit Manor brought him. I have so much cash flow already, why am I still working as a governor's agent? What am I after? Leia frowned in thought in his assigned resting room, feeling an urge to spread his wings and fly solo. But rationality told him that if he proposed to go solo, the governor would surely send people to deal with him to eliminate future trouble. His etheric nullifier abilities were too strong. If he were the governor, he probably wouldn't want such an etheric nullifier to escape his control. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow one's head. Leia sighed to himself, clicked on his datapad, activated the communication button, and contacted his young master. After the communication connected, the returned information was a pre-recorded voice message. Within 3 hours, I want to see a route map from the scrapyard zone to the bottom nest, the fastest and shortest kind. Whoever acts the fastest, I will reward. Whoever acts the slowest, I will punish. It's that simple. The voice message ended. This recording was automatically broadcast. All agents assigned by Lord Vogues to Auguste could listen to this recording after dialing Auguste's number. This meant that even before the cleanup operation officially began, Leia was already in competition with other agents serving Auguste. Leia rummaged through his datapad, transferring all the intelligence Leia had collected in the scrapyard zone to a separate storage unit. He had reviewed all this intelligence and remembered its contents. He spent about half an hour organizing the intelligence and using the drawing tools in the room to create a route map. He sent this route map to Leia at the water treatment plant, asking her to check and correct it. After waiting a moment in the room, Leia sent back the modified route map. The new route map showed contour lines, coordinates, faction distribution, danger warnings, resource collection points, and other graphical information. Leia praised it profusely. As expected of someone who had lived in the scrapyard zone, the route map was much more detailed than what he could imagine from scratch based on data. Leia forwarded the route map to August and quietly waited for a response. 10 minutes passed, and a crisp sound came from the data pad. Ding! This was the sound of money arriving. Leia raised an eyebrow and opened his bank account. 100,000 credit points. It was transferred from August's private account. At the same time, a new voice message was transmitted to Leia's data pad, also from August. Within half an hour, report to the bottom nest customs checkpoint at BTUD3 lift and await orders. My chief retainer will bring people to meet you, and you will go together to verify the authenticity of the route map. If it is true, there will be a heavy reward after the cleanup operation. Rewards after the operation ends? Is he just dangling a carrot? And for such an important route map, is 100,000 credit points as an advance reward a bit too little? Leia left the resting room in thought, heading straight for the equipment depot. He quickly donned his agent gear, obtained authorization for a small transport vehicle, and rushed to the lift. The bottom nest broadcast was repeatedly playing information about the Hunter Lords. The residents of the 8th District now knew that a large group of upper nest nobles would be visiting in a few hours. The 8th District's municipal office temporarily gathered a large number of people to clean the ground, set up ribbons and carpets, and the number of enforcers patrolling the roads also increased several times over. Leia's agent gear, at first glance, looked similar to a fully armed enforcer's, so he didn't attract too much attention on the road. Rushing to the destination, he waited for a short while, and then a motorcade passed through the customs checkpoint of the large lift, slowly driving into the 8th District. The configuration of this motorcade was luxurious, and Leia directly felt the profound heritage of a first-class noble family. Leading the way was a nameless speeder, a light anti-gravity vehicle with a dark blue paint job, designed for mobility and quick response. If Leia remembered correctly, the production technology for speeders gradually became lost after the dark technology age. It wasn't until the 40K era, when Dora Call took power, that the Imperium of Man achieved a technological breakthrough in the mass production of speeders. Before this, the speeders used by the Imperium of Man were either relics from the dark technology age or small batch imitations. The speeder in front of him was clearly an old antique treasured by the noble family, with dark blue paint covering numerous patches to make it look less ancient. Behind this speeder, Leia also saw an anti-gravity troop transport equipped with a machine gun and an anti-gravity armored vehicle with radar. Undoubtedly, these were all antique-level vehicles from the Gyaming branch of the Fugai's family. Looking back at the small transport vehicle he had driven, Leia couldn't help but smile wryly. Compared to the three ancient anti-gravity vehicles, his own wheeled transport vehicle was the truly outdated one, wasn't it? The heritage of the Nest Capital's prominent families was truly unimaginable. Chapter 80, Exploring the Way Ahead. You're Kong Wen, right? The speeder hovered in front of Leia, and the person inside tapped the door, drawing Leia's attention. The person driving the speeder was bald, wearing a black face mask and goggles, with no patterns on his head. He had no ears. Where his ears should have been, a pair of 3 cm long spiral antennas had replaced them, and even the skin on both sides of his head was metallic. That's right, it's me. And you are? Leia took out his data pad to identify each other's identity codes. The person in the speeder pulled out a cable from his sleeve and connected it to Leia's data pad. I am young Master August's chief guard and technical advisor. You can call me Beijite. You're quite capable, getting the route map so quickly. It seems you agents who work for the governor are indeed not simple. The data pad's screen flickered, reminding Leia that he had gained some permissions. I've added your biological data and data pad signal to the team's whitelist. If we have to fight later, I don't want to see your head explode in the vehicle. Beijite retracted the cable and waved his hand. Get in, sit in the co-pilot seat. We're leaving now. You can leave your transport vehicle here, I've already spoken to the officer at the checkpoint, and he'll look after it for you. You can come back for it when we leave. Okay, thank you. Leia climbed into the vehicle, settling into the anti-gravity craft that felt like a waterbed. The anti-gravity engine emitted a low hum, and the convoy weaved through the streets, rapidly approaching the scrapyard zone along the route map Leia provided. There were many ways to enter the scrapyard zone. Excluding the small paths dug out by wanderers, scavengers, and mutants, there were over 20 main roads guarded by enforcers alone. The closest route to the bottom nest was located in the southwest corner of the entire 8th district. This was a garbage incineration plant, with poor air quality, and most of the traffic consisted of engineering vehicles and plant workers. Byproducts of incineration for power generation would be transported to the scrapyard zone via conveyor belts. As people frequently needed to enter the scrapyard zone to repair the conveyor belts, the factory owner applied to the 8th district city hall for a checkpoint. This checkpoint was the starting point of their journey. When the group arrived, the factory manager was already waiting by the roadside. You must be young Master August's people. I warmly welcome your arrival. Please take these items, from now on, you can enter and exit freely. The manager handed over a set of keys and an access card with a funning smile. Beijite put the items away and asked. What did the young master tell you? Young Master August has bought out the passage rights for this checkpoint for the next month. Please rest assured, during this period, I guarantee that only young Master August's convoy can pass through here. The manager's eyes crinkled in a smile. It was estimated that the price August offered made the manager willing to sell his pants. Wealthy families were indeed generous, they were very adept at paving the way with money. The checkpoint was built at the base of a towering metal wall, guarded by armed personnel from the garbage incineration plant. The thickness of the metal wall was astonishing, estimated to be at least 100 meters, with pipes and cables running throughout its interior. This was the massive barrier separating the 7th district and the 8th district. Passing through the checkpoint and into the tunnel that traversed the barrier, the air quality noticeably decreased. Before long, everyone arrived at the other end of the tunnel, officially entering the foul-smelling scrapyard zone. Piles of garbage fragments and ashes were like mountains, the soil was stained inky black, and conveyor belts were fixed in midair by steel pipes and cables, crisscrossing like a dense spider web. The conveyor belts had built-in searchlights, and hundreds, even thousands, of light beams descended from above, illuminating the dense dust floating in the air. In the dark corners untouched by the light, blurry shadows were startled by the convoy, scuttling away with rustling sounds. Vehicle 3, begin scanning the surrounding environment and create a holographic map. Bajite gave a command through his respirator. Static. A burst of static came through the communication channel first, followed by Vehicle 3's reply. Received. Scanning now. The magnetic field here is very bad, I've detected multiple signal interference sources, possibly illegal radio stations set up by local gangs. Bajite asked. Can you hack into it? I'll try. Leio stared at the route map from the co-pilot seat, avoiding taking the wrong path. He knew very little about the communication technology of the Warhammer world, so he didn't interject. The convoy maneuvered forward at the foot of the garbage mountains. Static. Static crackled through the internal communication channel. The person in Vehicle 3 said. Captain, I've hacked into the local signal source. The channel is very noisy, you'd best listen. Okay, broadcast it on our channel. Within 3 seconds of Bajite's words, dozens of different sounds appeared in the channel, their cacophony comparable to a death metal band's live performance. Ah! Clank 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 clank. They're coming. Don't come near me. Bang 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 bang. Move that thing away, ah! Intense fighting seemed to be happening around the signal source, and the various jarring sounds made Leio frown. He recalled the fertilizer sold from the bottom nest to the scrapyard zone. Could it be that the side effects of these fertilizers had begun to erupt in the scrapyard zone? It seemed possible. Bajite ordered. Filter out sounds below 30 decibels. Received. The channel became quiet. Sounds like thumps and bangs largely disappeared. Bajite gave a few more commands, filtering out specific audio frequencies and timbres of static, retaining several recurring male voices. At this point, everyone finally heard clearer conversations. Has the message been sent? Boss, I've been sending it, but no one is replying to us. Damn it, move aside, let me speak. The speaker fiddled with the microphone, cleared his throat, and then roared at the top of his lungs. Hey! Everyone who can receive this signal, listen carefully. Something terrible seems to have happened in the bottom nest, many monsters are rushing out from underground. If you don't go to the 8th district for reinforcements, we'll all die on this damned pipe cliff. Boss! The monsters below are coming up. Shit! Beep! Gunfire erupted in the communication channel, causing a screech. Bajite turned off the external signal and asked, tilting his head. What are Pipe Cliff and Howling Chasm? Leio recalled Leia's intelligence within 0.1 seconds and immediately responded. Pipe Cliff is the largest human settlement in the scrapyard zone, built on the vertical cross-section of the 7th district's pipe hub, located in the central area of the scrapyard zone. Howling Chasm is one of the main thoroughfares from the scrapyard zone to the bottom nest. This passage has psychic effects, it first makes people dazed, then sucks them into the walls, turning them into howling faces. Interesting bottom nest scenery. This is the first time I've heard of such a passage. Bajite opened a data map on his datapad, carefully considering the route. The route map Leio provided could bypass Pipe Cliff and lead directly to Howling Chasm. Whether the people at Pipe Cliff lived or died had nothing to do with them. However, the monsters attacking Pipe Cliff did concern them. Hunter Lord had a kill counter. Any hostile creatures not recorded in the Nest Capital's database could earn Hunter Lord points by being killed. A large group of monsters gathered near Pipe Cliff would undoubtedly provide young Master August with a significant number of points. I'll ask the young master. Whatever the young master says, will do. Bajite mumbled, initiating a cross-district communication request. He didn't succeed. This was within Leio's expectations. Communication in the 7th district had long been cut off, otherwise, Leia wouldn't have needed to run to the 8th district to make a call. The prerequisite for restoring communication was to dig out the buried communication equipment and pipelines, and then invite a tech priest to perform rituals. No, that's not right, it should be to invite a tech priest for major repairs. Damn it, I forgot this godforsaken place can't receive public communication signals. Well, there's nothing to be done then. Bajite grumbled a few words, then said in the communication channel. Folks, there might be intense fighting at Pipe Cliff, but that's none of our business. Continue along the route map, don't mind those distress signals. Received X10. The convoy moved at a steady pace, continuously drawing a holographic map of the surroundings. Leaving the landfill, the sight ahead startled everyone. The ceiling of the 7th district was shattered, with incredibly massive metal plates, over 100 meters thick, slanted into the ground like giant axes piercing the earth. The foundations showed a state similar to continental plate compression, with various sharp, towering mountains layered upon each other. From a distance, the place was identical to a turbulent sea surface. Countless yellow sands slid down from high above, forming a dazzling number of columnar structures. Heaven and earth collapsing, dust filling the sky. This was the true depiction of most of the scrapyard zone. Leia truly had it tough. This place was simply not fit for humans. Leia felt a surge of emotion. A strong gust of wind blew, yellow sand lashed their faces, and grit rattled against their goggles. The wind and sand could not stop the anti-gravity vehicles from advancing. The convoy sped up, rushing into the depths of the scrapyard zone, braving the dust. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the dust in the air formed a wall, sweeping rapidly towards the convoy from a distance. Leia reminded him. A sandstorm is coming. The scrapyard zone experiences this extreme weather every 3 to 7 days, and each occurrence lasts about half an hour. Should we find a place to take shelter first? Sandstorm? Small problem, no need to hide. Beijite smiled confidently, patting the dashboard. Whoosh. Some kind of oval, light blue force field enveloped the speeder, completely isolating it from the wind and sand, and the whistling wind in their ears also became much quieter. Holy cow, this old relic actually had a vehicle-mounted force field generator. Leia was a bit dumbfounded. Looking back, although the two vehicles behind had no force fields, their shells and the power of their anti-gravity engines were enough to withstand the wind and sand. The faster the vehicle, the fiercer the wind and sand, yet the vehicle remained motionless. Speeding along the route, the strong winds gradually subsided, and the endless sea of sand reappeared. An hour later, the convoy, moving at full speed, arrived at the rumored Howling Chasm. The entrance to the passage was deep within a grotto. Outside the grotto was an important trade location, with a large gathering of people and a considerable number of makeshift houses. All of this information was recorded in Leia's intelligence. But now, it was utterly silent. Chapter 81 Alien Mural. Not a single person could be seen in the human settlement near the grotto. There was no blood, no corpses, and no signs of battle inside or outside the houses. The promethium lamps inside were lit, a bonfire was boiling water and heating canned goods, and food scraps were scattered around. Everywhere there were traces of human life, yet not a single living person could be seen. Vehicle 3's onboard radar emitted an invisible force field, rapidly sweeping the surrounding space. A series of footprints were captured by the radar, marked as dashed lines on everyone's holographic goggles. Leia's sound array device was connected to the team's sound array, and thus also received the scan results from the radar. Following the dashed lines, the footprints on the ground showed a certain pattern. The settlement had over 10,000 people. After hearing the broadcast, these people left their homes, came to the main road of the settlement, formed 3 columns, and orderly entered the grotto. The footprints started from the settlement, extended to the grotto's entrance, and disappeared into the darkness deep within the grotto. The area had previously experienced a sandstorm, which had only subsided an hour and a half ago. The footprints on the ground were quite clear, not covered by sand, indicating they were left after the sandstorm ended. Why is there no one here? Beijite asked. Leia pondered and replied, the people who usually live on both sides of the Howling Chasm are illegal forces who have joined the Church of Amalgamation. The Church of Amalgamation might have gathered these people at their headquarters. Oh, that makes sense, it's plausible. Beijite called out to his teammates on the comms channel, Vehicle 3, can you see what's inside the grotto? Captain, there's interference in the grotto. All scan results are garbled. Garbled? Leia felt a surge of alarm, looking back at Vehicle 3, fearing that the garbled data mentioned was the legendary chaos code. Leia was overthinking, Vehicle 3 was unharmed and showed no abnormalities. Beijite drove the speeder towards the settlement, if it can't be scanned, then so be it. As long as this path is confirmed to enter the lower nest, that's fine. Leia gave a reminder on the comms channel. Everyone, the etheric nullifier's effects of the Howling Chasm are quite strange. We'd best be careful and not get too close. If young Master Osges is determined to take this path, he must prepare anti-etheric nullifier's devices in advance. Beijite grinned, you don't need to worry about that. The young Master's Hunter Lord armor comes with an anti-etheric nullifier's device, easily crushing gamma-level psychers. Seeing Beijite so confident, Leia stopped talking. The Imperial Medical Department established a grading system for etheric nullifiers. The top tier is alpha level and etheric nullifiers, also known as super etheric nullifiers. Below super etheric nullifiers, etheric nullifiers levels are, from high to low, alpha level, beta level, gamma level, delta level, and so on. An anti-etheric nullifier's device that can counter gamma-level etheric nullifiers is enough to crush over 95% of etheric nullifiers. It can be said to be half a step into invincibility. As these thoughts replayed in his mind, Leia suddenly realized he seemed to have encountered a bug. According to this grading system, even though he could cast various etheric nullifiers, he would be classified as a row-level etheric nullifiers, or a normal person, due to the lack of etheric nullifiers reactions. This was more or less absurd. While Leia was thinking, the convoy circled the settlement once and stopped at the grotto entrance. Beijite directed the people on Vehicle 2 and Vehicle 3 to set up a temporary stronghold. Leia carefully observed inside and outside the grotto, searching for any existing pathogens. There was no yellowish-green liquid on the ground or walls, and Father Nurgle's body odor had not appeared. This was good news. A few minutes later, Beijite's voice sounded in the comms channel. You all stay here and guard the stronghold. Kong Wen and I will go back and lead the young master. Don't let anyone approach here before we return. Understood. Yes, Captain. Metal baffles and searchlights formed the walls of the temporary stronghold. 2 anti-gravity armored vehicles were parked in the middle of the walls, with personnel on the vehicle roofs and behind the walls, holding guns and on alert. Their equipment was extremely fine, carapaced armor, bolt guns, holographic helmets, breathing apparatuses, melta-bombs, and so on, all complete. Beijite gestured to Linyo. Quick, get in. We need to get back as soon as possible. The young master will be in the lower nest in 3 hours. Linyo sat back in the speeder. With a hum, the anti-gravity vehicle accelerated, and dust kicked up on both sides of the speeder. The 2 figures became tiny black dots, disappearing into the dust-filled horizon. Time passed in waiting. An hour later, the cleanup operation began, and the Hunter Lord team was cleared to enter the lower nest. Another 2 hours passed, and dozens of small black dots appeared on the horizon. The guards watching the grotto picked up their binoculars and looked into the distance, exclaiming in wonder. Look, why are there so many armored vehicles? Linyo had asked a similar question when he met Auguste. The people who appeared in the convoy included not only Auguste and his armed retainers but also the other 4 Hunter Lords of the Fugai's family, as well as their armed retainers and accompanying governor's agents. Weren't they just supposed to lead Auguste? Why did the other 4 Hunter Lords come along too? This was the shrewdness of Auguste and his father Nurgle. Auguste belonged to the descendants of the Jiaming branch of the Fugai's family. This branch of the bloodline has survived to this day not by vying for power with the main line but by a clear understanding of themselves. They knew they didn't have the ability to become governor, so they simply dedicated themselves to serving the direct line of the Fugai's family. Since about 100 years ago, the Jiaming line has held a seat in the governor's cabinet. When Auguste's father Nurgle retires, he will become the new cabinet minister. The current governor had a daughter late in life, and only one direct descendant, who was Taido Vogues. In a few years or decades, Taido would likely become Auguste's governor. In addition, Auguste's family had carefully calculated that Auguste and Taido were separated by 4 generations. The nest capital prohibited marriage between direct blood relatives or collateral relatives within 3 generations. Auguste and Taido were separated by 4 generations, meeting the marriage requirements. Their ages were also very close, so there was no so-called generation gap, which undoubtedly provided a valuable opportunity for a marriage alliance. Once successful, the middle name Jiaming could become the surname of the nest capital governor. Therefore, as soon as Auguste obtained Linyo's information, he shared it with Taido. Taido, to win over people's hearts, then shared the information with the other 3 Hunter Lords. In this way, the 5 Hunter Lords temporarily banded together, first securing the fruits of victory, and then distributing the spoils according to the proportions negotiated by their elders. Linyo offered no comment on this, as long as the nobles were happy. One piece of information being passed around and turning into 4 favors, that was something else. As for the nonsense about the Jiaming line wholeheartedly serving the direct line, that kind of talk was only for deceiving the direct members of the Fugai's family. Don't even think about fooling him, a transmigrator. This world had chaos inimical powers. Even Horus, the emperor's good boy, was fooled by chaos and crippled, let alone nobles blinded by profit. The convoy stopped near the grotto entrance. The armed retainers were the first to dismount. These individuals wore carapaced armor, wielded bolt guns, and wore holographic helmets, goggles, and respirators, with uniform styling, distinguished by armbands and identification codes to differentiate factions. Each of the 5 Hunter Lords brought 100 armed retainers, along with several accompanying governor's agents. The appearance of nearly 600 people added a bit of life to the desolate settlement. The armed retainers dispersed, scanning the settlement with various handheld instruments. After confirming that there were no enemies, diseases, or traps nearby, the 5 Hunter Lords then dismounted from their respective vehicles. The male Hunter Lord's equipment closely resembled Dr. Octopus from the Spider-Man film series. 4 powerful mechanical arms extended from the mechanical backpacks on their backs. The mechanical arms could freely extend and retract, with each hand equipped with a weapon or shield, controllable solely through cranial implants. The sensing array in the helmet helped the wearer automatically lock onto enemies, automatically fire, and automatically use the mechanical arms for close quarters combat and blocking attacks. The wearer could leave all offense and defense to the mechanical arms, only needing to trash talk during combat. The armor protecting the torso and limbs appeared to be made of ceramite and adamantium, heavy, sturdy, and ancient in style, like medieval knights' plate armor, powered by built-in electronic muscle fibers and fusion battery packs. According to Beijite, this Hunter Lord armor was the strongest of all known Hunter Lord equipment, and its name was Patriarch. The only female Hunter Lord on site wore armor called Matriarch. This Hunter Lord armor only had 3 mechanical arms, making its combat power slightly weaker, but it was equipped with various stealth devices, allowing for a nearly perfect invisible state. Additionally, on the arms of these 5 Hunter Lords, Linyo saw something familiar: the mirror shield device. Unlike his mirror shield, which was a replica, the mirror shields of the 5 Hunter Lords were all genuine articles. Genuine mirror shields could not only block energy attacks but also absorb and store energy, then release it through weapons to enhance lethality. In summary, it was strong, invincible. Those who wear this Hunter Lord armor can even go AFK during battle. The Hunter Lord armor will handle everything itself. Kong Wen, come here. In the comms channel, Auguste called out to Linyo. Linyo walked with steady steps to stand before the 5 Hunter Lords, bending his right leg and touching his left knee to the ground, leaning his upper body slightly forward, and bowing his head, performing a standard salute. Miss, young master, Kong Wen reporting for duty. Oz just pointed at Lin Yo, turning his body to speak to the hunter lords beside him. This is Kong Wen, who provided me with the route map. Kong Wen, stand up, I have something to ask you. Lin Yo stood up, his height not much different from the 5 hunter lords, meeting the eyes of the female hunter lord, Tai Duo Vogues. Tai Duo's face was delicate and small, her lips pink, and her nose and eyes hidden behind black goggles. Even though her entire body was encased in thick armor, with only the lower half of her face visible through her helmet, she was enough to make any man who saw her feel his heart waver. Lin Yo took a quick glance and then averted his gaze, looking at his current patron. Auguste had sandpaco eyes and thin lips, with a pair of shrewd eyes beneath transparent tea-colored goggles, as if constantly gleaming with calculations. Kong Wen, how much do you know about the lower nest? Oz just asked with the elegant tone of a young master. Lin Yo lowered his head slightly. I apologize, young master, I lack understanding of the lower nest. Oz just hummed lightly. Then, how about this, you call a few agents, and go scout the lower nest first. Miss Tai Duo will be waiting here for your good news. Yes, miss, young master. I will go gather the personnel now. Lin Yo replied without batting an eye. Auguste waved his hand. Go quickly and return quickly, don't make Miss Tai Duo wait too long. Lin Yo excused himself and called Talenzo, Wick, and Mona on the comms channel. The 3 of them were assigned to different hunter lords. After asking their respective patrons, the 3 came to the entrance of the grotto to meet Lin Yo and stepped into the darkness together. The night vision module of the holographic goggles automatically activated, and dense footprints appeared in their field of vision. Talenzo poked Lin Yo with his elbow and asked. After you gave the route map to Auguste, did he give you a reward? Wick was very curious about this question and pricked up his ears to listen. Lin Yo sighed softly in the internal comms channel. Ah, don't even mention it. Auguste only gave me 100,000 credit points as a down payment, the rest will be given after the cleanup operation ends. Damn, only 100,000 for a down payment. Talenzo exclaimed. Wick laughed heartily. I told you, with Auguste's personality, he'd at most pay 200,000 in advance, not a single credit point more. I didn't expect him to be even stingier than I thought, only giving 100,000. A bet's a bet, Talenzo, pay up quickly. Damn it, Auguste's stinginess truly exceeds my imagination. Talenzo fiddled with his datapad. Wick, there's no signal here, I'll give it to you when we get back to the 8th district. Alright, just remember it yourself. Wick couldn't stop smiling. These 2 were betting on me, no wonder they asked me how much money I got. Lin Yo rolled his eyes at the 2. Mona, standing nearby, shook her head with a hint of helplessness, unsure if she was silently complaining about Wick and Talenzo's bet, or lamenting Auguste's stinginess. SHHHHHH. A faint noise flashed across the channel. The 4 of them simultaneously became serious, carefully checking the data collected by their sensors. The etheric nullifier's readings rose slightly, air flowed out from deep within the grotto, pollution was moderate, the chance of illness was relatively high, and there was also slight radiation. Far below, there was an intermittent signal source, possibly from some kind of signal relay device. After walking for about a minute, the 4 saw the rumored howling chasm. This passage was about 3 kilometers long, extending downwards in a spiral. Several flares were fired, greatly improving the lighting conditions in their holographic vision, and the faces protruding from the walls became increasingly eerie. The light from the flares flickered slightly, outlining shadows on the faces. The faces were static, with various expressions, some sad, some joyful, some despairing, some pained, some ferocious. A sinister atmosphere rapidly grew with the changing light and shadow, and an invisible rhythm disturbed the air, causing layers of whispers to appear in the ears of the 3. The illusions created by the howling chasm appeared. The whispers lingering in their ears caused varying degrees of reactions in the 4. Wick shivered a few times as if startled, rubbing his arms and gasping, hiss, this cursed place is giving me goosebumps. A squirting sound like liquid being pumped out from within Talenzo's body, and he shook his head, showing off. I feel much better after injecting the tranquilizer. Do you want some? I still have some. Keep those drugs for yourself. Wick pressed a button on his wrist armor, and a squirting sound came from inside the armor. 3 seconds later, his voice became exceptionally calm, as if he had entered a sage-like state. I'm good. Kong Wen, Mona, don't just stand there, quickly inject the antipsychotic. Mona replied faintly, I've already injected it. Wick shrugged, oh, okay. You look the same before and after injecting, so I thought you forgot. I have a question. Lin Yo asked thoughtfully, are the illusions you hear very loud? Under the influence of the drug, Wick became poker-faced, nodding expressionlessly in response. Yes, especially loud, just like a bar at midnight. Talenzo said, I feel a bit better than Wick. The sound of the illusion is probably around 50 or 60 decibels. Mona nodded, my situation is similar to Talenzo's. Lin Yo found the problem. The whispers he heard were very faint, similar to when he was digging ghost mushrooms in the Cram cigarette factory. If measured by a number, it would be about 10 or 20 decibels, equivalent to the sound of turning a page. This illusory sound created by etheric nullifiers was so faint that Lin Yo suspected he could pass through this passage without drugs. Interesting, could this ability to resist illusions also be my cheat after transmigration? Lin Yo thought for a moment, and to be safe, he gave himself an injection. The drug quickly took effect, his thoughts became sluggish, and emotional fluctuations were smoothed away by an invisible hand. The four adopted a two-front, two-back formation and stepped into the passage covered with faces. Tap, tap, tap. Their footsteps were unhurried, the air was terrifyingly quiet, and the surrounding faces seemed to come alive under the changing light and shadow, their mouths slowly opening and closing, their pupils seemingly moving with the figures of the four. Those faces seem to be watching us. Wick whispered in the internal channel. Tall Enzo scoffed. TCH, are you scared, Wick? My sensors show no change in the location information of the faces. If you're scared, just don't look at them. Leio asked. Have you carefully looked at the murals here? I don't think these are human faces. None of the four were cowards. Hearing Leio say this, the squad immediately slowed their pace and moved closer to the left wall. The patterns on the wall became clearer. The four couldn't help but widen their eyes. If it weren't for the drugs still working, they would probably have let out strange cries by now. Oh my god, they really aren't human faces. Talonzo's bionic eye buzzed, analyzing the wall. It looks like patterns of some kind of insect or plant. I can't find corresponding information in the database. Wick stretched out his right hand, his fingertip tracing the patterns on the wall, moving towards the end of the passage. Look. The patterns on the wall are connected and can extend all the way down. Leio had another idea in mind but didn't voice it immediately. He felt that these patterns were both a whole and could also be individually broken down into countless entities. Before transmigration, there was a game called Snake. The patterns on the wall looked very much like an incredibly long snake. Each segment of the snake could be individually separated to form a short snake. Combining the short snakes would form an ultra-long snake spanning the entire wall. Clearly, the content on the wall held some kind of deeper meaning. Considering this was the Warhammer world, the origin of the murals could only be one of a few possibilities. Leio cast appraisal technique to take a look. Just as he expected, this mural was far from simple, it was actually a work left behind by a Xeno civilization. Name, work of a Xeno civilization. Description: A certain Xeno civilization once took root here. They created their own culture. This corridor may hold extraordinary significance in their civilization. The patterns on the corridor walls might contain important clues you wish to know. Chapter 82 Akalash. As Leio pondered, Tall Enzo snapped his fingers. Guys, I know what these patterns are. They aren't bugs or plants, they're human tailbones. Wick was a little confused. Hey? Tailbones? And human tailbones at that? Why do you say that? Tall Enzo turned on his laser pistol's flashlight and illuminated one of the patterns. This pattern is the clearest. Look closely, isn't that our tailbone? Leio focused his gaze, pulling up human skeletal diagrams from his database for comparison. Tall Enzo was indeed right, the patterns on the wall were carved to resemble human tailbones. Wick clicked his tongue in wonder, puzzled as to why so many tailbone patterns were carved into the wall, deliberately made to look like human faces. Mona walked a few steps to the side, found several equally clear patterns, and reconfirmed that the wall patterns were sculpted to mimic human tailbones. Leio fell into deep thought. The connection between human tailbones and Xeno civilization reminded him of an extremely obscure Xeno civilization from WarHammer40k history. This Xeno civilization was only mentioned in a few lines in the chronicles, and there were no official novels about it, so no bloggers had made short videos about it. Leio had only stumbled upon this Xeno civilization's background setting by chance. Let me think, what was that civilization called? Leio's brows furrowed, trying his best to recall this information. The injected medication was still active, and his thoughts were unusually sluggish. He couldn't recall the name of the Xeno civilization related to human spinal bones for a while. The four continued along the Howling Chasm, rounding dozens of spiraling downward turns until they reached the end of the Howling Chasm. This was an underground space made of steel, rivets, and rock, vast in area and covered with fabric tents, like a refugee camp. The intelligence on the bottom nest provided by the father indicated that the uppermost layer of the bottom nest was where the nomads lived. These people had relatively minor mutations and were not strong individually. They were excluded by the bottom nest's illegal forces and had no right to compete for the bottom nest's ghost mushroom, promethium ore, mutated plants, and other resources, only able to survive in the crevices between the bottom nest and the scrapyard zone. The space where the four currently stood was one such nomad settlement. Just like the situation on the surface, everyone here had been called away by the Church of Amalgamation, leaving behind all their belongings and camps. In the center of the settlement, a malfunctioning communication relay crackled with electrical sparks. Tall Enzo began repairing the relay, while Leio and the other two stood guard. As the concentration of the antipsychotic drug dropped to a critical threshold, brain activity returned to normal. Information about the Xeno civilization surged into Leio's mind like a spring, and he felt a chill down his spine. He remembered everything. In the early stages of the Great Expedition, a Xenos known as AC Halat, A.K. Harith, appeared in a remote part of the solar system. This Xenos was both predatory and parasitic. Their favorite food was human spinal marrow. Once they parasitized a human body, they would feed on the spinal marrow for nutrients, a process that would cause discomfort in the back. Initially, people only felt a slight itch on their back, but later it escalated into excruciating pain that even medication couldn't suppress. This symptom earned AC Hala the moniker bone drinkers. Life forms parasitized by bone drinkers would become puppets controlled by them. Bone drinkers connected through a spiritual network that spanned regions, completely ignoring physical barriers. They had two major peculiarities. First, bone drinkers were a Gestalt civilization. Every individual possessed all the knowledge, memories, and abilities of the entire species. This meant that unless they were all killed at once, any survivors would carry all the civilization's achievements and rise again. Not long after the Great Expedition began, the expeditionary forces encountered the bone drinkers. At that time, the Primarch of the 8th Legion had not yet returned. They, along with the Space Wolves, launched an extermination campaign against the bone drinkers, but failed. In the later stages of the Great Expedition, which was the period Leia was in, bone drinkers frequently appeared at the border of the solar system in the dim star region, attacking nest capitals, merchant ships, and space stations. By 986.M30, bone drinkers appeared in large numbers, leading to a siege by the Alpha Legion, which finally eradicated them completely. The Alpha Legion was able to defeat the Xenos not because they were stronger than the Space Wolves and the 8th Legion without their Primarch, but because the Alpha Legion's culture and structure bore some resemblance to a Gestalt civilization, allowing them to pinpoint the bone drinkers' weakness. The second peculiarity of bone drinkers lay in their life form. Bone drinkers were fungi. That's right, fungi. Precisely because they were fungi, Leia had specifically researched the bone drinkers' background. Fungi were something humans could easily get infected and parasitized by if they weren't careful. Activities like growing mushrooms or inhaling certain plants could lead to fungal infections, which were often difficult to eradicate. The bone drinkers' parasitic ability was infinitely stronger than that of ordinary fungi. Even a space marine could be infected, or even become a puppet of the bone drinkers, by inhaling air containing a large number of bone drinker spores. For his group of combat ineffective individuals, whose immunity was less than 1/10 that of a space marine, direct contact with bone drinker spores was purely an act of seeking death. Leia frowned tightly, his gaze slowly moving over the corners, continuously casting appraisal technique and analysis fungus, searching for traces of bone drinkers. His gaze met the swirling particulate matter in the air, and a single appraisal technique was cast. The system reported that these were just ordinary dust particles, not bone drinker spores. Leia dared not relax and continued to detect. Mona faintly heard Leia's heavy breathing, raised her hand, and patted his arm. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Leia shook his head slightly, realizing he was overly nervous. If bone drinker spores were truly widespread in the bottom nest, what they would face would certainly not be an empty camp, but a group of highly predatory infected individuals. Nothing, Mona, I'm just thinking about where everyone here went. Leia took a deep breath and calmed down. Guys, I found something interesting, do you want to come see? Tall Enzo called out in the communication channel, his repair tools buzzing as he swiftly mended damaged wires and electronic circuits. Leia and the other two gathered around. Tall Enzo pulled a cable from the communication relay's base and connected it to his data pad. The data from the data pad was shared within the agent's internal communication channel. A holographic map appeared in Leia's holographic vision. Wick whistled excitedly. Wow, Tall Enzo, this wouldn't happen to be a map of the entire bottom nest, would it? Haha, old man, you guessed it. This communication relay transmitted a map of the bottom nest before it was destroyed. This part of the data happened to be saved in the cache, and I found it. And this is just my first discovery. Now look at this. Tall Enzo stood up triumphantly and connected the power to the communication relay. An electrophonic sound came from inside the wall, and crackling electrical sparks spread along the cables buried underground. The communication relay hummed twice, reluctantly starting to operate. The holographic map in the Force vision began to dynamically refresh, with numerous illustrative details being marked. The bottom nest was extremely vast, originally a flat cylinder. After years of excavation by the Church of Amalgamation, the current bottom nest looked like a downward extending funnel. The closer to the center of the bottom nest, the deeper the artificial excavation. The deepest part of the bottom nest's center was the location of the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. Coincidentally, the four were currently directly above the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. Between them and the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters lay a vast expanse of steel passages, suspension bridges, and skywalks, with terrain as intricate as a labyrinth. Theoretically, a vertical passage could be created through blasting, leading directly to the deepest part of the bottom nest, the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. There were numerous red exclamation marks on the holographic map. Tall Enzo poked one of the exclamation marks with his fingertip, and a surveillance screen popped up from the map. On the screen, humanoid monsters covered in pustules and sores were excavating ghost mushroom under the command of a group of people in uniform. The latter wore a large circle enclosing a small circle pattern, which was the mark used by the Church of Amalgamation in the bottom nest. Anyone wearing this attire was a pseudo-father body of the Church of Amalgamation. Those decaying monsters driven by the pseudo-father body should be the pseudo-offspring. They excavated the ghost mushroom very quickly. The blue-purple light emitted by the mushrooms did not cause them hallucinations, instead, it urged them to work faster and faster, like a stimulant. Clicking on different red exclamation marks brought up similar surveillance screens, all showing the Church of Amalgamation rapidly excavating ghost mushroom. After digging out the mushroom roots, they immediately transported them to the deepest part of the bottom nest, the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. Wick crossed his arms, rubbed his chin, and analyzed. It looks like the Church of Amalgamation is planning something big. Tall Enzo pointed to the only blue exclamation mark on the holographic map. This exclamation mark indicates the location of the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. Should we click it and take a look? Wick jutted out his chin. Go ahead. Who wouldn't want to watch for free? Tall Enzo lightly tapped the blue exclamation mark, and a new surveillance screen appeared. A large group of cultists knelt around a several-meter-tall sculpture. They held ghost mushroom roots in their hands, frantically gnawing on them, while repeatedly kowtowing to the sculpture. At the foot of the sculpture was a man with only the left half of his head, the leader of the Church of Amalgamation, codenamed Father. He was leading the cultists in worshipping the sculpture. The sculpture's appearance was very strange, and its carving technique was extremely crude. The four looked at it for a long time but couldn't make sense of it. It was worth noting that the sculpture was glowing. Every few repetitions of the cultists kowtowing, the sculpture would glow red with a very slight intensity. 100 meters behind the sculpture, a stone gate over 10 meters high appeared on the mottled rock wall. The stone gate was half open, with some transport vehicles parked at the entrance, and scattered firearms, ammunition, glass jars, and other items on the ground. The style of this stone gate was completely different from that of the bottom nest. The bottom nest was a nest capital foundation constructed of steel, while the stone gate and the walls on both sides exuded a sense of historical grandeur and antiquity. Wick nudged Tall Enzo with his elbow. Can you adjust the angle of the surveillance camera? Preferably to see what's inside that stone gate. I'll try. Tall Enzo operated his data pad a few times. The surveillance camera panned and zoomed, aiming precisely at the crack in the door. Inside the stone gate was a primitive-style rock hall, with hundreds, even thousands, of pillars standing tall. On the floor of the rock hall, rows of tall rock shelves stood, with many sparkling objects piled on them. At a rough glance, ghost mushroom, mysterious books, coins, gems, strange devices, unknown potions, ancient swords, and vehicles were all present. Without a doubt, this rock hall was the underground treasure vault discovered by the Church of Amalgamation after years of excavation. Tall Enzo clapped his hands excitedly. We'd better send the communication signal to the surface so the Hunter Lords can get a good look at the situation at the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. I guarantee those Hunter Lords will go crazy for this. Send it quickly. Don't let the cultists continue to defile the treasures in the vault. Wick rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the treasures inside the stone gate, wishing he could go and plunder them right now. Tall Enzo activated all functions of the communication relay, and strong signal pulses penetrated the howling chasm, rushing towards the surface. In a short while, Tall Enzo made contact with the Hunter Lords and excitedly reported the situation underground. Mona said nothing, appearing calmer than Wick and Tall Enzo. The same went for Leio. He subtly glanced at Tall Enzo, then narrowed his eyes to stare at the communication relay, a series of questions surfacing in his mind. Who destroyed the communication relay? Why didn't the person who destroyed it also erase the data in the cache, or simply destroy the cache? Tall Enzo was skilled in electronic machinery, he could skillfully repair and operate the communication relay, which wasn't a big problem. But wasn't all of this a little too coincidental? It was as if someone behind the scenes had devised a detailed plan, just waiting for his group to push it forward. Leio pondered, staring at the blue exclamation mark on the holographic map, when a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his eyes. Wait. Why is this exclamation mark blue? And it looks like A9. Leio's eyes widened suddenly. Oh, my goodness, I forgot about the holy numbers in the Warhammer world. I'm such an idiot. Cloudhammer player Lee, belatedly, finally reacted. It wasn't his fault. He loved fungi more than he loved numbers. Even when watching Warhammer short videos, he specifically chose those related to fungi and didn't pay much attention to information outside of fungi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about AC Halat, such an extremely obscure fungal xenos. Today, there isn't enough time to write the thank you notes for monthly and recommendation tickets. I'll make them up tomorrow. Thanks for reading and collecting. Chapter 83, Holy Numbers. On the ground, 5 Hunter Lords received the latest news from 4 agents. The Hunter Lords immediately ordered their armed retainers to enter the grotto, paving the way for themselves. As the scene was bustling, a line of dust appeared on the horizon, and beneath the dust were a considerable number of armored vehicles. The number of Hunter Lords on site increased from 5 to 6. The 6th Hunter Lord was a female from the Bruton family. This family specializes in medical aesthetics and rejuvenation, occupying 1/3 of the local Pharmacist Association seats. The female Hunter Lord gracefully walked towards the crowd, casually removing her helmet and handing it to her attendant, greeting them with a radiant smile. Giggle hello everyone, what a coincidence to meet the Fugai's family's Hunter Lords here. I have a lot of medical supplies and doctors. With me around, even if you are seriously injured, I can save you. So, how about we cooperate? The female Hunter Lord's eyebrows were slightly arched, her eyes were as soft as water, and her nose was slightly upturned, revealing a hint of innate charm and playfulness that was breathtakingly beautiful. The armor worn by the other Hunter Lords was all made of metal. Her armor, however, was similar to a leotard, with only a few metal plates, unreservedly outlining eye-catching curves. She also paired it with a black base and pink-trimmed cloak, keeping most of her body partially covered. The armed retainers and governor's agents on site stared blankly, some even swallowing hard while fixated on her charming face. Auguste, we don't reject your medical supplies and doctors, provided you don't cause us trouble. Auguste stepped forward and shouted through his loudspeaker to the approaching female Hunter Lord. The 3 male Hunter Lords behind him glanced at Taiduo, and seeing that she had no objection, they swallowed their words. Ruth twisted her slender, snake-like waist and came before the 5 Hunter Lords. She lifted a corner of her cloak, placed her right foot forward and her left foot back, and bowed with her hand on her chest. The rounded curves caused a series of gulps to echo around them. Yes, as you command, young Master Auguste. Ruth, on behalf of the Bruton family, extends her highest respects to everyone. Ozja's Sanpaku eyes lingered on Ruth, then he furtively glanced at Taiduo out of the corner of his eye. Taiduo was taciturn, her eyes hidden behind black goggles, her lips not covered by the goggles remained unchanged, reacting like a wooden figure. The 4 male hunter lords of the Fugai's family were accustomed to this. Taiduo was notoriously indifferent and aloof. As long as this group of branch members handled things well and didn't cross the line, Taiduo wouldn't intervene. Ozjas pointed to the side. Ruth, set up camp over there. You can ask my chief guard about the current situation, don't delay our work. As you command. My respects again to everyone. Ruth bowed and walked to the side, drawing many gazes. Ozjas said with a grim expression in the communication channel. The howling chasm in the scrapyard zone is no secret, and the hunter lords of other families aren't fools. I suspect more people will come soon. We need to hurry and blast through the floor of the bottom nest to create a vertical passage directly to the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. Before he finished speaking, 3 convoys appeared on the horizon one after another. The number of hunter lords near the grotto entrance rose again, reaching as many as 9. The 7th to arrive was Spike Lo, the second son of the Liwei family. He owned many pharmaceutical factories and was a renowned pharmacist himself. The 8th person was Visborg Wanzer, backed by the Wang's family, which makes a living producing weapons, and most of its family members serve in the Planetary Defense Force. According to rumors, Wisabaj was inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, enjoying personally executing rebels. The 9th person was Hakasi Benis, the son of the chief merchant representative of the Coin Guild. The arrival of these 3 made the scene even more chaotic. After some negotiation, Spike Lo, Visborg Wanzer, and Hakasi Benis, representing their respective families, pledged allegiance to Taiduo of the Fugai's family. The 9 hunter lords and their armed retainers entered underground together, leaving only a small number of people on the surface to guard the vehicles in camp. The governor's agent's command had been entirely handed over to August. Under his arrangement, all governor's agents entered the bottom nest. When everyone swarmed to the underground space at the end of the howling chasm, Leia stood in a daze in the corner, unable to recover for a long time. The communication on the surface did not bypass the 4 people underground, and Leia heard the entire process in the communication channel. 5 hunter lords increased to 9. The 6th to arrive was a seductive female, the 7th was from a medical family, the 8th was a violent maniac, and the 9th was a cunning young merchant. Are you 4 here to set up a game? Especially you, Ruth. Why is your cloak trimmed in light pink? If you're not a follower of Slaanesh, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. I really want to hit you with a vibration art to force you to reveal your true form. Leia quietly moved towards the exit, preparing to find an opportunity to slip away. He had now realized. In the many events since his transmigration, there were traces of the sacred numbers everywhere. The first time the was injected, 7 apprentice workers in the collection department died. When Robnose finalized the personnel for the collection department, a total of 10 apprentice workers were shortlisted. Except for himself, the other 9 people were all cultists. The first time he went out on a mission after becoming a governor's agent, he and Wick encountered 9 Shishui gang members in the underground tunnel. Wick killed 8, leaving only 1 alive. If he remembered correctly, the number of casualties or survivors in several battles was exactly 8. Over the past period, the least frequently appearing sacred number was 6. But don't forget, 9 crashing is customary. Once it crashes, 9 turns into 6. At this moment, the sacred numbers 6, 7, 8, 9 appeared in sequence, and Leia wouldn't believe there was no problem even if he were beaten to death. He also didn't know why these 4 parties gathered together. It couldn't be for the treasure discovered by the Church of Amalgamation, could it? Anyway, I'm just a rookie, so don't include me in your high-level games. Farewell. Just as Leia was about to step into the howling chasm, Beijite, guarding the entrance, stopped him, the muzzle of his gun intentionally or unintentionally pointing at Leia's chest. Hey, Kongwen, where are you going? The young master didn't tell you to leave. Even though we know each other, don't even think about slipping away. My bullets don't have eyes. Leia temporarily retreated to the wall, and Auguste's voice came through the communication channel. This guy had clearly become the spokesperson for the 9 hunter lords, specifically responsible for conveying orders to the retainers and agents. The 9 hunter lords unanimously decided to blast through the floor, creating a vertical passage over 1,000 meters long, directly to the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. The demolition work proceeded in full swing. Whenever a floor slab was blasted through, everyone would pass through the hole in the floor to reach the next level. This time, the vanguard was no longer the governor's agents. Enemies killed by armed retainers could earn points for their young masters. After the path was cleared, the personnel arrangement changed significantly. Armed retainers led the way, hunter lords were protected in the middle, and governor's agents, conversely, became the rear guard. One explosion after another, floor after floor was destroyed by high-energy explosive beams. Each level had a large number of putrid monsters, cultists, and bottom nest gang members who had joined the Church of Amalgamation. No matter who they were, they all met a dead end. The armed retainers' bolt guns roared and screamed, weaving an impenetrable curtain of bullets to harvest the lives of their enemies. The hunter lords were protected in the middle like stars around the moon, conserving their strength and ammunition. Occasionally, 1 or 2 enemies missed by the armed retainers would be precisely harvested by the governor's agents at the rear of the team. In this almost one-sided clean-up operation, no hostile creatures could survive the torrent of bullets. Blood dripped from the edges of the broken holes on each floor, forming a terrifying blood-colored waterfall. Body fragments continuously fell through the air with the blood-colored waterfall, splattering onto everyone's armor. Such a scene was rated R, any normal person would feel physiological discomfort, yet one person laughed loudly in the blood, as if celebrating. This person was the 8th Hunter Lord to appear, Visborg Wanzer, from the arms-producing family. He raised his hands, muttering, his excited tone intertwined with gunshots, making it difficult for others to hear what he was shouting. Even if this guy wasn't a follower of Gurn now, he would be one day. The value of the sacred numbers was still increasing. Leonio shook his head as he watched Visborg's back. Wick pulled the trigger, killing the pseudo-offspring charging forward, then patted Leonio's shoulder and whispered. Visborg is a notorious battle maniac, he especially loves the sight of blood spurting. In the past 8 years, he has personally executed countless rebels. You'll get used to it. Oh, okay. Leonio simply responded, his vigilance in his heart only increasing. After a series of battles, everyone reached the floor above the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. The high-energy explosive beams were detonated, and the floor slab violently deformed, cracked, and collapsed under the impact of the explosion, with roaring sounds and violent air currents sweeping across the entire area. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The statue in the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters flashed red light. Veeb. A high-pitched shriek emanated from the statue, piercing through the hole created by the explosion and violently stabbing into everyone's heads. Many people couldn't bear the sharp ringing in their ears and tore off their headphones, only to find it futile. The omnipresent sharp sound entered their minds with even greater intensity. Environmental data collected by various sensors surged. In just a few seconds, the sensors sparked, signaling their demise. Leonio was already experienced with this kind of shriek that couldn't be resisted by physical means and instinctively cast brain freeze technique. As he expected, the noise in his ears disappeared. After a short while, the shriek ended. The crowd swayed, no longer displaying their previous high morale. What's going on? My head, it hurts so much. I'm going to throw up, ugh. Armed retainers and governor's agents dry-heaved frantically, and Leonio mimicked them, bending over and panting, not showing any abnormalities. A glance at the scene showed that the 9 Hunter Lords were unharmed. Their anti-sonic devices protected them very well, so much so that they didn't immediately understand why their subordinates were suddenly in such pain. Hunter Lord armor is really something. Leonio pondered for a moment, then looked at the data displayed by the sensors in his vision, wanting to see what the peak sonic reading had been. But he saw no data. All the numbers and lines that were originally in the corner of his vision had disappeared. Leonio's heart sank. Damn it. All the sensors in his armor were ruined. He looked down and saw wisps of black smoke seeping from the armor seams, and some sticky metallic solution dripping from the edges. Tall Enzo cried out in horror. Damn it. The sensors in my body are melting. After shouting this, Tall Enzo collapsed to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing violently as if having an epileptic seizure. Blood mixed with white foam gushed incessantly from his mouth. Wick injected Tall Enzo with various hormones and medicines, but to no avail. Leonio ran forward in a few steps and cast healing spell, but it had little effect. Tall Enzo continued to bleed profusely. Mona, with blood at the corner of her mouth, spoke rapidly. Tall Enzo and my internal sensors are burnt out. I'm fine, I only have one sensor inside, so the damage to me is limited. But that idiot Tall Enzo doesn't know how many sensors he installed in his body. The melting metallic solution is burning his central nervous system along his spine, we need to perform sterile surgery on him quickly. Wick reached out and gripped Tall Enzo's ankle, saying in a deep voice. The 2 Hunter Lords from the Pharmacist Association just brought many doctors. Mona, go invite one over. Kong Wen, lend a hand, we'll carry Tall Enzo to a clean place. Leonio frantically urged healing spell to treat Tall Enzo, but the molten liquid inside the other party was incredibly lethal, without removing the molten liquid, no amount of healing spell would be effective. Mona prepared to leave but was held tightly by Tall Enzo. No. No. Mo Mona. Veins bulged on Tall Enzo's neck, and trickling blood flowed from his prosthetic eye. My machine spirit is dead. It was killed. You all, hurry and go. There's... Pfft. Blood red blurred the vision of Leonio and the other two. Tall Enzo's body went limp, and he was silent. Chapter 84, Bone Drinking Treasure House. Tall Enzo sacrificed himself. Leonio knew that the accursed Warhammer world was filled with death, and he had long been mentally prepared for it, but the death of his companion still made him lose his composure. Tall Enzo was a bit mischievous, sometimes speaking without a filter, but he was very reliable when it came to getting things done. Overall, Leonio had a good impression of him. But he had just turned into a cold and stiff corpse, and all the jokes he had told became echoes of the past. Would he also end up like this in the future? Lying on his last breath during a sudden attack, surrounded by friends he usually got along with. They were helpless against his injuries. He couldn't save himself, only accept the arrival of death in fear. At this moment, Leonio seemed to understand why people in 40k generally believed in the God Emperor. When death came knocking, one always had to shout something to bolster their courage, and God Emperor protects undoubtedly became the most suitable slogan. Hiss, exhale. Leonio exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, not losing his head over his companion's death. As for God Emperor protects, he'd rather not. The golden big guy was already working hard enough selling hooks. The three of them put Tall Enzo's corpse into a body bag, found a hidden place to conceal it, and prepared to take it out when they returned. Wick and Mona wanted to comfort Leonio, but found that he had already adjusted and showed no signs of despondency or fear. If emotions became an obstacle to action, he would decisively discard them. This was Linyo's habit, and he had always done so. Linyo quickly checked the equipment on his body and calmly said, "My sensors, communicators, psychic sniffers, camera modules, audio modules, and holographic modules are all wasted, and the mirror shield isn't responding. The laser rifle's focuser is normal, and the optical sight is fine. How about you two?" Mona's mouth no longer bled, and she looked a little listless. "My situation is similar to yours. All the equipment for collecting environmental data is damaged, and the mirror shield is malfunctioning. I have some internal bleeding in my head, but thankfully it's not a big problem, I can hold on." Linyo cast a healing spell on Mona. "How is it? Is it working?" "It's working. Thank you." Mona pressed her lips together tightly, clenched her hands, and her body trembled. Wick had no implants installed and was unharmed, just like Linyo. He held his laser rifle, scanning left and right, and a soft sigh came from beneath his helmet. "Look at those armed vassals, their posterior necks are smoking. That's where the locator is implanted. The locator also has sensing elements, and the heavy metal elements produced by its melting will enter the vassals' blood vessels, taking their lives in the next few months." Linyo frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the vassal nearby. The man removed his helmet and neck guard, scratching the wound on his posterior neck with a stained glove. The more he scratched, the itchier it got, the more he scratched. Gradually, the blood flowing from the wound took on a yellowish-green hue. Linyo's heart tightened, and he lowered his voice. "There are pathogenic strains in the air, we can't stay here. We need to get out quickly, or we might all end up dead here." Wick shook his head. "I'm afraid those noble young masters won't give up so easily. Especially Wisebage. That guy has never lost a battle, how could he swallow this insult?" Wick's prediction was confirmed. After the male hunter lord regained his mobility, he loudly urged the armed vassals to fight the cultists below. Fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, melta grenades, and cluster bombs were used in rotation. Explosives passed through the large holes in the floor, falling onto the cultists a dozen meters below, blowing them into disarray with severed limbs flying everywhere. Wisebage shouldered a rocket launcher bearing the Planetary Defense Force emblem, aimed at the sculpture with its mechanical sights, and pulled the trigger. The rocket, trailing its exhaust, shot straight towards it but was blocked by the psychic shield jointly deployed by the cultists, exploding into bright sparks in mid-air. Wisebage didn't give up. He threw away the rocket launcher, drew the two chain swords from his legs, leaped down, and charged into the enemy ranks, slashing madly. The mirror shield device on him was genuine and did not fail like the agent's fake mirror shields. The foam-like mirrored barrier blocked all energy rays for him, and solid projectiles impacting his adamantium armor didn't even leave a dent. For a time, Wisebage seemed like a war god incarnate. He charged through the enemy ranks unscathed, while the surrounding enemies were torn to pieces by his whirlwind of dual swords. After his armed vassals set up the ziplines, they followed their master into the Church of Amalgamation headquarters. The vassals engaged the enemy in close combat, completely forgetting the firearms in their hands. The other hunter lords, unwilling to be outdone, also led their vassals into battle in their own ways. Osges was the last of the 9 hunter lords to enter the battlefield. Before leaving, he gave an order to the agents. "The 4 agents who scouted for me earlier, you will continue to scout. Enter the treasury as quickly as possible and ascertain the situation inside. The rest of you, follow me down to clear out the cultists. Hurry. Move." Linyo and the other 2 exchanged glances. The agents who had scouted for Osges earlier were precisely them. Talenzo had already sacrificed himself, but Auguste didn't care, still believing that there were 4 of them. The fate of a deserter was as miserable as that of a traitor. At this point, even with Talenzo's dying warning, the 3 of them could only steel themselves and follow. The 13 agents on site queued up to slide down, with Linyo, Wick, and Mona at the very end. The 3 discussed it, and Wick took the lead, guiding the way. Mona, after treatment, was visibly in better condition, no longer listless, and deftly grabbed the hook to slide down. Linyo was the last one. As he slid down, whistling stray bullets and dazzling red lasers whizzed past him, and everywhere were scenes of brutal slaughter. The 8 hunter lords were unstoppable, relentlessly slaughtering under the dual assault of cold weapons and hot weapons. Especially the few guys' family members wearing Patriarch-type hunter lord armor, their 4 mechanical arms were all equipped with automatic weapons, and the mechanical backpack on their backs could even extend small mechanical arms to assist with weapon reloading. 4 hunter lords of the few guys' family stood in the center of the field, back to back, unleashing a storm of fire. In just a few seconds of concentrated fire, they mowed down swathes of enemies like harvesting wheat. Linyo even suspected that without the assistance of armed vassals, the 8 hunter lords alone could clear out all the enemies on site. Wait. 8 hunter lords? Shouldn't there be 9 people? Linyo paused, confirming that Taiduo was not present. This female hunter lord's equipment had nearly perfect stealth capabilities. She probably didn't like fighting, so she fully entrusted the task of gaining points to her vassals, while she found a place to hide. Linyo muttered to himself, then his body suddenly shook, hit by stray bullets and lasers. Before he even landed, his armor had accumulated more than a dozen scratches and scorch marks, which showed how intense the firefight was. Wick rolled and fired, taking out several cultists around the landing spot, then shouted back and ran towards the wall. "Follow me. I saw the fewest enemies over there from the air." Mona gripped her laser rifle tightly and sprinted. Linyo dared not slack off, waving both hands left and right in front of him, casting brain freeze technique to immobilize enemies along the way, while Mona seized the opportunity to accurately pick them off. The coordination between Leia and Mona cleared the path, and the group moved horizontally through the chaotic battlefield, reaching the corner of the Church of Amalgamation headquarters in no time. Here was a ditch about 1.5 meters deep, which could temporarily serve as cover. The three jumped into the sewage, wading forward while crouched. Occasionally, scattered cultists noticed the situation in the ditch, but were quickly and accurately shot down by the experienced Wick. A grenade, coming from nowhere, was about to land on the agents' heads. Mona, quick as a flash, raised her right hand, formed a fist, and flung it to the side. Under her control, the grenade landed in a crowd and exploded with a boom. At this point, friendly fire didn't matter, dead people wouldn't care who blew them up. "We're here, follow me in." Wick, dripping with water, emerged from the ditch, heading straight for the half-open stone door. As Wick was about to step into the 2-meter-wide gap in the door, Mona urgently shouted, "Watch your step. Tripwires. Damn it." Wick looked down at the ground, cursing. 3 hair-thin tripwires stretched across the door gap. It was too late to break, and Wick could only watch as his foot stepped on a tripwire. Just at this critical moment, the air around Wick compressed and expanded like a spring, pushing him sideways with a bang. This was Leio's vibration art. Thankfully, he reacted in time, using vibration art to drive the air and push Wick away, otherwise, a tragedy would have occurred. Wick slammed into the door panel, gasping for breath with lingering fear. Before he could speak, a volley of bullets swept out from inside the door. There were cultists in the stone hall. Wick and Leia pressed against the door panel and counterattacked, taking out the enemies peeking through the door gap with a coordinated volley. More enemies hid behind the door, cursing and shouting, trying to lure the agents outside into their trap. Mona drew her short dagger and threw it into the stone hall, remotely controlling it to cut the throats of the enemies behind the door. After a brief but intense skirmish, 20 to 30 warm corpses lay near the stone door, their crimson blood staining the nearby floor tiles. Only then did Wick let out a long sigh. "Holy crap, I almost stepped on a trap just now. Mona, your psychic abilities are getting more and more skilled. Good thing you acted in time." Mona crouched down to disarm the trap. "It wasn't me who saved you. You're too heavy, I can't control you. It was Kong Wen who helped you." Leia retorted, "That was my psychic ability just now, Wick, you're too careless." Wick gave an awkward laugh, "Sorry, I didn't expect the cultists to be so insidious." Mona disarmed the trap and glanced inside the door. "Let's go in and close the door first." The three stepped through the stone door, and Mona pulled the mechanical lever on the door frame. The hydraulic transmission device installed on the door by the cultists began to operate, and the stone door slowly and heavily closed. The cultists outside noticed the movement from the stone door, screaming curses and rushing over. Leia threw a grenade with a low arc. The grenade rolled along the ground, stealthily making its way to the cultists' feet. A booming explosion and the blast wave stopped the cultists. With the clang of the stone door closing, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Mona cut the circuit to the hydraulic transmission device, ensuring the stone door could not be opened from the outside by the lever. Thus, the vast stone hall became their territory, and the cultists and nobles outside would not be able to enter here anytime soon. "I'll lead this time, you two follow." Mona held her weapon and walked in front, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Her control over metal objects also included the ability to sense metal, allowing her to more easily detect metal traps. The stone hall's floor was made of square stone tiles, which looked unremarkable, but in reality, only a few tiles were safe. Most of the tiles had pressure plates and explosives placed beneath them by the cultists. Stepping on them rashly would only result in complete annihilation. Mona led the team in a winding path, while Wick sprayed fluorescent markers on the tiles they passed, marking the safe route. The three safely navigated around the minefield behind the door, successfully reaching the giant storage rack closest to the stone door. The rack was carved from a single piece of rock, towering over 20 meters high, like a colossal tree. From top to bottom, there were 5 layers of shelves, each displaying glass jars of different sizes. The jars had 2 types of labels. The first type of label was made of metal by the cultists, with low Gothic writing indicating what was inside the jar. The other label was a bone fragment embedded in the glass jar, its surface covered with bizarre cuneiform script, each stroke as sharp as a bone spur. "Do you recognize this language?" Wick turned on his flashlight, casting a beam of light onto the bone fragment. Mona and Leia both shook their heads. Mona truly didn't know. Leia, however, knew but couldn't say. He recognized the origin of this script at a glance. It was the language used by the Bone Drinkers, a Xeno civilization of fungi. But that was all. He only knew the source of the script but couldn't understand its meaning. From the current clues, Leia was 90% certain that this treasury was built by the Bone Drinkers, and the various items within were also placed there by the Bone Drinkers. This behavior, similar to a hoarding disorder, was related to the civilization's inherent flaw of the Bone Drinkers. Due to excessive development in both predatory and parasitic aspects, the Bone Drinkers had almost no independent research and development capabilities. They could only invent and create indirectly by parasitizing scientific researchers. However, such individuals generally prioritized self-protection, making the risk of fungal infection extremely rare. Facing this situation, the Bone Drinkers developed a habit of stockpiling large quantities of supplies for unforeseen needs. For extremely important materials, they chose to build hidden treasuries in secret locations for long-term storage. To Leia's knowledge, the Bone Drinkers' warehouses for ordinary supplies were usually derelict cargo ships or abandoned space stations. A subterranean stone hall like the one before them was clearly a treasury for important materials. This perfectly explained why there were so many ancient artifacts here. As soon as he thought that this place used to be the territory of the bone drinkers, Leia immediately cast a series of appraisal techniques. Good, good. No bone drinkers' spores appeared in the surroundings. This treasury was ancient, and spores floating in the air could not have survived. But if there were an echo chamber protecting spores here, then the situation would be different. Bone drinkers' spores in an echo chamber could still survive for hundreds or thousands of years, provided the echo chamber wasn't damaged. Thinking this, Leia's gaze extended, looking into the depths of the treasury. After his helmet's night vision module failed, illumination depended on the searchlights set up by the cultists. The deepest part of the treasury was completely dark, the cultists hadn't explored there yet. As Leia gazed into that darkness, the system marked a virtual green dot in his field of vision. 2 lines of system text updated simultaneously. Important item usable for fungal simulation function discovered. Please acquire it as soon as possible. Chapter 85 Magical Orc Spores. Hey? The system actually took the initiative to remind me to collect an item. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. Leia raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart uncontrollably quickening. He had a vague premonition that the item might bring about a transformation for him. He absolutely had to get his hands on that item. Wick chuckled. Guys, I have a proposal. Our camera is broken, and it's just the 3 of us here. Why don't we take some souvenirs while we have the chance? Mona frowned. Wick, while I won't rat you out, I have to warn you that things here are very difficult to unload. Wick spread his hands. Yes, I know. I don't plan to sell them. I just want to find some nice little trinkets to give as gifts. Mona gave a dry laugh. You might dare to give them, but others might not dare to accept them. Leia cleared his throat, standing between the two. Wick, did Kelly Clam introduce you to a noble lady? Wick paused slightly, awkwardly rubbing his helmet. Ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. She and I agreed to exchange gifts the next time we meet, and I want to give her something special so she'll remember me. So, hee hee. Mona shook her head, walked to the side, no longer trying to persuade Wick, and casually picked up an inconspicuous small item and tucked it into her armor. This made Wick incredibly excited. Among the 3, he considered Mona the most difficult to convince. Now that Mona had joined in, everything was easy. I'll go look over there, there seem to be some sparkling gems. Wick hurried away. Okay, thanks to Big Brother Wick's divine assist, I can now go get the upgrade item. Leia composed himself, using the opportunity to move between the shelves to approach the depths of the treasury. After reaching the edge of the searchlight's beam, he looked back at Wick and Mona, who were obscured by the shelves and containers. The distance between him and Mona was far enough that he didn't have to worry about her using her psychic senses to detect his armor and thus discover his location. Opening the system interface, Leia selected and activated the fungi ability, Optical Stealth. His body instantly became transparent, leaving only almost imperceptible light wrinkles in the air. The invisible state provided Leia with a full sense of security. He stepped into the dark zone, carefully walking towards the green light dot marked by the system in the absence of light. A moment later, the green light dot hovered half a meter in front of him. There was a glass jar about the size of a human head there. Inside the jar were some light green granules, not many, perhaps only a dozen or so. When Leia touched these granules with his hand, a system message popped up. You touched an important item. Do you want to store it in the fungus warehouse? Leia grabbed all the granules in his hand, silently thought confirm storage, and quickly got up to leave. To avoid Wick and Mona noticing his disappearance, Leia did not spend time checking the item panel but returned along his original path at the fastest possible speed. Returning within the range of the searchlight, he deactivated his invisible state, casually picked up an inconspicuous item and stuffed it into his armor, then Leia pretended nothing had happened and went to look for his companions. Thank goodness, Wick and Mona didn't notice his return. Wick was holding several ancient-looking pieces of jewelry, unsure which one to keep, and was asking Mona for advice. Kongwen, you came at just the right time. Mona said this ruby necklace is good. This necklace has been preserved in a vacuum jar for a long time, with no signs of oxidation at all, it's practically new. What do you think? I think they're all fine. Leia pointed to a shelf nearby, where there were some rusty metal parts that looked ancient. How about we bring a gift for Tall Enzo? I think he'd like metal antiques like these that exude a sacred aura. Mona's eyes lit up slightly, she seemed quite in agreement. Wick nodded. Good point. I hope the oil boy doesn't go digging up his grave for the gift we give Tall Enzo. Mentioning their fallen comrade, the cheerful atmosphere among the 3 slightly dissipated, and the reminder of death made them serious again. The 3 of them hid the items they had chosen and went to dismantle the traps at the entrance. The insidious nature of the cultists was proportional to the ruthlessness of the traps. They had actually buried 20 homemade detonators connected together in a large amount of rusty metal shards behind the door. After dismantling the traps, the agents began to draw a map of the treasury. The data pad had been ruined by the previous noise, but fortunately, the agent's equipment was varied, including the most primitive drawing tools, paper and pen. Leia's renovation projects did not include professional skills like hand-drawing maps. He simply handed over the drawing work to Mona and Wick, while he stood by the stone door, listening for movement outside to prevent enemies from rushing in. Wick and Mona walked slowly with paper and pen, immersed in their work. Leia leaned against the door, opened the system interface, and checked the important item he had just stored in the fungus warehouse. As the illusory interface appeared before his eyes, the green bean-like objects in the fungus warehouse came into Leo's view. Leo threw out an analysis fungus. The fungus's panel instantly petrified him. Name, magical orc spores. Type, hidden creation of the old ones. Quantity, 13. Sole purpose. Eat me. Welcome your Waik. Fungi ability, none. What the heck, these are orc spores. This isn't right. Orc spores grow incredibly fast, they can take root and sprout almost as soon as they hit the ground, quickly growing into squigs, Gretchen, and the smallest orcs. But the orc spores he got had been stored for at least several hundred years, so why were they still in spore form? Something's wrong. Very, very wrong. Could this be a bluebird conspiracy? No, definitely not. The system already said it, these are hidden creations of the old ones. The old ones and chaos demons are mortal enemies, these spores are absolutely unrelated to chaos. Then why can they remain in spore form? Is this perhaps their magical quality? Precisely because their effect is different from ordinary orc spores, they are given the title magical by the system. That must be it. Leo slowly nodded in thought, feeling that he had grasped the key. But the problem was, grasping the key was useless, he didn't dare to eat the magical orc spores here. The panel said that after eating the magical spores, he would initiate a Waik. If Leo understood correctly, this sentence meant he would turn into an orc. How could that be possible? The surroundings were full of humans, turning into an orc here would be courting death. It's better to wait until he returns to a safe place. Leo composed himself, suddenly remembering the glass jar where he had stored the spores. After the spores were taken, the jar was empty. If all the surrounding jars were filled with things, and only this one was empty, wouldn't it attract attention? Moreover, the jar also had a label made by the Bone Drinkers civilization, clearly stating that the jar contained something. Hiss, this is bad. I was too hasty just now, how could I forget this detail? No, I have to find an opportunity to go back and deal with this detail that could cause trouble. Leo secretly pondered. Whatever passes, leaves a trace. How to cover up the traces and not let people see any clues was the most headache-inducing problem. If the people outside could break in, that would be great. That way, he could use the battle to destroy things in the treasury and cover up the traces of him emptying the jar. Leo silently prayed in his heart. Perhaps fate heard his plea, as a thumping sound came from outside the door. Someone outside was vigorously knocking on the door and shouting. Hey! Agents inside, can you hear me? Hey! Leo recognized the owner of the voice, it was Beijite, Auguste's bodyguard captain. The stone door was nearly 2 meters thick, and the gunshots and explosions outside were reduced to about 20 decibels by the door, while human shouts were as faint as the buzzing of mosquitoes. Leo puffed out his chest and shouted at the top of his lungs. I can hear your voice. Is that Beijite? What's the situation outside? Wick and Mona heard the commotion and ran over with their weapons. Beijite's voice struggled to penetrate the door crack. Hunter Lord Weisabaj captured the father of the Church of Amalgamation alive, most of the cultists on site have been killed, but new enemies are constantly appearing upstairs. Young Master Osges wants you to open the door, we need to set up wounded and defensive lines inside, waiting for other Hunter Lords to come as reinforcements. Leo looked at Mona, who nodded at him. Leo shouted. Received. We'll open the door immediately. Keep clear of the door. Mona went to the severed pipeline and used her multifunctional tactical sword to cut off the insulation from the outside of the pipeline. Her gloves were insulated, allowing her to complete the wiring work directly with her bare hands. Soon, 2 electrical wires were wrapped together. Mona pulled the lever, connecting the circuit. Crackling, electric sparks flickered a few times, and the hydraulic transmission device started as desired. The low rumble of the stone door sliding sideways caused the floor to vibrate, and the wounded gradually entered the stone hall. Also entering were the charming Ruth and a large group of doctors rescuing the wounded. Ruth's tight leather outfit and cloak were spotless, and the curves exposed as she walked made Wick's eyes go wide. Leo poked Wick's arm, and only then did he snap out of it. The 3 of them bypassed the wounded, left the stone hall, and went to hand over the map to Osges. Behind them, Ruth looked back, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the backs of Wick and his 2 companions. A bunch of ignorant scum, if you take things you shouldn't, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. Ruth murmured, a disgusted and bloodthirsty curve on her lips. She called her bodyguard captain over to give a few instructions, then walked alone towards the dim, dark area. On the other side, Leo and his 2 companions found Osges, who was directing the battle. The 4 mechanical arms behind him automatically fired, not at all hindering Osges from issuing commands. Next to Osges were several other male hunter lords. Weisabaj was holding the father, who had been beaten into a daze, in one hand, while his other hand swung a chainsword, cutting off enemy heads. The other male hunter lords preferred firearms and explosives, rather than close-quarters combat like Weisabaj. There were originally 3 passages connected to the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters. After a large hole was blown in the ceiling, 4 passage entrances that needed to be guarded appeared on site. Nearly 400 armed retainers held the front line, desperately resisting the attacks of the pseudo-father body and pseudo-offspring. Soon, ammunition was running out. Osges had no choice but to make everyone fight while retreating, all withdrawing into the treasury. As the balance shifted, more and more foul-smelling monsters poured into the area. These monsters were all pseudo-offspring born from the pseudo-father body, covered in festering sores and pustules. Although they didn't embrace bombs to launch suicide attacks, their characteristic of being difficult to kill with bullets and lasers made the armed retainers suffer endlessly. The noble faction's front line retreated again and again, giving up more than half of the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters, and the situation was precarious. Chapter 86. Let's go. From amidst the enemies, a distinctive figure stood out. His skin was pale with a greenish tint, and his two heads opened and closed their mouths, dripping yellowish-green liquid. It was double-headed man Ogeron. Father. Do you see it? Your faith is fundamentally flawed. Only the being I follow can help you slaughter these nobles. Don't hesitate. Surrender to my master, embrace your new life. The double-headed man shouted across the distance, inciting the father of the Church of Amalgamation to seek help from the master behind him. This fellow joined the Church of Amalgamation a year ago, rose to the position of father 6 months ago, and suddenly grew a second head during the transformation ritual. Since then, he began to widely propagate concepts such as love and eternity, and life and health. It was also he who introduced yellowish-green slime and pathogenic strains into the Church of Amalgamation, deeply modifying all pseudo-offspring. Others merely thought this fellow was a biochemical madman, fond of using pathogens to arm the pseudo-offspring. But Leia saw the essence from another perspective. This was the chaos inimical powers corrupted by Nurgle that the Church of Amalgamation had summoned from the warp. From this perspective, it's not hard to understand why the sacred numbers 7 and 8 appeared multiple times. 7 corresponds to Nurgle, 8 to Kern. Both sought to claim the warp entity summoned by the Church of Amalgamation for themselves. Everything happening now was, in fact, a manifestation of this struggle extending from the warp into the physical universe. The father of the Church of Amalgamation was the root of the warp entity. Whichever chaos inimical powers could gain his surrender would immediately fully control the Church of Amalgamation's warp entity, acquiring a large number of cultists roaming the bottom nest. Now, the one holding the power of life and death over the father was the killer Weissabich, while the double-headed man Ogeron was trying to save the father. At this critical juncture, the father had to make a choice. Or, let someone else make the choice for him. Seeing that the father was held by the neck and unable to move, the double-headed man pointed his spear at Visborg Wanzer. Visborg Wanzer. I've heard of your family's reputation. I didn't expect you to be so weak, not daring to face my subordinates directly. If you want to prove your bravery and fearlessness, leave the protection of your servants and defeat me head-on. Provoking a suspected Kern worshipper, forcing the opponent to leave the line, fall into an encirclement, and fight one against many. This double-headed man still had some brains, it was uncertain whether Visborg could keep his composure. Leia fired his gun while retreating, not forgetting to observe Visborg nearby. As expected, Visborg was consumed by rage, his body trembling violently from extreme anger, and he picked up the father and his chainsword, intending to charge in and start a massacre. Ozjas used all his strength to pull Visborg back. Don't rush, just watch patiently. Someone will come to deal with that guy. Everything is within my plan. Plan, always a plan. Visborg erupted in fury, roaring back. Our communication network is cut off from the ground. There's not even a single reinforcement in sight. Now we're being urinated on by the enemy. Is this also part of your plan? After speaking, Visborg roughly pushed Ozjas away, leaped, and landed with a thud into the pile of enemies. He gripped the father by the neck, holding him above his head, while his other hand swept his chainsword horizontally. Rib. The surrounding pseudo-offspring had their heads severed by the sharp teeth, and more than a dozen blood columns sprayed upwards. Even after their heads were blown off by bullets and lasers, the pseudo-offspring could still move and fight. But these pseudo-offspring, whose heads were chopped off by Visborg, suddenly fell to the ground, losing all mobility, and immediately became corpses. This scene baffled the ignorant armed retainers, but it didn't prevent them from seeing Visborg as their hope for a comeback. Waves of cheers erupted on the scene. Visborg, holding the father, swept through the enemies, blood splattering all over him, quickly turning him into a crimson blood man. His attacks grew sharper, even managing to tear through the pseudo-offspring's encirclement and forcefully charge towards the double-headed man. Ha ha ha. Ogeron. Didn't you want to duel me head-on? I'm here. Once I twist off your two heads, I'll smash the father and his statue together. Knowing his death was certain, the father stretched out his hands towards the double-headed man nearby, and with difficulty squeezed out a few words from his throat. Save me. I surrender. I am willing to surrender to your master. Buzz. Rumble. The Church of Amalgamation sculpture suddenly flashed with intense light and vibrated violently, causing everyone on the battlefield to stop their actions. Under everyone's gaze, the statue's red glow rapidly shifted to yellowish-green. It was originally made of stone, but now it bizarrely grew flesh, skin, turf, vines, tree bark, and flowers. This vibrant display completely overturned everyone's worldview. At the same time, the plague ghouls covered in festering sores grew branches and strangely shaped spores wildly on their bodies, and bizarre tentacles even extended from their eye sockets. The father's appearance was also undergoing drastic changes, his body bloated and festered, his eyeballs fell out and turned into flower buds, and he became as swollen as a balloon filled with sawdust. The armed retainers touched the back of their necks, where their wounds were continuously oozing pus and itching intensely. Leia's heart sank. The Church of Amalgamation's warp entity had been completely corrupted by Nurgle. Nurgle's power, through the Church of Amalgamation's sculpture, entered the physical universe, strengthening the plague ghouls under the double-headed man's command, transforming the father, and accelerating the deterioration of the areas infected by the bacterial strains on the armed retainers. The scales of this battle were rapidly tipping. He had to do something quickly to prevent himself from falling into a situation of certain death. Kill the father quickly. Kill that bastard quickly. Ozja screamed in terror. Visborg's hand rose and fell, swinging his chainsword, furiously hacking at the bloated father as if he were a training dummy. With each swing, flesh fell off, and the wounds were instantly filled by new pustules and vines. No matter how many times Visborg swung his sword, the result was the same. Monster. The father has become a monster. We can't kill him. We're going to die. We're all going to die here. One armed retainer was driven to incoherence by the scene, defying common sense, and the people around him also couldn't stop retreating, as did Ozja's and the other hunter lords. The morale of the noble faction instantly plummeted, and almost everyone lost the courage to continue fighting. The double-headed man looked up and laughed wildly, uttering delirious babble along with the father. Decay is progress. Pain is joy. Death is another form of life. More pustules, more putrefaction. Be reborn in decay, become part of the blessing, join the great cycle. We are all Father Nurgles. Father Nurgle, your mother. Lianyo's eyes widened in fury, screaming internally. Brain freeze technique, 10-ton class, activate. Activate. The father and the double-headed man were choked by an invisible force, their latter half-sentence forcibly swallowed back into their stomachs. The next instant, Lianyo roared. Concentrate fire on the father. Quickly. Lianyo squeezed the trigger, continuously sweeping the father with laser fire. This time, the father's wounds were not plugged by pustules and vines. Wick and Mona were the first to react, quickly raising their guns and firing. Inspired by the three, Ozja suddenly snapped back to his senses and roared at the top of his lungs. Open fire. Take down the father. A crimson storm surged, and a torrent of bullets poured down like rain. Visborg was accidentally hit by friendly laser and bullet fire, and dense ripples appeared on the force field released by his mirror shield. He was intimidated by the surging offensive and quickly jumped aside. No sooner had he left than the father was immediately riddled with holes by the storm of fire, exploding from the inside out a second later. Bang! Crash! Rotten flesh, broken vines, and a vast quantity of bullet casings scattered like falling flowers. Crack, 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 crack. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the sculpture, the flesh and turf on its surface vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by massive cracks running through the statue's body. The statue tottered, ultimately unable to hold on, and collapsed with a low rumble, sending rubble flying and raising dust. With the father dead and the statue destroyed, a link connecting the physical universe to the warp was severed. Nurgle's power could now only reach the scene through the double-headed man. Lianyo changed his energy magazine, and just as he was about to tell the stunned retainers to shift fire to the double-headed man, he saw dozens of rappelling ropes descending from the hole, with a large group of figures sliding down rapidly with the help of traction devices. The leader was equipped with a refraction field and held a surprisingly large black firearm in both hands. He was an arbitrator from the Empire Justice Department on Terra. He was directly above the double-headed man. With a hum, a dazzling red beam of light erupted from the thick gun barrel, precisely striking between the double-headed man's two heads. The double-headed man's psychic shield shattered like a bubble, completely unable to withstand the extremely violent torrent of flames. Crimson flames exploded from within the double-headed man, instantly turning it into a blazing torch. At this moment, Lianyo recalled the news he had seen in the upper nest a few days ago. The Empire Justice Department and the Black Ship Alliance's fleet had arrived at Epimedius. Their purpose was to urge the Nest capital governor to quickly resume the research and production of the ghost potion. Incidentally, they would also provide support for the cleanup operation in the bottom nest. An alarming number of cultists had appeared in the bottom nest, and the Empire Justice Department had to ensure that all enemies of the Empire were eliminated. The appearance of arbitrator teams in the bottom nest was a foregone conclusion from the very beginning. Well, it seemed his desperate gamble just now was a bit superfluous. With the arbitrator team present, even if he didn't act, the situation wouldn't have spiraled completely out of control. Moreover, the Silent Sister hadn't even made an appearance yet. Lianyo chuckled wryly, shaking his head, and lowered his laser rifle. A gaze fell on him, caught by Lianyo's sixth sense. He looked up and met Ozja's eyes. The other party was looking at him with a complex expression, apprehension, scrutiny, vigilance, solemnity, contemplation, various meanings all at once. Visborg fought his way back to the line from the pile of enemies, also casting a multifaceted gaze at Lianyo. Agent, what's your code name? How long have you been in this line of work? Visborg asked, wiping blood and flesh from his sword. Lianyo straightened up. Report, my code name is Kong Wen, and this is my first year serving His Excellency the Governor. Visborg was a bit startled, rubbing his helmet and muttering softly, then turned and left. Even I was stunned by the statue growing flesh just now, yet you, a rookie agent, had the courage to fight back. Interesting. Ozja gave Lianyo a deep look, then turned his head away without speaking. Wick patted Lianyo's shoulder, well done. Your willpower is beyond my imagination. Mona pouted, seemingly a little unwilling, if my cranial electric stimulator hadn't broken down, I should have reacted too. You're really competitive, Mona, Lianyo grinned, earning a roll of her eyes. Chapter 87 System Creates Miracles. The arrival of the Empire Justice Department Inquisitor and Arbitrator teams officially signaled the cleanup operation was nearing its end. After the double-headed man was taken out by a meltagun, all the pseudo-offspring who had been transformed into plague ghouls became like headless flies. Previously, the plague ghouls could unite and obey the double-headed man's unified command. Now, without their leader, they could only wander aimlessly or stand still, waiting for humans to harvest them. After the Inquisitor helped the Hunter Lords stabilize their front line, he immediately ordered his team to cease operations. He was only there to prevent accidents, not to compete with the Hunter Lords for points. Compared to eliminating the remaining enemies, the Inquisitor was clearly more interested in the treasure vault, which was imbued with the aura of a Xenos civilization. Look what I've found, an ancient historical relic. The Inquisitor stood with his hands on his hips in front of the large door, tilting his head and gesturing to Ozges with his chin. Oh, boy, are you in charge here? Do you mind if I go in and take a look? Sir, I am Ozges Vogues. The leader of our team is Miss Tydo Vogues. She has fully entrusted me with the command of the Hunter Lord team. Ozges shed the arrogance he displayed towards his subordinates and politely bowed before the Inquisitor, saying, Please, make yourself at home, sir. Any location in our nest capital is always open to the Empire Justice Department. The Inquisitor smiled and walked through the stone door. As expected of a descendant from the Governor's Guard family, your words are much more measured than those from the Liwei family. All right, you continue to command, just find someone to lead the way for me. Understood, sir. Ozges turned to Lino and the other two, gesturing impassively, come quickly and lead the way for the Inquisitor. Yes, sir. The three responded in unison. Mona was the most experienced and cautious, so she took the lead, with Lino and Wick following behind her. Sir, this way. I will briefly introduce the information we currently have. The treasure vault we are in is similar to a history museum, displaying collections from different eras. Among the artifacts already identified, the oldest may date back tens of thousands of years. Mona temporarily acted as a guide, leading the Inquisitor and arbitrators on a tour of the illuminated areas. The Inquisitor, hailing from Terra, the capital of the Imperium of Man, possessed a knowledge base more than double that of the nest capital inhabitants. With just a glance, he could confirm that many of the ancient artifacts here would drive any oil boy completely mad. But this was not the focus of their trip. Capturing heretics, sanctioning heretics, and eradicating heretics, these were the responsibilities of the Empire Justice Department. The Inquisitor folded his arms and asked, Have you found the Church of Amalgamation's biomodification data? Sir, we currently have no findings in that regard. Mona raised her hand, pointing towards the unlit, dark areas. The data you need may be in that dim section. The Inquisitor snapped his fingers, fire illumination flares. Before the oil boys from the Nest Capital Monastery arrive, let's quickly search around. Yes, sir. The arbitrators dispersed, firing illumination flares into various dark areas. A figure was dragged from the darkness by the strong light, scrambling to hide to one side. Who? The Inquisitor roared, raising his meltagun and aiming at the figure. Oh dear. The person let out a delicate gasp, covering her chest and hiding behind a shelf, revealing only a delicate and charming face. Sir, I am Ruth Bruton. I was adjusting my clothes here. Ruth's face was flushed with panic and shyness, and her two watery eyes gleamed with a wronged expression. Anyone who saw her in such a pitiful state would feel an urge to pity her. Oh beautiful Miss Ruth, we were reckless, please continue. The Inquisitor grinned, ordering his subordinates to lower their guns and allow her to leave safely. After Ruth had walked away, the Inquisitor said coldly. Search thoroughly for me and find out what that woman was doing here. Understood, sir. An arbitrator, holding a scanner, fired a red beam towards the area Ruth had passed through, collecting the pheromones she had left in the air. While the arbitrator tracked Ruth's scent, the Inquisitor crossed his arms and spoke to Lino and the other two. Tell me honestly, did any of you take anything from here? Tell me the truth. You only get one chance. The three held their breath, exchanged glances, and made a wise choice, pulling out items from their armor. The Inquisitor inspected the small objects in their hands one by one, casually asking. There are only 3 of you, why did you take 4 items? Mona replied. Sir, we lost a companion. That fellow liked machinery, so we picked an old metal artifact for him. Alright, I understand how you feel. However, I still need to confirm your movement trajectory after entering here, so I don't become a fool who gets tricked. The Inquisitor snapped his fingers a few times, signaling his subordinates to collect the pheromones of Lino and the other two, to track their movements within the treasure vault. Pheromones. The Inquisitor and arbitrators actually had instruments to track pheromones. This was the first time Lino had known such a thing existed. As expected of an Inquisitor from Terra, his equipment was certainly diverse. Too anxious to sigh, Lino's heart pounded furiously, almost leaping from his chest. His back was covered in dense beads of sweat, completely soaking the back of his combat suit. If the Inquisitor discovered he had been to places he shouldn't have, it would be terrible. Calm down, calm down. He needed to quickly think of a countermeasure, mere panic would not solve the problem. Lino's mind raced, coming up with several excuses. But what was strange was, after the arbitrator obtained Lino's pheromones, he did not follow the scanner's tracking signal to the place where the orc spores were stored. Instead, he circled within the range illuminated by the searchlights set up by the cultists, then returned to the Inquisitor. Report, sir, Kong Wen's path is fine. Report, sir, Wick and Mona's paths are also fine. The Inquisitor nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the 3 of you. You are quite sensible, you didn't take anything you shouldn't have, and you didn't lie to me. I like your honesty. I noticed your brave performance in the recent battle, your actions in daring to resist heretical atrocities are commendable. Put away the items in your hands, this is my encouragement to you, and it will become our little secret. Thank you, sir. Wick responded excitedly, first bowing 90 degrees, then straightening up and performing the Aquila salute. Leonio and Mona were calmer than Wick. They didn't salute haphazardly, but they also fully expressed their gratitude to the Inquisitor. Leonio's inner turmoil was far more intense than it appeared on the surface. Describing it as a tumultuous storm would be no exaggeration. Why didn't his pheromones extend to the kin where the orc spores were stored? What was going on? Could it be that the system secretly modified the distribution range of the pheromones to cover for him? Oh, my goodness. If there was an annual top 10 system selection, I would definitely cast all my votes for Mushroom Farm. An arbitrator ran over with a pink object. Report, sir. Ruth Bruton didn't move anything here. However, she forgot to take a handkerchief. The Inquisitor waved his hand. You take that to the girl. Miko. The arbitrator was stumped. The Inquisitor joked, or you can just keep it yourself. A round of laughter erupted in the team. The arbitrator sighed, covering his faceplate, hid the pink object in his fist, and walked reluctantly towards Ruth, who was treating the wounded. This small interlude did not interrupt the search. Leonio and the other two followed the Inquisitor, inspecting the treasure vault's collections one by one. Soon, they arrived at the place where the orc spores were originally stored. An unexpected yet anticipated scene unfolded. Inside the glass jar that Leonio had emptied, some small fossils had appeared. The Inquisitor didn't notice anything amiss. He just glanced at the fossils and then moved on to the next exhibit. Leonio felt it was incredible. Tampering with pheromone trails was already amazing enough. But the system could even create things out of thin air, helping him cover up his mistakes. It was truly unbelievable. It was a miracle. Report, sir. We seem to have found the original biochemical data of the Church of Amalgamation. The arbitrator didn't finish his sentence, scanning the three agents with his gaze. The Inquisitor understood, raised his hand, and patted Wick's shoulder. All right, the three of you can go. Your work here is done. Yes, sir. Leonio and his group took their leave. The Inquisitor and arbitrators quickly walked towards the corner of the treasure vault. Wick patted his chest, gasping for breath. You scared me to death. When the arbitrator asked if we took anything, I almost thought I was going to get shot. Mona snorted in dissatisfaction. Don't come up with such bad ideas next time. My fault, my fault. When we get back to the upper nest, I'll treat you to a meal. Wick chuckled, letting the matter drop. The three returned to the front lines, cooperating with the Hunter Lords, retainers, and bailiffs to clear out the remaining enemies. A moment later, the other Hunter Lord teams arrived at the scene one after another. These Hunter Lord teams came via normal routes, so they carried heavy weapon platforms. Twin-linked laser cannons, twin-linked autocannons, quad-heavy stubbers, and other squad-heavy weapons were all available. When they arrived at the scene and saw that the Church of Amalgamation's headquarters had been completely wiped out, their faces almost turned green with anger. Osges went up to them, laughing and bragging about his team's achievements, completely forgetting how he had almost wet himself earlier. However, bragging aside, their own ammunition was indeed running low. Following the principle of prioritizing the important, Osges decisively handed over the subsequent combat operations to these Hunter Lord teams, who still had ample ammunition, while he led his people into the treasury to inventory the spoils. According to the rules of the Nest Capital nobility, items in the treasury would first be temporarily held by the Fugai's family in the name of the governor. Once the Hunter Lord's scores and rankings were determined, the spoils would be distributed according to the ranking. In the time that followed, more and more Hunter Lord teams gathered in the bottom nest, and the cleanup operation officially shifted from a decapitation phase to a full-scale advance. Leonio and other governor's agents also received support from other governor's guards, and together they guarded the treasury to prevent the theft of treasures. 8 days and 7 nights later, the enemies were basically cleared out, with only scattered enemies remaining throughout the bottom nest. Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus entered to repair the bottom nest equipment damaged by the fighting and to recover technological heresy data from the Church of Amalgamation. The Pharmacist Association's anti-chemical warfare units came to eliminate pathogenic strains. Currently, people lack effective means to combat chaos corruption and can only follow the theoretical guidance of the Imperial Truth, surgically removing diseased body parts on sight. Many armed retainers consequently lost large muscles, or even important bones, and instead used artificial prosthetics and bionics. Leonio and his 2 companions retrieved Tolenzo's remains. The remains were cremated by the anti-chemical team, leaving only black residue free of pathogenic strains. Leonio and his 2 companions packed the remains, preparing to take them back to base for Delton to inter in the upper nest cemetery, buried with old metal artifacts. The ghost mushrooms of the bottom nest were also one of the spoils of the cleanup operation. However, the distribution of ghost mushrooms was not based on the Hunter Lord's score. The Nest Capital would hold a grand auction, distributing ownership of each ghost mushroom through live bidding. It is said that participants in the auction would not be limited to the Nest Capital's nobility, but would also include rogue traders and representatives from other imperial worlds. Leonio, adhering to the principle of take it if it's free, secretly stored a large amount of ghost fungus mycelia during the cleanup of the bottom nest. The analysis panel for this item, like other psychic fungi, showed that its growth and development depended on warp energy. Without obtaining tools capable of generating warp energy, the system was temporarily unable to provide warp energy during the simulation process. Therefore, to cultivate his own ghost mushrooms, Leonio first had to find an absolutely safe place to use as a cultivation ground. This matter was not urgent and could be planned slowly to avoid mistakes. Time came to the afternoon of the 8th day after the cleanup operation began. When the last enemy was vanquished and the pathogenic strains in the bottom nest were completely purified, the cleanup operation officially ended, and all forces returned the way they came. The howling chasm had, at some point, lost its hallucinogenic effect, and the patterns on its surface oxidized and flaked off in a short time, no longer resembling human coccyges. Just as everyone was about to depart for their return, Tydo Vogues, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared. She ignored everyone, simply walking through the path that parted in the crowd and boarding her exclusive armored vehicle. As she stepped onto the topmost stair, about to enter the vehicle door, she stopped and slowly turned around. The bloodline suppression from the governor's family silenced the scene, everyone spontaneously fell silent and lowered their heads to Tydo. Oz just took a few steps forward, looking up at Tydo, who stood elevated. Respected eldest daughter of the governor, future leader of the Fungi's family, the rising star of the Nest capital. I believe you have been observing the entire situation from the shadows and have seen each of our performances. We humbly request your guidance. Are you satisfied with our work? Observing the entire situation from the shadows? What does that mean? Didn't Tydo activate her stealth mode to hide? Leio suddenly realized he might have been wrong. Tydo chose to go invisible, probably not to avoid combat, but to observe each of her subordinates, and each of her subordinates, from an outsider's perspective. A strong premonition surged in Leio's heart. His gaze swept over the crowd, looking towards Tydo, and he just caught a meaningful faint smile blooming at the corner of Tydo's mouth. This was the first time Tydo had shown a change in expression since participating in the cleanup operation. Everyone here, whether or not you belong to the Fungi's family, has not disgraced the reputation of the Epimedius noble class. I acknowledge each of your performances. Her melodious tone and warm, pleased smile combined to draw a chorus of cheers from the hunter lords and retainers. Ozges was even more overjoyed, respectfully seeing Tydo into her vehicle. Tydo's simple evaluation signified that a wave of generous rewards was imminent. The gloom brought by combat casualties was swept away, and the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Leio gazed in Tydo's direction, lost in thought. Tydo's upper face was covered by her goggles, preventing others from seeing her eyes. But whether it was a misconception, or perhaps his own narcissism, Leio always felt that Tydo had met his gaze just now. And it was precisely with that glance that Tydo revealed a profound smile. This caused Leio to inexplicably form a far-fetched guess. Could the person who altered his pheromones and placed the small fossil in the empty can be Tydo? Hey? If it really was her, what was her motive? Leio pondered for a few seconds, then gave up the idea of investigating. He now had only one thought in his mind, to quickly go back and try the magic spores. Note: when interacting with people outside the family, branch members omit their middle name, which represents the branch. This is a tradition of Western medieval nobility in reality. Warhammer official novels don't describe much about this aspect, so the author directly referred to real noble traditions. Chapter 88. The content after listing will gradually shift to areas outside the Nest capital. Forces such as orcs, black bean sprouts, craft world Eldar, and space marine will appear one after another. The official lore and settings for orcs and black bean sprouts are relatively scarce, unlike the rich and diverse Imperium of Man. Therefore, when creating fanfiction, the author has added his own imagination to complete the social details and clan stories of the Orc Empire and black bean sprouts. Please understand. Although the author has cut books before, he will not cut books that have been listed. Once listed, it will definitely be finished. Thank you again for your support and companionship. Please subscribe for the first chapter and vote for monthly passes. Chapter 89, Welcoming Wadaik. After returning to the 7th district with the main force, Leio went to the elevator platform to drive the car back to the base. Delton held a brief celebration ceremony inside the base, then distributed upper nest passes and basic rewards. Until the next threat to the Nest capital's safety emerged, the agents would enjoy a long vacation. Delton announced the dismissal of the meeting, and everyone happily left the base. Wick had previously said he wanted to treat Leio and Mona to a meal, but who would have thought that as soon as Delton announced the dismissal, he would disappear in a flash. Sigh, does Wick really want to taste the bitterness of love that much? Leio sighed. Mona rolled her eyes at Leio. What? You've tasted it? No, I just said that. Leio chuckled. Mona scoffed, dropped a sentence, and walked away. I'm leaving first. If you encounter something you can't handle, remember to contact me. I will, take care. After Mona left, Leio quickly pondered where it would be suitable to try the orc spores. After much deliberation, he finally chose his water purification plant in the lower nest as the testing ground. The factory had many vacant rooms, ample space, and Leia to guard it. Eating the magic spores there and turning into an orc, he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed, and he could also use the idle steel plates, steel pipes, and other items to test the orc's I-reckon power. Perhaps he could even forge a gun from scrap metal, just like a real orc. Action speaks louder than words, so Leio immediately put on his disguise and set off. Half an hour later, Jingshui Street, water purification plant. Leio had sent a message before arriving, so his appearance did not startle Leia. How is it? Are you used to living here? Leio asked with a smile after entering, and then he was stunned by her appearance. Over the past few days, Leia had eaten, drunk, and slept in the factory, never coming into contact with unclean food, water, or air. With the external threat gone, her biological armor retracted into her body. As soon as Leio entered the door, he saw Leia's true face. At this moment, he felt a bit disoriented, even suspecting that a Slaanesh banshee had appeared in his factory. you... How did you take off your face mask? Leio stammered, his body uncontrollably backing away until he bumped against the closed door with a thud. My scales are all gone, so why would I still wear a face mask? Hey? Did the scales grow back again? Leia thought she had accidentally eaten something dirty, causing scales to reappear on her face. She rushed back to her room to get a mirror, muttering as she walked back, there are no scales on my face, why are you so surprised? You scared me. Leio had calmed down by now, and he gently rubbed his brow, saying. Sorry. I just didn't expect you to be so beautiful, and I was caught off guard. The last time I saw a woman as beautiful as you was in the upper nest. Hehe, is that so? Well, it seems that the silver scales weren't entirely bad after all, at least they preserved my beauty from childhood to adulthood. Leia raised an eyebrow, teasing with a smile. If you're uncomfortable, I can put the face mask back on. After the mutation disappeared, Leia became much more cheerful, her tone light and pleasant. Leio regained his composure, observed her carefully for a few seconds, and then instructed. You don't need to wear the face mask when you are in the factory. But if you are walking outdoors in the lower nest and middle nest, I suggest you still wear it. It doesn't matter in the upper nest. No, that's not right, it's best to wear a face mask in the upper nest too. Your appearance might attract noble scions. I've encountered a young woman being harassed by a noble scion before. Okay, I'll remember that. Leia nodded, I'll keep a face mask with me from now on and put it on as soon as I go out. Leia was very receptive to advice, which reassured Leio. His advice to Leia was by no means groundless. Leia should be around 25 or 26 years old this year. Yet her skin was comparable to that of Elena, the water merchant, who was in her early 20s, both fair with a hint of pink, both delicate and smooth, making one want to pinch them. Leia's figure was even better than Elena's. Long years of roughing it in the scrapyard zone had given her a body that was both well-proportioned and distinctly curvaceous. The most crucial aspect was her purple pupils. This eye color was extremely rare, not a characteristic of the local Epimedius nest capital residents, but rather somewhat similar to the Cadians. All signs indicated that the biological armor had caused some subtle effects on Leia. More vibrant skin, a healthier body curve, and a rarer eye color. If Elena could be harassed by noble scions, there was no need to even mention Leia. Self-protection was indispensable for Leia. Leio settled his surging thoughts and said seriously. I need to conduct an experiment here, and I'd like to ask you to guard the door for me. Mutations might occur during the experiment, and I hope you can keep it a secret and help me deal with any anomalies. Leia put away her playful expression and became serious. Okay. What do you need me to do? First, help me clear out an empty room, then find some scrap metal and pile it in the corner of the room, and finally, block all the doors, windows, and vents in the room. I'll go now, it'll only take a few minutes. I just happened to be tidying up here these past 2 days, and there's an available room for you. Leia jogged down the corridor. Leio wasn't idle either. One major characteristic of orcs was their constant shedding of spores. These spores would give birth to new orcs. After eating the magic spores and turning into an orc, he would likely also be constantly shedding spores. If these spores were to fly out the window and spread widely in the lower nest, he might wake up one day to find orcs hanging the governor from a ceiling fan. Therefore, he absolutely had to make foolproof preparations and definitely not become the culprit behind the nest capital's demise by the greenskins. While Leia prepared the room, Leio put on an extra-large hazmat suit. This airtight suit would be the first and most important barrier to prevent the spread of orc spores. The room is ready. Leia returned, curiously looking at Leio, who was wearing strange clothes. Do you want me to trim your clothes for you? It seems a bit too big. No, I specifically bought an extra-large one. Leio lifted his overly long pant legs and walked towards the room. After I go in, please seal the door from the outside and guard it for me. Don't come in, no matter what you hear. Unless I call for help. That sounds very dangerous. Do you want me to accompany you? Don't worry, everything is within my plan, everything is within controllable limits. Leio almost blurted out within my plan, and quickly corrected himself to avoid the blue-haired bird from focusing on his transformation experiment. Entering the room, closing the door, and confirming that all doors, windows, and ventilation pipes were sealed, Leio sat cross-legged in the center of the room. He took out a magic spores from the fungus warehouse and held it in his hand, then threw out the analysis fungus to reconfirm the spores panel information. Name, magic orc spore. Type, secret creation of the old ones. Sole purpose. Eat me. Embrace your Waik. Fungi ability, none. Everything was ready, now to see how magical the spore was. I hope that after I turn into an orc, I don't burst this hazmat suit, and even more so, I hope I don't attract the enforcers. Leio took a deep breath, removed the respirator from his face, and popped the green, round spore into his mouth. The spore was hard and couldn't be bitten through, so Leio simply swallowed it whole, then put the respirator back on to cover his face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Damn it, did the system malfunction? Where's my Waik? Suddenly, a thunderous boom exploded in his mind. Leio fell to the ground with a thud, his body rigid, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling rapidly rushing towards his face. What's going on? Why is the ceiling falling? No. I'm flying upwards. Leio hit the ceiling with his head but felt no pain whatsoever. The next instant, a vast sea of stars appeared before him. Starlight flowed, celestial bodies shifted, and countless points of light swept past at lightning speed. Liao suddenly realized that his consciousness had left his body and boarded a speeding train, rapidly traversing space. He saw massive green stars brush past him, witnessed neutron stars spinning hundreds of times per second, and encountered the Imperial fleet and Orc spacecraft battling fiercely in space. After passing through countless battlefields composed of cannon fire and ship wreckage, a vast expanse of verdant planets appeared ahead. At the same time, Liao suddenly felt an energy filling the cosmic space. Primitive yet wild, full of destructiveness and aggression, this power was mighty, vast, and utterly brutal. The scene before him paused at this moment. With numerous green planets as a backdrop, system text emerged within the verdant star map. You have consumed one magic orc spore. Matching an orc equivalent to your consumption quantity. Hey? Does this mean that the more magic spores I eat, the stronger the orc I match with? Before Liao could think further, new system text popped up. Match successful. Waik. Simulation, activating. Liao's consciousness shot out, straight towards the smallest green planet, plunging headfirst into its murky atmosphere. As he passed through the atmosphere, a vast land and orcs covering mountains and plains appeared before him, with endless brawls happening everywhere. Straight ahead, where Liao was about to land, tens of thousands of orcs were fighting around a gigantic ship wreckage. These green-skinned creatures were thick-set and ugly, their lower lips turned outwards, and their tusks exposed. They held crudely made clubs, blades, and firearms, brawling, roaring, and biting each other around the ship wreckage. Liao fell from above, collided with an orc boy, and then everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, a rough roar exploded in his ears. Kill the Blackfoot clan runts. Steal the shiny stuff. We, the Broken Spear clan, are the masters of this wreck. Waik. P.S. In official novels, orc slang is often expressed in Old London English. Accordingly, when translated into Chinese, the author used more regionally representative dialects. Please don't mind, dear readers. Chapter 90, First Waik. Holy crap! How did I turn into an orc boy? Before consuming the magic spores, Liao had made ample preparations for his transformation into an orc. He never expected that his consciousness would be projected onto an orc, turning him into a genuine green-skinned alien. This was a brutal battle taking place on an unknown planet, where the Blackfoot clan and the Broken Spear clan both sought to seize the wreckage of a spaceship that had fallen from the sky. As soon as the two green-skinned torrents met, the battle entered a white-hot phase. A fishy wind, mixed with the stench of mutants, carried the smell of blood into his nostrils. The bullet-riddled hull of the spaceship lay before him like a hill, crimson lines of blood flew under the gleam of blades, and endless shouts and roars thundered in his ears. Just as Liao was trying to figure out his situation, an axe, trailing drops of blood, swept in from the side. Waik. Look, a foolish mushroom has been scared silly by us. The orc's feet were wrapped in black cloth, his mouth wide open, yellowed teeth stained with strands of meat, and his eyes gleamed with bloodlust and mockery. Liao snapped back to his senses, the combat instinct granted to him by the governor's agent modification project activating instantly. He gripped his sword hilt to block, and his right leg thrust forward. Bang! The Blackfoot orc's attack failed, and he was instead kicked in the chest by Liao, spitting out a thick wad of phlegm with a grimace. Before he could counterattack, Liao stepped forward and thrust his sword. The blade pierced the Blackfoot orc's mouth, penetrated his head, and emerged from the back of his skull. Block, counter, and kill with one blow. The combat instinct granted by the governor's agent modification project actually worked on an orc. Liao was overjoyed, pulling out his broadsword and flashing back, avoiding two axes that were swinging towards his head. Two Blackfoot orcs charged over, stepping on the corpses of their comrades. Since the combat instinct from the modification project could work, then the fungi ability definitely could too. Liao continuously dodged and retreated, staring at the enemies in front of him, and quickly chanted in his mind. Brain freeze technique. You consumed 10 kilograms of foolish mushroom X2, and successfully cast brain freeze technique on two Blackfoot clan orc boys. The system message flashed before his eyes, and the two orcs simultaneously froze in place, their axes slipping to the ground. Liao seized the opportunity to erupt, charging 2 steps at a time to reach the enemies, swinging his broadsword wildly. Sword light flashed, and two ugly green heads were split in half by the immense force, their necks completely severed. Combat instinct is swift and powerful, fungi ability is powerful and swift. Liao was overcome with emotion, waik, almost escaping his lips, when a burst of bullets swept down from the high ground beside him. That broken spear bastard killed 3 of our boys. Kill him now. Da-da-da-da. Several Blackfoot clan Shuda boys roared and pulled their triggers, firing a rain of bullets from atop the wrecked ship. Liao was caught off guard and ended up with over a dozen bullet holes. The Shuda boys' accuracy wasn't great, they didn't manage to blow Liao's head off with a single shot, and he felt he could still be saved. Leaping through the air, rolling on the ground again and again, hacking 2 blocking Blackfoot orcs to death with his sword, Liao awkwardly took cover. The Shuda boys on the high ground screamed in frustration. That bastard's over there. Go kill him. A dozen Blackfoot orcs ran over, raising their hand axes with sinister grins. Liao had already stabilized his injuries with the healing spell, with only a few wounds still dripping blood. Facing the enemies encircling him from both sides, he immediately activated brain freeze technique without a word. Warning. Foolish mushroom reserves are insufficient, this brain freeze technique activation failed. Oh. Crap. When I used brain freeze technique to control father and double-headed man a few days ago, I used up 99.9% of my foolish mushroom stock, and I haven't had time to replenish it yet. As thoughts raced through his mind, Leio instead activated optical stealth. His figure vanished into thin air, entering a cloaked state, leaving the newly arrived Blackfoot orcs utterly bewildered. Where did that bastard go? I reckon he should still be here. The Blackfoot orc's nose twitched, inhaling deeply, his gaze falling upon the bloodstains on the ground. 2 drops of blood appeared out of nowhere about half a meter above the ground, falling to form fresh bloodstains. The orcs' brains weren't sufficient to comprehend this scene, but they still knew how to swing an axe. The Blackfoot orc subconsciously raised his right arm towards where the blood had appeared. Just as his axe was about to fall, a sharp sword sliced through the air and plunged into his brain. Leio's body flickered into existence at the scene. Those 2 drops of blood came from his waist. Once blood left his body, it would lose the optical stealth effect, thus exposing itself and allowing the enemy to sense him. Leio continued to use healing spell to accelerate wound healing, while simultaneously dodging axes and activating optical stealth. Facing the enemy who had vanished a second time, the Blackfoot orcs collectively froze, once again falling into a state of bewilderment. With a flash of sword light, the second Blackfoot orc's head was pierced, and Leio's figure appeared for less than half a second before disappearing without a trace. Assassinate, disappear, assassinate again, disappear again. In a few breaths, all the Blackfoot orcs surrounding Leio lay dead, their faces etched with confusion. Hoo. Leio leaned against the cover, panting heavily, startled by the results of his stealth kills. Optical stealth combined with close quarters weapons is already this strong, so wouldn't it be invincible when used with firearms? Leio quickly peeked his head out and glanced at the high ground. His own Broken Spear clan had a numerical advantage, but they were poorly equipped, only having swords and clubs. The opposing Blackfoot clan was slightly fewer in number but well equipped, possessing both axes and firearms. The outcome between the two was hard to predict. Leio had no intention of strategizing. First, he'd grab the guns from the Shoulda boys and have some fun. It was just a simulation anyway, so there was no need to worry about dying. No sooner said than done. Leio twirled his sword, shaking off the grime from the blade, and activated optical stealth. He crouched low and dashed out from cover, keeping his center of gravity as low as possible to avoid the Shoulda boys' line of fire. The high ground before him was constructed from the broken hull of the wrecked ship, with layers of metal plates and pipes stacked upwards. Leio advanced with agile steps, jumping and climbing, then held his broadsword in his mouth, using both hands to ascend. The Shoulda boys at the top of the high ground were loudly mocking the Broken Spear clan for not having Shouldas, completely oblivious to the rapidly approaching transparent figure. Leio arrived behind the enemy, gripped his sword with both hands, swept it horizontally, severing the Shoulda boy's head, then grabbed the opponent's Shoulda and delivered a fierce kick. The Shoulda boy's headless corpse rolled down, and the Shoulda was firmly clutched in Leio's hand. The Gretchen responsible for supplying ammunition tried to rush up and retrieve the Shoulda, but was mercilessly kicked away by Leio. We've been ambushed by a bad boy. Kill that bastard now. The nearby Shoulda boys were alarmed and hastily adjusted their aim, sweeping their fire over. Leio flipped over the edge of the high platform and ducked beneath an outward protruding metal plate. A rain of bullets followed, causing the metal plate to vibrate incessantly. While the cover could hold for a bit longer, Leio tucked his sword into his belt and quickly inspected the Shoulda. Ammunition was plentiful, and the weapon was in good condition. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Leio's mouth. Had enough shooting? It's my turn. Wait, why am I calling myself I like an orc? I'm not an orc. Never mind, don't think too much, just shoot them. Leio activated stealth, seizing the opportunity while the Shoulda boy was reloading his magazine to leave cover. Gripping the Shoulda tightly, he pulled the trigger fiercely. Da-da-da-da. The tearing sound was like a death knell, and bursts of blood blossomed on the high ground, as 8 Shoulda boys wailed and fell to the ground with bodies full of penetrating wounds. Well done. I'll reward you with the fattest squig. Why-aik. Kill them. The orc boss of the Broken Spear clan cheered from below the high ground, loudly applauding Leio. An invisible psyker field fluctuation was transmitted to Leio through the orc's unique psyker field. Leio felt a surge of power within him, helping to wash away some of his fatigue, and his muscles also grew a bit larger. Several lines of system text appeared. Leio was about to find cover to examine them closely when an explosion sounded nearby. Die. Bastard. I'm going to use your head as a toilet. Bang. A grenade shot from the Blackfoot clan boss's cannon, whizzing to Leio's side and impacting the ground at his feet. Your MO. Boom. Before Leio could finish his curse, the grenade exploded with a roar, and countless fragments instantly took his life. The scene froze at this moment. Fragments hung in the air, stained with the orc boy's blood, and the sparks from the explosion solidified in the air. The Blackfoot clan boss's mouth was wide open, his face full of triumph, while the Broken Spear clan boss's eyes were wide with rage. The orcs of both clans were entangled in a fierce, inseparable struggle. This WarHammer simulation has ended. Commencing simulation settlement. You killed 6 Blackfoot clan orc boys, score plus 12. You killed 9 Blackfoot clan Shoulda boys, score plus 27. You received 1 commendation from the Broken Spear clan boss, score plus 100. Your score for this simulation is 139 points, all converted into simulation points. You can redeem rewards in the system interface later. Simulation ended. The scene before Leio melted away like ink. After a dizzying spin, he opened his eyes in the secret room of the water purification plant, the intense battle scenes echoing in his mind. Tearing off the breathing mask from his face, Lin Yo gasped for air, his mind trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god! So the systems facing a Wadaik meant personally controlling an orc. Lin Yo excitedly clenched his fists and waved them. This kind of uninhibited, carefree combat experience, with no worries about dying, was simply amazing. Lin Yo strongly suspected that the simulation process he just experienced had actually occurred somewhere in the galaxy, and was not conjured out of thin air by the system. This inference was well founded. During the Great Expedition era, there was a vast orc empire in the galaxy called Ulaner. Everything he had just experienced very likely happened on an orc planet within Ulaner. In other words, he had simply eaten a magical orc spore, and then projected his consciousness onto an orc boy countless light years away, remotely controlling it to fight. Such immense power was truly soul-shaking. Perhaps, in the future, he could use the orc's hands to eliminate some of the scum that plagued the galaxy. Lin Yo's eyes flickered rapidly as he recalled Erebus, who was hated by everyone. A bold plan began to germinate in his mind.